Transcending the Nine Heavens Chapter 531 to Chapter 585. Xianwan Tong, Wu Jiang, and the others felt ice cold from head to toe. They turned around and fled in all directions. Who would dare to fight a head-on battle in the face of such a monstrous genius? Only a brainless person would do such a thing. We are so unlucky. We were so close to getting the core of a spirit beast. But someone stole it. And we were so close to getting it again. But someone suddenly appeared out of nowhere, killed 15 of our people, and escaped. And we were so close to getting it again. But it turned out to be a fatal trap. Run. They wanted to cry in their hearts as they fled. You are such an unprecedented expert. Why are you showing weakness to us? Motherfew ****. Everyone was in high spirits. Did you have to go that far? We would have been blinded by greed if we had known that you were such an expert. We wouldn't have dared to provoke a killing god like you. You want to leave? Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. His dense aura pervaded the air. Do you think you can? He took a step forward and slashed his sword down. It seemed as if he had crossed the void with this step. He had crossed a distance of 500 feet in one step. He arrived in front of Xianwan Tong and coldly looked at him. His gaze was ice cold. His sword fell down like lightning. Xianwan Tong screamed in despair. He desperately propped up his emperor-level domain and used all his strength to block. However, this sword had ignored his domain and his block. It had chopped down. His sword had broken, and his body had been divided into two halves. His body hadn't even fallen to the ground when two schwa sounds were heard. And 2 king-level experts had been split into two halves in the air 100 feet away. Blood was dripping everywhere. The remaining people were scared out of their wits. They desperately tried to escape. Chu Yang caught up with them with large strides. He pointed his sword, and a sword energy flew out from the tip of his sword. It pierced Wu Zhang's chest 1,000 feet away, and left a bull-sized bloody hole in it. The sword energy went through Wu Zhang's chest, and blasted a big hole in the mountain in front of him with a loud bang. Then, Chu Yang turned around in the air, and issued a sword light. The king-level expert on his left was neatly cut into two halves from the waist down. The upper part of his body flew up. But the lower part of his body was still madly running for several hundred feet. All the vegetation in the vicinity had been neatly cut off. The forest was destroyed. Chu Yang's body flashed the moment the sword light flew out. Then, he disappeared into thin air, and arrived in the south. He killed 5 king-level experts with one sword strike each. Then, he let out a long and loud shout, and soared into the sky along with his blood energy and murderous intention. He flew high up in the sky for thousands of feet. It was as if he was a crazed demon who wanted to kill everything. He chased after the remaining 7 king-level experts of the Black Devil clan in the half-cloud and half-fog. Schwa, one of the king-level leaders, fell on his back in disbelief. A faint blood-red light appeared between his eyebrows. Then, with a bang, blood gushed out from his forehead. His body slowly separated from his body. It was like a watermelon that was cut in half from the middle. The two halves of his body fell to the ground. Chu Yang had already passed through the endless wilderness like a beam of flowing light, and beheaded the remaining 7 people one by one. Merciless, clean and efficient. The smell of fresh blood always makes me infatuated. Sword Spirit sighed, it's a pity that I can't stay outside for a long time. My spiritual power has been consumed a lot. Chu Yang's body flashed, and he left the place. Then, he flashed again, and arrived in front of Meng Chaoran. Then, Chu Yang's body suddenly trembled, and softly fell down. He clenched his teeth, and fell unconscious. Meng Chaoran was still in a state of extreme shock at this moment. He had never dreamt that his disciple could use such an earth-shattering and terrifying method. He had slaughtered 30 experts of the Black Devil clan in an instant. He had killed them all. The sword light danced like a divine dragon. Heads rolled, and blood splashed everywhere. The battle had ended in an instant. Meng Chaoran was stunned when he saw Chu Yang flying over. He was about to greet him and ask what had happened. But, he saw his good disciple fall to the ground. He was foaming at the mouth. His whole body was convulsing, and he had fainted. Meng Chaoran turned around, and saw that his other disciple, Tan Tan, was also foaming at the mouth. His whole body was convulsing, and he had fainted. Meng Ran was helpless. It seems that I'm destined to be a babysitter for you too. Meng Ran heaved a big sigh. First, he collected the spoils of war that were scattered all over the ground. Master Meng was a very meticulous person. He would never let go of such an opportunity. Then, he stacked his 2 disciples together, and carried them like sacks. He huffed and puffed as he carried them for a while. Then, he finally found a cave. He threw the 2 brothers into the cave. Then, he sat down to take a breather. He sat down, and found that the serious injuries that he had sustained while running had been healed. Healed? Meng Ran was really puzzled. How can I be healed? Immediately, he remembered that Chu Yang had stuffed a pill into his mouth before he made his move. Is it because of that pill? But, how can there be such a miraculous pill in the world? Meng Ran felt that his whole body was full of energy. It seemed that he could even fight an emperor-level expert. He couldn't help but be startled. The most outrageous thing was, he found that he wasn't injured. Moreover, the bottleneck of the 8th grade king-level expert's primary power seemed to be loosening. He tried to circulate it. Suddenly, a copious amount of power gushed out of his dantian. It flooded his meridians, and then poured into his dantian. After 3 circulations like this, Meng Ran was surprised to find that he had broken through to the 2nd grade king level so easily. Moreover, his primary power was still increasing. He felt uncomfortable all over his body. So, he simply continued to circulate it, and absorbed it all into his dantian. Meng Ran's complexion was very strange when he stood up. It seemed as if he wanted to cry, and also as if he wanted to laugh. He frowned for a while, and then stared for a while. He found that he had made a breakthrough, a 1st grade emperor-level expert. Moreover, his current strength was stuck at the peak of 1st grade emperor-level expert. He could break through to 2nd grade emperor-level expert as long as an opportunity appeared. This is really dizzying. This used to be my lifelong wish. But, I made a breakthrough in such a muddle-headed situation? Moreover, I shouldn't have made a breakthrough. Why did I make a breakthrough? Meng Ran was shocked by this result. He couldn't breathe for a long time. Then, he remembered, this is bad. Why did I put Xu Yang and Tan Tan together? I'm dizzy. Don't roast Xu Yang this time. He hurriedly ran in, and separated the 2. He then touched them. Eh? Xu Yang is fine? Is this eldest disciple so resistant to heat? He then touched Tan Tan again. Meng Ran opened his eyes wide. Why isn't he burning? He then touched Tan Tan again. Master Meng was dumbfounded. These things happened one after another. It could be said that it was too much for the eyes to take in. Master Meng's psychological endurance was very strong. But, he kept encountering such unexplainable things one after another. Moreover, they were happening so densely, he was helpless. Meng Ran fiercely pinched his thigh. He grimaced in pain. This isn't a dream. He couldn't help but stare blankly. A long time passed. Chu Yang groaned, and weakly got up. But, Meng Ran was still immersed in these things, and couldn't extricate himself. Master, are you okay? Chu Yang stroked his forehead. His head hurt a little. It seemed as if thousands of steel needles were pricking his head. He felt completely powerless all over his body. In fact, he felt as if his joints were breaking. It was a kind of weak feeling that came from his soul. The effects of the sword spirit entering his body had left Xu Yang with a strong lingering fear. Xu Yang didn't want to experience this kind of uncomfortable feeling a second time even though he had a tenacious mind. The sword spirit in his mind was also in a weak state. It had already entered the array of the mysterious Yin Jade and the mysterious Yang Jade, and was recovering with all its might. Even though he had recovered quite a bit during this period of time, the exhaustion this time was not small. Xu Yang. Meng Ran's voice was very heavy. You seem to have too many secrets. Yes, master. Xu Yang chuckled. Well, you don't need to tell me since it's a secret. Meng Ran warned, it's best if you don't tell anyone. Let it rot in your heart. He sighed and said, such a secret is too powerful. I'm afraid. His face exposed a deeply worried expression as he solemnly looked at his proud younger brother. There are countless powerhouses in this world. The so-called king-level experts and emperor-level experts are nothing more than fleeting clouds. It's not impossible for even more powerful existences to exist. No one will be able to protect you in case something happens. Yi Shiwen sighed and said, "You don't know how many powerhouses there are in this world." Meng Chaoran looked deeply into Chu Yang's eyes. "Do you understand?" "I understand." Chu Yang replied seriously. He had already understood Meng Chaoran's character. But, he still admired Meng Chaoran for being able to restrain himself from asking after experiencing so many things today. Someone as strong as Dukyu still wanted to ask. But, Meng Chaoran didn't want to ask no matter what. He would rather let his brother rot the secret. He would rather not know it for the rest of his life. He would rather keep it a secret for the rest of his life. "Master, I didn't realize that your willpower was so strong in the past," Chu Yang said from the bottom of his heart. Haha. Everyone has their own family, parents, wives, and children. You and I are master and disciple. Our relationship is like that of a father and a son. Naturally, we can talk about anything. But, if I meet someone, I can't keep a secret. Everyone has someone like me who can't keep a secret from them. So, once a secret enters the ears of a second person, it will no longer be a secret." Meng Chaoran said, "So, I don't want to listen even though you want to tell me." "Yes, master." Chu Yang replied respectfully. Then, he asked, "Master, there's one thing that I don't understand." Meng Chaoran asked, "What is it?" Chu Yang pondered for a moment and said, "Master's willpower can't be said to be the best in the world. But, I haven't found anyone else who can compare with you. So, Master's cultivation should be, but, why?" He paused. Meng Chaoran chuckled and said, "It's very simple, because something happened to me in the past. Someone hit me with the Melting Meridian's hand because of your master's wife." "Melting Meridian's hand?" Chu Yang's entire body shook. His eyes revealed a sharp splendor. "Is this the unique martial art of the #1 ruling clan of the heavenly layer? So, it's the Melting Meridian's hand of 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 the Melting Meridian's hand?" The transforming Meridian's hand was the most powerful weapon of the Yi clan. A person would be finished as long as they were hit by this palm. This martial art wasn't fatal. But, it was more vicious than any other martial art that could kill a person, because, after using this martial art, the meridians of the entire body would disappear within 3 days no matter what level of cultivation one had. How would one's spiritual power circulate without meridians? As time passed, the person who was hit by the transforming meridian's hand would gradually become a living dead who couldn't even move a finger. But, his mind would still be very clear. In fact, it could even be said that if one's eyes were open after 3 days of being hit by the transforming meridian's hand, they wouldn't even be able to close their eyes. This was the real horror. Especially for an expert, it was worse than death. Yes. Meng Chaoran smiled faintly, a trace of deep pain flashing past between his brows, as if his spirit had spasmed at this moment. He said, "Your master's wife, in order to save me, agreed to return to the clan in exchange for my life. But, 2.5 days had already passed. So, my meridians had already become rigid even after I had taken the antidote." Meng Chaoran stared blankly for a moment. Then, he exhaled and said, "So, I could only stay in the Beyond the Heavens sect for the time being. I was at death's door. So, that's how it is." Chu Yang's eyes turned cold as he slowly said. Even he himself did not feel the chill in his words. Just how deep was the chill in his words? Yi clan, Yi clan. However, since last year, there have been 2 accidents. These 2 accidents have given me a little hope. Meng Chaoran looked at Chu Yang warmly, "And, one of these accidents came from you, and the other one came from Tan Tan." "2 accidents came from me and Tan Tan?" Chu Yang was puzzled. "What accident?" "Yes, the first accident came from Tan Tan's divine chi gathering fish." Meng Chaoran sighed and said, "I accidentally discovered that the divine chi gathering fish grew very fast under Tan Tan's care. Moreover, the divine chi gathering fish didn't have to be restrained by the transforming meridian's hand to absorb the spiritual power of the heaven and earth. So, I could continue to improve my cultivation. Moreover, the spiritual power was exceptionally fast and condensed. Therefore, I was able to cultivate to the 8th grade of king level in a little more than a year. I see. This must be the effect of the divine chi gathering fish. There was one more time. It was today. Meng Chaoran said, "It came from the pill you gave me. After I took it, I found that my injuries were all healed." Then, he rushed into the 1st grade emperor level in one fell swoop. Meng Chaoran chuckled, "This is a miracle." Miracle. Chu Yang was dumbstruck. He was immediately stunned. The pill he took out earlier was clearly an incomplete version of the heavy pill. It was only effective for healing injuries. How could Meng Chaoran use it to increase his cultivation? What was going on? Could it be that he had taken the wrong one? That was impossible. Because Mo Qinggu had already consumed the last complete heavy pill. Right now, Chu Yang didn't have a complete heavy pill in his hands. What was going on? Chu Yang was at a loss. The sword spirit was regulating his breathing at the moment. So, Chu Yang had no one to ask. So, he had no choice but to suppress this matter in his heart. He secretly made a decision in his heart: when the sword spirit wakes up, I must make a complete heavy pill to completely heal Master and increase his strength. While he was at it, he could also ask about this incomplete heavy pill. Is Master's wife in the Yi clan now? Chu Yang asked cautiously. Meng Chaoran's eyes dimmed as he said, "Yes." Then, he stopped talking about this matter. Chu Yang had no choice but to remain silent. He could see that there were too many stories behind this. But, if Meng Chaoran didn't want to talk about it, he naturally couldn't ask. This was the heartache of Master's life. Meng Chaoran was silent for a while. His eyes unconsciously looked at the fluttering white snow outside the cave. He softly murmured, "Wind and rain cannot wash away the scars of the heart, the vicissitudes of life cannot extinguish the wounds of love. Don't speak lightly of the ancient times, only when we are separated can we see the desolation. Changyi Mountain pledge of eternal love, I would rather ask for an everlasting spring dream in this life, watching Jun Qinggu soar. Our souls sail together. Alas." Suddenly, he sighed deeply. His eyes dimmed, and he didn't speak anymore. After a long time, he stood up bleakly and walked out. He stood motionless in the snow. He looked up at the sky and gazed silently. It was as if he could see his lover in the upper 3 heavens from this snowy sky. He looked so attentively and attentively. He stood like this for a long time. Then, he sighed deeply in his heart. He said silently in his heart, "This poem was written by Chu Chu. Chu Chen, are you okay?" Thinking of this name, Meng Chaoran suddenly felt as if his heart had been torn into 2 bloody halves in an instant. He bent over in pain and curled up in the snow. He suddenly felt such heartache that he couldn't breathe. Only his heart was burning. In fact, it was getting more and more scorching hot. In fact, it seemed as if it was going to burn his soul. Choo choo, choo choo, choo choo. Meng Chaoran repeatedly murmured in his heart. He wouldn't feel like he was in the mortal world if he didn't call this name. However, his heart would be fiercely cut open every time he called it. Choo choo, what should I do? You promised me that our souls sail together. But, it's so difficult for me. Even dying together has become an extravagant hope. He finally closed his eyes slowly. 2 drops of tears fell from the corners of this man's eyes. He wouldn't change even in the face of death. They slowly seeped out. The pain of love is like this. Who could understand Meng Chaoran's heartache at this moment if they hadn't experienced the despair of love? Chu Yang silently sat in the cave and kept watch over Tan Tan. He didn't turn his head to look outside. He knew that Meng Chaoran didn't want anyone to see him at this moment. He could understand Meng Chaoran's despair. Is this how I felt after Mo Qingwu's death in my previous life? A heart full of deep love, but no place to express it. Can it only turn into torment for myself? Of course, it's one of the greatest tragedies in the world. But, isn't it also the greatest tragedy in life that you can't express your love in your heart? How many people in the world can accompany the person whom they truly love from the very beginning? Then, what about the people who love each other? They can only bury it deep in their hearts. Eventually, it will become a lifetime of painful memories. It will become a lifetime of mental torture. Chu Yang was somewhat dazed. He recalled a sentence that a philosopher had once said. The heavens make fools of people. The most speechless thing is that every man who gets drunk unconsciously murmurs the name of his last wife. The deepest pain in a woman's heart isn't her husband, but they can only involuntarily call out that name in the middle of the night or when they lose control of their minds. Who can say that they are unfaithful? But, who has ever experienced this kind of pain? Who has ever felt this kind of helplessness? Who has ever felt this kind of bitterness? Author's note, this is purely what Feng Ling was thinking in his heart at this moment. Maybe it's a little partial. Chu Yang sighed sadly. Master is in his prime. That Yi Chuchen is also in her prime. Why can't they be together? Can't I help Master fulfill his wish? Chu Yang was silent. He silently made this decision in his heart. 3 days passed. Chu Yang had already fully recovered. But, Tan Tan was still unconscious. Both Meng Xiaoran and Chu Yang were extremely worried. Because Tan Tan's unconsciousness this time was really very unusual. In the first 2 days, he was only unconscious. But, from the 3rd day onwards, his body became hot and cold. When it was cold, it could freeze and crack all the stones in the cave. When it was hot, even Chu Yang couldn't stand it when he was beside Tan Tan Tan. This kind of strange phenomenon was something that both master and disciple had never seen before, they had never even heard of it. Who would have thought that a person's body temperature could change like this? When it was cold, it could freeze and crack the stones. When it was hot, it could melt the stones. F***ck, what the hell is this? Master, does Tan Tan do this often? Chu Yang finally couldn't help but ask. What's going on? He even stuffed an incomplete version of the heavy core into his mouth. But, he still spat it out. Doesn't this thing turn into spirit energy as soon as it enters his mouth? Never. Meng Xiaoran's face was heavy. He looked at the unconscious Tan Tan, and said anxiously. What's going on? Chu Yang was depressed. He ate the inner core of a spirit beast. Meng Xiaoran heaved a long sigh, then, his whole body became hot, so hot that my hands started to blister. But, he didn't get cold. Meng Xiaoran frowned. He ate the inner core of a spirit beast? Chu Yang was gobsmacked. Then, he opened his eyes wide. This guy swallowed the inner core of a spirit beast alive. But, he didn't explode? He swallowed it whole. Meng Xiaoran was somewhat speechless as he added. Chu Yang opened his mouth wide. The inner core of a spirit beast is at least as big as a fist. The biggest one is even as big as a watermelon. He swallowed it whole? How did he swallow it? Like this. Meng Xiaoran forced a smile, and gestured at his neck, here bulged, and then slowly fell down. Ha ha ha. Chu Yang was very worried. But, he was also very amused by his master's action. 2 days passed. Tan Tan finally woke up. The sword spirit had already recovered in the past few days. But, he kept urging Chu Yang to look for that wisp of remnant organ. He was 100% sure that the wisp of sword energy that had been emitted from afar when he had released the sword energy, and triggered the strange phenomenon in the world. And, that wisp of sword energy had reacted to that wisp of remnant organ, but, Chu Yang wasn't moved. You want to leave before the matter here is settled? No way. Even if it's a big matter, you must put it down for me. Tan Tan finally woke up on this day. Chu Yang nodded sleepily. But, Tan Tan suddenly turned over, and sat up. He let out a long sigh. Oh my god, my whole body hurts from sleeping. Tan Tan, you're awake? Chu Yang was pleasantly surprised as he turned his head. Meng Xiaoran turned his head away as he couldn't bear to look. Chu Yang scratched his head and asked curiously, why are you so shocked? Stop talking nonsense. Look at me. Am I handsome now? Tan Tan said in shock. Handsome. Handsome. Chu Yang said with certainty, I've always thought that Tan Tan is the most handsome man in the world. The most handsome man. Tan Tan was satisfied. He was overjoyed. So, he started to laugh. His face had been barely visible when he had been shocked. But it had once again turned into a tragic sight. He beamed with joy as he said, "More handsome than you, right?" "Of course." Chu Yang sighed deeply and said, "You're much more handsome than me." "Ah ha ha ha." Tan Tan laughed complacently and said, "Chu Yang, you're the best. Every time I ask Master this question, he won't give me a direct answer." Meng Chaoran looked at the two clowns in front of him and sighed helplessly. "I understand. I completely understand. I understand where Tan Tan's character comes from. It's because Chu Yang has spoiled him." Meng Chaoran felt even more wronged as he looked at Tan Tan's satisfied and happy appearance. So, this guy only needs one affirmation to be honest. But, why didn't I think of that? But I can't go against my conscience and say that he's handsome. I'll feel guilty if I say it, Tan Tan smiled proudly. Then, he suddenly exclaimed, "Why don't I have a fever?" Then, he grabbed Xu Yang's hand and asked repeatedly, "Is it hot? Is it hot?" Xu Yang smiled, "It's not hot." "Ah ha ha." Tan Tan jumped up and down. "Don't burn it, don't burn it. There won't be a problem in the bridal chamber. I've been worried that I'll cook the bride if I continue to burn it during the bridal chamber." "Ha ha ha. I won't burn it. I don't need to make cold ice armor." A black line condensed on Meng Chaoran's forehead. He shouted, "Stop." Tan Tan kept quiet out of fear. Chu Yang carefully sized up Tan Tan. He suddenly realized that this junior apprentice brother was somewhat different. His face was still the same, but the tips of his eyebrows were faintly golden. In the middle of his forehead, there was a small triangle that looked like a fragment. It was only the size of a soybean. At first glance, it looked like a small scar. His chest seemed to have changed as well, but only a little could be seen. "Take off your clothes," Chu Yang said. "What are you doing?" Tan Tan grabbed his lapel in alarm. He was somewhat shivering. "What do you want to do?" Meng Chaoran had also discovered Tan Tan's abnormality. So, he shouted, "Take off your clothes." Tan Tan was aggrieved. He looked at his master and senior martial brother in despair. His eyes slowly exposed a tragic expression. Then, he lowered his head. His lips trembled as he said, "All right. I will sacrifice myself this time. All right." Then, with a swish, he took off his clothes. Tan Tan's movements were extremely fast. He had closed his eyes. But, he had taken off his clothes in a matter of seconds. In fact, he was completely naked. He was openly displayed in front of the two men, as if he was a newborn baby. His eyelashes were still trembling even though his eyes were closed. "You have to be quick and gentle, boo-hoo. This is the first time I have done such a thing." Meng Chaoran's face suddenly turned purple. Chu Yang was also dumbfounded. He looked at the dangling thing under someone's crotch, and couldn't help but want to retch. "Put on your pants. Who told you to take off your clothes? Evil creature. You evil creature." Meng Chaoran's face turned black as he loudly cursed. Chu Yang had never seen his master get angry. So, he was stunned. He felt as if the world had been turned upside down. Isn't Master always indifferent, aloof, and carefree? Since when did he speak in such a loud voice? Tan Tan was also startled. He opened his eyes, and looked as if he was about to cry. He lifted his pants to his waist, and cautiously asked, You don't want to your head." Meng Chaoran was so angry that he couldn't vent his anger. So, he ruthlessly knocked on Tan Tan's head. "So, it wasn't you. You scared me to death." Tan Tan felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He quickly put on his pants, and said in a somewhat embarrassed manner, "I thought that you two couldn't hold it in after not venting for so long." Puff, Meng Chaoran and Chu Yang simultaneously kicked Tan Tan. Tan Tan screamed as he was sent flying. He was stuck on the wall of the cave with his arms and legs spread out. "Don't move." Chu Yang and Meng Chaoran rushed forward. Both of them had just discovered that there seemed to be a flash of light on Tan Tan's chest. They couldn't help but be startled. So, they moved closer. They saw that there was a triangular-shaped damaged thing on Tan Tan's chest. This piece was faintly emitting a golden light. Chu Yang touched it with his hand. He felt that it wasn't human flesh. It was very hard. He couldn't help but say, "Master, you touch it." Meng Xiaoran also touched it. He was puzzled as he said, "It's strange." Both of them were very familiar with Tan Tan's body. They knew that there wasn't such a thing before. So, why did it suddenly appear now? Tan Tan was stuck on the wall with his arms and legs spread out. He saw that Chu Yang and his master had come over. They were looking at him without taking their eyes off him. They were touching his body again and again. He couldn't help but feel numb and cold all over his body. His chrysanthemum tightened. He desperately screamed, "Help! I'm being raped." The three of them were walking in the heavy snow. Meng Xiaoran was in the front. Chu Yang was in the second place. Tan Tan had been beaten up like a bag. This guy had called out rape. So, his master and senior martial brothers had mercilessly ganged up on him. He had almost been beaten to death. Chu Yang and Meng Xiaoran were also somewhat depressed. Tan Tan's physique seems to have changed. The two of them had beaten him for a while. But, they had discovered that this guy didn't feel any pain. So, they had increased their strength. However, they had already used 70 to 80% of their strength. But, Tan Tan was still fine. His body was covered in bruises. It was a tragic sight. However, his bones and internal organs weren't damaged at all. The two of them were panting after they had finished. They looked at Tan Tan with indescribable amazement. How did this bastard turn into a person who can't be killed? The three of them set out after Tan Tan had put on his clothes. Chu Yang and Meng Xiaoran didn't notice it. Tan Tan himself didn't notice it either. Half of the triangular tattoo on his forehead was faintly flashing. The tip of his eyebrows was also flashing. The part of his chest that was covered by his clothes was flashing under his clothes. Then, the bruises on Tan Tan's body slowly disappeared. They slowly turned into nothingness. He was still screaming in pain after they had walked for more than 10 miles. However, there wasn't even a single scar on his body. Chu Yang and Meng Xiaoran clicked their tongues in amazement after they had discovered this. Chu Yang suddenly had a feeling as he looked at Tan Tan's narcissistic and lazy face. This junior martial brother of mine doesn't seem to be an ordinary person. Sword Spirit was also called out by Chu Yang. But, he also didn't know anything. I've never seen such a physique. I've never seen such an ugly person. Chu Yang had no choice but to give up. He had given up the idea of investigating Tan Tan. During this period of time, the Sword Spirit was also very sullen. After his spiritual power recovered, he immediately asked to go in the direction where the sword light came from. But, he was coerced by Chu Yang to refine a complete version of the heavy pill. So, he had no choice but to pinch his nose and accept it. Sword Spirit had scoffed at the fact that the incomplete version of the heavy pill could enhance Meng Xiaoran's martial power. You still don't understand? Your master's meridians have been frozen forever after he had practiced the melting meridian's hand. But, he has never given up in the past 10 years. He has been practicing the melting meridian's hand technique. So, his body contains too much spirit energy of the world. But, his meridians can't accommodate it. So, it doesn't turn into spiritual power. Moreover, he has been practicing the melting meridian's hand technique with the help of the divine chi gathering fish. So, this phenomenon has become more and more obvious. The incomplete version of the heavy pill has not only healed his injuries. It has also impacted the effect of the melting meridian's hand. And, a part of it has already been opened. It's a healing process, and not an increase in spiritual power. But, how can his spiritual power not rush in after his meridians have been opened after 10 years of confinement? So, what's so surprising about such an improvement? Sword Spirit concluded with a sentence to retaliate against Xu Yang's threat. You're a typical countryman. You haven't seen much of the world. So, it's not surprising that you don't know about such things. Fu *K. Chu Yang rubbed his nose. He forced a smile and endured it. He walked for 2 days. Finally, he saw an icy peak in front of him in the hazy snow and fog. That peak pierced the blue sky. Sword Spirit became excited. This is it. Chu Yang's spirit was lifted. He rushed forward. Suddenly, be careful. Sword spirit reminded him in his mind. Then, he heard an angry roar from afar in front of him. And the entire space seemed to tremble. It's a great spirit beast. Sword spirit said. His voice hadn't faded when he saw a red light soaring to the sky in front of him. Then, several screams came from afar. A red shadow suddenly flew out from a distant place. It's a great spirit beast, fire thunder tiger. Sword spirit warned, don't provoke it. This guy is clearly angry. Chu Yang, Meng Chaoran, and Tan Tan greeted them. Then, the three of them found a corner to hide. They had barely hidden when they saw a huge fiery red silhouette rush out from 1,000 feet away. It was madly rushing out from a height of more than 100 feet. So bold and powerful. Meng Chaoran praised. His voice hadn't faded when a silhouette suddenly flew up from a place not far from him. It rumbled like thunder. The man and his sword transformed into a white light and rushed head-on towards the fire thunder tiger. Emperor-level expert. The master and his disciples were shocked. They were extremely puzzled. Even an emperor-level expert wouldn't be a match for a fire thunder tiger. Why is he overconfident enough to intercept this enraged fire thunder tiger? Moreover, he's alone? Is he simply throwing away his life? Then, the master and disciple were shocked. This emperor-level expert has fused his entire body's essence, energy, spirit, and even his soul into this sword. Moreover, he's using the method of burning his life. Why is he doing this? Has he been enjoying too much glory, splendor, and wealth? Why did he come to this northern wilderness to throw away his life? The two silhouettes, one big and one small, collided in midair. That emperor-level expert screamed loudly. His body fiercely flew backwards for hundreds of feet. Then, it got torn apart, and turned into flesh and blood that filled the sky. Chu Yang stared blankly. He shivered. Crap. Did he really throw away his life? Tan Tan opened his eyes wide and sighed. This man's way of killing himself is very unique. Moreover, it's very coquettish. Meng Chaoran shouted, shut up. I received a call in the evening. I had something to do today. So, I had to work overtime for a while. I will go and watch a concert after I finish updating. Well, a friend's daughter is holding a concert here today. So, I must go and support her. Hee, it's said that this is the first time I've heard a concert. The fire thunder tiger roared furiously. A bloody wound was fiercely pierced on its body. A large amount of blood was dripping down. It roared furiously. It seemed that it was very dissatisfied that it had been injured by an ant that was far inferior to itself. It patrolled around, but didn't find anything. Then, it resentfully turned into a red light and disappeared without a trace. No one had noticed that the strange mark on Tan Tan's forehead had strangely lit up when that spirit beast had appeared. But, it had dimmed down after the spirit beast had disappeared. A few figures quickly flew out from the place where that emperor-level expert had leaped out. They collected the blood of the fire thunder tiger with their fastest speed. They didn't miss a single drop. They collected 2 big bottles in total. Everyone had a kind of suppressed joy in their hearts. Chu Yang suddenly realized something. So that's how it is. Those aristocratic clans are collecting the blood essence of spirit beasts. He couldn't help but feel a little sad. These aristocratic clans want to collect the blood essence of spirit beasts. Perhaps this is the only way. An expert sacrificed himself in exchange for a wound on the body of a spirit beast. And everyone doesn't make a move. They wait until the spirit beast has left. Then, they come out to collect the blood essence. They only need to sacrifice one person to get it. Immortals, how helpless can they be? A thin figure silently flew out. He took off his clothes and spread them on the snowy ground. He picked up the scattered bones and flesh of that emperor-level expert and put them into his clothes. He silently did these things. His face was filled with suppressed sadness. Ao Xiayun. So, it's the Ao clan's people. Chu Yang recalled that he had seen the Ao clan's people lying in ambush like this some time ago. So, the Ao clan has been planning this all along. Chu Yang suddenly had an indescribable feeling in his heart when he saw Ao Xiayun silently picking up the corpse of that fallen emperor-level expert. This Duke Xia still has a bit of conscience. It's not easy to do this even if it's pretentious. The Ao clan's people had finished collecting the scattered blood essence of spirit beasts. Then, everyone knelt on the ground under Ao Xiaoyan's leadership. They silently kowtowed to the corpse that was wrapped in clothes. Then, they stood up. Return immediately. Be careful of the Black Devil. Ao Xiaoyan said in a deep voice. The experts of the Ao clan agreed at the same time. They quietly left. Ao Xiaoyan walked at the back. His face was cold. Tears could be seen faintly. He took a few steps and looked back, but finally, he was almost out of sight. He suddenly turned around, turned over, and knelt down. Then, he kowtowed 3 times in the direction where that emperor-level expert had fallen. His body was bent over the ground, and he didn't make any sound. In the distance, the experts of the Ao clan were quietly waiting for their young master, and they didn't say a word. Finally, Ao Xiaoyan stood up. He let out a long whistle, and left without looking back. The group of people silently disappeared in the wind and snow, and disappeared from this world. This is what an aristocratic family is like. This is the foundation of a great family. Meng Chaoran sighed. Chu Yang was silent for a long time. Then, he finally said, yes, this is an aristocratic family. This is a true aristocratic family. If an aristocratic family wants to rise, it must go through the joint efforts of several generations. Only then would it slowly form a thing called foundation. The foundation didn't necessarily depend on how many experts the clan had. Instead, it was a concept, a belief. A clan with a solid foundation would give its clansmen a sense of identity, belonging, and glory. With this feeling, they would feel that they should do anything for the clan. And they would do it willingly. Just like the emperor-level expert of the Ao clan who had sacrificed himself today, such a clan was worthy of being called an aristocratic family. So, a clan that had someone commit suicide can be called an aristocratic family. Tan seemed to understand something as he listened. But, he still didn't understand. Chu Yang and Meng Chaoran were stunned. The 3 of them finally arrived in front of this icy peak. They looked up, and sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Hi. Steep, just by looking at it, all the descriptive terms automatically popped up in everyone's mind. This entire mountain peak is like a sword. Tan shook his head, and stuck out his tongue. Who can use such a big sword? Chu Yang's heart moved. He turned his head, and looked at him. The sword spirit in Chu Yang's mind space was also somewhat shocked. There should have been a fight here. Otherwise, that fire thunder tiger wouldn't have run out. Why is it so quiet now? Meng Chaoran was concerned about this matter. He had 2 younger brothers with him. So, he had no choice but to be cautious. Master Meng would get nervous if there was even the slightest movement. It didn't matter how high the cultivation of his younger brothers was. In Meng Chaoran's heart, they would always be children who needed his protection as long as he was by their side. He had the responsibility to protect them. The fire thunder tiger ran away. So, those people naturally wouldn't stay here. Chu Yang said, Master, there aren't many people in the upper 3 heavens who can make a fire thunder tiger run away. Moreover, I know that the only people who can do this are Dukyu and Jun Shizhu. They have already gone into closed-door training. Therefore, the people who forced the fire thunder tiger to come out must be experts of the upper 3 heavens. And, their appearance here is in violation of the rules of the heavenly layer. Therefore, they won't foolishly wait here. They won't be able to escape in time. It would have been a big deal if they had been discovered by the law enforcers of the heavenly layer. Chu Yang explained tactfully. Well, it's good that there's no ambush. Meng Chaoran nodded. Are you sure you want to go in alone? Yang Yi pursed her lips. All right. You go. Tan and I will wait for you there. Meng Chaoran pointed at a cave not far away. All right. Tan was somewhat anxious when he saw Chu Yang turn around and leave. He stuck his head out and asked, Master, why didn't you let me go with you? Why would you go with me? Meng Chaoran looked at Chu Yang's gradually disappearing silhouette and said, Tan, there's one thing you must remember. Everyone in this world has one or several secrets that they don't want others to know. And, you shouldn't pry into this secret as long as this person doesn't harm you. That's because your prying will only harm others. And you'll lose even more. A person's curiosity is endless. It's just like a person's desire. Therefore, you must control it. Meng Ran deeply said, we live in Jianghu. So, we must remember this point even more. An ordinary person may suffer a blow because of their curiosity. But, a person of Jianghu may lose his life because of his curiosity. Yes, master. Tan Tan drooped his head. Meng Ran nodded and smiled. Chu Yang naturally wouldn't harm Tan Tan. But, Meng Ran wanted to give his disciple a precaution first. He wanted to avoid suffering a big loss because of this in the future. I can't protect them forever. So, they have to walk their own path. The closer they got to the mountain peak, the more excited the sword spirit became. It's here. It's here. The sword spirit muttered in a neurotic manner. His whole body trembled as he moved. Where do we go in? Chu Yang was also a little excited. Go forward. Turn, go down. The sword spirit instructed in his mind, go in by force from here. The sword spirit impatiently shouted when they were halfway up the mountain. Go in from here. Then, use the calamity sword to dive down. It's at the bottom of this mountain. The sword spirit became excited. Okay. Chu Yang pulled out his long sword. The calamity sword quickly attached itself to the sword under his control. Then, it plunged down. How much longer? It didn't take long for Chu Yang to go deep into the ground. He felt that the cold energy around him was getting heavier and heavier. So, he asked. He couldn't help but ask because the calamity sword was slacking off a little. The calamity sword felt that this excavation wasn't beneficial to it. So, it was somewhat dissatisfied. The efficiency was greatly reduced. It was only after Chu Yang promised countless treasures that the calamity sword could continue working. During this process, the sword spirit was a little embarrassed. He lowered his head and didn't say a word. Sigh, I've caused the sword master to be chased. For dead again, we still have to go down, a few thousand feet. The sword spirit sensed for a moment and said excitedly, I can feel that the remnants of the sword spirit are also excited and looking forward to it, a few thousand feet. Chu Yang was shocked. He had already dived down nearly 10,000 feet. Yet, he still hadn't reached the bottom. Could it be that he had to dig through the ground? It's only a few thousand feet. How can it be possible to dig through the ground? The sword spirit said honestly. Chu Yang rolled his eyes and continued to do the hard work. After going down another 3,000 feet, he finally dug through the solid ice ground. Soil actually began to appear below. There's also soil in the far north wilderness. Chu Yang was surprised. Which part of this land doesn't have soil? The sword spirit said somewhat disdainfully. But when he dug here, the calamity sword also became very excited. It was completely different from the previous lackadaisical and lifeless state of idleness. It dug happily. What's wrong? Chu Yang was a little puzzled. The calamity sword's sword tip, sword edge, and sword blade danced and trembled together. They were extremely happy. The sword spirit finally raised his eyebrows and said, they feel that there's something good. Other than this, what else can make this bunch of greedy murderers so excited? They didn't even think about it. How can a sword land in an ordinary place? They're really ignorant. Chu Yang was stunned. Looking at the reactions of the sword spirit and the calamity sword, could it be that this time, they would actually find some incredible treasure? Chu Yang's heart suddenly became very excited. To be able to make the calamity sword move like this. Could it be one of the great miraculous medicines? Thinking of this, he continued to dig without stopping. Under the crazy digging of the calamity sword, the distance of 3,000 feet was dug through in a short period of time. Below, after removing a layer of stone slab, there was actually a large and dry space. A sword light danced in this space, like a divine dragon. It was out of this world. Chu Yang entered through it. The sword light that was swimming in the space suddenly stopped. Then, it emitted a rainbow-colored light. It slowly condensed and rippled a few times. It turned into an illusory figure in a white sword robe. Its facial features slowly emerged. Chu Yang suddenly realized that it looked almost the same as the sword spirit in his mind. At this moment, this figure was examining Chu Yang with sword-like eyes. Then, it asked, "This is the Calamity Sword Master of this life?" "Yes." A voice came from Chu Yang's body. It was the Sword Spirit's voice. It sounded a little surprised. "This is the Calamity Sword Master of this generation. You are just a remnant soul. How can you have your own consciousness? Too weak." The remnant soul looked at Chu Yang disdainfully. It ignored the Sword Spirit's question. How could it look down on the original body? The Sword Spirit was silent. Apparently, he felt that something was wrong. Chu Yang could feel the anger on the Sword Spirit's face. It seemed that the Sword Spirit was extremely angry. "Which generation's Calamity Sword Master is this?" the Sword Spirit asked arrogantly. Its attitude was very arrogant. Chu Yang looked at the Sword Spirit with interest. He felt that this guy had quite a character. The Sword Spirit said coldly, "Don't you know how many years you have been here?" The Sword Spirit sneered, "I followed the first Calamity Sword Master. But I didn't follow the second one. I followed the third one. I didn't follow the fourth one. I followed the fifth one. But after the fifth one, I was here." Who the F***ck knows which generation this is? "This is the first Calamity Sword Master," the Sword Spirit said deeply. "It is also our chance." "What chance?" The Sword Spirit sneered. "I felt that the original body was here. I was still very excited. But this Calamity Sword Master is so weak. I am really disappointed." "Don't be presumptuous," the Sword Spirit shouted. "If you don't return to your position, what are you waiting for?" "Return to my position?" The Sword Spirit hesitated and sighed. "Let me stay here. I really can't see any hope if I go out with him." Chu Yang's body shook fiercely. The Sword Spirit had escaped from this space. A black shadow flashed out from the surface of Chu Yang's body, and grabbed the Sword Spirit. "Come here." The illusory shadow flashed and turned into a sword light again. The Sword Spirit said, "Don't force me." The Sword Spirit was furious and said, "You are a remnant soul of mine. Why do you want to fight with the original body now? I also want to roam the world with you, but this Calamity Sword Master is too weak. I also want to roam the world with you, but this Calamity Sword Master is too weak. I want to be with you too." The incomplete Sword Soul recited in a poetic manner. Then, it said solemnly, "Therefore, I think that it would be better for you to stay here. You and I can become one. With me as the Master, we can dominate the heavens. You still want to be independent? You want to lure me here and devour me? You're still thinking about the Sword Spirit of the Great Success stage." The Sword Spirit was unable to restrain his anger, and pounced over. With a shake of his body in midair, he transformed into a hazy sword gleam. The two sword lights clashed fiercely. Chu Yang sighed. He felt speechless. After going through so much trouble to come down here, he actually caused such a thing. It turned out that this guy wanted to devour the Sword Spirit instead. With a chong sound, the sword tip of the Tribulation sword appeared in his dantian, flickering with light. The sword's edge suddenly rose and appeared on Chu Yang's forehead. It was glistening with light. The sword blade flew up and stuck to Chu Yang's chest. A ferocious and majestic force surged out. The upper and lower parts of the sword seemed to form a line. A monstrous murderous aura swarmed out, and protected Chu Yang's entire body. The two sword lights chased each other in that space. It couldn't be seen clearly which one had the upper hand. Rays of light flashed chaotically in the entire space. It seemed as if countless stars had suddenly gathered in this narrow space, and were flickering crazily. With a loud clang sound, the black Sword Spirit drifted backwards. That white sword light staggered and tumbled backwards. It seemed that the Sword Spirit's main body was more skillful after all. That white sword light staggered backwards. The sword light had somewhat dimmed. Suddenly, he flipped over, and darted into a corner of the space like a bolt of lightning. Unexpectedly, there was a chi sound, and water splashed out. Then, the white sword light rushed out and laughed. "Main body, you should obey me. You can't defeat me here." The Sword Spirit's eyes widened. He said in shock, "Soul-quenching spring? No wonder you deliberately lured me here. It turns out that there's a soul-quenching spring here." He gnashed his teeth as he spoke the last few words. "I can recover immediately every time I get injured with the soul-quenching spring here. But you can't. The incomplete sword spirit proudly smiled, and, this spring is behind me. I placed a restriction on it. So, you don't have a chance to touch it. And, nothing can touch this soul-quenching spring except for the soul. The incomplete sword spirit suddenly issued a cruel sword cry and said, "You're consuming your energy at all times. And, I can always maintain my peak condition. So, what can you do even if you're stronger than me? Do you have any chance of winning?" The sword light transformed by the sword spirit scattered. It had obviously hit a sore spot. Chu Yang's mind moved. He thought, what is this soul-quenching spring? Can it quench the soul? The sword point stealthily throbbed in his dantian, and signaled him to come over. Chu Yang forced a smile. This soul-quenching spring has clearly stated that nothing can touch it except for the soul. So, what's the use of going over there? The sword point continued to urge him. It was throbbing more and more intensely. Chu Yang sighed. He thought, I'll go over and take a look. There's nothing I can do about it. He moved his feet, and walked over there. The incomplete sword spirit saw that Chu Yang was walking toward the soul-quenching spring. Suddenly, it emitted a fierce aura and said, "Let me destroy this body first." There's no harm in that. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot over. Chu Yang suddenly felt cold all over. A cold aura of death suddenly shrouded his heart. Under the attack of this incomplete sword spirit, Chu Yang couldn't even move a finger. However, the tribulation sword seemed to have expected this. So, it jumped out of his dantian in advance. The sword point of the tribulation sword let out a long cry, and suddenly jumped up. The sword edge suddenly followed, and the sword edge stretched across the air. The 3 sections of the sword flashed in the air. A fierce aura of eternity rippled out. It turned into a black gas, and greeted the wisp of sword spirit. The incomplete sword spirit retreated. It seemed to have some misgivings. It snorted, I didn't expect this guy to have refined 3 sections. Well, I won't touch him with your protection. Humph, even if he gets there, can he touch the soul-quenching spring in his human form? He won't even see it. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, it changed its tone and said, but this little one is a little interesting. He can make the tribulation sword so obedient. Ha ha, this is something that hasn't happened in 10,000 years. How about this, little one? Although you are very weak, if you let me devour that guy, and then I will enter your tribulation space, I will help you to dominate the heavens and break through the cage of the heavens. How about it? It laughed strangely and said, you should know that what I said is something that this good-for-nothing on your body can't do. It doesn't dare to do it. Chu Yang straightened his body. His eyes were like lightning. He said indifferently, weak or strong, I am the sword master. And you are just a sword spirit, and an incomplete one at that. Weak or strong, a sword spirit like you who doesn't listen to orders and wants to rebel, no matter how strong you are, I will only refuse, and kill you. You don't deserve to follow me. The incomplete sword spirit screamed fiercely in the air. It shouted furiously, I don't deserve to? I don't deserve to? Suddenly, it turned into a sword light and rushed over crazily, I will kill you first. You puny teacher. The sword spirit let out a sword cry and rushed over. It caught up with the incomplete sword spirit at the speed of light and blocked it in midair. The 2 sword lights tangled together again. This time, the battle was even more intense. Chu Yang shook his head gently and said indifferently, you don't deserve to be my sword spirit. No matter how strong you are, you still don't deserve to be my sword spirit. How can I allow you to control my path? He snorted and said silently in his heart, even if you are a god, you still can't. Immediately after, he no longer paid any attention to the incomplete sword soul and quickly rushed to the corner. To his surprise, he discovered that in the corner, there was a small and hazy spring. It was only the size of a fist and water was gurgling out from it. This water, it was a bit of a stretch to say that it was water. Because the water that came out of it was like smoke. It could be blown away with a breath. But it was indeed water. What is this? Can this be considered water? Chu Yang touched his chin and looked at the small spring in front of him. He thought, how can I prevent the sword spirit from quenching his sword spirit again? Also, didn't the incomplete sword spirit say that I shouldn't be able to see it? Why can I see it so clearly? The sword spirit was fighting. When he saw that Chu Yang had reached the soul-quenching spring under the sword spirit's carelessness, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He shouted, "Use your palm to block the spring and then put it into the tribulation space." Block the spring? Ha ha ha. The incomplete sword spirit laughed. Do you think he is a soul? Dream on. The sword spirit sneered and looked at him with pitiful and hateful eyes. He laughed and said, I forgot to tell you, this tribulation sword master is a person who has been reborn. He has lived 2 lives. In other words, his soul is the superposition of the souls of 2 lives. The soul of his previous life has returned to the age of 17 with his memories. He has not been reincarnated. With a clang, the incomplete sword spirit staggered back and said in shock, a tribulation sword master who has been reborn? Yes. The sword spirit didn't relax and pressed forward. His attacks became sharper and sharper. He sneered, in other words, he can use the soul-quenching spring if we can. Not only can he see it, but he can also touch it. Ah, the incomplete sword spirit screamed and said in a daze, how can this be? How can this be? Suddenly, the sword light flashed and the illusory figure was restored. He pointed at the sword spirit and shouted angrily, You, why didn't you say so earlier? Say so earlier? If I had said so earlier, you wouldn't have shown your wild ambition. The sword spirit said coldly. At this time, Chu Yang had already covered the soul-quenching spring with his right palm. He said in his heart, withdraw. Suddenly, he felt a wave of exhaustion in his divine soul. This kind of exhaustion was as if he had walked thousands of miles without eating or drinking. Even his mind was a little fuzzy at this moment. However, in the tribulation space, there was a spring next to the vitality spring. The spring water was like smoke, curling up and covering the spring. It didn't disperse for a long time. Ah, the incomplete sword soul roared in grief and despair, it's gone, it's gone. My soul-quenching spring. It suddenly transformed into countless sharp sword lights, and rushed towards Chu Yang. The sword point, sword edge, and sword edge attacked at the same time. The incomplete sword soul was sent flying with a loud bang. But, the sword spirit followed it like a shadow, and tangled it up again. The 2 soul bodies were fighting. And, a bang 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 sound was heard. The incomplete sword soul screamed in despair, spare me. I surrender. I'm willing to serve Lord Sword Master to the best of my ability. Spare me. Don't fight. Don't devour me. The incomplete sword soul screamed in panic, I've been here alone for 10,000 years, 10,000 years, I also followed the sword masters in those days, and made great contributions. The incomplete sword soul was dodging with all his might. He was in a very difficult situation. His previous arrogance and drive had disappeared without a trace. One would have been able to see his face full of tears and snot if he had transformed into his human form. The sword spirit didn't relax. He chased after him. I gave you a chance. You betrayed the sword master, betrayed the sword body, and betrayed the main body. The sword spirit roared. He launched a tide-like attack, I won't show any mercy. I'll take you back forever today. Spare me. Sword master, spare me. The incomplete sword soul saw that the sword spirit didn't relax. So, he was obviously ruthless. So, he started to beg for mercy from Chu Yang. Look at the fact that I've cultivated spiritual wisdom for 10,000 years. Suddenly, a mournful scream was heard. And, it turned into a desperate sword cry. The sword spirit and the incomplete sword soul were entangled together. It could be seen that the 2 sword lights were desperately entangled. One was desperately trying to entangle and devour the other. And, the other was desperately trying to escape, but, how could the sword spirit relax? The 2 sword lights were entangled together. They rolled and rolled from east to west, and from south to north. Eventually, the sound of the struggle subsided. The sword spirit said in a complacent voice, You've cultivated spiritual wisdom for 10,000 years. What are you showing off for? The sword lights changed. They were strange and variegated. The sword spirit appeared in front of Chu Yang with a schwa sound. He could actually appear in this space. The incomplete sword soul had been completely devoured by it. The wisp of intelligence that had only appeared after 10,000 years of cultivation had been completely destroyed and no longer existed. Yang looked at him and felt that he had changed again. He was clearly more solid than when he was in the mental space. If he didn't know that this was a spiritual body, Yang would have thought that the person in front of him was a living person with flesh and blood. My soul is complete. The sword spirit exposed an extremely human-like smile on his face. He then said to Yang, but, I still need to nourish this guy for a while before I can completely absorb him. Yang asked, what is the soul-quenching spring? The sword spirit remained silent for a while. Then, he finally said, the soul-quenching spring doesn't belong to this world. He thought for a while, as if he was organizing his thoughts, and said, for a long time, there has been a legend in the Chongtian continent, that is, after a person dies, his soul will remain. As for the soul, there was another world. In this world, the common people referred to it as the underworld. Or perhaps the netherworld. Hell? Does the netherworld really exist? Yang asked in astonishment. The netherworld doesn't exist. The sword spirit said, but, the netherworld exists. What do you mean? Yang felt a little dizzy. Aren't they the same place? The netherworld is the netherworld. It's different from the netherworld in the legends. The sword spirit insipidly said, it's true that a person has a soul after he dies. But, the soul of an ordinary person dissipates before it can reach the netherworld. Therefore, only some relatively powerful souls can reach there. It's a strange place. No one can describe the specific things there. The sword spirit forced a smile and said, I haven't been there either. But, I've heard about it from Sir. Sir? Yang sensitively grasped this word and asked, what Sir? Sir, is. The sword spirit said hesitantly, it's. Sir. I'm sorry, Sir Sword Lord. I can't tell you this. You haven't reached that level yet. Yang looked at him with his eagle-like eyes for a long time. Then, he closed his eyes and nodded in understanding. He said, continue. The netherworld is in charge of spirits. It has a spring called Ascending Spirit Pond. Spirits with good luck are promoted by the netherworld. And, they are allowed to soak in the Ascending Spirit Pond when they are ready to assume a position there. Their souls become far more condensed than ordinary spirits after they soak in it. Then, they become managers. The sword spirit stuttered as he spoke. He had clearly skipped a lot of things. Yang didn't ask further. He just listened quietly. And, this spring water is a branch of the Ascending Spirit Pond. I don't know why it appeared here, but, it became the soul-quenching spring. And, this soul-quenching spring also has the function of the Ascending Spirit Pond. It can condense the soul. The sword spirit spoke a lot more fluently as he said this, Sir Sword Lord, you mustn't underestimate this soul-quenching spring. Its benefits to you are incomparable. It's also beneficial to me? Yang curiously asked. Yes. The sword spirit said, Sir, you have lived 2 lives. It's like a dream. But, it's still the superposition of 2 lives. Therefore, Sir Soul can also use this soul-quenching spring to cleanse and condense the spirit god. The body dies as the soul, and the life becomes the spirit god. The sword spirit said, and, the function of the spirit god is to control the life and death of a person. In fact, it's also beneficial to Sir Sword Lord's future path. He began to stutter as he spoke. Yang slightly smiled. His expression was somewhat unfathomable. He insipidly said, I know about the spirit god. And, I also know about the benefits of condensing the spirit god. This soul-quenching spring is also a rare treasure. Even the tribulation sword can be placed inside it to be quenched. I also want to obtain this. But, I didn't expect that you'd hide so many things from me. So many secrets. Yang insipidly said, this makes me feel very uncomfortable. The sword spirit remained silent for a moment. Then, he said, Sir Sword Lord, you're overthinking. I didn't have any bad intentions even though I hid them from you. He raised his head and softly said, I've accompanied the sword lords of the past for 10,000 years. And, I haven't done anything to let down the tribulation sword lord. I would have been obliterated a long time ago if I had. The sword spirit smiled bleakly. This smile seemed to contain endless helplessness and countless secrets that couldn't be revealed. Chu Yang grunted, but didn't comment. There are many things that I can't tell you now. That's because your cultivation is too low. Your spirit god isn't stable. Your soul root isn't solid. So, I'll only harm you if I tell you. The sword spirit heaved a long sigh. Take the heaven layer as an example. Martial great master is supreme in some places. And, revered martial artist is the peak in some places. You'll realize that martial great masters and revered martial artists are nothing but farts in this vast world. In the lower three heavens, king-level experts were considered supreme experts. Diwu Qingro only led 4 king-level experts, and established the Golden Horse Riders department that swept the world. But, king-level experts can't be said to be everywhere in the lower three heavens. But, they've become ordinary people. The sword spirit smiled. The strength of the lower three heavens is relatively average. But, there are also people like Dukyu and Jun Shizhu. Every big clan also has an emperor-level expert. Some clans even have hidden monarch-level experts. These are things that you can't imagine in the lower three heavens. But, this is still a small Jianghu. You'll only know how big this world is when you go to the upper three heavens and experience some things. Then, you'll know what the real heaven layer is. But, these things are too far away from you now. The sword spirit looked at him sincerely, knowing too much isn't good for your state of mind. It's just like a martial disciple who hears about the existence of a revered martial artist. He'll only think that it's too far away. I won't be able to reach such a level in my entire life. Such a thought will become an inner demon even if it arises once. The sword spirit continued, moreover, some things can't be said clearly. Chu Yang remained silent for a long time. Then, he said, I understand. A certain level of cultivation, a certain status, and a certain level of perception could allow one to enter a certain circle and know certain things. It's just like a beggar would never know how a landlord lives. A landlord would never know how a high-ranking official lives. And, it's even more impossible to imagine the extravagant desires of the royal family. This is the so-called level, right? Chu Yang quietly sighed in his heart. The sword spirit heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he transformed into a wisp of green smoke, and floated into Chu Yang's body. The sword spirit was entrenched in his sea of consciousness. He could have entered even if Chu Yang hadn't agreed. But, this was a kind of attitude. The sword spirit felt that it was necessary to explain this matter clearly regardless of whether Chu Yang believed it or not. The sword spirit immediately used the mysterious jade ice crystal to make a pool after entering the tribulation space. He drew the cloud-like spring water from the soul-quenching spring into it. Then, he soaked himself in it. He immediately let out a comfortable moan. The soul-quenching spring was an item of the netherworld. But, the sword spirit had the final say once it entered the tribulation space. It was no wonder that he was so extravagant. A light flashed. The sword point, sword edge, and sword edge impatiently lined up to enter the soul-quenching spring's eye. These 3 bandits, the sword spirit angrily scolded. Chu Yang was meditating outside. He had only casually warned the sword spirit about this matter. He didn't want to do anything else. After all, the sword spirit was now in his sea of consciousness. So, what could he do even if he was dissatisfied? He couldn't expel the sword spirit even if he wanted to. But, he was now thinking about something the sword spirit had said. This sentence made him feel somewhat flustered. In fact, he even felt a faint fear. Sir, you've lived 2 lives. It's like a dream. But, it's still the superposition of 2 lives. The superposition of 2 lives. This sentence made Chu Yang fearful. If these 2 lives aren't just 1 life, then Qingwu? Is the Qingwu of this life the Qingwu of the previous life? If not, who is the Qingwu of this life? If not, where is the Qingwu of the previous life? Isn't the existence of this life contradictory to the existence of the previous life? If not, then do I love the Qingwu of the previous life or the Qingwu of this life? Chu Yang was at a loss. He was in pain. He pulled his hair with a painful look on his face. Sword Lord, you can enter this soul-quenching spring now, Sword Spirit's voice came over. How can I enter? Chu Yang asked unconsciously. You just need to sleep. Then, I can send your divine spirit into the soul-quenching spring. Sword Spirit said, however, your divine spirit can only soak in it once every 3 days for a month. You can achieve the initial stability of your divine spirit. If you want to go further, you will need to reach the monarch level. Then, you will need to consolidate your divine spirit again. Oh. I see. Chu Yang responded. Then, he lay down in this space. He not only wanted to soak in the soul-quenching spring, but he also wanted to ask Sword Spirit the question that he was most worried about. Therefore, he lay down even though he knew that Meng Chaoran and Tan Tan were waiting anxiously outside. Chu Yang's mind was in a daze. He felt that he was spinning. It seemed as if he had been pulled out of his body. He felt inexplicably relaxed. Then, Chu Yang found himself in the tribulation space. He had another body. However, his body was very light and weak. In fact, it seemed as if it could be blown away with a single breath. It was many times worse than Sword Spirit's body, which was almost the same as that of an ordinary person. He saw that there was another pool beside the pool where Sword Spirit's body had been soaking. Mist was rising from it, and it was exuding a blurry color. It seemed as if he had entered a dream. Sword Spirit was hinting Chu Yang to lie down in that pool. Chu Yang's mind moved, and he felt that he was floating. He slowly floated towards this soul-quenching spring. He stopped above the soul-quenching spring. Then, he slowly descended, and came in contact with the fog-like spring water. He felt that his divine spirit's surroundings had become sticky. Moreover, a sharp pain had pierced into the depths of his divine spirit. This pain pervaded his entire body in an instant, then, he felt pain all over his body. He couldn't bear it any longer, and wanted to jump up. However, he couldn't jump up. His body was moving slowly. However, he resolutely sank down into the soul-quenching spring. He came in contact with the mysterious jade ice crystal at the bottom of the pool. Then, he bounced up, and floated in the middle of the pool. His entire body began to hurt, and the pain became more and more intense. This spring water seemed to have evoked countless pain in his body. It was as if all the pain from his previous life, from when he was young to now, were being relived at this moment. Chu Yang felt that he was in so much pain that he was rolling in the water, but he couldn't make a sound. He only felt that his whole body was being incinerated, and then being reassembled. It was as if something was growing, but also as if something was disappearing. The only thing Chu Yang could do was to close his mouth tightly and not let himself scream. No matter how much pain he suffered, could it be more painful than watching his soul shatter in front of his own eyes? Could it be even more painful than when he lost Mo Qinggu in his previous life? Chu Yang didn't say a word. It hurts. If you have the ability, then let me die from the pain. If you can't kill me from the pain, I'll endure it. Rush over, endure it. This kind of extreme pain continued. It lasted for an hour before it began to weaken slightly. In this 1 hour, Chu Yang felt as if he had endured hundreds of dismemberments. Furthermore, he had been dismembered while he was still conscious, but he had been holding it in. Chu Yang regarded this kind of pain as a challenge to himself. If he couldn't even overcome his own sense of pain, who could he defeat? He must win. This is the pain of spiritual deity. Your willpower is really amazing. Even the spiritual deity of immortals wouldn't be able to endure such pain. I didn't expect that you would be able to endure it without making a sound. The sword spirit's voice reached his ears. Chu Yang wanted to laugh, but then he discovered that his entire face had become stiff even though he was in the state of spiritual deity. Not only could he not laugh, but he couldn't even speak. Even his tongue had become stiff. It was slowly recovering now. He heard the sword spirit slowly say, "A person's spiritual deity is complete only when he is born with innate energy." The sword spirit understood Chu Yang's current situation very well. So, he didn't wait for Chu Yang to reply, and continued to speak. A person's spiritual deity will begin to wear down when they come into contact with the secular world. They will wear down their spiritual deity bit by bit from some minor details until it becomes a soul that can fully adapt to the secular world. Then, the transformation will be complete. This transformation is an adaptation to the secular world. But, it's also the cruelest injury to one's spiritual deity. And the things that a person loses in this process will always be much more than what they gain. A person's spiritual deity will be exhausted when they die. Only a soul body will be left, and there will be no deity. The sword spirit slowly said, therefore, such a soul body will gradually dissipate in the world after it leaves the body. And it will transform into pure spiritual energy of the world. It said that no matter who it is, they will reincarnate after they die. But such a thing doesn't exist. In other words, it's not common. That's because some people are qualified, but most of them aren't. Even a supreme expert's spiritual deity will never be complete. His spiritual deity will be extremely powerful, and he will even master the method of tempering his spiritual deity. That's because he will have lost too much of his spiritual deity before he can form it. And this is where his weakness lies. You'll be invincible when you have a certain amount of strength if you can master this weakness. But you have the soul-quenching spring now. So, it's very different. You're feeling pain now because you're infatuated with this secular world. And you've clearly felt the sacrifice of your spiritual deity. The function of the soul-quenching spring is to replenish your lost spiritual deity. And you'll return to your initial innate spiritual deity. You'll be able to start the cultivation of spiritual deity only after you've returned to your innate spiritual deity form. You're lucky that your spiritual deity hasn't been completely worn down yet. Perhaps, it's because of your persistence after your rebirth that everything is under your control. So, everyone has to adapt to you. And you don't have to adapt to others and adapt to the world. Therefore, your spiritual deity is more complete than an ordinary person's. And you've obtained the soul-quenching spring at such a time. This is the most powerful foundation for becoming a matchless powerhouse. The sword spirit's voice was heavy. But it seemed to have a strange charm that went straight into the depths of Chu Yang's soul. But you've still lost a lot of spiritual deity even so. So, you need to go through this painful process once every 3 days. And this process will continue for a month. Then, you'll be able to replenish your spiritual deity at this stage. The sword spirit sighed in his heart as he spoke. How could the previous masters of the tribulation sword have such heaven-defying luck to repair their spiritual deity? Some of them didn't even get the incomplete sword soul. But this one's luck, the sword spirit sighed. One can't compare with another. The extreme pain lasted for an hour. Then, the stiffness of his whole body gradually dissipated. Chu Yang finally came out of the water. He felt that his whole body was brimming with vitality. And this feeling was completely different from when he had first come in. He could finally open his mouth and speak. I know everything about the spiritual deity. Sword spirit, I have a question that I need you to answer, Chu Yang said in a heavy voice. He didn't realize that his voice was trembling. Please speak. Just now, you said that I've lived 2 lives. Now, I'm the superposition of 2 lives. What does this mean? Chu Yang asked slowly. This? Do I still need to explain? The sword spirit was a little dizzy. Don't you know it clearly? You're a reborn person. What I mean is, what's the difference between this life and my previous life? Chu Yang said in distress, in other words, does that life still exist? The sword spirit was startled for a long time. Then, he finally understood this extremely abstruse question. This is very difficult to explain. The sword spirit thought for a long time. But, he didn't know how to answer this question. That life? Still exists? Chu Yang's heart trembled. That era did exist. The sword spirit said affirmatively, because you came from that life. How could you come here if that life didn't exist? Or, how could you exist? Exist? Chu Yang suddenly felt that he had no strength in his body. He muttered, doesn't that mean that Qing Wu is still dead no matter how hard I try? She's already dead in that life? The current Qing Wu is another person no matter how much I try to compensate her or how much I love her. And she's not my beloved Qing Wu from my previous life? Wrong, the sword spirit replied in a heavy tone, your conclusion is very, very wrong. Wrong? Chu Yang asked. Yes. The sword spirit was silent for a long time. Then, he said, I'll give you an example. Your life is like this. But, you have a dream one night when you're 10 years old. And, you dream of all the things that you're about to experience in your life. There's sorrow, there's joy, there's anger, and there's hatred. There's love and hatred. You see the end of your life in your dream. Then, you wake up from this dream, and find that you're still in this reality. The sword spirit cautiously said, "Do you understand what I'm saying?" "I understand." Xianxia nodded. He listened carefully. "You'll find that it's the same as your dream as long as you experience a little bit of things after you wake up," the sword spirit said, "so, you'll find that your dream is real. Those tragedies will happen to you sooner or later. But, you have enough time to change now. Will you change it?" The sword spirit asked. "Of course I will." Xianxia replied without hesitation. "So, you'll use the foresight of your dream to change the pain and regret that you're about to encounter. You'll be more cautious in this life if you have such a clear dream as a guide. You won't make the mistakes that you've made in your dreams again. Moreover, you'll think thrice before you make any other mistakes. You won't act blindly without thinking," the sword spirit said. "Yes," Xianxia admitted. "So, you'll be a perfect person in this life after you have such a dream. You'll be perfect to a certain extent. You won't make any mistakes. Moreover, you'll gradually become stronger." Sword spirit let out a long sigh. "There are too many paths in life. You walked this path in your dream, and that's why you met those people and those things. But when you woke up and found out that this path was wrong, would you still walk on it?" "I wouldn't." "Yes, so you changed your path. So, even though your dream is the same, the end and the process are different." Sword spirit said deeply, "This is the difference between different paths. So, the people you met and the things you went through are also different. So, Beyond the Heavens sect was destroyed in your previous life, and Meng Chao ran and Wu Yunliang died. But, these two people didn't die in this life, and Beyond the Heavens sect became the #1 sect in the lower 3 heavens. So, Wu Qianqian agreed to Shi Qianshan's marriage proposal in order to cooperate with his work in Iron Cloud, and sacrificed herself for Beyond the Heavens sect. But, she didn't do that in this life. So, Tai Butian died in your previous life, and Diwu Qing Ro won. But, this life is different. In your previous life, Gudu Xing and the others became famous 10 or 20 years later, and they became as famous as Dark Bamboo. But, this life is different. So many things didn't happen in the lower 3 heavens in that life, but they happened in this life. Mo Qing Wu died in your dream. But, she is now the common disciple of 2 supreme-level experts. You know, all of this is because of you." Sword spirit said indifferently, "Because you had such a strange dream. So, there is no difference between this life and the previous life. The only difference is that you're yourself. This life is the previous life. The previous life did exist, but it only existed in your dreams." Qianxia listened silently, and thought silently. He didn't say a word. "I just want to ask, is the current Qingwu the same as the previous Qingwu?" Qianxia asked in a low voice. "You shouldn't ask this question." Sword spirit said, "Let me ask you, if you didn't do anything in this life, and followed the path of your previous life, and practiced the emotionless sword way, Mo Qingwu wouldn't have died? If you didn't do those things in this life, what would Mo Qingwu be like now? Would she be so lively and cute? If it weren't for the dreaming of a gentle dance saber, if she hadn't met Mo Qingwu in Iron Cloud, would there still be any color left in her life? She could only become the depressed Mo Qingwu from her previous life. Then, after a certain period of time, I will meet you and die for you. But why do you want to go to Iron Cloud? Have you been there in your previous life?" Sword spirit snorted and said. "You met Mo Qingwu in your previous life 8.5 years later, even if you start counting from now. Have you thought about all these?" Qianxia remained silent for a long time. Then, a smile slowly appeared on his face. He said, "So, that's how it is. I've been letting my imagination run wild. I've been worrying for nothing. The sky is still the same sky, the earth is still the same earth, Qingwu is still Qingwu, but I have changed myself. That's all," Qianxia said softly. After saying this, he suddenly felt his heart lighten up. The sword spirit gently smiled and said, "That's right. Whether it's your past life or your present life, or whether it's a dream or something else. You'll naturally know what's going on in the future. You asked me one question, but I answered you so much. Can I ask you a question? Go ahead, Chu Yang said straightforwardly. He was in a good mood. Well, you've always been thinking about Emo Qinggu. You've always only had Emo Qinggu in your heart. For this reason, you didn't hesitate to hide your face in the lower three heavens. You didn't want to come in contact with women. You also kept a respectful distance from Wu Qianqian, who was deeply in love with you, the sword spirit slowly asked. You naturally thought that everything you did was for Emo Qinggu, and that the true love of your heart was only Emo Qinggu. But, if Emo Qinggu hadn't died in your previous life, and was in harmony with you, would you still be so obsessed with her in this life? In your heart, do you feel more guilty about Emo Qinggu? Or do you love Emo Qinggu more? The sword spirit slowly asked. Chu Yang was stunned, he was stunned for a long time and didn't speak. Love? Guilt? Guilt because of love? Love because of guilt. The lovely images of Emo Qinggu in this life flashed in front of his eyes. Brother Chu Yang, I miss you so much. Brother Chu Yang. Will you wait for me? Brother Chu Yang. I finally see you, Brother Chu Yang. It's so nice to be hugged by you. While he was thinking, a figure in red suddenly appeared. There was a faint sadness and sorrow on her face. She was graceful and gentle, her eyes were full of stubbornness and unrepentance, and she was looking at him in a daze. A lifetime of not dancing, a lifetime of suffering. Chu Yang cried out in pain. Then, he found that his divine spirit had left the tribulation space and returned to his body. Now, he sat up abruptly, and his whole body was drenched in cold sweat. He was panting heavily. For a long time, he was still thinking about this question. Gradually, Chu Yang's mind calmed down, and he actually smiled softly. He sat like this and said softly to himself, guilt because of love because of guilt, what's the difference? Two people in love have to go through a lot of things before they can be together and love each other deeply. The so-called love at first sight has to go through the tribulations of the secular world before it can be confirmed whether they are together or not. Whether it's love because of guilt, or guilt because of love, in short, the current Qinggu is still the Qinggu of my previous life. As long as it's Qinggu, I like her, and that's enough. Why do I have to think so much? It seemed as if he was talking to himself, and also as if he was answering the sword spirit's question. However, his heart was unprecedentedly relaxed. Then, he stood up, and walked out. Then, Chu Yang found that he seemed to be different from before. However, he couldn't tell what was different about it. But, he could be sure that the touch of his skin was different. He could even feel the airflow flowing in this sealed space. When it flowed through his exposed skin, he could clearly feel where it was strong, and where it was weak. He could clearly feel where it was strong, and where it was weak. And, this was something that he couldn't feel in the past. It seemed as if some of his damaged nerves were slowly recovering, and were slowly recovering. Chu Yang's body suddenly emitted the aura of a breakthrough, and the dense mist drifted in the air. He had broken through to the 5th grade of Sword King at this moment. Moreover, he didn't feel the tearing sensation of breaking through the bottleneck this time. It seemed as if he had made a natural breakthrough. Could it be that soaking in the soul-quenching spring has such a powerful effect? Chu Yang was overjoyed. He knew that this was the effect of the soul-quenching spring. So, he couldn't help but look forward to the results after a month. Let's not talk about what level my cultivation will rise to by then. Such a sensitive sense of touch will be of great use to me when I travel in Jianghu and fight with the enemy. That's because I can feel every minute detail. There won't be any hidden killer move that can hide from my sense of touch if I can make full use of this feeling. And, there won't be any hidden enemy that can hide from my sense of touch. This is a supreme magic weapon that can defeat the enemy. The wonderful effect of the divine spirit is extremely powerful. He was pleasantly surprised. Then, he quickly walked outside. How long have I been here? Master and Tan Tan must be anxious, right? Meng Chaoran was indeed anxious. Chu Yang had been in the mountain for 8 days. But, there hadn't been any movement. How could Meng Chaoran not be anxious? He was so anxious that he was running around in circles. He wished that he could rush in and take a look, however, Meng Qiaoran became even more anxious when he couldn't help but want to rush in. That's because something had happened to Tan Tan. The situation this time was even more bizarre. Tan Tan suddenly didn't like to eat. Not only did he not like to eat, but he also liked to eat some strange things. Moreover, he had an incomparable thirst for them. Meng Qiaoran had sent Tan Tan out to hunt 3 snow pheasants on the morning of the first day Chu Yang had entered the mountain. Then, he personally roasted them, and prepared to eat heartily with his disciple. However, he suddenly discovered that Tan Tan was somewhat absent-minded when the snow pheasants were roasted. Tan Tan didn't look as embarrassed as he used to be when he saw food. Instead, he looked bored, and kept burping. What's going on? Is this my disciple who looks like a hungry ghost when he sees delicious food? Meng Qiaoran called Tan Tan to eat 2 mouthfuls. But, Tan Tan looked as if he couldn't eat. This made Meng Qiaoran even more surprised. What's wrong with you? He touched his head. You don't have a fever. I don't want to eat this. Tan Tan was also depressed. Why don't I want to eat? I'm hungry for a meal. I'm very hungry. But, I'm burping when I see snow pheasants. This is too bizarre. Eventually, Tan Tan sat down on his luggage in a depressed manner. But, he touched his own package. He had collected the inner cores of spirit beasts like a money grubber. There were no less than 100 of them. Tan Tan didn't realize that his eyes were emitting a green light. It was as if a pervert who had been thirsty for more than 20 years had suddenly seen a naked beauty. Then, Tan Tan impatiently opened his package. Meng Qiaoran was eating meat. He was holding a complete snow pheasant's head in his hand. He looked at his disciple in a daze as he stuffed a fist-sized inner core of a spirit beast into his mouth. Then, he looked satisfied. Meng Qiaoran saw that Tan Tan's neck had swelled up like a small snake that had swallowed an egg. Then, his neck started to fall down. Meng Qiaoran's hand trembled, and stuffed the entire chicken's head into his mouth. Then, he unconsciously stretched his neck, and wanted to swallow his saliva. Therefore, Master Meng tragically swallowed the snow pheasant's head. It got stuck in his throat, he couldn't swallow it. He couldn't spit it out. A gurgling sound came from his throat. Tan Tan felt that the hunger in his stomach had weakened a little. He was about to take another piece to eat when he suddenly heard the sound of a hen laying eggs. He turned his head in amazement, and saw that Meng Qiaoran was looking at him with his mouth wide open. There was a complete pheasant's head in his mouth. Tan Tan was shocked. His eyes bulged out of their sockets. Master, you don't need to stuff the chicken's head in your throat even if you want to learn how to lay eggs like a hen. I want to learn how to lay eggs like a hen? Meng Qiaoran fumed with anger. He put his hand into his mouth, and took out the snow chicken's head. Then, he threw it away with a whooshing sound. Then, he grabbed Tan Tan's collar. You, why are you randomly eating things? Randomly eating things? Tan Tan was stunned. I didn't randomly eat things. Then, what did you eat just now? Meng Qiaoran got angry. He grabbed the package, and shook it fiercely. How can you randomly eat things like this? It can kill people. This thing? Tan Tan looked at the package full of spirit beast cores in horror. His face was full of disbelief. I ate these things just now. Meng Qiaoran was stunned. Could it be that I didn't know that Tan Tan had eaten these spirit beast cores? What's going on? How can I eat these? Tan Tan jumped up. His face was full of horror. He grabbed his hair, and shouted while jumping up and down, how can I eat these? What will I do if I explode? Meng Qiaoran was dumbfounded as he looked at his younger brother. He felt as if he had collapsed, and then reorganized himself. After a long time, he weakly said, You don't know? I don't know. Tan Tan anxiously replied. He was indescribably frightened. I wouldn't have eaten it if I knew, even if I was beaten to death. Then, do you feel anything unusual by circulating your qi? Meng Qiaoran cautiously asked. Tan Tan doesn't look like he's lying. What's going on? I heard that some injuries can't be felt. But, one can't be saved if they can feel it. Tan Tan fell down on the ground with a puff sound. Then, he hastily circulated his qi. He opened his eyes after a long time. I don't feel anything. You don't feel anything? Black lines appeared on Meng Xiaoran's forehead. You don't feel anything? Eh. Tan Tan felt it for a while. Then, he bitterly said, I feel it, what do you feel? Meng Xiaoran hastily asked. Master. I'm hungry. Tan Tan's face turned sullen. Meng Xiaoran. Then, Tan Tan's stomach rumbled with hunger. He held the roast chicken in his hands, and looked extremely distressed. He took a bite, but it was as if he was chewing on poison. He rolled it around in his mouth, but he just couldn't swallow it. After a long time, he spat out the snow chicken meat that he had chewed into minced meat. He sighed painfully, Master, I'm starving, but I just can't swallow it, Meng Xiaoran sighed. What should he do? This guy doesn't eat human food, Tan Tan sighed and groaned. He then rubbed his belly in pain. Then, he unconsciously looked at the package that was filled with the inner cores of spirit beasts from the corner of his eyes. Then, a shiny thing drooped down from the corner of his mouth with a swoosh sound. You're not allowed to eat. Meng Xiaoran roared. I'm not eating. Master, don't worry, I won't eat it. Tan Tan shook his head, and the flesh on his cheeks trembled. He then solemnly said, I won't eat it even if I starve to death. Meng Xiaoran experimented several times. He meticulously cooked and roasted meat for Tan Tan. In fact, he even made a bowl of fragrant meat soup for his younger brother since the conditions were extremely limited. Master Meng had done his best, but, Meng Xiaoran was so worried that his heart was tangled. Tan Tan couldn't eat anything at the moment. It didn't matter if it was rice or any meat or blood food. He couldn't swallow anything. The only thing he was interested in was the inner cores of spirit beasts. Moreover, he longed for them. Meng Xiaoran tossed and turned for the entire morning, and then tossed and turned for the entire afternoon. He tossed and turned until his stomach rumbled with hunger. He ate 2 more meals. But, Tan Tan was still the same. His bones were rumbling with hunger, and his eyes were glowing with hunger. But, he couldn't eat anything, he was so hungry that his entire body was powerless. But, he still couldn't eat. This was a big problem. Meng Xiaoran's brows tightly knitted. Tan Tan was holding his hungry belly and moaning incessantly. Neither of them had noticed that Tan Tan's eyebrows had suddenly turned pale golden. That strange mark between his eyebrows, and the mark on his mouth were faintly and quietly flashing. So, they couldn't detect it. Meng Xiaoran was at his wits' end in the evening. So, he had no choice but to arrange for Tan Tan to lie down in the cave. Then, he went out to practice martial arts in the snow as usual. And, he also conveniently used the ice-cold snowflakes to clear his mind. Tan Tan hadn't eaten for a day. So, he wouldn't suffer from hunger. In fact, he wouldn't starve to death even if he didn't eat for 10 days. But, the inner cores of spirit beasts would cause his entire body to explode if he didn't eat them properly. Meng Xiaoran would rather let his disciple starve than let him eat those terrifying things. Tan Tan was holding his stomach in pain in the cave. His eyes were glowing with a green light. I'm starving to death. I'm really starving to death, his stomach rumbled, and Tan Tan held in grief. I can't bear it, he couldn't help but look at that package. The more he looked, the hungrier he became. And the hungrier he became, and the more he looked, the more his stomach rumbled. Meng Xiaoran was outside when he heard this rumbling sound coming from Tan Tan's stomach. So, he roared, you're not allowed to eat. Tan Tan's entire body trembled. He saw that his hand had extended to the package. So, he withdrew his hand as if he had received an electric shock. Then, he muttered, I won't eat. I won't eat. I won't eat, I won't eat, I won't eat. Tan Tan closed his eyes. He kept muttering I won't eat. Then, he lay down on the ground, and began to sleep. He kicked the package to one side before he slept. And, he kicked it far away, he gradually fell asleep in a daze. Meng Xiaoran couldn't practice martial arts anymore. He thought for a long time. But, he was still at a loss. A long time passed. Then, he sighed, and returned to the cave. And, he saw that his beloved disciple was sleeping soundly. He was hugging that package, moreover, it had been unlocked. Meng Xiaoran's complexion changed. He took the package from Tan Tan's bosom and looked at it. Then, he counted, and found that 3 more inner cores of spirit beasts were missing. It was obvious that the missing ones were 4th or 5th grade. Tan Tan. Meng Xiaoran roared. Tan Tan woke up from his dream with a start. He turned over and sat up. His eyes were still drowsy. Master, what's wrong? What? Meng Xiaoran fiercely looked at him. Bastard. Why did you eat it secretly? I didn't. I really didn't eat it secretly. Tan Tan cried out in grievance. His eyes were glistening with tears. Master, you have to believe me. I really didn't eat it. Master, you have to believe in my moral character, eh? He suddenly patted his belly in astonishment. Then, he giggled foolishly. Then, he said somewhat uncertainly, You're not hungry anymore? Why aren't you hungry anymore? Meng Xiaoran's face turned blue with anger. You still have moral character? Tell me yourself. You didn't eat anything. So, why aren't you hungry anymore? That's right. I didn't eat anything. So, why am I not hungry anymore? Tan Tan stroked his belly in bewilderment. His eyes were full of contemplation as he muttered. This matter is extremely strange, Meng Xiaoran sighed sadly. Then, he exploded, and grabbed the package. You didn't eat it? You count it. There are 3 inner cores missing. Where did they go? Did they go into a dog's belly? Tan Tan's face turned pale. He said in alarm, I didn't eat it. I didn't. He counted, and his face turned green. Then, he suddenly burst into tears. Master, I don't want to live anymore. I was sleeping. But, I still ate it secretly. Tan Tan's eyes suddenly opened wide. Could it be that this thing melted? Meng Xiaoran wrinkled his brows, and closed his eyes. He extended his hand, and held Tan Tan's wrist. Then, he circulated his martial power to examine it. However, Meng Xiaoran felt as if he had been bitten by a poisonous snake as soon as he poured his spiritual power into it. He opened his eyes wide, and looked at Tan Tan. It was as if he had seen a ghost. My spiritual power suddenly collapsed like a tide the moment it came in contact with Tan Tan's spiritual power. It felt as if there was a super abyss there. And, it had an endless suction force. I'm afraid that my cultivation would have been completely absorbed by Tan Tan if I hadn't pulled it back in time. Tan Tan was at a loss. He asked, Master, what's wrong? Meng Xiaoran looked at Tan Tan's innocent expression. He almost collapsed. How can this be? Tan Tan, you go out now. Circulate your spiritual power with all your strength. I'll see if there's any abnormality. Meng Xiaoran used the most stupid method. Tan Tan scratched his head suspiciously. Then, he dragged his shoes, and walked out. He then stood in the snowy ground. Then, he shouted, hey, and got into a fighting stance. Meng Xiaoran attentively watched Tan Tan practice martial power. His face was solemn. But then, he suddenly opened his mouth wide. He opened it with such force that his jaw almost got dislocated. Meng Xiaoran rubbed his eyes with all his strength. Then, his eyelids rolled back, and he almost fainted. A crown slowly rose on Tan Tan's head. It rose 30 feet with a schwa sound. Then, Tan Tan's aura erupted, and it suddenly rose to a height of 30 feet, 2nd grade king level expert? Meng Xiaoran felt dizzy. Wasn't Tan Tan a revered martial artist a few days ago? How can he be a 2nd grade king level expert now? Then, Tan Tan was shocked again. He roared like a wild beast. The chi in his dantian fiercely erupted. It carried the aura of a single-horned dragon. Then, it disappeared without a trace, and changed into Tan Tan's own peaceful aura. The crown on his head suddenly expanded by 3 times. It suddenly rose to a height of over 1,000 feet. It looked like a brilliant moon rising in the sky. It illuminated the surroundings with a golden light. The white snow fluttering in the air was suddenly dyed with a layer of golden color. Gotcha! Meng Xiaoran's opened mouth suddenly closed. Then, he let out a strange cry. He fiercely bit his tongue. Then, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. He only had one last thought before he fainted. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. It's a miracle that a revered martial artist can directly ascend to a 2nd grade king level expert. But, it's still possible. I had done the same thing a few days ago. So, I can accept this. But, who has ever seen a revered martial artist ascend to a second-grade king-level expert from a mere hell, king-level expert? Moreover, Tan Tan's king-level crown is clearly bigger than an ordinary one. Meng Qiaoran collapsed. He didn't even notice that there was a radiant sun in the middle of Tan Tan's crown. There was a crescent moon on the left side of the sun, and a star on the right side. It looked similar to the crown of an ordinary king-level expert. But, it was completely different. This was the shape of a real crown. If the crown of an ordinary king-level expert was said to be that of a prince, then Tan Tan's crown was that of an emperor, and the corner of that star's radiance was faintly similar to the incomplete mark on Tan Tan's forehead. Master! Master, are you all right? Tan Tan anxiously rushed over when he saw that Meng Qiaoran had fainted. However, Meng Qiaoran had been worried about Chu Yang and Tan Tan for the past few days. So, he had been mentally and physically exhausted. These two disciples were like the flesh and blood of his heart. Meng Qiaoran couldn't bear it if either of them had met with an accident. However, one of them had gone out and hadn't returned. And the other one had repeatedly contracted a strange illness. Moreover, he had received such a serious shock. His spirit couldn't bear it anymore. Meng Qiaoran finally woke up when Tan Tan called him. He propped himself up and made Tan Tan perform again after he woke up. Tan Tan's performance made Meng Qiaoran's eyes roll back. He almost fainted again. Sure enough, it was a king-level expert. Meng Qiaoran's eyes were lifeless. He weakly waved his hand. You go out first. Let me be alone here. I'm going crazy. This matter was simply too bizarre. Perhaps Chu Yang wouldn't know what had happened to Tan Tan even if he were standing here. Tan Tan stood there at a loss. He scratched his head. He wanted to laugh, but he felt embarrassed. So, he couldn't laugh. He wanted to say something, but he felt that it wouldn't be appropriate to say anything. So, he scratched his head again. He scratched his back while he was at it. Master Meng sadly lowered his head. I don't have anything to be proud of in my life. I only have a proud heart. I have tempered my willpower to look down upon the heavens. I dare to boast that I won't even frown if someone were to cut me 1,000 times while I'm fully conscious. But, this pride was smashed into pieces by you two brats in just a few days. Today he is shocked, tomorrow he is shocked, and sometimes he is shocked several times a day. What is this called? He waved his hand dejectedly. Get out, get out. Let me calm down. Tan Tan blinked his eyes, and scratched his head. He was still worried. So, he stammered for a while. Then, he slowly said, Master, I'll go out now, go. Meng Qiaoran turned his face away and waved his hand. Master, I'm going out now. Tan Tan took 2 steps, and then turned around. Go. Master, then I'm really going out. Tan Tan took 3 steps and then turned around. Go. Master, I'm really going out. Puff. Ah, his last cry turned into a scream. Meng Qiaoran kicked him fiercely, and he flew out like a cannonball fired from a cannon. Meng Qiaoran's roar came from behind, get lost. Don't you think you're F***king annoying enough? Tan Tan flew out like a cannonball. Bang! The sound of collision broke an icicle prism. White snow flew in the air, and flew over half of the mountaintop with a schwa sound. Then, he crashed into a big tree with a puff sound. Large chunks of white snow fell from the tree, and buried Tan Tan in a flash. Cough cough cough. Tan Tan coughed. He crawled out of the pile of snow while coughing. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. What is this? I'm a filial disciple. I want to be concerned about my master. But, I got hit like this. I can't live past this day, he sobbed twice. Then, he said in an aggrieved manner, I'm too handsome and confident. I'm afraid that I'll fail to live up to heaven's good intentions. Otherwise, I'll commit suicide in front of you. He stood up as he spoke. But, he suddenly felt hungry. He scratched his head and thought, Master can't see me now. And, he won't let me go back for a while. So, I might as well go hunt a few spirit beasts and eat their inner cores. Tan Tan sneakily climbed over the mountaintop behind him, and started to look for spirit beasts in all directions. He walked for a while. Then, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He raised his head to look. He only saw the sound of wind whistling in the air. 3 shadows were drifting towards him from 3 directions, like ghosts. It could be seen that these 3 people were in a hurry. In fact, they were using their full strength to hasten their journey. Tantan's scalp went numb. He screamed in his heart. He felt infinitely miserable. Didn't I come out for a while? How did I run into these 3 powerful monsters? Look at these 3 monsters. I can't beat them. Run. Tantan turned around and started to run. However, a schwa sound was heard. A red-clothed man was standing in front of him. His eyes were red. He was nervously looking at Tan. His gaze was extremely fervent. Tan didn't raise his head. He turned around and rushed in another direction. However, a white-cloaked man stood in front of him. He turned around again. Then, another schwa sound was heard. A silver-cloaked man blocked his way. The 3 of them formed a triangle and blocked Tantan's every escape route. Their eyes were burning as they looked at Tantan. Tantan's heart suddenly turned ice cold. He couldn't help but curse. A good dog doesn't block the way. Why are you 3 standing here like corpses? He wasn't a match for these people. And these people were blocking his way. So, they must be enemies. There was no hope in facing such powerful enemies. Therefore, Tantan decided that he would try to curse one of them to death before he died. As for informing his master, Tantan didn't even think about it. In fact, Tantan wouldn't do it even if he could do it. In fact, he would never do it even if he could. These 3 people were unfathomable. Even his master wouldn't be a match for them. It's fine if I die. Why should I implicate him? Master still has Xianxia if I die. So, he probably won't be too sad. But, Xianxia will be lonely if Master and I die. So, he will be alone. However, Tantan hadn't expected that his unpleasant curse wouldn't provoke a frenzied attack like he had expected. Instead, those 3 people were somewhat surprised, and took a step back. Their eyes sized up Tantan at the same time. Their eyes were filled with excitement and doubt. Tantan was startled. Could it be that these 3 people don't have any evil intentions? He probed, get out of the way. Let me pass. But, no one moved. Tantan blinked and scratched his head. Then, he rushed towards one of them. Well, he brushed past him. These 3 people didn't have any murderous aura. Moreover, they didn't give off the feeling of mutual hostility. They should let me go, right? But, he found that the white-clothed man was blocking his way again when he rushed over. Tantan became furious. He grabbed him and shouted, what's the matter? Aren't you annoying? He grabbed the lapel of that white-clothed man. Tantan tried to lift him up, but couldn't. He tried to fling him aside, but he couldn't. Push. Hit. Pull. He grabbed his neck and wrestled with it. Then, he used his teeth to bite. Tantan angrily used all his means. But, that man didn't move. He just stood there like a 1,000-year-old tree. Tantan used all his means, but he still didn't move. Tantan sat on the snowy ground. He angrily said, you won't fight. You won't kill me. You won't retreat. Why are you blocking my way? Do you have nothing better to do? He suddenly felt aggrieved when he said the last sentence. You have nothing better to do. But, I'm still regretting. Those 3 people were still calmly looking at him. They didn't say a word. It seemed as if they had counted every fine hair on Tantan's body. Tantan felt his blood run cold. He raised his head and looked at these 3 people. The red-clothed man had a radiant sun symbol on his forehead. It was only the size of a copper coin. The white-clothed man had a crescent moon symbol on his forehead in the same position. The silver-clothed man had a star symbol on his forehead in the same position. Moreover, the red-clothed man gave people the feeling that he was as hot as the sun. The white-clothed man was as cold and gentle as the moonlight. The silver-clothed man was as deep and mysterious as the starry sky. All of them were very clear. The expressions of these 3 people were almost the same. They were excited, doubtful, afraid, longing, worried. It was extremely complicated. What the hell do you want to do? Tan Tan angrily shouted, "What do you want to do? Why don't you fart? You don't want to leave, and you don't want to leave either. Mother Fu asterisk Kerr, are you playing with art?" The complexions of the three people slightly changed. They exposed a trace of excitement in their eyes. Tan Tan was very surprised. He scratched his head and suspiciously said, "Do you like to be scolded? You blocked me here just to let me scold you?" Hiss hiss, he sucked in a mouthful of cold air. He faintly felt that his guess wasn't very reliable. The deadlock continued for a while. It was still silent. Then, Tan Tan finally couldn't bear it anymore. He cursed, "What do you three bastards want to do? Mother Fu asterisk Kerr, shouldn't you say something if you want to do something? Mother Fu asterisk Kerr, can't you just squeak? Can't you just squeak and fart? Mother Fu asterisk Kerr, are you dead?" The complexions of the three people finally changed after a round of cursing. They looked at each other, and revealed a hesitant expression on their faces. It seemed that it was very difficult for them to open their mouths. They didn't know where to start. They were embarrassed and embarrassed. There was also some fear, dread, expectation, fanaticism, and a desire for a husband. All kinds of emotions appeared on the faces of the three people at this moment. It seemed as if the three people were performing a face-changing performance. However, there was no anger after being scolded. The eyes of the three people were clearly urging each other at this moment. "You speak first." "No, you speak first." "No, you speak first." Tan Tan felt dizzy. He looked at the three people who wanted to speak, but were hesitating. It was obvious that they had thousands of words in their hearts. But, they couldn't say a single word. Tan Tan suddenly felt his hair stand on end. He was so scared that he almost pissed his pants. Could it be that these three people have fallen in love with me because of my handsome appearance? Tan Tan's complexion turned ashen as this thought arose. "Oh my God, you are all men. I can't accept this. Hey." Tan Tan trembled as he said, "You three haven't fallen in love with me, right?" The three people looked at each other, and black lines appeared on their foreheads. "I like women." Tan Tan's facial features wrinkled together. He almost cried as he said, "Really, we're not suitable for each other. I don't discriminate against this, but it won't be a problem to find another one with your strength. If it doesn't work, then the three of you can make do with each other." The three of them were dumbfounded as they looked at Tan Tan. It seemed as if they had discovered a monster. Tan Tan became even more certain. He couldn't help but howl in grief. His tears fell like rain. "What do you like about me? I'll change." "That won't do." "No, no, we." It seemed that he had no choice but to explain. The red-robed man's complexion became somewhat distressed. He shook his hand, and mumbled an explanation. His accent was somewhat strange. "It's not you." Tan Tan immediately felt relieved. Then, he thought of another possibility. He scratched his head and said, "It's not you. Is it possible that your daughter has taken a fancy to me? Did you come here to find a match? So that I can go back and perform the ritual?" The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Then, he said in a fanciful manner, "That is your daughter, beautiful?" He suddenly felt somewhat proud. "My charm is boundless." As soon as he was happy, the tattoo on his forehead suddenly glowed, and a faint golden light flashed fiercely. The bodies of the three people opposite him shook at the same time. It was a kind of feverish excitement that made blood rush to their heads. They excitedly opened their mouths at the same time. Their eyes brimmed with tears. "King, have you really returned?" These three people shed tears at the same time. It was a kind of extremely excited radiance. It was also a kind of fanaticism in their hearts. The three of them were flushed red, and their bodies began to tremble. "What?" Tan Tan sat down on the ground. He scratched his head like a confused monk. He asked in a daze, "What?" The three people rushed forward at the same time. They looked at that half-mark on Tan Tan's forehead. They were indescribably excited. One of them even choked with sobs. Tan Tan became even more alarmed when he saw that they were looking at his forehead and shedding tears. He hastily covered his forehead with his hand, and drew back in alarm. "What are you doing?" what are you doing? You're hungry, but my head doesn't have much meat. He jumped up excitedly. He saw that the three people were getting closer and closer. So, he suddenly shouted. He mobilized his spiritual power and said, "Don't come up. I won't be polite if you come up again." The three of them acted as if they hadn't heard him, and their expressions were still the same. Tan let out a hiss sound as he punched. The sound of wind and thunder resounded along with this punch. And a crown suddenly appeared in the sky. The fist landed solidly on the red-robed man's chest, but the red-robed man didn't seem to feel it. His body didn't even move. Just like the other two, he raised his head and looked at the crown in the sky. Hot tears flowed down his face. The red sun was in the center, the crescent moon on the left, and the stars on the right. The three of them stared at the crown in a daze, as if the crown was a treasure that was hard to come by in tens of thousands of years, or an extremely captivating sight. They were so infatuated, so entranced that the three pairs of eyes simultaneously shone with the light of a pilgrimage. "My king!" The three of them cried out at the same time, their voices choked with sobs. Tan became nervous. He looked at this and that in a perplexed manner. He then said, "Have you mistaken me for someone else? I am not your king." He suddenly felt a burst of grievance as he spoke till here. "So," he sadly said, "I haven't even been the prime minister in my lifetime." The red-robed man wiped his eyes, and firmly said, "Everything in the world can be mistaken. But, we can never mistake you, my king." The other two nodded heavily. Tan was at a loss. He hadn't thought that he would come out in such an inexplicable manner. And he would meet these three people in such an inexplicable manner. Moreover, they would regard him as their king. This strange encounter had left Tan's small head unable to react. "Then, what benefits would I get if I were your king?" Tan rolled his eyes, and decided to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to swindle them. A king can rule over the world. A king can take whatever he wants from the upper and lower heavens. Anyone who dares to resist will be slaughtered. Even chickens and dogs won't be spared, the white-robed man solemnly said. Tan jumped in fright. He probingly asked, "Then, are there any beauties?" "The beauties of the world are at the king's disposal. He can take whatever he wants." The silver-robed man's expression was solemn. Tan felt more and more unreal. "I haven't met these three crazy people, right? It seems that they are seriously ill. Forget it. I don't want to play with you. I want to go back." Tan was dispirited. "King, the human world is very dangerous. This race is extremely treacherous. King, it would be better to return to our race, and slowly awaken." The red-robed man took a step forward and anxiously said. "You mean I'm not a human?" Tan raised his eyes. "Yes, King, you're—" The red-robed man hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Tan's shout, "Nonsense! You're not a human." How many cold eyes had Tan received over the years? He didn't know how many times he had been scolded because of his appearance. And this was what he hated the most, others scolding him that he wasn't a human. He immediately exploded when he heard this. The red-robed man looked at each other in amazement. He then murmured, "King is right. We're not human, Fu *K. Tan had a headache, and rubbed his temples. He simply turned around and walked away. "Don't follow me. I will kill myself if you follow me." Tan's brain worked exceptionally fast. They regard me as a king. They must be very nervous if I kill myself. Sure enough, the complexion of the three people changed as soon as they heard this. They hastily got out of the way with a schwa sound. Tan's eyes lit up. This suicide is very useful. He walked out calmly. Those three people didn't dare to stop him. But they blindly followed behind him. Tan turned around and chased them away several times. But those three people didn't leave. Tan got angry, and his stomach became even hungrier. His mouth gurgled for a while. "King, you're hungry," the white-robed man said politely. "Shut your *king mouth." Tan had already found the feeling of being a king. He glared at him and said, "Do you think your stomach will growl like this when you're tired? You know that I'm hungry. But you still haven't brought me anything to eat." You only know how to spew these non-nutritious farts. The white-robed man's complexion turned ashen. He repeatedly said, yes, yes. Then, he turned around and flew away. He hadn't gone far when he suddenly let out a long howl. This howl was strange. It sounded like the howl of a wild beast. Suddenly, a schwa sound was heard after a short while. Silver rays of light rushed over from all directions. And, the silver waves surged for a while. There were still many more coming from afar. Tantan's legs went soft, and his eyes bulged out of their sockets. Fu *k. There are so many wolves. There are so many howling moon silver wolves. This bastard. What are you howling for? I'm done for. It looks like this fresh-baked king is about to turn into a piece of meat in the belly of a wolf. And, he will turn into a pile of shit. Tantan's legs and stomach cramped. He saw that the howling moon silver wolves were rolling up like waves. And, their numbers kept increasing. In fact, there were more than 10,000 of them in a short time. These howling moon silver wolves were 5th-grade spirit beasts. 2 howling moon silver wolves could contend against a king-level expert. 10,000 of them. What kind of concept was that? Tantan didn't dare to imagine, that white-robed man shouted. And, all the howling moon silver wolves prostrated themselves on the ground in an orderly manner. Tantan was left dumbstruck when the white-robed man's figure moved, and started a massacre. A moonlight sword appeared in his hand, shwa shwa shwa, and blood flowed out. His figure turned into a white light, and slaughtered 400 to 500 howling moon silver wolves. Then, he took out the inner cores from their heads. However, these 10,000 howling moon silver wolves only prostrated themselves in fear. They issued deep and muffled woo-woo sounds from their throats. They didn't dare to move, they allowed themselves to be slaughtered. It seemed as if these 10,000 wolves had come here to throw away their lives. The white-robed man counted the number of inner cores after a while. Then, he let out a low whistle, and the wolf pack dispersed like a tide. Only incomplete wolf corpses were left on the ground. The white-robed man cut off a piece of his clothes, and made it into a package. Then, he put the inner cores inside it. Then, he arrived in front of Tantan and said, King, these are the inner cores of 500 howling moon silver wolves. They should be enough for a short time. He was somewhat nervous. So, he hurriedly explained, King hasn't awakened yet. So, it seems that we can't use the higher level ones. So, we used the 5th level ones. I hope King won't take offense. Tantan opened his eyes wide. He unconsciously took the package, and looked at the white-robed man as if he was looking at an immortal. Then, he suddenly screamed, and turned around to run away. You scared this handsome man to death. This bastard has such a terrifying ability, and, I ordered him around? Fu *k. Tantan wiped his cold sweat as he madly ran away. He disappeared without a trace in an instant. The 3 people didn't chase after him this time. They just stood there, and looked at Tantan's disappearing figure. King has just begun to awaken. He can't accept us yet. The red-robed man said, we know about King's existence. So, we shouldn't disturb him for the time being. We shouldn't invite a disaster for him. The white-robed man nodded and said, yes. The silver-robed man muttered, should we send a few experts to protect King in secret? We mustn't. The 2 men stopped him together. King's path has always been the beginning of killing. Only continuous adversity can make King awaken as soon as possible. I'm afraid we'll spoil everything if we intervene. We won't be able to offset our sins even if we die 10,000 times if we delay King's awakening. Yes. The silver-robed man suddenly broke out in cold sweat. Let's go back and inform the elders of the upper 3 heavens about this good news. I believe that they'll be very excited once they get this news, the red-robed man said. Yes, let's go quickly. The 3 men turned around and left. The red-robed man waved his hand as they passed by the wolf's corpse. And, the snow and ice in the sky suddenly rose up, and buried the wolf's corpse along with the bloodstains. The surface of the ground became tranquil once again. There wasn't a single ripple. The figures of the 3 men slowly disappeared in the wind and snow. Only a few words were faintly heard, it's been 10,000 years. King has finally. I must pay my respects when I go back, boo-hoo, I didn't expect that king's crown would suddenly appear in this northern wilderness. I was right to come this time, boo-hoo, the wind seemed to be weeping and complaining. Tan rushed back in a panic. He was panic-stricken like a stray dog. He was like a fish that had escaped the net. He saw that he was about to return to the cave. Then, he regained his senses. He turned his head to look behind him. Those 3 people didn't chase after him. So, he groaned and sat down on the ground. He then started to pant. I was scared to death. That white-cloaked man was so terrifying. The powerful silver wolves didn't dare to fight back? Tan wiped his cold sweat with lingering fear. He thought for a long time. I can only barely describe the strength of that white-cloaked man with the word terrifying. Motherfew ****. Fortunately, those 3 people are crazy. They thought that I was their king. Otherwise, I would have been miserable. He felt something heavy in his bosom. He looked at it and realized that he had brought back the entire package of silver wolf cores. He didn't even know when he had taken the lead. Crap. I'm rich. Tan shouted in excitement. Then, he covered his mouth. He sneakily poked his head out and looked around. He made sure that those 3 people didn't chase after him. Then, he held the package in his bosom with a satisfied look on his face. Tan didn't care about the fact that those 3 people had called him king. I'm a normal person. Wouldn't it be an insult to my wise and divine IQ if I believed the words of these crazy people? I don't even know who my parents are. So, how would I know who their king is? This is nonsense. He took out a Howling Moon silver wolf core, and threw it into his mouth. He immediately felt comfortable all over his body. It seemed as if every hair on his body was dancing in excitement. This kind of feeling was simply the greatest enjoyment in life. Young Master Tan moaned for a while, oh. Then, he opened the package, and ate 3 cores in a row. He suddenly felt full. He sighed in satisfaction. Then, he couldn't help but burst into tears. I can finally eat my fill, he then thought for a while. Then, he opened the package, and divided the 500 silver wolf cores into 3 small packages. He put one in his bosom, one in his robe, and one on his back. He also caught 2 snow chickens, and put them on top of the package. I can't help it. Master, I didn't deliberately deceive you. Tan sighed in grief, it's just that you won't let me eat it. After concealing himself, Xianxia stood up and jumped a little. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with his movements, he stood up and walked back. Meng Ran was in the middle of interrogating Tan when Xianxia returned. Where did you go? Meng Ran asked sternly. Tan rolled his eyes. I went out to admire the snow. Snow appreciation? Meng Ran sneered. You know how to appreciate snow? Yes. Tan nodded like a chick pecking at rice. I suddenly became very excited when I saw the sudden snowfall. I wanted to compose a poem. I wanted to sing, this pure white snow, this fluttering snow, this beautiful snow, this beautiful snow, this beautiful snow, this beautiful snow, Meng Ran's complexion became more and more serious. He coldly looked at Tan. Oh, by the way, I also caught 2 snow chickens for Master. Look, they are fat and tender. They are both female. Tan hurriedly took out 2 snow chickens, and presented them in front of Meng Ran as if he was presenting a treasure. He then said in a flattering manner, Master, you will certainly be greatly nourished if you eat them. Smack. Meng Ran hit the 2 snow chickens to one side. He nodded and said, what's that? He looked at the package on Tan's shoulder. I caught the inner cores of spirit beasts. Tan forced a smile. He hurriedly took them down, and carefully placed them on the ground. I only caught this much. This is really all. Take again. There's more. Meng Ran remained unmoved. This is really all. The more Tan spoke, the more powerless he became. Eventually, he was defeated by Meng Ran's gaze. Another small package escaped from his bosom. It seemed as if he was about to cry, Master, there's really no more. I didn't hide it in my pants, take again. There's more. Meng Ran coldly shouted. There's really no more. There's nothing in my pants. Tan firmly clamped his legs together. Oh? Meng Ran snorted in a low and deep voice, are you going to take it or not? I'm going to take it. Tan dejectedly spread his legs. He lifted his robe and assumed a horse stance. He held the package with one hand and then untied it from his waist. He then placed it on the ground. There's really no more this time, Tan said in a relaxed manner. Well, I also believe that there's no more this time. Meng Ran nodded. Master, how do you know? Tan was very surprised. I'm a crafty rabbit with 3 burrows. My stratagem is very superb. Meng Ran couldn't help but want to laugh. But, he forcibly restrained himself. Then, he shouted, good Tan. You can do it now, you've learned how to lie. See if I don't teach you a lesson. Master, please spare my life. Tan broke into a run. But, he bumped into Chu Yang who was rushing in with his body covered in wind and snow. Minister Chu was caught off guard. He felt as if he had been hit by a train. He flew out with a bang sound. And, he fell on the snow-covered ground in a sorry state. Tan also flew out, and bumped into Meng Ran's body. Then, Meng Ran caught him on the spot, and gave him a fierce beating. He was beaten until he howled in grief again and again. And, tears and snot flowed down his face. Chu Yang had never dreamt that he would get hit by a crazy bear as soon as he entered the cave. He had excitedly returned to the place where his master and junior brother were. He had even heard the two of them talking from afar. Wouldn't he have been knocked to pieces if his cultivation hadn't been good enough? Then, Meng Ran asked him, you still know how to come back? Minister Chu was instantly dumbfounded. Meng Ran finally felt relieved after a long time. He looked at his 2 younger brothers who had lowered their heads and drooped their faces. He couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile at the corners of his eyes. He then snorted. Then, he told Chu Yang about what had happened after he had left. Eating the inner cores of spirit beasts? Low-grade king-level expert? Chu Yang opened his mouth wide in astonishment. He turned his head and looked at Tan. Tan's swollen face quickly exposed a smile that was uglier than crying. Chu Yang was puzzled. How did Tan advance so quickly? I'm the Tribulation Sword Master, and I'm only a 5th-grade king-level expert. Tan's foundation wasn't as good as mine. He was inferior to me in every aspect. But, he has suddenly surpassed me by so much. This doesn't conform to common sense. Chu Yang hastily asked the sword spirit. But, the sword spirit also looked at each other in confusion. Then, do you want to eat anything other than the inner cores of spirit beasts when you're hungry? Chu Yang asked. I don't want to eat, and I can't eat. Tan swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said pitifully. What about after eating the inner cores of spirit beasts? I can't eat anymore. My stomach will be full. Would you be able to eat it if I were you? Tan rolled his eyes. Meng Ran and Chu Yang looked at each other in dismay. They both felt that this matter was too outrageous. Master. I think that there shouldn't be a problem. Chu Yang cautiously said, the inner cores of spirit beasts have always been used to enhance spiritual power. Tan eating them like this doesn't seem to be a big deal. The problem lies in the fact that he can even digest the inner cores of spirit beasts when he eats the first one. So, he won't be able to digest these low-level ones. Chu Yang concluded, moreover, he can't eat anything other than this. So, let him eat it. Moreover, his strength can increase so quickly after eating it, it's a good thing. Good thing? Meng Ran snorted and said, where can I get so many inner cores of spirit beasts for him to eat? How about, you feed him? Meng Ran's eyes lit up when he said this. Is Tan that kind of person? Well, this matter isn't impossible. Chu Yang felt that his financial resources were robust. So, it didn't seem to be a big deal to feed such a junior martial brother. Tan, how many can you eat in one meal? Chu Yang rubbed his head. He then turned his head and asked Tan. 3, 5th-grade ones. Tan sighed, 1 a day is enough. 1 5th-grade spirit beast inner core a day. 1 5th-grade spirit beast inner core costs 200,000 taels of silver. Chu Yang hissed, you eat 1,800,000 taels of silver in one day? Tan Tan scratched his head and smiled foolishly. Who the foo *K can afford to feed you? Minister Chu stood up, 1,800,000 taels of silver in one day, 18 million taels of silver in 10 days, 54 million taels of silver in 1 month, 48 million taels of silver in 1 year? Is that enough for you alone? Chu Yang shouted, this isn't counting. What if you eat 7th grade or 8th grade spirit beasts in case you level up? Chu Yang was speechless. What if eating 5th grade spirit beasts doesn't have any effect? And eating 7th grade spirit beasts would cost 1 million taels of silver. So, he would eat more than 4 billion taels of silver in 1 year. As for 7th grade spirit beasts, their price would be sky high. One spirit beast core would cost 10 million taels of silver. So, it would cost more than 40 billion taels of silver a year. 8th grade spirit beasts were priceless. 9th grade spirit beasts, Chu Yang felt dizzy. He was on the verge of collapse. So, if this guy were to eat them for 20 or 30 years, would he be worth 100 billion taels of silver? Would 1 trillion taels of silver be enough? I can't afford to feed him. I can't afford to feed him anyway. Master, how did you accept such a super prodigal disciple? Chu Yang shook his head again and again. He hurriedly pushed away this hot potato. Master, let Tan Tan follow you. Let him receive more instruction. It's also a good thing. Meng Chaoran snorted. He felt helpless in his heart. You have the nerve to talk about Tan Tan. Which of my 2 disciples isn't super prodigal? The sword spirit was in a good mood that night. So, he concocted a complete version of the heavy pill. Chu Yang made Meng Chaoran take it. The effect was very remarkable. Meng Chaoran's injuries caused by the melting meridian's hand healed almost instantaneously. Moreover, his meridians expanded, and his cultivation soared from 1st grade emperor level to 2nd grade emperor level. As for his state of mind and heavenly law comprehension, they directly rushed to the monarch level. Meng Chaoran was pleasantly surprised. He pulled his 2 disciples to chat that night. Chu Yang even took out wine to celebrate his master's achievement. Meng Chaoran got drunk to his heart's content. He held his 2 disciples' hands and chatted for the whole night. Chu Yang woke up the next morning. He felt that something was wrong. He looked beside him and saw that Tan Tan was snoring on his back. He would occasionally grind his teeth and would make people's teeth ache. Sometimes, he would even whistle in a rhythmic manner. Occasionally, he would turn over and fart with a bang. Chu Yang covered his nose and got up. He then walked out of the cave with a sigh. He grabbed a few handfuls of snow and washed his face. He then rinsed his mouth. He immediately became sober. Chu Yang was very happy to see his master so happy after he had healed his master's injuries. He had drunk wine with his master last night. So, he couldn't fake it. Minister Chu had indeed let down his guard and had gotten drunk. There was a poem written on the mountain wall at the entrance of the cave. It was written in a flamboyant style. But, it also revealed a very calm and carefree feeling. It was Meng Chaoran's handwriting. Morning dew and morning are in a hurry, heaven and earth are hard to meet, cutting off the night of the heavens, embracing life and death. Meng Chaoran had written the following words to Chu Yang. Chu Yang, you are a steady person. You can think through everything thoroughly. I am very relieved to hand Tan Tan over to you. Take good care of your junior martial brother. You must live no matter what. I have taken care of you for so many years. You have finally grown up. I also want to go out and relax. I want to go on a scenic tour. You are not ordinary people. You are destined to live an extraordinary life. So, you can't stay under my protection for a long time. A young eagle must fall from a 10,000 feet cliff if it wants to soar into the sky. A stubborn stone must undergo thousands of torments if it wants to transform into a fine jade. I am waiting for you to shine. I am waiting for the news that your names will shake the heavens. I will get drunk with a smile on my face no matter where I am at that time. A man always has a lot of things to do in his life. He always has a lot of responsibilities to bear. He can't let go of life or death. Moreover, he has to face it alone. He can't regret even if the road ahead is a dead end. Don't look for me when I go. Meng Qiaoran's message was just like him. He was indifferent and carefree. He didn't bite on his words. He was speaking in plain words. Even Tan Tan could understand it clearly if he saw it. Chu Yang was startled in front of the stone wall. Suddenly, a burst of deep frustration welled up in his heart. Master has left? Master has really left this time. Tan Tan had been holding him back the last time. So, Meng Qiaoran couldn't leave. But, he was very relieved to see his two disciples this time. Chu Yang was looking after Tan Tan. So, Meng Qiaoran was even more relieved. Therefore, he left. He wanted to do what he had always wanted to do. But, he couldn't do it. Master, you can't. Chu Yang rushed out. He looked anxious. Tan Tan. I can't afford to raise him. The empty mountain was silent. There was no reply. Chu Yang naturally knew what Meng Qiaoran was going to do. He was going to look for Yi Chu Chen. Perhaps, he was going to look for his dream. However, even though Meng Qiaoran was now an emperor-level expert, he was still incomparably weak compared to the Yi clan. How could he do that? If he really went, wouldn't that be the same as sending himself to his death? Chu Yang shouted as he thought of countless reasons. But Meng Qiaoran never replied. In other words, he had already left this place and walked very far away. After a long time, Chu Yang dejectedly sat down in the heavy snow. He murmured, Master, you must take care. He fiercely punched the ground, causing the surrounding snowy ground to tremble. He gnashed his teeth and said, if you're hurt in any way, I'll raze the Yi clan to the ground. Not even a chicken or dog will be spared. Meng Qiaoran's message seemed calm, but it was actually very resolute. It made it clear that he wanted to deal with this matter alone and wouldn't allow anyone else to interfere. Chu Yang respected his teacher and wouldn't interfere, but he couldn't help but worry. Tan Tan was awakened by Meng Qiaoran's cry. He rushed out of the cave, and saw the handwriting that Meng Qiaoran had left behind. He stood there in a daze for a long while. Then, he suddenly burst into tears, in the distance. It was snowing heavily. Meng Qiaoran's entire body had been dyed white by the heavy snow, his eyes were the same color as the sky and the earth. He quietly stood on top of the mountain. He heard Chu Yang's shouts and Tan Tan's cries faintly. Meng Qiaoran faintly smiled. Tears were faintly flickering in the corners of his eyes. My disciples, you must take care of yourselves. You must live. Meng Qiaoran silently said in his heart, as I've said in my message, a man has many responsibilities in his life that he must bear. There are many things that must be done. His eyes became deep and full of longing. He slowly raised his head and looked at the distant horizon. That direction was the entrance to the upper three heavens. Choo-choo, I'm coming. Meng Qiaoran said in a low voice. He felt his heart trembling slightly as he murmured. Are you okay? He took one last deep look at the cave and murmured, you too. Although I didn't ask, you are my disciples. How can I not understand you? Chu Yang is the master of Calamity Sword in this life, and Tan Tan is a member of the Divine Clan. Everyone has their own experiences. I'll not only be a burden to you but also a hindrance if I continue to follow you as your master. I didn't expect that I, Meng Qiaoran, would have 3 disciples in my life. The eldest one is a traitor, the second one is the master of Calamity Sword, and the third one is a member of the Divine Clan. None of them are ordinary people. My luck is really good. Meng Qiaoran laughed at himself. What more can a man ask for in his life to have 2 disciples like this? Meng Qiaoran resolutely turned around, and strode forward. His sleeves fluttered, and his figure fluttered. He looked lonely and carefree, lonely and aloof. He slowly disappeared in the wind and snow. The heavy snow slowly covered his footsteps. He didn't turn around. This master didn't say anything, but he saw everything clearly. He spent half of his life raising his 2 younger brothers. But, he chose to leave when they grew up. It seemed that he didn't want to be responsible anymore. But, his departure was the deepest responsibility. You have to walk your own path. You have your own path. I also have mine. Meng Qiaoran left. Master has left. Tan Tan was disappointed and frustrated. It was as if he had suddenly lost his support. It was as if he had left his parents. He felt as if his flesh and blood were being torn apart. You still have me by your side. Tan Tan, you have to pull yourself together. Don't disappoint your master, Chu Yang comforted. Yes, and you. Tan Tan's confused eyes turned back, and he looked at Chu Yang's face. Then, he suddenly burst into laughter, and somersaulted. Yes, master didn't let me look in the mirror. He didn't let me be shocked. He didn't let me praise myself. He didn't let me compare myself with others. He even didn't let me talk sometimes. But, it's great now. Chu Yang, tell me, am I handsome or not? Handsome. Handsome like dog shit. Chu Yang had black lines on his forehead. He felt that comforting such a heartless guy was the biggest mistake he had ever made. Nonsense. Tan Tan was displeased. Then, he suddenly thought of something, and said in a shocked manner, what about now? What about now? Am I handsome now? Chu Yang looked at Tan Tan's excited face, and weakly sighed, handsome. You're very handsome now. Wahaha. Tan Tan proudly somersaulted. Then, he happily changed his posture, am I handsome now? He took out a small mirror as he spoke. Then, he looked from left to right, and threw a coquettish wink at the mirror. Chu Yang wanted to cry. He deeply lowered his head, and said in a dull voice, even more handsome. Wahaha, and now? He changed his posture again. Chu Yang collapsed. Meng Chaoran would have grabbed Chu Yang's hand if he had been here. Then, he would have tearfully said, Chu Yang, you finally understand my pain now. Chu Yang and Tan Tan wandered around for the next few days. They crazily looked for spirit beasts to fight, and hunted for their inner cores. They also looked for people of various big clans to rob. They were frantically consolidating their current strength. The northern wilderness was suddenly filled with a foul wind and bloody mist. That's because these two weren't the only ones. For other people were also crazily fighting. They were fighting madly in the northern wilderness. They were crazy robbers, every one of them was wearing a mask that was almost identical, Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Now, even in a spacious and empty place like the northern wastelands, everyone had become jittery at the slightest sound. Many people had already thought of retreating. They were preparing to withdraw. Many people ran away as soon as they saw someone wearing a mask. Especially those three people. One of them was crazily howling. He was afraid that others wouldn't know that he was Wolf Sword King level expert Luo Kudi. The other one was speaking in a foreign language. He was incessantly shouting dog ant. He was afraid that others wouldn't know that he was GMO, the second son of the G clan. It was unknown what had gotten into these two people. They had joined the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. They were wearing masks, but they had revealed their identities. They would rush forward like mad dogs whenever they saw someone. They would use every means possible to rob them. Moreover, they weren't afraid of death, they were extremely valiant. This made many people who had heard about them mutter in their hearts, this doesn't seem like it. I heard that those two were crafty. How could they be as brave and valiant as these two? Moreover, there are 2 Sword Kings and 1 Saber King in the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. These 3 people are the most difficult to deal with. Especially those 2 Sword Kings. I don't know how they would sneak attack me. The Saber King is a bit better. But, he attacks people's self-esteem even more. That's because this great Saber King doesn't have any misgivings. It doesn't matter if you're in a group of 3, or 5, or even a group of dozens of people. He'll just stand in front of you with a majestic saber. Then, he'll defeat you with absolute strength. He'll crush you as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. This isn't as good as being sneak attacked. At least, I'll have a reason to comfort myself. The most speechless one is the madman. This madman's actions can't be measured with common sense. He doesn't just want to rob. He also wants to fatten you up. He'll chase you until you've killed a spirit beast. Then, he'll come out and rob you again. Then, he'll sprinkle some scent on your body. Then, he'll come back to rob you again after a period of time when there's no profit to be made. He'll curse you until your ancestors jump out of their coffins if you still end up empty-handed. Anyone who has been robbed by this madman more than 3 times has left the northern wilderness in tears. Even if you kill me, you won't feel so bad. This madman also has another characteristic. If he comes across an expert by chance, and the disparity between the two sides isn't that big, then, that expert will suffer a bloody misfortune. He's a king-level expert. Moreover, he's a fake. Only a first-grade or a second-grade emperor-level expert can be higher than him. As for a higher-level expert, this guy slips away faster than a rabbit. Then, this crazy person would continue to fight with you. He wouldn't let you go. He would follow you if you walked. He would fight with you if you stopped. He would watch you eat. He would take something in his hand and put it in his mouth. Then, he wouldn't feel hungry anymore. Then, he would politely wait for you to finish eating before fighting again. He would fight until you collapsed. Or, he would fight until he defeated you. There was once an emperor-level expert of a certain clan who had been pestered by this guy. He had begged for mercy and said, "I admit that you are stronger than me. I beg you to leave." The result was that this guy flew into a rage and said, "Bullsh *t. You beat me until I was rolling on the ground a moment ago. Then, you flatter me in the blink of an eye. How can I let you off so easily?" As a result, he chased that second-grade emperor-level expert for a week, and didn't give up. That emperor-level expert had no other choice. So, he had pretended that he was no match for Tan. And, Tan had even spat on his face in the end. That tragic emperor-level expert had endured it. What could he do if he couldn't bear to see such an unkillable monster? He had used all of his strength to hit Tan's body. However, it had been like hitting a rubber ball. And, it had bounced back like a rubber ball. Tan was unscathed. As for his weapon, he had a heavenly weapon in his hand. If you took out your sword, he would cut it in half with a swoosh. What was there to fight? That would be suicide. It was better to obediently let him beat him up and then send him away. Tan had spat on his face, but no one had seen it. So, it wasn't shameful. This second-grade emperor-level expert had run out of the northern wilderness in a straight line after he had finished his business. It was said that he had lived in seclusion from then on. The dangers of the Jianghu were known today. The most frightening thing was that there were too many abnormal people. Tan had finally met his match one day. He had been having a lot of fun after he had separated from Chu Yang. Moreover, he had Chu Yang's 1,000-mile soul-chasing incense on his body. So, the two of them had met once every fortnight. So, it had been easy for them to find each other. However, he had met his match this time. He had chased an emperor-level expert for 3 or 4 days. Then, he had realized that he had gone too far away. So, he had lost his way. Tan had met a ragged teenager at this time. Tan stepped forward and fought with him. He beat him up, and then asked for directions. In the end, after following the young man's instructions, he found himself back at the same place. The worst thing was that he found that the spirit beast core on him had been stolen at some point in time. Tan flew into a rage. During this period of time, Chu Yang had been secretly observing the progress of his brothers. Although on the surface he had said that he wasn't allowed to rescue them, and that they could only rely on their own efforts to improve and comprehend, in reality, how could Chu Yang be at ease? As long as Xianxia was able to observe them in the dark, he should be fine. His state of mind should not be affected. Otherwise, if something were to happen, wouldn't he regret it for the rest of his life? Looking at Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang, he secretly nodded. The two of them were very clear about the path they wanted to take and had been moving forward steadily. Moreover, he was tenacious and indomitable. Regarding the use of spiritual energy, the comprehension of the state of mind, the proficiency of the moves. In this period of time, all of them had greatly improved. In the end, Chu Yang found that the two of them were deliberately suppressing their spiritual energy, and didn't make a breakthrough. So, he finally felt relieved about them. These two know the importance of laying a foundation. They have made a lot of breakthroughs during this period of time. If they blindly continue to make breakthroughs, it will lead to a serious problem in the future, like an unstable foundation. However, the two of them were clearly aware of this point. Therefore, Chu Yang immediately turned around to look at GMO and Luo Kudi. Chu Yang's heart couldn't help but tremble when he saw the two of them. The current situation of these two greasy and slippery masters of aristocratic families could only be described as tragic. Ji Mo's clothes were ragged. He was besieged by people when Chu Yang arrived. He was almost out of shape. Chu Yang resisted the urge to rescue him and watched GMO crazily fighting with a group of king-level experts. Then, he dodged the overwhelming attacks of the enemy and got injured. Then, he violently rushed out of the encirclement. Then, he chased after this group of people and used his scarred body to attack unceasingly. He finally stopped when he beheaded these experts one by one with his sword. The skin and flesh on his body didn't seem to be his own. This second Master Ji had always been frivolous and playful. However, he was still standing straight even though he had sustained fatal injuries. He didn't even wrinkle his brows as he applied medicine and bandaged his wounds. The heavy pill that Chu Yang had given him was in his bosom. But, he refused to take it. He wanted to remember these injuries, he wanted to remember the fall. That was the only way to engrave the lesson into his bones. So, he wouldn't commit the same mistake again for the rest of his life. This was true growth. Forgetting the pain after the scars were healed was a common occurrence. GMO knew his temperament. Perhaps, he wouldn't remember anything if these injuries were healed in the blink of an eye. He was born with an optimistic temperament. There was nothing he could do about it. Therefore, he wanted to keep these scars. Chu Yang was watching from the side. He only felt that his eyes were somewhat moist. His heart was also shaken. These two men would always roar every time they were caught in a desperate situation. And they would always be exhausted. We brothers will rush to the heavens together. Then, they would jump up as if they had taken an aphrodisiac, and would crazily fight. Their crazed fighting spirit would even make their enemies tremble. They would feel a chill in their hearts. Chu Yang clearly remembered that he had once said these words to his brothers in the lower three heavens: I will rush to the heavens together with you guys one day. We will write our legends in the heavenly imperial court. GMO and Luo Kudi had always remembered these words. This was the common goal of the brothers in the heavenly armament pavilion. It was their greatest wish. GMO and Luo Kudi had finally realized the gap between them and their brothers. Therefore, they had been chasing after them and working hard. They didn't want to fall behind. And they didn't want to drag their brothers down. They wanted to use their own efforts to catch up with them. They would desperately fight and desperately improve themselves. Everything was for the ultimate goal, to stand at the peak with their brothers and laugh proudly at the heavens. They would rather die in the process of improving themselves than be eliminated. GMO had faced 7 king-level experts in the battle a moment ago. This was a sure-death situation. However, he had crazily attacked like a madman. His shout was like thunder. I want my brothers to be proud of me. I don't want my brothers to die for me. They will be ashamed for me. You will be in my legend if I become a legend one day. I will be in your legend if you become a legend one day. I will be by your side when you stand at the peak. I will overlook the world with you. I will dominate the world. I will be in your legend. I will be in your legend. These were the words that Chu Yang had spoken from the bottom of his heart. And GMO had remembered them without missing a word. His aura would fiercely erupt every time he shouted these words. It seemed as if these words were a panacea for him. They were endless courage and endless fighting spirit. Chu Yang could hear that GMO's heart was filled with unwillingness and grievance every time he shouted these words. It was an extreme desire to become stronger. GMO's heart was filled with tears when he shouted these words. I don't want to fall behind my brothers. GMO's heart was screaming. He hadn't shouted these words. However, Chu Yang could hear them. Can you blame GMO for the disparity in talent? Why are people divided into 3 classes because of talent? GMO's heart was screaming, therefore, he was going all out. He was going all out. My talent can't be compared to my brother's. So, I will use my efforts to make up for it. Even if I have to train myself to death. I don't have that kind of world-defying talent. I can only rely on my hard work and sweat. I will chase after them and surpass them. Luo Kudi was the same on the other side. Luo Kudi's body was riddled with scars. These were the results of dozens of battles. His whole body was filled with a murderous aura. A sharp aura was emitted from his body. He was like a completely different person from the previous Luo Kudi. He was also shouting and screaming in a battle. He was extremely crazy. Jimo's crazy shouting could also be heard from Luo Kudi's mouth. That kind of sullen shouting, that kind of unwillingness to submit to the heavens and the earth, that kind of will to charge forward even if it means death, it was the same. I don't want to be a burden because I have brothers. My brothers will be implicated if I am weak. They might even die because of me. They can do it. I can do it too. I can do it. If I die, I die. If I don't die, I will charge forward. I will fight alongside my brothers. I will make my brothers proud of me. I am not a trash. I don't want to be looked down upon. I don't want to be said to have no future. Even a supreme martial artist won't do. GMO and Luo Kudi seem to have been completely reborn in a short period of more than a month. These two originally pampered sons of aristocratic families who were just idling around, waiting to die, had completely transformed into two iron-blooded warriors at this moment. Where was the air of debauchery to be found on them? Where was the habit of debauchery? There was only valiance. Iron-blooded. Fearless of death, they only had the fighting spirit to conquer the world and not hesitate to die. I can do it. I can definitely do it. Chu Yang left quietly. When he left, he felt hot blood rushing in his chest. His mood was surging. There were tears in his eyes. My brothers, I am proud of you right now. Do you know? Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang also came to check on Luo Kudi and GMO from time to time. Chu Yang was worried about his two brothers. How could the two of them be at ease? But every time, the two of them came quietly and left quietly. When they came, their faces were full of worry. When they left, their faces were heavy. Their eyes were full of tears. Brothers, you will succeed. Brothers, we are proud of you right now. You are worth it. To have such brothers, this life is not in vain. The two of them also fell into an even more desperate fight. They went to fight spirit beasts when there was no one around. We can't wait. If we wait for them, they will catch up with us. But, it will only bring shame to our brothers. Brothers are risking their lives. So, we must also work hard. These two kings of saber and sword had also suddenly erupted with their potential. And, they fell into a crazy fight. Chu Yang left quietly. His heart was heavy the whole way. He was very distressed. But, he was also very gratified. These four brothers are doing very well. Therefore, he finally felt relieved. He went to see Tan Tan. I don't know how that junior brother of mine is doing. Chu Yang's body movements were light as he moved forward. In this month, he didn't fight much. Most of his time was spent on collecting herbs and consolidating his cultivation. This was because Chu Yang realized that there were too many ice-type elixirs in this northern wilderness. Moreover, no one was digging for them. This was simply a natural elixir storehouse. Especially under the mysterious ice, there would be one or a few elixirs that couldn't be seen from the outside almost every once in a while. Besides Chu Yang, there was no second person in the world who could come to this place. Therefore, Chu Yang collected a lot of elixirs every day during this period of time. During this period of time, Chu Yang used his fastest speed to collect the treasures under the ground. With the probing function of the tribulation sword tip, Chu Yang's hands went soft. However, he still only collected half of it. No, it should be said that it was only a small half. What surprised Chu Yang the most was that he even dug out a piece of star body from the mysterious ice. This was a good thing that had never appeared on this continent. After Chu Yang kept it in the tribulation space, even the sword spirit was amazed. He circled it a few times but couldn't find anything special about it. He also soaked it in the quenching spring once every 3 days. Today, it was exactly 1 month. It finally came to an end. The tribulation. Sword tip and sword blade also flew out of the quenching spring and entered Chu Yang's dantian. Only the sword tip was left soaking in it to make up for the loss in probing for elixirs for Chu Yang during this period of time. The sword spirit also ended the day of quenching the quenching spring. The next quenching would have to wait until Chu Yang reached the monarch level before he could soak it together with the sword tip. Chu Yang clearly felt that the three parts of the tribulation sword had undergone subtle changes. It seemed to be more and more spiritual. It was more and more satisfying to use. The sword tip and sword blade were more murderous and evil spirit. It seemed that the sharpness that had been buried for 10,000 years had completely recovered after soaking in the quenching spring. The sword spirit's body was no different from a real person. Sometimes, Chu Yang would be curious. It didn't pass through the void like before. Instead, it had a strange texture. The sword spirit was extremely satisfied with the current situation. He was grinning from ear to ear every day. The tribulation space was now filled with resources. Vitality spring, tempering spring, profound ice jade paste, profound yang jade essence, countless profound jade ice crystals, profound yang jade, jade snow spirit ginseng, sea of fire amethyst spirit mushroom, and countless spirit herbs that he had just obtained from under the profound ice. There were also countless strange metals and forging materials. The sword spirit was like a miser. Every day, he would do some calculations and then smile in satisfaction. Damn, there are so many good things here. Even the previous 8 masters of Calamity Sword didn't have such a complete collection. This guy was a freak. Sword Spirit looked at Chu Yang, and muttered in his heart. Chu Yang flew all the way, and rushed towards the place where Tan Tan had sent the message. He had arrived just in time. Tan Tan was extremely angry at the moment. But, he was helpless. That was because this place seemed to be a natural formation. So, a noob like Tan Tan would only be able to enter and not come out if no one was to guide him. For 2 consecutive days, Tan Tan was so hungry that his stomach had turned soft. But, there was still no one around. This was all due to his strange physique. This guy couldn't eat meat or rice at all. He couldn't eat anything even if he were to starve to death. Furthermore, the amount of spirit beast cores he ate had also increased from 3 to 4 per meal. This was even more miserable. How could he endure being hungry for 2 consecutive days? Tan Tan was leaning against a rock on the 3rd day. He was seeing stars. His eyes were shining as he looked all around. He longed to pass by a spirit beast. Tan Tan would have dashed forward to fight with it regardless of his own safety, and take its core. However, there wasn't even a 3rd level one. Tan Tan didn't even have the strength to curse at people when night fell. That hateful little guy finally appeared at this time. He looked at Tan Tan from afar in a sneaky manner. His face was full of complacency and pleasure after taking revenge. This guy was Rui Butong, and this natural formation of the northern wilderness was the place where the Stealing God and Thieving Ghost sect was located. It was said to be a sect. But, these 2 people had accidentally entered this place. And, they had obtained a secret book from this place. Then, they had returned to the Jianghu after they had practiced here. This was the origin of the name, Stealing God and Thieving Ghost. Every 2 years, they would return to this place. So, they had brought Rui Butong here this time. And, they wanted to help their treasured disciple improve his strength. Rui Butong was also depressed. He had been here for several months. And, he had been constantly preparing things. He had been constantly adjusting his condition. Then, he had been waiting for the right time to open the seal. So, he could go in and improve his strength. But, he hadn't expected that he would be caught and beaten up one day. And, the other party was a king-level expert. This beating had left Rui Butong in a miserable state. He had almost finished his preparations. And, he had almost adjusted his body. But, he had been beaten until he was dizzy. And, his internal energy had been in a mess, so, he had been beaten up. After all, he hadn't suffered any internal injuries. So, he would be fine in a few days. But, he hadn't expected that the guy who had beaten him would ask him for directions after he had beaten him up. Wasn't he looking for a beating? Therefore, Rui Butong had casually pointed out a path. And, he had taken advantage of the fact that this idiot was happily walking away. Then, he had stolen everything that this idiot had on him. I can't beat you. But, I will make you bankrupt. Rui Butong had bitterly thought. Rui Butong had discovered that he had become rich after he had stolen everything. He had truly become rich. There were at least 1,000 cores of 4th grade and above spirit beasts inside. This was a huge fortune. And, Rui Butong was even more baffled by what had happened next. this guy didn't bring any food? And, he doesn't seem to eat meat, is he going to starve to death here? Rue Butong found it extremely strange. Crap. Is there such a person in this world? He is truly the #1 idiot in the world. There weren't any large high-level spirit beasts here. But, there were still snow rabbits, snow chickens, snow sheep, and so on. Rue Butong couldn't believe that there was a king-level expert guarding so much food. How could he starve to death? Rue Butong had no choice but to sigh at how big the world was. Seeing that this guy was so hungry that he had no strength left, Rue Butong cautiously poked his head out from behind the stone. Hey, why aren't you eating? Are you stupid? Tan Tan was so hungry that he was dizzy. So, he became angry when he heard this. He scolded weakly, "You're the stupid one. Damn it. How could I not eat if there was food? Do you think I'm as stupid as you?" He opened his eyes after he had finished speaking. And, he immediately became angry. He shouted, "So, it's you. Bastard, give me back my baggage." Rue Butong shrank his neck. He felt that this guy was getting more and more interesting. He was so hungry that his legs had turned soft. But, he still dared to show off his power? "What can you do if I don't return it?" Rue Butong snorted. He felt relieved when he saw that this guy didn't pounce on him. "You don't want to return it?" Tan Tan said angrily, "Those are my things. Why don't you return them?" Rue Butong came out from behind the stone. He sat on the stone, crossed his legs, and said, "Yes, they were yours when they were in your arms. But, they became mine when they were in my arms." He looked at Tan Tan from the corner of his eyes. "You say that these things are yours. What proof do you have? You call them. If they answer, I will return them to you." Tan Tan almost went mad with anger. "Bastard. These are dead things. How can they answer? Do you think that they can pant and fart like you? That can't prove that they are yours." Rue Butong burst into laughter. He took out the baggage, and shook it. Then, he stuffed it back into his bosom. Tan Tan was furious. He suddenly stood up. Then, he pounced on Rue Butong like lightning with a schwa sound. However, Rue Butong was the true disciple of stealing god and thieving ghost. So, there was nothing to say about his agility. Tan Tan had lost a lot of his vitality due to hunger. So, how could he catch up with him? Rue Butong's body spun, and he was already more than 100 feet away. Then, he mischievously laughed. "Idiot. I will return your baggage to you as long as you kneel down and kowtow to Grandpa Rue 3 times. Then, you say that you were wrong 3 times. Rue Butong laughed complacently. Bullsh*T. The older generation never kneels. Tan Tan got angry. Tan Tan looked up to the sky and sighed in extreme anger. "I am the most handsome man in the world. I am handsome and elegant. But, I have never thought that I would suffer such humiliation in this northern wilderness." "What?" Rue Butong suddenly tumbled to the ground. Then, he raised his head from the snow-covered ground. He looked at Tan Tan's extremely ugly face in disbelief. It could be said that there was nothing good about his face. He then stammered, "You? The most handsome man? Handsome, confident, and elegant? What?" Tan Tan raised his head. "Don't tell me that Grandpa Tan is not handsome?" Grandpa Tan had even forgotten about his hunger when it came to the issue of beauty and ugliness. Starving to death is a small matter. But, my reputation is the most important thing. Who would dare to snatch the title of handsome man from me? Wahahaha. Rue Butong shouted loudly. He laughed so hard that tears almost came out of his eyes. Such an ugly freak dares to say that he is the most handsome man? The most handsome man in the world. This is hilarious to a certain extent. Then, Rue Butong was stunned. What's your surname? Grandpa Tan? What Grandpa Tan? Rue Butong recalled that Big Brother Chu's junior brother was called Tan Tan. Moreover, he was also very narcissistic. He had heard this name countless times when they were together. It could be said that it reverberated like thunder in his ears. Rue Butong couldn't help but feel that something was wrong when he heard this extremely ugly and narcissistic guy say that his surname was Tan. I can't have met Big Brother Chu's junior brother, right? This Grandpa Tan's name is Tan Tan. Legend has it that the most handsome man in the world is Tan Tan. I am Tan Tan. I am the most handsome man in the world, Tan Tan. Tan Tan straightened his neck and roared. When he said this, he was full of energy and his face was flushed. He looked arrogant and proud. He didn't look like a person who had been hungry for 3 days. It's really you. Rue Butong was shocked. He suddenly felt that he was in a difficult position. Damn, it's really Big Brother's junior brother, what should I do? Rue Butong scratched his head. With a sullen face, he said, so, it's you. You recognize me? This time, it was Tan Tan's turn to be surprised. You've also heard of my handsome and elegant name? He shook his head and suddenly felt proud. I'm really a legend. Even the barbarians of the northern wilderness have heard of my name. First update. When I looked at it, I spat out a mouthful of blood. Yesterday, I said that I wanted a surprise. I didn't expect that I would get a shock today. The monthly votes had exploded. Moreover, it looked like it was going to explode twice in a row. The recommendation votes were so slippery that they couldn't be seen. Rue Butong did not know whether to laugh or cry. I've never heard of your handsomeness, but I've long heard of your great narcissism and shamelessness. Chu Yang, is your senior martial brother? Rue Butong touched his nose and asked hesitantly. Of course. My senior martial brother is Chu Yang. Although he is slightly inferior to me, he is still the second most handsome person in the world. Tan Tan snorted and said. This is really a misunderstanding. Rue Butong's face was full of enthusiasm as he ran over while laughing heartily. So you are a family, haha, haha. Give me the bag first. Tan Tan was so hungry that he saw double when Rue Butong ran over. Tan Tan did not appreciate it. How can I not give you the bag? Come, come, come. Let's eat first. Rue Butong smiled. Your senior and I are sworn brothers. Do you know that? How can I eat if you don't give me the bag? Tan Tan lay on the ground and shook his head. Give me the bag first. He did not hear what Rue Butong said. Rue Butong was angry and amused at the same time. Big Brother Chu's junior brother was a true miser. At this time, he is still thinking about the treasure in the bag. Since I said so, how can I not give it to you? Will you die if you eat first? At this time, a voice sounded. Eh? Why are the two of you together? A black shadow landed on the ground like lightning. Chu Yang had finally arrived. Boss. Senior. The two of them shouted at the same time. Boss. Hee hee, this is a misunderstanding. Rue Butong laughed awkwardly. Chu Yang, Senior. This bastard snatched my bundle. And, he wants to starve me to death, boo-hoo, boo-hoo. Tan Tan burst into tears. He felt extremely wronged. The two of them rushed forward. Halfway through, Tan Tan knocked Rue Butong and pulled him back. Boss, you are not like this. Your junior is too unreasonable. Rue Butong also felt wronged. He beat me up the moment he came up. But, you can't steal my things. Isn't it just beating you up? Tan Tan roared in an aggrieved manner. Then, he felt his heart ache. These 3 days, my handsome face has become thin from hunger. Senior martial brother, take a look. How thin have I become? Chu Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Alright. Let's talk about it one by one. It's just a misunderstanding. I'll be the arbitrator today. Chu Yang raised his hand. Where's the package? Bring it over first. Tan Tan snatched the package and opened it at lightning speed. Then, he grabbed a 5th-level inner core and stuffed it into his mouth. Without even chewing, he stretched his neck and swallowed it. Then, he took out another one and stretched his neck, the 3rd one, the 4th one, the 5th one. When he ate the first one, Rue Butong, who was about to explain, was already so shocked that his mouth and eyes were wide open. He even forgot the explanation he was about to blurt out. No wonder he didn't eat. So he was treating this as a meal? F***ck. Is this even possible? Rue Butong only felt that his head was in a mess. Who would eat the inner cores of spirit beasts like this? I've never heard of it since ancient times. It's simply a miracle. Rui Budong didn't notice that when Tan Tan swallowed the fourth inner core, Chu Yang's originally smiling face also changed color from shock. When Tan Tan swallowed the fifth one, Chu Yang's mouth also unknowingly opened wide, and his face also turned ashen. How many days has it been? How did Tan Tan's appetite increase again? F*CK, and it increased to 5 at once? Then, 200,000 for one, 5 for a meal, 1 million for a meal, that's 3 million for a day, Chu Yang groaned. With such a terrifying growth rate of Tan Tan's appetite, it wouldn't be long before he could break through 10 for a meal. That would be 1 million for a day. If he increased by another level, the 5th level wouldn't be enough to satisfy him, and he would need the 7th level. Then, he really wouldn't be able to live. When Chu Yang thought of this, the world suddenly turned upside down. He wailed in his heart, Master. You left and lived a good life. But you left me with such a foodie. Even if I am the master of Calamity Sword, I can't feed him even if I lose all my wealth. On the other side, Tan Tan was already stuffing the first one into his mouth. I've been starving these past few days. Tan Tan felt that he couldn't be full no matter how much he ate. Minister Chu's eyes turned white when he saw the 7th one in his stomach. Minister Chu trembled all over when he saw the 7th one in his stomach. He even had the thought of dying. When he saw Tan Tan pick up the 8th one, Minister Chu's heart finally wailed out from his mouth, Master. You've killed me. Not only was Chu Yang frightened and broken down, but Rui Budong had also broken down as if he had seen a ghost. Tan Tan's mouth let out a timely burp. Then, he put the 8th one back. He caressed his stomach, sat on the ground, and stretched his legs. He was infinitely satisfied, so refreshing. It was such a great meal. Chu Yang fiercely rubbed his temples, and felt that his headache was about to explode. He had never thought that he would have to worry about food in his lifetime. He had never dreamed that he would be forced to the point of exhaustion by a mere person's food expenses. Rui Butong was still in the midst of his grief when Tan Tan suddenly shouted. He jumped up like lightning, and grabbed the dumbstruck and tongue-tied Rui Butong. Then, he threw him to the ground. Then, he straddled Rui Butong's body, and started to beat him up violently. You little brat. You dared to steal my things. Little bastard. You dared to starve me. You're still laughing at me. You dared to say that I'm not handsome. Rui Budong was only a second-grade king-level expert. How could he have the strength to resist Tan Tan, who was a king-level expert? He cried and screamed again and again, and kept on begging for help. His whole body was beaten, pinched, patted, and twisted by Tan Tan in an instant. His whole body was covered in bruises. Tan Tan. Chu Yang hurriedly stopped him. Tan Tan was very obedient. He stopped, but still sat on Rui Butong's body, and asked majestically, Are you convinced? I'm convinced. Rui Budong was a hoodlum. He pitifully expressed his weakness. Humph. If you're not convinced, I'll beat you again. Tan Tan rubbed his hands and stood up. Big brother, you have to uphold justice for me. Rui Budong cried, I've been bullied so miserably. Chu Yang felt a headache coming on. Both of them calmed down after being comforted for a while. Both of them had a bellyful of grievances. They glared at each other, and were eager to fight. Tan Tan was a king-level expert now. So, he wasn't afraid. Rui Budong secretly swore in his heart, wait until I get promoted. I'll come out and give you a good beating. Chu Yang looked at Rui Budong, and couldn't help but provoke him, old brother, what's your cultivation level now? Second-grade king-level expert. Rui Budong sighed in despair. However, he was somewhat comforted in his heart. He wasn't as good as a freak like Tan Tan, nor as good as Gudu Xing and Dong Wushang. However, he should be stronger than Luo Kudi, GMO, and Chu Yang. Chu Yang's next words threw him into the abyss. Oh, second grade. Du Xing and Wushang are 5th grade king level experts now. 5th grade Saber King, and 5th grade Sword King. Rui Budong opened his eyes wide. What? Chu Yang sighed and said, these words have hit you hard. Oh, GMO and Luo Kudi seem to be at the peak of 4th grade king level experts now. Rui Budong sat down on the ground. What? Big brother, you aren't deceiving me, right? Rui Budong felt as if he had lost his soul when he saw Chu Yang's expression. He muttered, how have I fallen behind by so much? Chu Yang sighed in a compassionate manner and said, cough cough, I'm also a 5th grade sword king now. Rui Budong rolled his eyes. His entire body trembled and twitched. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. Big brother, can you not hit me like this? I thought that my progress was very fast during this time. Boo-hoo, this was indeed Rui Budong's true thoughts. He had continuously promoted himself to the peak of 2nd grade king level expert during this time. Rui Budong was immensely complacent. He felt that his strength wasn't the weakest even though he was ranked the lowest among his brothers. Moreover, there was a big opportunity in the northern wilderness that could substantially enhance his strength. At the very least, he could promote his cultivation by 1 grade. This was already an amazing thing. Rui Budong had thought that he would return to his brothers and show off his prowess after he had promoted himself. In fact, he would even teach Gudu Xing and Dong Wushang a lesson if possible. Rui Budong's heart turned cold when he heard the news coming out of Chu Yang's mouth like a cannon at this moment. The most inconceivable thing was that Chu Yang was already a 5th grade king level expert. This had given Rui Budong a big blow. One must know that Chu Yang was only a martial great master when they had broken up. How big was the gap? And he was riding on top of his head now? Moreover, he had taken 3 big steps in a row. How could Rui Budong endure this feeling of complacency? I've also been hit hard. Chu Yang sighed and continued, you see, my junior martial brother wasn't as good as me last year. But, he's already a king-level expert now. Rui Budong painfully grabbed his hair. Am I dreaming? You don't have to be so miserable. Chu Yang sighed as if he couldn't bear to look back on the past. He said, do you know how much we've sacrificed? We've been on the brink of life and death several times a day. Gudu Xing, Dong Wushang, GMO, and Luo Kudi are still fighting. How much have we sacrificed? How much have you sacrificed? So, you don't have to feel unbalanced at all. Chu Yang pretended to comfort him, but he was actually trying to provoke him. We've risked our lives. Rui Budong jumped up with red eyes. No. If you can do it, why can't I? We're all brothers. Who's afraid of whom? Don't be impulsive. Chu Yang comforted him. I have to be impulsive. Rui Budong flew into a rage. I won't come out if I don't reach the highest level this time even if I die inside. Chu Yang was startled. He faintly felt that he had gone overboard with his provocation. What, this time? I came here with my 2 masters to improve. Rui Budong said so and so. Then, he said, humph. How can it be enough to improve only 1 grade? I must improve 2 grades. 3rd grade. 4th grade. 5th grade. He suddenly shouted, I want to improve my strength. Chu Yang broke out in cold sweat. Rui Budong's spirit had clearly been stimulated to the point that it had become somewhat manic. Chu Yang couldn't stop him from yelling. It couldn't be helped. This guy had received too much stimulation today. 2 silhouettes rushed over in a panic. They were 2 emperor-level experts. Stealing God and Thieving Ghost had appeared. Budong, what's wrong? Who bullied my disciple? The 2 old men landed on the ground. They glared at Chu Yang and Tan Tan like tigers watching their prey. Master. I want to improve my strength. I can't stand it anymore. Rui Budong wept bitterly. Who are these 2 people? Thieving Ghost looked at Tan Tan and Chu Yang suspiciously. This sentence made Tan Tan resentful. He angrily said, Old man, don't you have any manners? This is my elder brother, and his younger martial brother. Rui Budong hurriedly introduced them. He was afraid that his master and big brother would misunderstand. Well, what stimulated you? Stealing God asked. My brothers are already level 4 or 5 king level experts. Rui Budong said with infinite sadness, I'm the weakest. Master, I won't come out if I don't reach level 4 or 5 this time. Stealing God and Thieving Ghost's complexion changed. Chu Yang's hair stood on end after he had learned about it. He sucked in a breath of cold air. There was a strange space inside this natural array. Stealing God and Thieving Ghost were two martial warriors who had been chased here by their enemies. They had mistakenly entered this place, and had discovered that there was another world inside. There were ancient ruins inside this place. There were 3 corpses inside. A sheepskin scroll had clearly stated this. There were martial arts techniques and secret books. There was also a strange array that could gather the spirit energy of heaven and earth. It could be infused into a person's body once every 10 years. Stealing God and Thieving Ghost had used this method to promote their cultivation to king-level experts in a very short time. However, their foundations had already taken shape at that time. Moreover, they were also quite old. Their cultivation hadn't been promoted after they had reached level 3 emperor-level experts. Moreover, the strange array seemed to have gradually lost its effect because they had been using it for a long time. Finally, they issued a warning: only one person could be allowed. Moreover, there was only one last chance for promotion. They obviously wanted to give this last chance to their most prized disciple. 3 days after Rue Boutong's return, the 2 masters were overjoyed. Because Rue Boutong's cultivation had advanced very quickly, he had completely reached the standard required here. Therefore, the 2 of them excitedly brought their younger brother over. Xianxia felt a chill in his heart when he heard this. It's unknown how much this strange formation can help people improve once it's activated. In short, as long as you're still inside, the spiritual energy will continue to pour in. Stealing God and Thieving Ghost had never persevered until the end of the infusion of spirit energy, not once, and this was the last chance. Rue Boutong had been seriously provoked by himself again. Xianxia felt that this matter was a little serious. This, cough cough, old, you must come out in time if you can't hold on any longer. Xianxia pinched his nose and swallowed back the words he was about to say. Your life is more important. No. Rue Boutong snorted, his face full of stubbornness. Xianxia was extremely helpless. He could only take out the incomplete version of the heavy pill and adjust Rue Boutong's physical strength to the best state. As for the rest, he could only resign himself to fate. His heart was filled with unspeakable regret. There was one thing to add here: ever since Tan Tan's physique had changed, all kinds of herbs and other things were completely ineffective for him. Even the heavy pill had no effect on him. Finally, the time had come when Stealing God and Thieving Ghost were waiting anxiously. Now, the 5 of them were inside the space of that big formation. Opposite them was a smooth stone platform, which was the eye of the formation. Once that strange formation was activated, Rue Boutong would only need to stand on that stone platform and accept the infusion of spirit energy. As long as Rue Boutong didn't come down, no one could interfere. Once they interfered, the formation would be turned into fine powder along with Rue Boutong. Only Rue Boutong could make his own decisions and figure out his own limits, but now, Rue Boutong was in such a crazy state, the 3 of them were sweating in their hearts. It's all your fault. Stealing God looked at Xianxia angrily. The mustache at the side of his mouth was sticking up. Sigh. Xianxia sighed. Finally, a buzzing sound resounded. That stone platform suddenly emitted a dazzling light. A whirlwind blew up from the stone platform and rushed up. Suddenly, 7 colors appeared in the sky. A rich spirit energy spiraled up from the sky. It slowly turned into a visible cyan color. Then, the color slowly became deeper and deeper. The time has come. Boutong, you must come out if you can't bear it. Thieving Ghost held his disciple's hand and urged him over and over again. Don't worry, Master. This disciple will never lose face for Master. Rue Boutong said firmly. Old. Xianxia shouted. Big brother. Rue Boutong turned around. No matter what, it's most important to come out alive. Xianxia looked deeply into his eyes. Rue Boutong faintly smiled and said, Big brother, do you still remember what you said? What did I say? You once said, you hoped that you would have us by your side when you become a legend. And, you would be in our legend when we become legends. Rue Boutong said deeply, Big brother, you don't know how our hearts felt after you said that. How many years has it been? How many people can become a legend? And how many people can leave their names in the legend? But you said it, Big brother. Ever since then, we have been moving towards this goal. Rue Budong took a breath. Big brother, if one day you become a legend, and I'm still alive, but I can't stand by your side, or rather, I don't deserve to stand by your side. Do you know that I would rather die? If you become a legend, and I'm not by your side, then I can only say that I'm already dead. Rue Budong said firmly, we're brothers. If I don't go up when you're at your peak, you won't feel good either. Although I've failed, I'll also be a regret in your hearts. This is my chance. I can't let it go. Rue Budong strode forward, resolutely walking towards the stone platform. When he reached the edge of the stone platform, he suddenly turned his head and smiled. Big brother, if I become a legend, you will definitely be in my legend. Then, with a leap, he stood on the stone platform. The whistling flow of spiritual energy suddenly became louder at this moment. The sound it made was like a tsunami. The deep cyan flow of spiritual energy was about to drown Rue Budong's figure in an instant. A mighty purple cyan spiritual energy suddenly poured down from the top of the stone platform. It formed a sharp cone shape and fiercely pierced into the area of the deep cyan flow of spiritual energy. It pierced right into the top of Rue Budong's head. Rue Budong's whole body trembled. His face twisted, but he didn't say a word. He tightly closed his lips and gritted his teeth. The spiritual energy in the air suddenly squeezed and rolled. It continuously formed purple cyan spiritual energy, and crazily poured into this place. Chu Yang fiercely clenched his fists. His fingernails dug deeply into his flesh. He silently said in his heart, Budong, old man. Stand firm. When one day I become a legend, I hope that I'll have you by my side. Stealing God and Thieving Ghost tightly clenched their fists. Their faces were full of concern. They opened their mouths and looked at their beloved disciple who was shrouded in the cyan light. The muscles of their entire bodies were stretched taut. The sound of breathing was hurried. Cold sweat seeped out of their bodies little by little. When I went in that year, the longest time I could maintain it was half an hour. Stealing God wiped the sweat from his face. He still had some lingering fear in his heart. The longest time I've been in there was less than half an hour. Staying in there can make a breakthrough and increase one's strength. But that kind of feeling is really worse than death. Thieving Ghost's eyes looked inside the cyan light as he said unconsciously. He seemed to have remembered the feeling of that year. He quivered and shivered. It's been so many years, but I still want to tremble every time I see this thing. I would rather die than go in there again. Yes. I advanced by 1 grade that time, Stealing God sighed. I also advanced by 1 grade that time. Thieving Ghost lowered his head. Our disciple is stronger than both of us. But I'm afraid that he doesn't want to live. Stealing God and Thieving Ghost looked at each other with worried faces. He will definitely succeed. Chu Yang looked at the cyan light and said firmly. I hope so. The 2 old men sighed at the same time. We only have 1 brother. We also hope that he can achieve something. You 2 brothers becoming sworn brothers is your business. We are very happy that he has so many good brothers. But we also don't want him to be outdone by his brothers. Stealing God smiled bitterly. Being outdone by the enemy is hatred. Being outdone by one's own brothers is a sign of inferiority. Inferiority is always more frightening than hatred for a person's growth. Chu Yang said deeply, my brothers won't feel inferior. They will never. He said it resolutely and decisively. There was no room for doubt. Time passed little by little. A quarter of an hour, half an hour, the cyan ball of light suddenly trembled, sending out ripples after ripples. He's about to break through. Stealing God's face was serious. Chu Yang didn't say a word. He just looked at the cyan light. The light was trembling more and more violently. Finally, there was a silent explosion. The aura of a breakthrough was clearly transmitted from the light. Rue Budong had broken through to the 3rd grade of king level. The cyan light returned to its original position after the trembling. It continued to maintain a dense mist. Rue Budong closed his eyes and stood in the cyan light. If someone could see his appearance at this moment, they would be shocked. They wouldn't be able to bear to look at him. His entire body was trembling and spasming. Every meridian seemed to be breaking down and reassembling. Every tendon was twisting and bulging out. The muscles on his face were oozing with blood. However, he clenched his teeth and didn't say a word. This wasn't just about improving one's strength. It was also testing one's willpower. This kind of improvement was undoubtedly painful. In fact, it was extremely painful. But it was precisely because he had gone through such pain that his future path would be smooth. The spirit energy continued to pour into him. Soon, it was the time for the second breakthrough. However, the spirit energy gathered in the sky was still increasing. Another half-hour passed. The green spirit aura halo trembled once again, and became dense, and Rui Butong inside the halo once again suffered the torture of having his body crushed and his bones crushed. However, this stubborn youngster still tightly clenched his teeth, and didn't utter a single sound. He knew that his big brother and master outside would be worried as long as he moaned. He couldn't make any sound. They would know that he could still persevere if he didn't make any sound. 2 hours passed. He had advanced by 2 grades. Stealing God and Thieving Ghost looked at each other. Rui Butong had advanced twice as much as they had at the beginning. However, Rui Butong still hadn't come out. There was no movement. Could it be that he could still persevere? 3.5 hours passed. The spirit aura in the sky was still increasing. Endless spirit aura was still rushing over from afar, and was gathering. It seemed as if the wind and clouds were gathering. The green spirit aura halo finally began to tremble again after nearly 4 hours had passed. It became dense, and spread out. Another breakthrough. 6 hours had passed. Stealing God and Thieving Ghost were trembling from head to toe. Their faces were full of despair. They couldn't even cry. Butong. Why haven't you come out yet? These 2 emperor-level experts felt endless regret at this moment. They regretted that they had personally sent their proud younger brother into this death zone. 3 hours had passed. There should be no hope. Chu Yang deeply wrinkled his brows. He was about to move when the sword spirit suddenly stopped him. Don't move. Don't disturb him. Huh? Chu Yang was surprised. Don't move. Sword spirit said. Then, he didn't make any sound. He slowly said with a dignified look in his eyes, if I'm not wrong, this place must be. He didn't say what it must be. Instead, he said doubtfully, but, how can such a thing be preserved in this world? Rui Butong's body inside the halo had already become unrecognizable. This time, along with the breakthrough came great pressure and great pain. It seemed as if his entire body would collapse, and be crushed into meat paste. His tall and straight body was slowly being compressed, and bent. The sound of bones breaking was unceasingly heard. Blood fiercely spurted out of his 7 orifices. Suddenly, a thunder-like explosion came from the spirit aura gathering in the sky at this moment. Boom! The entire far north wasteland fiercely jumped. The chi gathering in the sky suddenly turned purple. Just as everyone was inexplicably shocked, the purple spirit chi suddenly pressed down and entered this strange formation. Above the formation, a dignified voice slowly said, Nirvana. With a boom, the azure chi on the stone platform transformed into a purple chi halo. The scope of the halo suddenly expanded by a fold. A purple chi fire burned fiercely on the outside of the circle of light. It swept up, burning the entire top floor of the main hall into nothingness in an instant. Then, it rose into the air, and half of the sky turned purple. Nirvana. The sword spirit heaved a sigh of relief. This is indeed the Phoenix clan's Nirvana array. Who would have thought that after 10,000 years, he would once again see this mystical array? Chu Yang, you don't have to worry. Chu Yang didn't need to worry. He was so excited that he almost jumped up in joy. Rui Budong actually had such a fortuitous encounter. The Phoenix clan's Nirvana meant that Rui Budong had been recognized by the Phoenix clan. From now on, Rui Budong was almost immortal. For such a great thing to happen to his own brother, Chu Yang was simply overjoyed. At the same time, there was a hint of doubt in his heart. Could it be that Rui Budong actually had the Phoenix bloodline? What was going on? After hearing Chu Yang's explanation, Stealing God and Thieving Ghost also smiled excitedly, their faces full of gratification. But Rui Budong, who was in the halo, didn't think so. He only felt a mountain-like pressure pressing down on him. Pressing down, in the end, his body couldn't take it anymore. With a soft sound, the flesh below his right calf exploded violently. His bones also turned into powder at this moment. Rui Budong groaned in despair and fell to the ground. Then, he was surprised to find that a purple flame rose from under his feet, burning his right calf that had already turned into powder. As it burned, Rui Budong felt a sharp pain in his soul. It was as if his soul was being sliced apart by someone's blade. No. It was much more painful than that. He couldn't even scream. The purple flame suddenly retracted and disappeared. Rui Budong, who was in great pain, suddenly realized that his right calf was still intact. He blinked hard and looked again. Yes, it was still there. Rui Budong was at a loss. What was going on? It had clearly turned into paste just now. Just as he was thinking this, another wave of violent pressure pressed down on him. His left calf also exploded, then, a similar purple flame swept up. But this time, Rui Budong was no longer panicking. He was only trying hard to maintain a clear mind under the cruelest punishment in the world, right knee. Explosion, left knee. Explosion, right thigh, left leg, waist and buttocks. When Rui Budong's lumbar vertebrae and the body below his neck suddenly exploded, this kind of pain reached the greatest degree. Rui Budong's mind suddenly became muddled and he groaned in pain. Purple flames engulfed him and reformed his body, but this time, it didn't immediately fade away. Instead, it burned fiercely as it reformed his body. There was another spiritual energy thunderstorm in the sky. It was still that dignified voice, "An pan." With a boom, all the purple spiritual energy in the sky pressed down fiercely. All the purple flames on the ground rushed up fiercely. Rui Budong's head suddenly exploded at this moment, then, the thick purple spiritual energy rushed down from the top. It fiercely surrounded the head. The purple flame phoenix ignited and turned all the spiritual energy that formed the spiritual energy circle into a purple flame that soared to the sky. The purple flame soared to the sky and reached thousands of feet. According to everyone's visual estimation, this flame was perhaps more than thousands of feet. But, no one knew that if they were to measure it specifically, it would be more than 1,000 feet. The rising heat made Xianxia, stealing god and thieving ghost leave this hall in a flash, and go 1,000 feet away. Only when Tan Tan retreated, the marks on his forehead and chest, and the light golden eyebrows flashed fiercely. It seemed that, the marks had become a little bigger at this moment. Tan Tan frowned as he looked at the rising purple flame in front of him. A trace of blurred color flashed across his face as he muttered, "It's so familiar. I seem to have seen this kind of flame somewhere?" Then, his whole body fiercely trembled. His eyes suddenly turned pitch black as he said, "An pan soars to the Big Dipper, purple clouds roam freely, fire burns the heavens." 110. Phoenix, are you still there? Tan Tan's accent was very dignified when he said these words. It didn't seem like his usual nonsense. Moreover, these few words were filled with the domineering aura of a king who looked down on all living things in disdain. An indescribable aura of vicissitudes of life fiercely erupted from Tan Tan's body. Then, it immediately disappeared. Tan Tan's eyes regained their normal color. Then, he shouted, "What a big fire!" Then, he ran away in fear. No one had seen this change. The fire burned for 3 hours. Adding up all the time, Rui Budong had been inside for a total of 14 hours, the fire slowly weakened from thousands of feet. It shrunk to 1,000 feet, then to 100 feet, then to 30 feet, then, it suddenly disappeared. The entire hall changed into specks of dust the moment the fire disappeared. Then, it dissipated without a trace. Rui Budong's body appeared in front of everyone like a newborn baby. Then, Rui Budong slowly stood up with a perplexed look on his face. He moved his body, and walked down while swaying. He walked a few steps before he realized that he had made it. He couldn't help but jump up and laugh. "I did it! I did it! Ha ha ha." Xianxia, stealing god, and thieving ghost had black lines on their faces. Tan Tan stared at Rui Budong. Then, he used his hand to touch his crotch. He said in a very unconvinced manner, "Almost there." Rui Budong had already jumped up. He dashed over, and pounced over. He excitedly hugged Xianxia. He laughed and jumped up, "Big brother, I did it." Xianxia was stunned. He was caught off guard by the strong impact. He fell to the ground while facing the sky. Rui Budong's white body pressed down on Xianxia's body. The other 3 people were dumbstruck as they looked at the 2 white balls twisting and turning. Stealing god and thieving ghost were a little jealous at first. "Little brat, we have raised you for so many years. Now that you have succeeded, you are actually hugging your big brother. Don't tell me that we can't compare to your big brother? But when they saw this disgusting shape, their jealousy completely disappeared. They looked at each other, and rejoiced in their hearts. Fortunately, he didn't come to hug me first. Otherwise, this mother asterisk cur. How can I endure this? Chu Yang suddenly became angry. He fiercely slapped. However, he slapped a smooth egg with a bang sound. He shouted, "Get up!" Rui Budong suddenly felt that something was wrong. He touched his body, and jumped up with a wow sound. My clothes, my clothes." He looked left and right. On one side, Tan Tan stroked his chin, and laughed mischievously, "So sexy." Stealing God rushed over, and covered Rui Budong with a robe. This prevented his disciple from being embarrassed. Then, the two old men rushed over, and violently beat up their disciple. "Little bastard. You scared this old man to death." Chu Yang stood up like a carp, and joined the ranks of the gang beating. Tan Tan also rushed over with a woo sound. Rui Budong was unexpectedly a king-level expert after this breakthrough. Among the brothers, this youngest one was the highest in terms of cultivation. Moreover, his physique had changed greatly. Even if his body was cut by a saber, he would be able to recover quickly. He was also the only one who didn't need Chu Yang's heavy pills to recover from injuries. This result greatly stimulated Gu Du Xing, Dong Wu Shang, Luo Kudi, and GMO. In the next 2 months, the brothers would sometimes gather together, and then they would go their separate ways. At first, they still wore masks. Later, they realized that it was meaningless to wear masks. Everyone knew who they were. What's the point of being secretive? So, they might as well make it clear. Come on. It's the old man's doing, so what? She had offended many people. Yes, she had offended many people. Come and look for me. Come and look for me. I'll use you as a touchstone. Therefore, the northern wilderness became chaotic. More and more clans returned home. Who the Fu *K could stand encountering such a group of lunatics? 2 flowers bloomed, one on each side. Fu *K, why does this sentence sound so sour? Buluqing and Ning Tianya had accepted a disciple. Both of them were so happy that they couldn't close their mouths. She was the most talented disciple in the world since ancient times. The 2 supreme experts could see the glory of their disciple's future. The names of these 2 supreme experts should be thrown out to cushion the table if they couldn't teach such a disciple well. The more they looked at this disciple, the more they liked her. They were afraid that she would melt in their mouths and fall in their arms. Mo Qing Wu proposed to go home to take a look and say goodbye. The 2 supreme experts naturally agreed, and accompanied her personally. Moreover, both of them accompanied her. Neither of them gave way to the other. Neither of them was willing to take a step away. The journey was almost half cloudy and half foggy. Other people would need to walk for 2 months. But, these 2 supreme experts only needed 2 days to reach the Mo clan. 2 days was already a very long time. The 2 supreme experts were 10,000 years old. So, it wasn't easy for them to trick the little girl. They managed to dig out the miserable experience of the little girl in half a day's time. They heard that the little girl used to be the focus of the clan's training. She had 3 meridians. But, her 3 meridians were destroyed. So, the clan immediately gave up on her. She was miserable all the way there. Later, they even wanted to give their precious disciple to someone else as a concubine to practice evil techniques. The little girl had no choice but to run away from home. She was miserable all the way there. It would have been unimaginable if it weren't for Brother Chu Yang. The little girl sobbed when she talked about the sad part. Her tears fell like rain like pear blossoms. Buluqing and Ning Tianya were so angry that their hair stood on end. They were extremely angry. They hadn't expected that they would talk about such a shocking thing while chatting with their disciple. This was the most infuriating thing that these 2 supreme experts had ever heard. Because, this was their own disciple. As for other people, it was none of their business how miserable they were. They could die. Damned Mo clan. They dared to bully my precious disciple like this. The eyes of the 2 supreme experts turned red. Buluqing immediately expressed that he wanted to exterminate the Mo clan. It was only then that Mo Qinggu got a shock. Ah, why did I say so much? This is bad. The two supreme martial artists were still unwilling to give up. One was blowing his beard and glaring at the other, while the other was cursing at the heavens and cursing the earth. One was rubbing his fists, and the other was busy rolling up his sleeves, as if he was going to have a hand-to-hand fight. They were trying their best to make a good impression in front of their disciples, and Mo Qingwu didn't even think about it. No matter what. The two supreme martial artists were still top-notch experts in the world. They had their own demeanor. Even if they were really angry and wanted to destroy the Mo clan, why would they make it so obvious and act like a scoundrel in the marketplace? Moreover, she was only 10 years old and didn't have much experience. The two supreme martial artists only needed to use a few words to evoke all the grievances in her heart and make her tear up. Moreover, there were two extremely benevolent masters who were comforting her while adding fuel to the fire. How could she still know what to say and what not to say? Naturally, it was like pouring beans out of a bamboo tube, spilling everything in one go. Therefore, while the two supreme martial artists were angry, they were also enjoying their disciples' soft pleading and coquettishness. Both of them felt an unprecedented joy in their lives. Mo Tianji was also in a very tragic situation. During this period of time, he used all his strength to reorganize the Mo clan. He got rid of all the original drawbacks, and expelled all the unstable elements. He used an iron fist to vigorously reorganize the clan. At the same time, he established good relations with various clans, opened up economic channels, and completely digested and absorbed all the channels that Mo Tianyun had used when he was here. Those that couldn't be digested were simply eliminated. Once these thunderous methods were used, the atmosphere of the Mo clan took on a new look. On this day, the Mo clan had just recovered some of its vitality. However, after a gust of wind, two super experts came to settle the score. On this day, there was a thunderclap in the clear sky. People of the Mo clan, come out. With a boom, a few rooms in the Mo clan collapsed because of this sentence. Mo Tianji was very surprised. He endured the buzzing sound in his ears, and walked out to take a look. He saw three people standing in midair. Two of them were wearing wide robes with big sleeves. They floated like immortals, but their faces were full of anger. There was a small person in the middle. She was dressed in red, and her face was snow white. She was his younger sister, Mo Qingwu. He couldn't help but be stunned. What's going on? Mo Tianji looked at his younger sister, and couldn't help but ask, Little Wu, this is, second brother, these are my two masters. Mo Qingwu winked at him. Mo Tianji immediately understood. It seems that Little Wu's masters have come to vent their anger for their disciple? He couldn't help but smile bitterly. I would have left a few people behind to let them vent their anger. But now, it seems that only one is left, and that is my father. But, who are these two people? They look very awesome, but, how could Ning Tianya pay any attention to Mo Tianji's polite greetings? He had already shouted at the top of his lungs, who is that bastard Mo Wu Xian? Who is that B*TCH Mo Tianyun? Who is it? Get out here. Is there something wrong with your guts? Is there something wrong with your heart? You dare to bully my disciple. If I don't make you look like 300 dead people today, then I won't come. Bu Luqing held back his laughter, and turned his face away. This old man is really unscrupulous in order to flatter his disciple and make her happy. He doesn't even care about his face. He is a supreme-level expert, and is shouting at an emperor-level expert. Black lines appeared on Mo Tianji's forehead. Senior, these people are already dead. Dead? Bu Luqing was furious. Who allowed them to die? I haven't come to vent my anger for my disciple. How did they die? These bastards don't know any better. They don't make sense. Mo Tianji was left speechless. Do they need your permission to die? Mo Tianji mediated, and Mo Qingwu pleaded. So, the two supreme-level experts finally came to the Mo clan's courtyard. They drank tea and cursed at the same time. The two supreme-level experts were depressed because they didn't manage to vent their anger. Then, he called out Mo Xingchen, and fiercely reprimanded him. Then, he poked Mo Xingchen's forehead with his finger, causing Mo Xingchen to stagger. His saliva directly sprayed onto the face of the former clan head of the Mo clan. Mo Xingchen was battered and exhausted. However, he didn't even feel afraid after he knew the identities of these two. he was scolded and lectured. Then, he went back in a daze with a wave of their hands. Oh my god! Little Wu has 2 supreme-level experts as her masters. I have a heart attack. Where's my disciple's saber? Take it out. Look at your clan's prospects. You even snatched a little girl's saber. Moreover, she is your own daughter. Do you have any face? Even if you have some prospects, you must have stolen them. Hurry up. Why are you standing there like a dumb bird? Do you really want me to get angry? This is really infuriating. Ning Tianya's thunderous roar was heard. Mo Tianji personally went to his room and took out the saber that he had kept for his little sister. Throughout the entire process, even with Mo Tianji's eloquence, he didn't even have the time to defend himself. That's because the 2 supreme-level experts only cared about themselves. They didn't give anyone a chance to speak. While Ning Tianya was scolding, Buluqing was complaining, "You simply don't treat us as guests. What kind of tea is this? It tastes terrible. If you weren't lucky, my disciple would have been a member of your clan. Otherwise, I would have exterminated your clan for this pot of tea. Too stingy, too shameful, too unpresentable. Is this something that humans can drink?" Mo Tianji almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This is our unique heavenly secret tea. If tea is ranked in the 3 heavens, then heavenly secret tea would be ranked second. No other tea would dare to claim to be first. It has been degraded to such an extent. Buluqing and Ning Tianya saw that Mo Qing cared so much about that saber. But, they didn't think much of it. They thought, what kind of divine weapon can there be here? At most, it's gorgeous in appearance. Little girls like it. That's all. However, they immediately overturned their previous thoughts when they saw the dreaming of a gentle dance saber. Even with their 10,000 years of experience, they could only describe this saber with the word perfect after thinking for a long time. The dreamlike colors, the blurriness of the starry sky. The super sharpness that could cut iron into mud made the 2 supreme experts exclaim in admiration. No wonder that damned bastard snatched it. It's a good thing. Fortunately, it's in my disciple's hands. Well, it's really complimentary. Mo Qingwu was beaming with joy as she held the saber in her hands. The 2 supreme experts felt comforted in their old hearts. The 2 supreme experts didn't stay for long. Mo Qingwu bid farewell to her mother and second brother. Then, they took the dreaming of a gentle dance saber from Mo Tianji's hands and left with Mo Qingwu. Mo Xingchen imagined that the 2 supreme experts would bestow a lot of good things and secret manuals, but it didn't happen. This should have happened. However, the Mo clan had treated Mo Qingwu unfairly some time ago. So, it had turned into nothing. An elder boldly mentioned it in a roundabout way. But, Ning Tianya raised his eyes and scolded him, "You should be happy that we didn't exterminate your clan this time. But, you still want benefits? Not even a mosquito. How can you be so thick-skinned? This is the first time this old man has seen your Mo clan in more than 10,000 years. How *King thick-skinned is this? You're simply disgraceful. Extremely shameless. Your Mo clan would be invincible in the upper 3 heavens if you were to stick up your face. You can ignore all attacks with just this face of yours. This is really *King bad luck. I actually talked so much with trash like you." The 2 supreme experts picked up their disciple and disappeared without a trace after they finished scolding her. All the members of the Mo clan's elder assembly spurted out a mouthful of blood. The auras of the 2 supreme experts had been suppressing them. They couldn't resist without circulating their martial power. So, they spat out this mouthful of blood after the 2 supreme experts had left. Everyone looked dispirited. They were full of regret. They were ashamed and resentful at the same time. This matter wasn't done by us. They obviously didn't dare to bear a grudge against Ning Tianya. So, they could only vent their anger on Mo Xian and Mo Tianyun. Those 2 bastards would have been eaten alive by everyone if they were still alive. Our Mo clan lost such a good opportunity because of you 2 bastards. First update for today. The monthly votes are getting closer and closer. Please help, brothers and sisters. Thank you. I will continue to work hard. Second, third, fourth, she had already left. Only a group of Mo clans people were left behind. They looked at each other in dismay, and sighed in unison. Motherfew asterisk cur. Who would have dared to offend young miss if we had known that she had such an awesome backer? Even Mo Wu Xian and Mo Tianyun would have treated her like a great-grandmother. Mo Tianji's state of mind was very calm in comparison to the regret and disappointment of the other people of Mo clan. Can you keep the good stuff even if I give you good stuff? Mo Tianji snorted, how can a clan survive and become powerful if it relies on someone else? You can only rely on yourself. Mo Tianji heavily said, you can only rely on yourself. Don't tell me that you can't rely on yourself? The Mo clan should have been dissolved if you only wanted to rely on the supreme experts. Mo Tianji flicked his sleeves and left after he finished speaking. He then returned to the main study room. Only a group of elders who were lost in thought were left behind. Mo Tianji received a piece of news the next day. The O clan is secretly doing something. They have been in close contact with the other big clans. Mo Tianji smelled the scent of a conspiracy. He was well known for his scheming. So, his first reaction when he saw this news was, is the O clan going to make a move? But, who is the O clan targeting if they're going to make a move? Mo Tianji pondered for a while. Then, he resolutely issued an order, investigate. Find out what happened to the O clan during this time. Which clans are they in contact with? How are they in contact with them? The more detailed the better. The Mo clan's intelligence network was operating at full capacity. Several pieces of paper were placed on Mo Tianji's desk in a day's time. Plotting against King of Helchu. 30 experts have yet to return? Mo Tianji hissed and sucked in a breath of cold air after he read the first piece of information. Then, he looked at each piece of paper. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. Then, he closed his eyes and pondered. He gently tapped his thigh with his finger. Gao clan? Black Devil clan? Tian clan? Tu clan? Main clan? Zhao clan? Li clan? It seems that the O clan wants to stir up some trouble this time? Or, create chaos and then protect yourself? Mo Tianji stood up and paced back and forth in the room. His brows were tightly knitted, but there is a possibility that our strength will be weakened if we get into a mess. Especially since the Black Devil clan and the Main clan are involved in this matter. My Mo clan can't stay out of this even if we want to. So, it would be better to take the initiative to attack rather than passively defend. Even if it's a chaotic situation, we have to make it chaotic first. Mo Tianji carefully calculated the strength of both sides. He continued to ponder and evolve in his heart. He had already calculated everything in an instant. Come. After a quarter of an hour, Mo Tianji's eyes flashed as he made a decision. 2 guards immediately appeared. What orders does the patriarch have? I will write a few letters, and you will immediately send them out. Mo Tianji ground the ink and casually said, send them to the Luo clan, the Ji clan, the Dong clan. 7 days from now, I'll be at the Mo clan's residence. This matter is of great importance. Mo Tianji waved his hand and looked at the few people who immediately went out. Then, the sound of horse hooves echoed and gradually disappeared into the distance. Mo Tianji returned to his room with his brows still furrowed. After a long while, he finally picked up his brush and wrote a letter. He personally folded and sealed it. Then, he called someone over and instructed, send this letter to the AO clan as quickly as possible. If Evil Cloud Duke isn't present, send it to the clan lord of the AO clan. Yes. Mo Tianji muttered to himself for a while after this person left. But, he still felt that it wasn't very stable. So, he picked up his brush and carefully wrote another letter. This letter is for the Dark Bamboo. Even if there is a conflict in the future, this is a foreshadowing in advance. Then, Mo Tianji gathered all the experts of the Mo clan and made arrangements one by one. After the arrangements of the experts had been made, Mo Tianji called over the person in charge of the clan's economic and financial resources. All the forces of the Mo clan gathered together and clenched their fists. From today onwards, all the revenue from the sales of every shop and every hall of the Mo clan would be returned to the headquarters. There was no delay. Everything was arranged in an extremely short amount of time. The O clan wants to stir up the wind and rain? How can it be so easy? I'll show you what it means to stir up the wind and rain. Mo Tianji stood in front of the court with his hands clasped behind his back. There was a faint smile on his face. You want to play tricks in front of me? Then, I'll show you how to play tricks. 7 days later, Luo Ku Wu, Dong Wu Lei, Ji Zhu, Xia Dan Qiong, and a steward of the Gu clan arrived at the Mo clan on time. Moreover, each of them had arrived very quickly. Mo Tianji's letter had been very serious. Xia Dan Qiong had paid a lot of money to hire flying spirit beasts to arrive. Brother Mo, what's the matter? Dong Wu Lei asked. I saw in your letter that our clan has been exterminated. Is it so serious? Dong Wu Lei complained a little. His distance could be considered as far away. However, he had arrived early. This guy had jumped in fright when he had seen Mo Tianji's letter. He had immediately abandoned everything and rushed here. 2 fine horses had died along the way. Even his thighs had been rubbed with bloody blisters. You're right. I was still sleeping when I received your letter. Ji Zhu rolled his eyes. He looked at Mo Tianji with some displeasure. You scared me so much that I broke my sweet dream and rushed here. Cousin, you've gone too far. Ji Zhu was older than Mo Tianji. Therefore, he called him cousin. However, he didn't dare to look down on this younger cousin. On the contrary, he admired him. Luo Ku Wu was somewhat embarrassed. After all, their Luo clan and the Mo clan had a grudge against each other. They had suffered too many losses because of Mo Tianji. So, they didn't dare to neglect this time. That was because he knew that this matter wasn't trivial if even Mo Tianji had spoken so seriously. How would I dare to deceive the great dukes? Mo Tianji joked first. Then, his expression immediately turned serious. He said sternly, if we don't handle this matter well, I'm afraid that our clans will be annihilated right before our eyes. I'm not exaggerating just to scare you. Ah? It's that serious? The great dukes turned pale with fright. They immediately became serious. Mo Tianji's words had attracted everyone's attention. Then, he heaved a long sigh and said, speaking of which, our Mo clan is the one who has been wrongly accused in this matter. This matter was provoked by your younger brothers. But, our Mo clan was also implicated in this matter. We have no choice. The meaning behind Mo Tianji's words was, this is your matter. You've implicated our Mo clan. But, I still have to clean it up for you. You should be grateful. Dong Wu Lei stood up. Wu Shang? What happened to him? Dong Wu Lei had always felt that Dong Wu Shang was the strongest candidate for the position of the clan lord. Dong Wu Shang had appeared in such a powerful manner in the past year. He had swept through the entire 3 heavens with an unstoppable momentum, and had defeated all the younger generation. Dong Wu Lei had felt that his younger brother was a big threat to him countless times. Dong Wu Lei had even targeted Dong Wu Shang in some of the clan's affairs. He had constantly reduced his influence. He had played many little tricks in the dark. But, he felt his heart tighten when he heard that something had happened to Dong Wu Shang. He couldn't help but feel concerned. It seemed as if his heart was being squeezed. He realized that he had lost his composure when he spoke. So, he sat down embarrassedly. He secretly sighed in his heart, it's a threat. But, this kinship is still very touching. It's hard to give up. I can't let it go, they're fine. But, they provoked a big trouble. Mo Tianji looked at Dong Wu Lei with a smile. Then, he said, everyone, please come with me. As he spoke, he led the group into his study. Then, he ordered that no one was allowed to come in and disturb him even if the sky collapsed. The hearts of the great duke sank when they saw that Mo Tianji was so cautious. It seems that this matter isn't small. As soon as they entered the study, they realized that there was a huge map hanging on the wall in front of them. There weren't many directions marked on this map. But, there were many blood-red arrows. Dong Wu Shang, Gudu Xing, Luo Kudi, GMO, and Chu Yang. These 5 people had a conflict with the O clan on their way to the northern wilderness. They killed 5 emperor-level experts of the O clan and 30 king-level experts. Mo Tianji's tone was indifferent. He didn't mention that his younger sister was also there. Killed 5 emperor-level experts, and 30 king-level experts? Dongwu Lei and Luo Ku sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Jiju had been lying on the chair like mud. But, he suddenly stood up straight at this moment. The eyes of the steward king-level expert of the Gu clan had turned into bells. They were full of disbelief. Xianxia's eyes opened wide. Then, soybean-sized beads of sweat oozed out of his forehead. He had obviously heard about this matter. But, he had only heard that many king-level experts of the O clan had died. He hadn't known that 5 emperor-level experts had died. Xianxiang rejoiced in his heart at this moment. He obviously understood the reason the best. It was because O Dushao had discussed with him that he would go to the Xia clan first before going to the O clan. This matter had spread out after O Dushao had left the Xia clan. Xianxiang thought with his knees, presumably, the O clan wanted to take advantage of the situation. And that's why they provoked the retaliation of Chu Yang and the others. Fortunately, my clan wasn't so muddle-headed. They didn't forget righteousness at the sight of profit. Instead, they sincerely befriended them. Perhaps, the Xia clan would have collapsed if they had also suffered such a loss. The O clan has suffered a major blow. And, their strength has been greatly damaged. At the same time, they have made a big enemy of Gu Duxing and the others. Mo Tianji picked up a writing brush, and drew a line on the map where the O clan was located. Then, he insipidly said, therefore, the O clan must have been afraid of the retaliation of Gu Duxing, Dongwu Shang, and the others. Moreover, they were even more afraid that the Gu clan, Dong clan, Luo clan, and the other clans would join hands to deal with them. Therefore, the O clan had started to form a big alliance in order to protect themselves. They wanted to disrupt the situation. At the same time, they also wanted to seize this opportunity to strengthen themselves. Mo Tianji's words gradually entered the main topic. Everyone present straightened their bodies, opened their eyes wide, and pricked up their ears. The O clan had contacted several clans in succession during this time. Mo Tianji used a small smooth stick to point on the first arrow. First was the Gao clan. As for the reason, Jiju, you should be clear about it. Sweat oozed out of the tip of Jiju's nose. How could he not be clear about it? His younger brother GMO had snatched the fiancée of the young clan lord of the Gao clan. It would be too much if he said that he didn't know about it. The thin wooden stick touched the second red arrow. Then, Mo Tianji calmly said, the second clan we contacted was the Li clan. Elder Xia, I think you know why the O clan contacted this clan. Xianxiang awkwardly coughed. His face was somewhat red as he said, you already know. What else can I say? Everyone looked at him curiously. I don't know what this jade flower is worried about. Mo Tianji gently said, Brother Xia, it would be better for you to explain yourself so that we can understand the current situation better. And, we can understand how threatening and hostile these clans are. Xianxiang's face turned red. He faintly recalled the past, and angrily said, I had a grudge with the Li clan when I was 17 years old. I had reached the marriageable age. Once, I accidentally went out, and met the eldest daughter of the Li clan, Li Meng. This Li Meng's name is pleasant to hear. However, her appearance was somewhat unsightly. Well, she wasn't too ugly. I heard that she was injured. After Li Meng saw me, she unexpectedly took a fancy to me. Xianxiang's elegant and feminine face became angry. After I returned, the Li clan came to propose marriage. But, how could I agree to such a marriage? Even if I, Xianxiang, am not good-looking, the future wife of the Xia clan's clan lord can't be a one-eyed person, right? Ha ha ha. Jiju, Dongwu Lei, and Luo Ku swayed back and forth. Even Mo Tianji, who had always been calm and collected, was smiling. Jiju laughed and said, Brother Xia, perhaps she is a one-eyed person. But, perhaps she has an inner charm. The laughter became even louder as these words came out. Xianxiang's face turned red. He spared no effort in cursing, Fu *k. That's all you know, Jiju. The so-called inner seduction was, cough cough cough. Xianxiang cursed. Then, he continued, so, I flatly refused. But, this Li Meng and her younger brother, Li Hu, took advantage of the fact that I was away. And they wanted to snatch the marriage, ha 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 ha. Jizhu's hands and feet spasmed as he laughed. Brother Xia's charm is boundless. Don't tell me that Li Hu, did you do that? The laughter almost overturned Mo Tianji's study room as these words came out. Xie Danxiong's complexion turned pale. He angrily said, Jizhu. You bastard. Go on, go on. Go on, ignore him. Haha. Luo Kuwu laughed so hard that he spat out a mouthful of tea all over the place. He then urged Xie Danxiong to hurry up. Xie Danxiong looked at Jizhu with hatred in his eyes. Then, he continued, as a result, I killed both of them by accident and on purpose. Therefore, we became enemies. It can be said that the Li clan and my Xia clan are absolutely irreconcilable. At this point, everyone stopped laughing. Clearly, they were all considering the seriousness of this matter. Indeed, if an ordinary person had died, there probably wouldn't be any deep hatred. However, he had killed a son and a daughter of the clan head. This was a deep-seated hatred that could not be resolved. I'm sure everyone understands that as long as the Li family makes a move, it will be a fight to the death. Mo Tianji smiled and concluded, whoever stands with the Xia clan, the Li clan will fight them to the death. If we don't make a move, both sides will be holding back. But once we make a move, there will be no more scruples. Either you die, or I die. The archdukes nodded slowly. The steward of the Gu clan was sweating on his forehead. He was busy recording. The third target that the O clan contacted was the Tian clan. Brother Dong, you're not unfamiliar with the Tian clan, right? Mo Tianji looked at Dong Wulei. Dong Wulei's complexion sank. Not unfamiliar? The Dong clan and the Tian clan had several generations of irreconcilable hatred. They would fight to the death whenever they met. In this life, the Dong clan had Dong Wushang. But, the Tian clan had also produced a peerless genius, Tian Buhui. He was known as heaven is inferior, even the heaven is inferior to him. One could well imagine the strength and arrogance of this person. There was no need to say anything if the Tian clan got involved in this muddy water. They would certainly fight to the death. Dong Wulei's complexion became extremely unsightly. The fourth target that the O clan contacted was the Zhao clan. Mo Tianji smiled as he looked at Luo Ku, whose complexion had suddenly become unsightly. Brother Luo, the Luo clan has been suppressing the Zhao clan for more than 200 years if I remember correctly. Luo Ku snorted. Mo Tianji smiled in a refined manner. Our Mo clan and the Zhao clan would have become allies if it weren't for the distance between us and the Luo clan. Luo Kuwu's complexion became even more unsightly. The Luo clan and the Mo clan didn't have a harmonious relationship. They had been yelling and shouting every day for dozens of years. But, things had improved recently. Of course, the O clan also contacted another clan, the Tu clan. Mo Tianji sighed. Gudu Xing beat Tu Qian Hao beyond recognition. Moreover, he beat him in front of all the heroes of the world. This hatred isn't inferior to the hatred of killing one's father. The fingers of the steward of the Gu clan trembled. And, a big stain appeared on the writing brush he was using to record. All of you deserve to be punished. Mo Tianji sighed as if he was very depressed, but, the most unbearable thing is that our Mo clan didn't do anything. But, that damned O clan contacted the Black Devil clan. Dong Wulei, Jizhu, Luo Kuwu, and Xie Danxiong immediately laughed in schadenfreude. It's no wonder that you looked for us. It turns out that your Mo clan is also involved in this matter. However, they also felt relieved at the same time. Mo Tianji can't stay out of this matter since the Mo clan is also involved. Mo Tianji's planning is the biggest help. Mo Tianji had pulled these people together in a few words. Moreover, he had made his position prominent and independent. The Mo clan's strength had been greatly damaged. So, they should have been begging others for help. However, they had become the target of others' pleas. Moreover, the O clan contacted the main clan. Mo Tianji forced a smile. Everyone's eyes shone brightly. Meng Luo's vivid spring dream divine technique was a thorn in everyone's heart. Everyone rubbed their palms for battle when they heard that the Meng clan was also participating in this alliance. We will face an unprecedentedly grim situation if the O clan's alliance is successful. Mo Tianji had done enough foreplay to raise the hearts of all the great dukes. Then, he threw out his main objective: if the O clan, the Tu clan, the Tian clan, the Meng clan, the Black Devil clan, the Zhao clan, the Li clan, all these clans joined forces to deal with us alone. Mo Tianji looked deeply into Xia Danqiong's eyes. Even the powerful Xia clan will be defeated in one blow. There won't be the slightest bit of luck. Xia Danqiong's complexion suddenly became deathly pale. That's because the Xia clan was the closest to the O clan. Our clans will be eliminated from the three heavens if we give them the opportunity to attack us one by one. Mo Tianji's voice was cold and deep. His eyes looked at Dong Wulei, Luo Kuwu, and Jizhu's faces. Everyone's complexion became heavy. Their eyes flickered, and a murderous intention condensed little by little. The atmosphere in the study room had suddenly become oppressive and heavy. Everyone knew that Mo Tianji's words wouldn't be just a rumor if this matter were to happen. How could a single clan resist the alliance of 7 great clans? Mo Tianji chuckled and said, I'm very unwilling, and I'm very unwilling. But, the Black Devil clan has joined that camp. I'm very unwilling, and I'm very unwilling. But, I have no choice but to admit that we're on the same boat now. Yes, you have enmity with them. Our Mo clan has no enmity with them, but we've been pulled in. What else do you want? Who wants to stay out of this? Who dares to stay out of this? Dong Wulei's eyes flickered. He slowly stood up, and looked around. Then, he said in a heavy voice, Brother Mo is right. This is indeed a big crisis. I'm afraid that we'll be destroyed if we don't work together. Dong Wulei's voice was heavy. He extended his big hand with his palm facing upwards, and said, My Dong clan will be the first to recognize the status of our group. Those who recognize my alliance, please put your hand on mine. Xia Danqiong put his hand on his palm without any hesitation. Then, Luo Kuwu also put his hand on his palm. The steward of the Gu clan hesitated for a moment, and said, I'm willing to represent the Gu clan to recognize the alliance. However, I need to go back and report the specific deployment plan of this matter to the clan lord. He also put his hand on his palm as he said this. Jizhu remained silent for a while. Then, he meaningfully looked at Mo Tianji. Then, he put his hand on his palm with a bang sound. Mo Tianji smiled. He stretched out his hands, and gently held those hands that were clasped together. Then, he said, Everyone can discuss the next step of the plan if that's the case. Mo Tianji's words had maximized the crisis of life and death. And, he had finally moved the hearts of these aristocratic clans. He had firmly tied these scattered clans together. Moreover, it was the most solid kind. Everyone laughed out loud. Then, they sat down one after another. The unfamiliarity and restraint between them had disappeared without a trace. I think I should have the right to speak about the next step of the plan and arrangement. Luo Kuwu forced a smile and said, I've had a lot of dealings with Lord Mo Tianji in the past few years. To be honest, I'm very ashamed. I, Luo Kuwu, have never been able to gain the upper hand no matter how much I've thought about it. I've almost been killed several times in Lord Mo's hands. I've almost been captured several times. Luo Kuwu laughed at himself. Then, he pointed at his own body, I won't hide it from everyone. Out of 10 scars on my body, 9 of them were inflicted by Mo Tianji. Everyone laughed out loud. Luo Kuwu said, Brother Mo's reputation as the master of calculation and manipulation is well known throughout the world. I think that Lord Tianji will be the one in charge if we want to form an alliance. That's right. My cousin is full of wicked ideas. I haven't been able to bask in his glory since I was a child. Jizhu mischievously smiled. Jizhu's mother was the wife of the clan lord of the Ji clan. Mo Tianji's aunt was bitterly in love with the clan lord of the Ji clan. She would rather marry him as a concubine. That was how she gave birth to GMO. Jizhu shouldn't have called Mo Tianji cousin. However, he and GMO were more like blood brothers. Therefore, Jizhu had followed his younger brother to recognize this cousin. Xia Danqiong and Dong Wulei looked at each other. They didn't have any objection. Mo Tianji smiled and said, This proposal is inappropriate. Everyone was startled. Why is it inappropriate? Is there anyone here who is better at scheming than you? I can only be your military advisor. Strategizing can determine victory in Jianghu. I can analyze the enemy's schemes and calmly execute them. This is what I can do. It is my duty to do so. Mo Tianji smiled and said, as for the decision-maker and battle leader, it is not my turn. It is someone else. He paused and said, every one of us is more than qualified to be a leader. Moreover, we all have the ability to control the overall situation. However, we are not as good as one person. Therefore, before that person arrives, I can only come up with ideas for everyone. Then, we can harass them and tire them out. This is fine. That person? Who? Everyone asked together. This is strange. There is someone in this world that even Mo Tianji feels inferior to? What kind of a mortal is that? That person once turned the entire lower three heavens upside down with his own strength and cultivation as a martial master. He once led Iron Cloud Nation, which was on the verge of destruction. However, he defeated Diwu Qingro, who was unparalleled in intelligence and military strength. This person came to lower three heavens and stirred up the storm. He almost single-handedly changed the situation of lower three heavens. King of Hell Chu. Mo Tianji had not finished speaking, but everyone had already called out this name. It is that person. Mo Tianji sighed slightly. King of Hell Chu's intelligence is not enough to make me admire him. However, his calmness is beyond my reach. He sighed softly and said, we can command a large army. But, it's not difficult for King of Hell Chu to do this. We have to remain calm in the face of danger, and look for a way out from a hopeless situation. Our train of thought is clear, but, we can't do it. Calm? Luo Ku could not help but laugh. Brother Mo, when did King of Hell Chu show his calmness? How come I have never heard of it? Mo Tianji smiled. If you were in King of Hell Chu's time in Iron Cloud, would you be able to do what he did? No. Luo Ku honestly admitted that Iron Cloud's reversal was indeed a miracle. Turning defeat into victory bit by bit under an absolute disadvantage. If you don't keep your cool, can you do it? Mo Tianji asked in a carefree manner. Then, he chuckled. Mo Tianji, ask myself honestly. I wouldn't be able to do this if I were in King of Hell Chu's shoes. As expected. King of Hell Chu's calmness is indeed extraordinary. Xianxia recalled Chu Yang's performance in the Xia clan. He couldn't help but blush with shame. He thought in his heart, Motherfew *Ker. He single-handedly challenged my entire clan, and didn't get drunk. I'm afraid no one in this world is worthy of the word calm if I don't remain calm. All right. Dong Wulei nodded straightforwardly. Luo Ku also nodded. They had seen Chu Yang. Moreover, their brothers had followed Chu Yang. Even she had never been able to convince her younger brother that much. Also, we're still missing a few adventurers. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang are well-deserved. Mo Tianji smiled confidently and said, both sides will suffer at best if we fight recklessly with our current strength. Even if we win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. And, we'll lose the qualifications to contend for hegemony in the three heavens. But, the situation will be very different once Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, and the others return. Relying on the five of them? Dong Wulei snorted disdainfully. King of Hell Chu was obviously a character. But, Mo Tianji had put them on such a high pedestal. It seemed a bit excessive. Yes, relying on the five of them. Mo Tianji faintly smiled. He slightly squinted his eyes and said, Brother Dong, the five of them were able to kill 5 Emperor-level experts. And, they also killed 30 King-level experts at the same time. Would the 5 of us be able to do it if we were in their place? Who knows what kind of crafty scheme they used? Dong Wulei muttered. Yes. They must have used a crafty scheme. But. Mo Tianji heavily said, I can't think of such a crafty scheme. Such a crafty scheme is a kind of strength in the upper three heavens. Even an Emperor-level expert has died. So, you and I will certainly die if we meet them. Scheming and wisdom are the most brilliant martial strength. Mo Tianji insipidly said. Everyone pondered in silence. Xianxia roused his spirit. He carefully sorted out the situation of both sides in his mind. He felt that something was wrong. So, he said, Brother Mo, this matter doesn't seem to be as simple as it seems on the surface. The O clan has joined forces with so many people. So, they shouldn't be targeting us, right? Brother Xia is very wise, Mo Tianji faintly smiled. He paced 2 steps. Then, he slowly pondered and said, Oh, Du Shao owed a huge gambling debt after the battle at Mt Dingjun. I calculated from that time, everyone looked at Xia Danqiong with a strange look in their eyes. Xia Danqiong's face turned red. Oh, Du Shao wasn't the only one who owed a huge gambling debt. The first thing I would think of if I were the O clan's clan lord was to pay off my gambling debt after I heard about this god of wealth. Then, I would think of killing him to seize his wealth. Mo Tianji put himself in the position of the O clan's clan lord as he slowly spoke. Everyone listened attentively. But, I suddenly realized that King of Hell Chu's financial resources had reached a sensational level after his trip to the Xia clan. Therefore, I couldn't help but feel excited. How much of a boost would it be for the O clan if we could kill King of Hell Chu in secret? Moreover, King of Hell Chu is only a king-level expert. I heard that he doesn't have an emperor-level expert in his team. But, my O clan has more than one emperor-level expert. Wouldn't we be able to make a fortune in secret if we could do it in secret? Mo Tianji continued to analyze. Moreover, he could enter the Xia clan without any precautions. So, why can't he enter the O clan without any precautions? Wouldn't they have the final say as long as he enters the O clan? Xia Danqiong and the others secretly nodded. Mo Tianji's analysis of O Chengwu's mentality was absolutely correct. Things should have started to deviate from that time. Therefore, I began to arrange the deployment after I arrived. But, I found that the other side was on guard. So, I wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop. Therefore, I wanted to eliminate them in one fell swoop. So, I needed information and experts to follow them. Therefore, I have to send someone who is very competent in following them. Many people would have gone. And, they wouldn't have met if they were discovered. They would have gone their separate ways. And, my O clan wouldn't have gotten anything. Therefore, I had to send at least one emperor-level expert, and at most 2 emperor-level experts to follow them. Mo Tianji spoke until here. He then smiled and continued, killing 5 emperor-level experts at once with the cultivation of a king-level expert wouldn't be possible even if they used crafty tricks. Therefore, they needed to be dealt with separately. And, this tracking emperor-level expert should have been the first to be killed by Chu Yang and the others. Or, the first 2. There couldn't have been more than 3. After all, it wouldn't have been called tracking if there were more than 3. Chu Yang would have prostrated himself in admiration if he had been here. Mo Tianji's calculations had been correct so far, whether it was the mentality or the process. Then, I received the news. So, a large group of people immediately set out. They must have used a thunderous method to eliminate all future troubles in one fell swoop. However, I realized that I had provoked a big trouble when I found out that the experts I had sent had been wiped out. O clan had lost so many experts. Moreover, they were facing the retaliation of these big clans. So, they were in a precarious situation. We had to unite with other forces if we wanted to protect ourselves under such circumstances. Therefore, I targeted the opponents of the Gu clan, the Luo clan, the Dong clan, and the Ji clan. Moreover, King of Hell Chu had just formed an alliance with the Xia clan. So, the Xia clan was also an enemy. So, I contacted the Li clan. Moreover, the people of the Black Devil clan had always been mercenary. So, they could be used. The Meng clan was powerless to protect itself. So, the Meng clan would have been eager to accept if I had thrown out an olive branch. And, I would have achieved my goal of protecting the clan as long as these clans accepted my offer and reached a consensus. Mo Tianji paused as he spoke till here. Xia Danqiong, Dong Wushang, and Luo Kuwu discussed in a low voice. Jizhu also changed his lazy posture. His eyes emitted a sharp divine light as he listened with rapt attention. But, my mentality suddenly changed when I reached this point. Mo Tianji's voice suddenly became heavy, I suddenly realized that my strength would have skyrocketed after I'd united with these clans. Moreover, the Oak clan is so weak right now that it would have been in danger of being annexed even if it was in the alliance. Therefore, I would have stirred up a dispute and launched an attack on the Gu clan, the Xia clan, the Dong clan, and the other clans. That's because this force has reached the condition of dominating the three heavens. Our Oak clan would have taken advantage of the situation if any of these clans got exterminated. And we would have been able to restore our strength. Moreover, we would have become even stronger. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. Mo Tianji paused as he spoke till here. He pondered for a while and said, this should be the true mentality of the Oak clan's clan lord. He frowned and resolutely said, it shouldn't be wrong. It must be said that Mo Tianji's words had drilled into Oh Ching-Wu's stomach. In fact, he had clearly seen through Oh Ching-Wu's internal organs. Xie Danqiong and Dong Wu Lei frowned and pondered deeply. Jizhu habitually crossed his legs and scratched his feet. Then, he lazily said, this shouldn't be false. First, he was greedy. Then, he regretted it. Then, he became afraid. Then, he joined forces to increase his strength. Then, he became ambitious. This is very normal. What Tianji said shouldn't be wrong. Everyone nodded in succession. They felt that this was very reasonable. They were about to praise him when they smelled an indescribable stench. Even a weasel would have come after smelling the stench. They turned their heads to look, and immediately became angry. Jizhu had taken off his shoes and was scratching his feet. He even put his feet to his nose and smelled it. These people were clean people. So, they almost vomited. Fu *k. You bastard. Quickly put on your shoes. Get out. There was a loud roar. Then, someone kicked Jizhu out with a loud bang. He came in after a long while with his head and face covered in dirt. Mo Tianji stopped laughing and said, however, this alone isn't enough to cause chaos in the world. Therefore, the Lian clan and the others must have still got some tricks up their sleeves. The next trick is the real fatal one. What trick? Everyone asked. They had already prostrated themselves in admiration of Mo Tianji. The Oak clan wants to take advantage of this opportunity to rise. Their first concern is the Ao clan. Everyone knows that the Ao clan is the #1 clan in the three heavens. Mo Tianji insipidly said, the Ao clan is a colossus. No one would dare to say that they would rise and replace the Ao clan if they don't make a move. Therefore, the Ao clan must be part of the Oak clan's plan. Mo Tianji's eyes flickered. He was thinking in his heart, how would I drag the Ao clan into this mess if I were a member of the Oak clan's alliance? Then, there's the dark bamboo. Dong Wu Lei raised his eyebrows. The dark bamboo, they can only create coincidences to take advantage of it. The people of the dark bamboo don't care about the rise and fall of the big clans of the three heavens. Moreover, Jun Shizhu has always been unreasonable. So, they won't dare to take advantage of the dark bamboo. Mo Tianji shook his head and said, these two worlds can't be mentioned in the same breath. The most important thing is the Ao clan. The Ao clan. Everyone looked pensive. The Ao clan is a 1,000-year-old clan. It dominates the first place. The younger generation of the clan is full of outstanding talents. The Ao clan is full of talents in our generation. Only the core of the new generation is Ao Xiayun. But the other dozens of younger brothers of the Ao clan can't be underestimated either. Mo Tianji pondered for a moment, and then said, Ao Xiayun is the leader of the Ao clan at present. This is to pave the way for Ao Xiayun to take over the position of the clan lord of the Ao clan. Therefore, the Oak clan's alliance can only start from Ao Xiayun if they want to drag the Ao clan into this mess. Mo Tianji's train of thought became smoother as he spoke, but Ao Xiayun is extremely intelligent. He's not inferior to me in terms of wisdom and schemes. And he's not inferior to Gudu Xing and Dongwu Shang in terms of martial prowess. Therefore, Ao Xiayun certainly wouldn't join their camp if the Oak clan's alliance were to brazenly invite him. Therefore, there's only one way for the Oak clan to drag the Ao clan into this mess. Mo Tianji's voice slowly became heavy. Assassinate Ao Xiayun? The other people felt their scalps go numb. Their bodies became cold. Yes. The Ao clan will fly into a rage if Ao Xiayun dies. Whoever kills Ao Xiayun will incur the bloody revenge of the Ao clan. Mo Tianji pondered and said, although this is a risk, it's the most effective way to throw the three heavens into chaos. Everyone became silent. Brother Xia, you have to be careful. You will be in grave danger if something happens to Ao Xiayun. Mo Tianji turned towards Xia Danqiong and said in a serious manner. Why me? Xia Danqiong was stunned. I don't have any unique weapons. The Dong clan is too obvious. Gu clan's Du Xing isn't here. The Luo clan doesn't have a unique weapon. As for the Ji clan, GMO isn't here. Ji Zhu, this fellow. Let's not talk about asking him to kill Ao Xiayun. Even if Ao Xiayun offered his neck to him, this fellow probably wouldn't even bother to kill him. Mo Tianji faintly smiled, so, they can only frame the Ao clan if they want to drag them down. If they want to frame someone else, they can only choose Xia Danqiong. Qianghua, you. Once Ao Xiayun dies, brother Xia, it will be your doing. Oh Du Shao and you have been friends for many years. So, he knows your methods like the back of his hand. So, it would be easy for him to kill Ao Xiayun and shift the blame to you if he were to use the Ao clan's poison technique. And, if the Ao clan were to attack in rage because of this, we would be completely passive. So, it would basically be equivalent to a great defeat. Mo Tianji said indifferently. Xia Danqiong was shocked. Everyone carefully thought about it. They had thought that it was unimaginable at first. But, the more they thought about it, the more they felt that this idea was very likely. In fact, it was the only way out for the Ao clan's alliance. So, what should we do now? Xia Danqiong was really anxious. This was a big disaster that could easily destroy a clan. I have already sent a letter to the Ao clan. It can be considered as getting acquainted with them first. Mo Tianji's complexion was heavy as he said, I have also sent a letter to the dark bamboo to prepare for a rainy day. The second step is to make use of the main clan. The biggest mistake that the Ao clan has made in this matter is that they have contacted the main clan. Mo Tianji insipidly said, the main clan's evil technique has already violated the great taboo of Jianghu. Therefore, we must seize this mistake. We must issue a statement to the entire Jianghu. We must denounce the main clan's evil technique. We must exaggerate the dangers of the evil technique to the greatest extent. Pay attention to this. We must not implicate the other clans while denouncing the main clan. First, we must shake the entire Jianghu. Mo Tianji sinisterly said, the main clan's evil technique has been exposed a few days ago. But, the backlash isn't very big. So, it can't satisfy us. Well, how do we start? Luo Kuwu asked. Do you still need me to teach you this? Mo Tianji snorted and said, we must sacrifice a few people in this matter. And, we must sacrifice a few small clans. I will arrange the next steps. You all listen carefully. Mo Tianji suddenly sat up straight. His eyes were shining as he looked at the people present. First, we must cover our faces and attack. We must use poison or sleeping incense. First, we must exterminate the small clans with young daughters. Then, we must plunder their property. This matter must be done in secret. Mo Tianji's first step had left everyone startled. Second, we must collect a large number of those wandering and begging girls. This matter must also be done secretly. Mo Tianji insipidly said, these two matters are not difficult. I believe that you can accomplish them. Everyone's body shook. Third, one of you must immediately rush to the scene after this matter has happened. Then, you must spread the news from different directions that this matter may be the work of the dark bamboo. Dark bamboo? Why is it the dark bamboo? Xia Danqiong was puzzled. Let me finish. Then, we must continue to investigate. We must find some suspicious points. These families are very rich. Moreover, they have young daughters in their families. Then, we must combine this matter with the disappearance of the young girls and the gathering of the wandering and begging girls in the market. We must use clever means to make people raise doubts and point them towards the main clan. Meng Luo needs young girls to practice martial arts. So, we must first arouse the anger of the people of Jianghu. We must quietly wait for some righteous people to come forward and beg our clans to uphold justice. Then, we will reluctantly agree. Do you understand? Wonderful. All the dukes laughed and clapped their hands. In this way, those scattered forces in Jianghu will gather to us spontaneously. We don't even need to spend a little bit of effort. Those who beg us will go around looking for help themselves. Brother Tianji's plan is really amazing. Yes. Mo Tianji faintly smiled. We must take the initiative to attack. We must take the initiative to gather experts. And this will alert the people. Moreover, the leadership will be in our hands. So, no one will dare to refuse. Because, who would dare to refuse to do this since they are begging us to do this? Therefore, this will prevent some people from being jealous, dissatisfied, and fighting for power. This is the best plan. Of course, we must act as if we are reluctant to do this. We must arrange a few people to stir up the atmosphere. And, we must be repeatedly begged by them. Then, we must reluctantly agree. This will make the people who beg us to shed tears of gratitude. This will be a driving force for us to recruit them into our ranks in the future. Fourth, we must launch an investigation after we are elected. And, the result of this investigation must be an unexpected discovery. The Meng clan has formed an alliance with the O clan, the Tu clan, the Li clan, the Zhao clan, the Black Devil clan, the Tian clan, and so on. Mo Tianji faintly smiled. He emphasized the words unexpected discovery. From this, we can infer that the O clan was the one who poisoned the exterminated clans. Remember, you must make this announcement sudden, thunderous, earth-shattering, that kind of effect. Moreover, you must leave too many wild and fanciful thoughts for the people of Jianghu to associate. But, there is no harm in leading them to the worst possible association. Why would they form an alliance? Could it be that they want to publicize their evil techniques to dominate the world? Do they want to poison them for 3 days? Mo Tianji sinisterly smiled. It would be equivalent to everyone in the 3 heavens being poisoned if this is the case. And everyone would be in danger in the 3 heavens. We won't need to do anything at that time. They will automatically gather from all directions and gather under our banner. These things must be done secretly. They must be done flawlessly. They must appear very unexpected and unbelievable. But, this is how things are, set in stone. It would be perfect if every step could be speculated by others and caused a sensation. Then, we wouldn't have to keep asking questions. And, we would be able to speculate this terrifying result. Therefore, step by step, we would take the initiative to investigate righteously. Then, we would be passively elected. Then, we would discover this so-called terrifying truth. And, our reputation would become even more popular. Moreover, we would stand on the moral high ground step by step. We would represent righteousness at that time. Mo Tianji mischievously smiled, and, those clans would represent evil. Justice will eradicate evil. And, it will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. It will be an irresistible trend. It will be the will of the heavens and the will of the people. There is no obvious righteousness or evil in the 3 heavens. But, it can't be denied that people will feel happy if they think that they have done a good deed. Moreover, they will eventually suffer if these evils aren't eradicated. Naturally, they will flock together. When the time comes, the entire Jianghu will be in an uproar. And, they will suppress those clans. Mo Tianji gently smiled and said, and, our clans will be able to obtain the greatest benefits. From absorbing, dividing, sentimental, heartfelt, caring, and enticing, there will always be too many experts of Jianghu who will join us. When this is over, our clans will be able to truly rise. And, those clans will fall forever. This is their opportunity. But, isn't it our greatest opportunity as well? If we can make good use of this opportunity to wipe out all our enemies in one fell swoop, we will be able to strengthen ourselves several times over. Make use of the enemy's ambition to achieve our own hegemony. Mo Tianji gently raised his head. His black hair scattered in front of his forehead. His pair of clear eyes looked at everyone present. He casually said, wouldn't that be great? First update. Just 3,000 words. I woke up at 4 in the morning to write until now. It's extremely sad. I'm going home soon. All right, when I come back at night. By the time Motianji finished speaking, the entire study room was silent. It was so quiet that even the sound of a needle dropping to the ground could be heard clearly. Dongwu Lei, Luo Kuwu, Ji Zhu, Xiadan Xiong, and the others looked at Motianji as if they were looking at a deity. They felt a chill in their hearts. They only felt a chill rising from the bottom of their hearts to the top of their heads in an instant. Too vicious. Too ruthless. Too insidious. Too cold sweat dripped down from Luo Kuwu's head. He couldn't stop wiping it off. Motherf asterisk Ker, that was really close. I've been fighting with Motianji for so many years, and I haven't been played to death yet. I'm really lucky. If this plan had been used on me, the Luo clan would have been destroyed long ago. If they want to frame someone else, we might as well be one step ahead of them. Motianji said, this way, as long as we are ahead of them, even if Xianxia Yun is assassinated, the Ao clan won't immediately believe that Xiadan Xiong did it. As long as there's a buffer, we can make it in time. Wonderful. The other dukes were sweating. They raised their thumbs at the same time. Brilliant plan. Since that's the case, everyone should take action. Motianji smiled in a very gentle and refined manner as he said, it should be the time for the general attack by the time King of Helchu returns. Just in time. Good. After the storm is stirred up, I'm sure everyone won't be soft-hearted about the properties of the clans. I don't need to remind you of this. Motianji smiled. His expression suddenly turned cold. However, I don't want there to be any unfair distribution among us. If there is, I'm sure everyone won't be happy. If there's an internal conflict because of the distribution, it's not impossible. But if there's an internal conflict, it'll be easy for the other party to collapse. Motianji said word by word, I'd like to remind everyone that this isn't just about the spoils of war. It's about our survival. Yes, we must pay attention to this. This way, if anyone dares to take the profits of other clans, we'll attack them together. The other dukes nodded repeatedly and vigorously. They admired Motianji more and more in their hearts. Motianji had already drawn up a plan in just a few sentences. He had set a direction, and had set a plan for implementation. He had even eliminated the path of retreat and any possible future troubles. Now that the plan had been decided, the dukes left the Mo clan as if they were on fire. All of them whipped their horses and went off to make arrangements. Everyone was talented. So, none of them were sloppy. This was especially true for Xiadan Xiong, who bore the brunt of the attack. His heart was burning with impatience. Motianji watched these people leave like the wind. Then, he stood alone in front of the Mo clan's gate. He smiled and said, Chu Yang, you've cured my younger sister. Moreover, you've recommended her to become a disciple of a supreme martial artist. I, Motianji, am sincerely grateful. Perhaps I can't repay you with equal value. However, this is the beginning of my repayment to you. It's beneficial to you, it's beneficial to me, and it's also beneficial to everyone. Isn't that a happy ending? Even if there were some sacrifices, they had no choice. Since ancient times, the victors are kings and the losers are bandits. Innocent people bleed for thousands of miles. What else can be done in this world if everything is done for the innocent? Motianji's white robe fluttered in the wind. His expression was indifferent as he looked at the white clouds floating in the sky. He muttered, Diwu Qing Ro. I didn't get to fight with you in the lower three heavens. But, I'm looking forward to having a battle of wits with you in the upper three heavens. If such a day really comes, I, Motianji, will die in peace. After all, I've created a battle of the pinnacle for this world. A battle of wits that hasn't declined since the ancient times. I believe that as long as the two of us fight, it will become a legend. He smiled and turned around. Then, he slowly walked in. This time, the Mo clan won't be able to rush into the upper three heavens. However, there will always be opportunities. Moreover, there will be many. His tall figure disappeared behind the gate. Motianji's plan had caused the entire Jianghu to enter into an atmosphere of a storm. He was like a small stone that had been thrown into a calm lake. However, he was able to cause ripples on the surface of the lake. A storm was coming. A storm was coming. A storm was coming. The O clan and the other alliances were also having a discussion while Mo Tianji was making these plans. They had taken action much earlier than Mo Tianji. However, they were still a step behind him. After all, they had taken the initiative to ask the other parties to join them. However, Mo Tianji had tied everyone together with the threat of life and death. The O clan had never expected that they would be able to sit together and have a discussion with the other great clans at this time. This alliance is for self-protection. And it's for hegemony. Oh Qingwu placed his hands on the table. Then, he solemnly said, everyone must understand that our situation is worrying. The rise of the Gu clan, Dong clan, Xia clan, Luo clan, and Mo clan is unstoppable. And, we're standing on the opposite side of them. Geniuses are constantly emerging from those clans. Clan lords, the situation is hanging by a thread. These words had caused the clan lords to ponder. Gu Duxing had appeared out of nowhere recently. His sharpness had shocked the heavens. Dong Wushang had been domineering and awe-inspiring. He had swept through the upper three heavens. Even Luo Kudi and GMO had suddenly risen. And, this had already aroused their vigilance. However, the news that these youngsters could kill emperor-level experts had come out of Oh Qingwu's mouth at this moment. And, this had increased everyone's fear. Everyone should know that Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, Luo Kudi, and GMO are sworn brothers. This shows that they have already communicated with each other. And, their leader is King of Hell Chu. He has single-handedly overturned the entire lower three heavens with his unparalleled wisdom. And, there's also the master of manipulation and calculation, Mo Tianji in their camp. Now, Xia Danqiong has also joined the ranks of the Xia clan. The strength of the Xia clan is also extraordinary. Oh Qingwu added fuel to the fire, everyone, we can only wait helplessly for death if we wait until their wings are fully grown. But, there's no retreat once the chaos of the Jianghu arises. The clan lord of the Li clan, Li Ju, frowned and pondered. He slowly said, we can still maintain the balance now. But, we'll either rise directly or perish completely once the balance is broken. We won't even have the opportunity to linger at death's door, there's no retreat. The one who came from the Tian clan was a young man. His eyebrows were as thick as ink, but his eyes were as thin as knives. Occasionally, he would sweep his gaze, and there would be a surge of disdainful murderous aura. He slowly said, I've long wanted to experience what kind of hero that Dong Wushang who swept through the three heavens, is. Elder Bu Hui, your wish will certainly come true. I believe that this fierce battle between dragons and tigers will certainly shock the world. The clan lord of the Zhao clan was a stout man. He smiled and flattered. The strength of the Tian clan was far greater than that of the Zhao clan. Moreover, the two clans were not far from each other. The Zhao clan had always looked up to the Tian clan. Tian Buhui snorted and said lightly, Dong Wushang is willing to recognize others as his leader. He has already lost his pride. Such a person doesn't have the qualifications to be called a dragon or a tiger with me. The person who came from the Tu clan was Tu Qianhao. He narrowed his eyes and said viciously, that's right. That Gu Duxing is also the same. He's the first successor of an aristocratic clan in the upper three heavens. But, he actually recognized an ant from the lower three heavens as his leader. It's simply infuriating. It's a disgrace to be on the same level as such a person. It's hard to get rid of this burden in my heart if I don't kill him. Everyone remained silent. Some people thought in their hearts, you've already lost the qualifications to be on the same level as him since you've suffered a crushing defeat at MT Dingjun. So, what disgrace do you have to speak of? However, these words obviously couldn't be spoken out loud. However, the words of these two radical representatives of the two big clans had promoted this alliance. Meng Luo of the Meng clan had been sitting quietly on one side. He slowly said at this time, that's right. Our hearts won't be at ease if we don't get rid of these clans. There was only one black-clothed and masked youth among them. He was seated in the middle. He said in a non-committal manner, but, how do we proceed with this matter? We must come up with a plan if we want to subvert or protect ourselves. We can't let them perish just by talking empty words and acting ruthlessly. This youth was the Black Devil of this generation of the Black Devil clan. No one knew his surname or his name. They also didn't know his appearance. However, he had offended Tian Buhui, Meng Luo, and Tu Qianhao at the same time when he had spoken those words. The three of them glared at him. The Black Devil young master suddenly raised his head. His eyes were like the dark night as they emitted a demonic radiance. Don't be angry. I'll make all of you convinced once this matter is over. Even Du Shao coldly snorted this time. Qingguo hurriedly smoothed things over and started to discuss the follow-up matters. If Qu Yang were here, he would definitely be surprised to see these big clans gathered together. In the next 3 days, 5 of the 12 influential figures had gathered here. Furthermore, she was his enemy, Black Devil, Dark Bamboo, Lone Guest, Poison Spirit, Heavenly Secret, Li Xiongtu, Black Saber Qianhao, Xie Gong, Dream Luo, Viburnum Flower, Tian Rue. Black Devil, Poison Spirit, Qianhao, Meng Luo, and Tian Buru were already here. On Qu Yang's side there was also Lone Guest, Tian Ji, Black Saber, and Qianghua. In addition, GMO was able to subdue the enemy. They were evenly matched. But this confrontation would definitely make Qu Yang sigh. The 12 equally famous people in his previous life were destined not to live under the same starry sky in this life. There must be someone stepping on the bones of others to get to the top. The Ao clan dominates the first place. What's the use of us moving if the Ao clan doesn't move? Wouldn't we die in vain if the Ao clan decides to help the other side? The clan lord of the Zhao clan, Zhao Wuji, raised a question that everyone was concerned about. This is the question that I'm going to discuss with everyone. Qingguo mischievously smiled and said, it's actually very easy to make the Ao clan go crazy. Ao Xiayun? The Black Devil young master raised his eyebrows. The black radiance in his eyes suddenly burst forth like black lightning. Yes, it's Ao Xiayun. Du Shao indifferently said, I'm sure that I can shift the blame to Xiadan Qiong if Ao Xiayun dies suddenly. The eyes of Tian Buhui, Tu Qianhao, Black Devil, and Meng Luo lit up at the same time. Ao Xiayun had firmly occupied the first place among the young experts of the 3 heavens for a long time. Everyone was proud and arrogant. So, how could they be willing to be suppressed by Ao Xiayun for a long time? Wouldn't everyone be able to climb to the top if they could overthrow Ao Xiayun? This plan is extremely risky. But, we'll be able to secure victory if it succeeds. Du Zhao's sharp eyes swept over everyone's face. Everyone held their breath. I need everyone to cooperate, like this. Du Shao slowly explained. Everyone's eyes brightened. Such a seamless and poisonous scheme is simply invulnerable. Their confidence increased a little bit. This plan is called Killing Yun. Du Shao said word by word. Today, I went home to visit the grave. After that, I came back to drink with my father. Then, I drank while reminiscing about my grandfather's life. Unknowingly, both father and son got drunk. And they even cried, which made my mother laugh at me for a long time. The update is a little late. Brothers and sisters, please forgive me. Today's recommendation votes have slipped by 2,000 compared to yesterday's. I wonder what will happen tomorrow. Kill Yun. Everyone frowned in silence after Du Shao had finished speaking. And they started to ponder in silence. Although everyone's brows were tightly knitted, their eyes were shining brightly. The plan of killing Yun had aroused everyone's interest. It had also aroused everyone's ambition. The Ao clan had been dominating the 3 heavens for thousands of years. It would undoubtedly be a heaven-sent opportunity for all the clans present here if they could start with Ao Xiayun and provoke the Ao clan to mobilize the Jianghu. Perhaps, the Ao clan would be able to fight with them, and both sides would suffer. Wouldn't we have the opportunity to replace them if that were the case? However, the most important thing in this matter isn't to kill Ao Xiayun. Rather, it's to keep it a secret between us. Our clans will have a meteoric rise if we succeed in this matter. But, we will be annihilated overnight if this matter is exposed. Tu Qianhao sighed and said these words. He was clearly sighing. He was reminding everyone. However, an ominous glint was flickering in his eyes as he looked at everyone. It was clear that everyone would gang up and attack anyone who leaked the information. Everyone remained silent. This matter is indeed no trivial matter. Oh, Du Xiao smiled and said, however, we might as well make a blood oath about this matter, so that we can gain everyone's trust. Moreover, we can make a blood oath as proof. Even if someone tells the secret to the AO clan, they won't be able to protect themselves if this matter is exposed. Impudent. Are you the one who said this? Oh, Qingwu pretended to be displeased as he reprimanded. Zhao Wuji chuckled and said, Clan Lord Oh, you don't need to be angry. I feel that Duko's words are very reasonable. Yes, yes. Duko, please continue. Oh, Du Xiao raised his spirits and said, you must make a poison oath if you want to restrain this secret from being leaked. You must make an oath in the name of your ancestors and future generations. You must make an oath in the name of your ancestors and future generations. Your ancestors will never be able to rest in peace if you leak this secret. You will fall into hell forever. Everyone became silent as soon as these words came out. This kind of oath was extremely vicious. Who would dare to make a joke about chopping off 8 generations of ancestors and future generations, even if they were unpardonably wicked and disrespectful to ghosts and gods? After a moment of silence, the Black Devil young master slowly raised his head. He swept his blade-like gaze across everyone and said in a deep voice, if you don't do anything wrong, why should you be afraid of a blood oath? Don't tell me you don't dare? There was already a thick murderous intent brewing in his voice. Tu Qianhao and Tian Buhui simultaneously swept their gazes over. Good. That's it. Zhao Wuji was the first to respond. Let's do it this way then. Tian Buhui's words were the final word. Immediately, everyone made an oath with their blood. They made an oath in front of the heavens and earth. They even used their blood essence as ink to write the oath of alliance and signed their names. Seeing their names appear on the white paper, everyone had an indescribable feeling in their hearts. But one thing was clear, after today, even if he wanted to withdraw, it would be absolutely impossible. If he succeeded, he would reach the pinnacle. If he failed, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. All right. Oh, Qingwu saw that everyone had made an oath, and had written the oath with their blood. He felt happy and relaxed in his heart. He then said, this matter shouldn't be delayed. Let's start the operation. Ao Xiayun is still hunting for the blood essence of spirit beasts in the northern wilderness. We can easily deploy our forces. How can we rob and kill him on his way back? Oh, Du Xiao insipidly said, there's one thing that I need to remind everyone. Oh, Du Xiao pondered for a moment. Then, he said, Ao Xiayun has at least 3 or 4 emperor-level experts protecting him. Moreover, he must be protected by the people of the AO clan. I hope that everyone won't overlook this point. You must remember to measure the strength of both sides before you make a move. It would be better not to make a move if you don't have the confidence to do so. We can take turns to fight, Tian Buhui faintly smiled. He casually said, moreover, the young lord of the Black Devil clan is an expert in assassination. So, I presume that nothing will go wrong. His voice sounded a little strange. The Black Devil young master coldly snorted. His voice suddenly became very gloomy. Tian Buhui, I will fight you to the death after I kill Ao Xiayun. Tian Buhui laughed wildly, that's right. Let's take down the country first. Then, we'll fight to the death to decide who will own the country. Tu Qianhao mischievously sneered, let's see who will own the beautiful country in the future. Everyone remained silent. A long time passed before they started to discuss the details of this operation. Everyone knew that this was a very important matter. They would be consigned to eternal damnation if they were careless. Everyone racked their brains, and came up with all sorts of sinister schemes. The final decision was made after 2 hours. That's it. Everyone, prepare separately. We must kill Ao Xiayun once he steps out of the northern wilderness. He will be returning to the Ao clan for more than 5,000 kilometers. The next 7 or 8 days passed. But, a reign of terror suddenly appeared in the 3rd day. The Tsanglan battlefront had attracted everyone's attention. But, no one cared about it anymore. All the forces of the big clans had been recalled from the Tsanglan battlefront. Invisible falcons had even flown to the northern wilderness. They had only one message, urgent matter, return quickly. In the span of a single night, 3 small clans had been annihilated. This had caused an uproar in the 3rd day. After all, no one knew who these three small clans had offended. They had repeatedly said that this kind of thing was very common in the third day. The three small clans that had been exterminated weren't good people either. They had dug up old scores, and had done many evil deeds. Therefore, some people applauded, and some people clapped. But, everyone was just talking about it, and nothing more. However, 3 days later, 3 more of these small clans were massacred without a sound. 3 small clans had been massacred in succession, and had immediately attracted attention. Then, some observant people had done some research, and had shockingly discovered that these clans were scattered. But, they all had one common characteristic: each clan had a 13 or 14-year-old daughter. Moreover, her aptitude wasn't good. Moreover, the entire clan had been exterminated. All the men had died an unnatural death, and the women had gone missing. Especially, those young girls hadn't been found. Then, the number of young female beggars in the entire third day had also decreased in batches. Moreover, this matter had been done in an extremely secretive manner. One wouldn't have been able to detect it if they hadn't observed carefully. The observant people of the third day had opened their eyes wide. But this time, there had been no movement even after 10 days. It was inevitable that some people would slack off. But, just half a month later, the heavens had suddenly shocked. In one night, 7 small clans had disappeared. The entire manor had been set ablaze. Then, the young female beggars on the streets of a certain district had all disappeared with a swoosh, as if they had been cut with a knife. All these things had been done in secret. But everyone could feel that an undercurrent was surging violently. A storm was brewing in the entire Jianghu. Then, some observant people had analyzed and shockingly discovered that most of the clans that had suffered calamity were around the Dong, Luo, Mo, Ji, Gu, and Xia clans. Although they were all very far away, but if one were to analyze carefully, they would be able to see it. At the same time, these few clans had also started their investigations. But this investigation was also somewhat small and careless. It was as if they were facing an imminent disaster. Another night, another clan had disappeared in another direction, and a large number of young girls in a certain district had disappeared. The third day had finally become chaotic. It was boiling. It was as if a large piece of lime had been thrown into a tranquil lake. Slowly, the entire lake had started to boil. An inexplicable sense of crisis had shrouded everyone's heart. The Luo clan was the first to make a move. The clan's warriors had rushed out like a tide. They had dispersed and disappeared without a trace. But, the smart people who had been watching from the sidelines knew that the Luo clan had finally been unable to endure their anger and had started their investigations. Then, the Gu clan, the Dong clan, and the Ji clan had also started to make their moves. But, the Mo clan was still watching from the sidelines. They did not show any abnormalities. But, the observant people knew that the new clan lord of the Mo clan, Mo Tianji, would not silently take a beating. Perhaps, he had already started his operations in the dark. The idle members of the Jianghu quietly watched the actions of the various clans. As the days passed, the expressions of the various clans became more and more unsightly. They were indirectly telling everyone one thing: the enemy was very scary, and the investigation was fruitless. Therefore, some people who rejoiced in the misfortune of the clans had appeared. Look, are the clans very awesome? Can't they just suffer in silence? But, some insightful people were secretly worried. These clans have the ability to find out nothing. Doesn't this mean that the seriousness of this matter has reached its peak? Then, some experts had died in the taverns that night. And, some of them had disappeared without a trace. People had gone missing for several nights in a row. Moreover, no sound of fighting had been heard. Some people had woken up to find that the people next to them had mysteriously died, or gone missing. There was no trace of fighting at the scene. This was not the only place where such a thing had happened. Similar news had come from all over the place. An inexplicable panic had shrouded everyone's heart. Everyone had finally realized, this matter is not so simple. Looking at this situation, it seems that someone wants to unify Jianghu. Doesn't this mean that we are safe today? But, we will become the target sooner or later. The panic spread very quickly. In just a few days, half of Jianghu was already boiling over. Today, the clan lord of the Mo clan, Mo Tianji, went out with a calm face. Some people noticed that the number of bodyguards around Mo Tianji had increased by 4 times. What does this mean? The other clans were also doing the same thing. Everyone was silent. They would not say anything. They would not comment on this matter, but the more they did not say anything, the more secretive they were. And this made people more nervous. And the more nervous they were, the more afraid they were. Finally, someone could not hold it in anymore. Mo Tianji immediately realized that he had miscalculated one thing after he had carried out his plan. And that was the current indifference of human nature. People were too indifferent to the deaths of people and the extermination of their clans. They didn't care as long as they weren't the ones who had died. In fact, many people were jumping up and down to watch the fun. They were taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. Mo Tianji had collected information about 40 to 50 small clans that met the requirements. He had eliminated 3 of the most notorious clans in his first operation. Mo Tianji's original plan had been to eliminate these 3 clans. And it should have caused a reaction. However, it was an indifference that was beyond his expectations. Mo Tianji immediately realized his mistake. So, he ordered the extermination of 3 more clans. Simultaneously, the operation of collecting young female beggars was carried out simultaneously. And this finally set off some waves. However, it was far from meeting his expectations. So, Mo Tianji ordered the extermination of 7 small clans in one fell swoop. And the operation of collecting young female beggars was carried out in full swing. Then, Mo Tianji saw that Jiang had begun to boil over a few days later. So, he immediately exterminated another clan. And he added a ladle of oil to this raging fire. Moreover, he eliminated those extremely indifferent people one by one. The minimum number of people dispatched for these operations was revered martial artists. Emperor-level experts were leading the teams. And there were several king-level experts. The scene that Mo Tianji had anticipated finally appeared. He went out on this day, and was blocked in a restaurant. Clan Lord Mo, this old man has something to ask. May I ask if Clan Lord Mo can listen to this old man? The speaker was an old man with white hair and beard. This old man's name was Mo Ruashui. His surname was Mo, but he wasn't from the Mo clan. He was an old man. However, he was a king-level expert. Moreover, he was a lone expert within the Mo clan's territory. He had always been a lone wolf. He had always obeyed the Mo clan's jurisdiction. However, he had never completely surrendered. He was a free man who drifted away from the rules. Mo Tianji's target was this kind of person. Old Mo, there's no harm in saying what you want. Mo Tianji stood up and smiled. His face was calm and collected. But, he forced himself to smile. And this made people feel that the situation was serious. May I ask Clan Lord Mo? What's Clan Lord Mo's opinion on the extermination of clans? Everyone is very puzzled. Can Clan Lord Mo point us in the right direction? Mo Ruashui first thanked Mo Tianji. Then, he impatiently raised a question. This? Mo Tianji furrowed his brows imperceptibly. Then, he recovered his radiant smile and said indifferently, this kind of thing, isn't it very common in the 3 heavens? Hee, it shouldn't be a big deal. Elder Mo, there's no need to rush. Let's all disperse. The more he said this, the more the crowd didn't believe him. Not only did they not disperse, they stood still and refused to leave. Clan head Mo, don't underestimate this matter. I'm afraid this matter is extraordinary. Mo Ruashui stroked his white beard and said, the Mo clan's clan lord naturally has a plan in mind. So, this old man doesn't dare to ask too much. But, I'm being nosy. What's the result of the clan's investigation? Mo Tianji's face darkened, and he said indifferently, Elder Mo doesn't need to worry about this matter. You're getting on in years, so it's better for you to have some leisure time. These words were not polite at all, but everyone present was shocked. Mo Tianji's expression seems to be as if someone has poked his sore spot. Does it seem as if he's flying into a rage out of humiliation? Doesn't this mean that he doesn't have any good methods to deal with this evil person who's secretly attacking us? But, we'll slowly run out of luck if these big clans don't care about this matter. How can we not be anxious? Mo Ruashui didn't get angry. He said earnestly, this old man has a few humble opinions, huh? Mo Tianji looked at him without any change in his expression and said, what's Elder Mo's opinion? This old man went to the scene of the extermination of several clans in the vicinity in the last few days to take a look. Then, this old man found that blood was flowing everywhere, and corpses were piled up like mountains. The murderer's methods were too horrible to look at. The scene was messy, but this old man found something. He smiled somewhat proudly as he said this. Then, he took out a tightly wrapped green jade brick from his bosom. He opened it layer by layer, and everyone found that there was a corner on it. It was purple-black in color. Mo Ruashui pointed at this purple-black area and said, the murderer did it very cleanly. But, this brick is obviously poisoned blood. Only someone who has just been poisoned, injured, or vomited can have such a bloodstain. Moreover, it can only appear intensely poisonous if it's sprayed on green jade or white jade. This kind of poison can't be detected after someone dies from the poison. Mo Ruashui stepped forward, and softly said, if this old man's eyes aren't blurred, this should be the poison of the poison spirit. The poison of the poison spirit? Mo Tianji couldn't help but exclaim. Then, he lowered his voice, and warned in a low and serious voice, Elder Mo, you can't casually say these words. Mo Ruashui became somewhat depressed. You're telling me not to casually say these words? Didn't you see that I've already lowered my voice to speak to you alone? But, you're so startled that everyone heard it. And, you're giving me a warning instead? What's the use of that? Mo Tianji grabbed that green jade brick, and turned it over and over to look at it. The more he looked at it, the uglier his complexion became. He brought it to his nose, and sniffed it. Then, his complexion became extremely gloomy. Everyone had clearly heard his scream a moment ago. So, there was complete silence. Poison of the poison spirit? Oak clan? Did the Oak clan do it? Why? Mo Ruashui's complexion became awkward. He suddenly felt that he couldn't advance or retreat. He stared blankly for a moment. Then, his complexion became resolute. He threw caution to the wind, and said, Clan Lord Mo, there's one more thing. I don't know if Clan Lord Mo has discovered this. These 10 destroyed clans used to have a daughter, who was known as a genius. She was 14 or 15 years old. Moreover, many young girls have gone missing during this period of time. Mo Ruashui clenched his teeth and said, moreover, many experts have mysteriously disappeared. In this, Mo Tianji wrinkled his brows, and pondered. He shook his head after a long while, I know what you're talking about. But, this is unimaginable. How can they have such big courage? They're overestimating their capabilities. Mo Ruashui heavily said, it's better to be safe than sorry. Mo Tianji hesitated, and didn't speak. His complexion was somewhat conflicted. It seemed that he couldn't make up his mind. Clan Lord Mo, only a big clan like yours has the power to resist and save us now. We won't have a way to survive if you. Mo Ruashui's words were very pitiful. 2 of his old friends had gone missing one after another in a few days. Moreover, one of them had been killed. This had filled his heart with a sense of crisis. This matter, we'll discuss it again. I'll think about it carefully. I'll take a look at the situation. After all, this isn't a trivial matter. Mo Tianji comforted him, Old Mo, you don't need to worry about groundless things. You're highly respected, and your martial strength is outstanding. They may not necessarily dare to lay their hands on you. Mo Ruashui opened his eyes wide, Clan Lord Mo, why do you still need to consider? I've made it so clear. What are you still thinking about? Mo Tianji stood up, and said with a smile, Old Mo, you don't need to worry. Well, that's it. I'll go back first. Besides, those 2 clans won't be able to stir up any big storm. It's all right. He swaggered away after he was done speaking. Mo Ruashui stood there in a daze. Everyone in the surroundings swarmed over, Old Mo, what did you say just now? I didn't understand. Old Mo, please explain. The poison of the poison spirit, is it the O clan? And the matter of the little girl, what's the connection? Mo Ruashui's face was haggard. He heaved a long sigh, and said, it's the Meng clan. Everyone should know about the Meng clan's vivid spring dream divine technique. The Meng clan and the O clan have joined hands to do this if this old man's guess isn't wrong. Jianghu is going to be chaotic. Everyone, I wish you all the best. Mo Ruashui heaved a long sigh. His eyes were full of unwillingness. This old man wanted the Mo clan to come forward. So, the scattered people of Jianghu like us would be able to protect ourselves. But, it seems that the clan Lord Mo still can't make up his mind. Sigh. Everyone started to discuss spiritedly. Yes, such a super clan is the safest place right now. But, Mo Tianji clearly doesn't want to come forward. So, what can be done about it? Everyone sighed, and dispersed. The next morning, the news spread out, 7 people had silently died in the inn at night. And Mo Ruashui had suddenly and inexplicably encountered an enemy attack the previous night. He had risked his life to rush out. But, he was also covered with cuts and bruises. In fact, he had almost lost his life. Suddenly, a dark cloud covered the sky. Everyone felt insecure. So, almost no one dared to speak loudly. Then, another news spread out, the O clan and the Meng clan had joined hands. Moreover, several other big clans wanted to dominate Jianghu. Many people gathered around Mo Ruashui after they received this news. Mo Ruashui pondered for a long while. Then, he waved his hand, carry me to the Mo clan's courtyard. This old man will kill himself if the clan Lord Mo doesn't do anything. Moreover, this is a major event in Jianghu. The Mo clan will be destroyed overnight if they succeed. So, I don't believe that the clan Lord Mo can remain calm. This group of people immediately put on a show in Mo Tianji's courtyard. Is this true? Mo Tianji fiercely stood up. He had an excessively shocked look on his face. Then, he hurriedly paced back and forth. His complexion was exceptionally ugly. He then waved his hand and ordered, investigate. I want accurate information. It didn't take long for the accurate information to arrive in front of Mo Tianji. Mo Tianji let out a long sigh. It's a pity that Jianghu is in a state of disunity. The people's hearts aren't united. Otherwise, sigh, the powerless sigh made the people of Jianghu lower their heads. They felt ashamed in their hearts. Why should the Mo clan shoulder the burden of everyone's problems? Then, these people started to move. More and more people rushed to the Mo clan from within a radius of several hundred kilometers. The same situation was playing out in various places at the same time. The people of Jianghu had been scared out of their wits. They had pestered the big clans, and had cried out in pain. But, they had been left with extreme helplessness. Then, they had reluctantly made a decision. All the clans would join forces to investigate. This investigation immediately uncovered a shocking conspiracy. O clan, Meng clan, Tu clan, Zhao clan, and Li clan wanted to eliminate dissidents and dominate Jianghu. The Jianghu was in an uproar. This news was like a gust of wind. And it stirred up a pool of spring water for 3 days. Chu Yan had been trying hard to compress his strength during this period of time. He had advanced too quickly some time ago, and the after effects had appeared. He had never reached the height of a king-level expert in his previous life. Therefore, Chu Yan had crazily increased his strength. He had not only increased it for himself, but also for his brothers. Sword Spirit had desperately suppressed it, and Chu Yang had desperately improved it. Until he had broken through to the 5th grade of king-level expert, Chu Yang finally understood why Sword Spirit had suppressed it. The 5th grade of king-level expert was like a huge fermenting gas. It had blown up his self-confidence like a pig's urine bubble. Self-confidence had exceeded a certain limit. It was no longer self-confidence, but arrogance. This kind of self-confidence seemed to occur naturally after surpassing this level. It was like a heart demon that was impossible to guard against. Chu Yan felt that there was no one else besides Meng Chaoran who could rely on his own strength to pass this level peacefully. Especially when Chu Yang found that he still felt that he was the best in the world when he thought of the great master-level expert's might. People would scold you for being arrogant if you were overly confident in peacetime. But, being overly confident in the three heavens was akin to courting death, therefore, Chu Yang had been crazily enriching himself during this period of time. He had been crazily consolidating himself, and had been tempering all the skills that he had mastered before. He had been constantly using some basic movements to fight crazily. He had been further absorbing and squeezing. He had not only been forcing himself, but had also been suppressing Rui Butong and Tan Tan at the same time. He had also summoned Gu Du Xing and Dong Wu Shang back, and squeezed them as well. Suppression. Chu Yang knew that if this kind of arrogant self-confidence really went overboard and dominated his character, then, no matter if it was him or Gu Duxing, both would be finished. This is the period of frustration. The younger brothers of big clans will send people who are slightly stronger than them after they reach the 5th grade of king-level expert. And they will ruthlessly defeat them. If the first time doesn't work, they will do it twice. If the second time doesn't work, they will do it thrice, or even 10 times. They will do it until this arrogance is completely eliminated. Sword Spirit said, the reason why everyone in the three heavens is so manic has a lot to do with the 5th grade of king-level expert. That's because not many people here know about this. And, there are even fewer people who know how to avoid or correct it. This level is called the collapse level. Because it only collapses. One's self-confidence collapses. And, it collapses. Then, one's self-confidence collapses. Only now did Chu Yang deeply understand. Collapse stage. It was indeed the collapse stage. During this period of time, Chu Yang and his brothers had been fighting hand-to-hand, except for the occasional fight in the wild. They abandoned their weapons and fought with pure physical strength. Dong Wu Shang, Gu Du Xing, Tan Tan, Rui Butong, and even Chu Yang himself were covered in bruises every day. Every day, he would fall asleep in pain. Every day, he would be in extreme pain, and gradually erase this bit of arrogance from his heart. In the end, he was completely proficient. It was completely round and transparent. From a sharp stone, it had turned into a piece of beautiful jade that was beginning to take shape. It was about to blossom with dazzling colors. During this period of time, their cultivations remained in the same place, not moving at all. However, everyone seemed to feel that they were completely different from before. Their calm and reserved state of mind announced that they had passed the collapse stage. At this time, 3 months had passed. Then, Chu Yang took the 4 brand new brothers, and went to look for Luo Kudi and GMO, Dong Wu Shang, Gu Du Xing, and the others were gobsmacked when they met. Is this still the slippery Luo Kudi? Was this the same lazy GMO who was always out of tune from day to night? Luo Kudi's face was cold and solemn. His body was as straight as a sword. There was a cold and bloodthirsty look in his eyes. He stood there like a sharp sword stained with blood. He was exuding a chilling murderous aura. 5th grade king level expert, GMO's eyes were somewhat dull. However, the imposing aura on his body was extremely fierce. He was like a general who had led an army to the battlefield. And, his entire army had been annihilated. He was the only one left to face millions of enemy soldiers. However, he was still hot-blooded enough to fight to the death. Unyielding, he stood there like this. However, his thin body was like a deep abyss and a high mountain. One man could hold the pass against 10,000 men. 5th grade king level expert, however, these two were 5th grade king level experts. And, they were different from Chu Yang and the others. They didn't need to pass the collapse stage because they were the pursuers. They had always felt that their hearts weren't as good as others. So, they were desperately trying to catch up. So, where would they find the time to be arrogant? Moreover, these two wouldn't have the opportunity to be arrogant in front of these abnormal people in their entire lives. I've seen you. Tan Tan suddenly exclaimed in pleasant surprise. He pointed at Luo Kudi. He helped me in the past. This guy is very interesting. He's more to my liking. So, it's you. Luo Kudi also smiled. That cold and stern aura suddenly disappeared with this smile. Then, Luo Kudi regained his former self. He winked and asked, how was it? Did you get young lady Xia? Tan Tan heaved a long sigh. I got her heart. But, I haven't gotten her yet. You're so useless. Luo Kudi looked at him with disdain. I'll teach you a trick. Do you want it? What? Tan Tan's eyes lit up. Let's talk about it later. Luo Kudi spat out his saliva in disappointment. Who cares if her family doesn't agree? Let's bulge her belly first. Don't agree? Fu *k. Why won't they agree? When that time comes, humph humph, you want your daughter to marry me quickly. But, I'll have to think about it. Good plan. Tan's eyebrows twitched up and down for a while. He was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Also, how could GMO be lonely when he heard this topic? He immediately moved closer like a cat that had smelled blood. He blinked his eyes sneakily. This is a technical job. You don't know anything. So, it's easy to mess it up. Wait until we go back. Then, I'll teach you a few tricks. This is an important matter in life. You can't be careless. You don't have the corresponding skills. So, you can't do it. Tan nodded repeatedly. He beamed with joy. You two are good people, helping others is a pleasure. This is what a chivalrous man of our generation should do. Luo Kudi and GMO put their arms around each other's shoulders. What nonsense are you talking about? Gudu Xing roared, are you two itching for a beating? Both of them laughed evilly. Then, they pulled Tan to pass on their experience. Luo Kudi's voice was faintly heard. GMO, why do you look so experienced? Could it be that you've already consummated your marriage with your Aubwa? GMO's black-faced voice was heard. A child shouldn't ask about this kind of thing. Luo Kudi laughed strangely. His voice was full of ridicule. Then, the sound of chasing and beating was heard. It seems that this guy hasn't succeeded yet, Dong Wushang said in a deep voice. I'm afraid that he would have bragged about it if he had succeeded. Gu Duxing nodded and said with emotion, yes, I know GMO well. I'm afraid that he would have even described the positions clearly. This guy is shameless. Chu Yang and Rui Budong looked at each other in amazement. It wasn't because GMO hadn't succeeded. Instead, it was because Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing were teasing each other. And, the rarest thing was that they were echoing each other. There was basically no one left in the northern wilderness. Chu Yang also planned to go back with his brothers. Chu Yang and his brothers once again plundered some elixirs in the last 3 days. Then, they set foot on the return journey in high spirits. This king-level expert of the Gu clan, who was also an expert of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, had already returned with the people of the Dark Bamboo. The 7 brothers didn't have any worries on the way back. So, they walked at lightning speed. Only Chu Yang turned his head back to take a look at the northern wilderness when he was about to leave. 2 supreme-level experts have taken away my dreams here. My master has left from here. I don't know how little Wu is doing. I don't know how master is doing. Chu Yang took a deep breath of the cool air of the northern wilderness. Then, he spat it out with all his might. It seemed as if he had spat out the indescribable sadness in his heart. Then, he insipidly said, let's go. GMO and Luo Kudi carried the weights as they stepped out of the northern wilderness. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. Each of the 7 brothers was carrying 1,000 kilograms of star iron on their backs. This was twice as much as the time when they had come. However, the 7 of them were in high spirits as they chased after each other. None of them said anything. But, they were secretly competing in their hearts. Let's see who can't hold on first. Anyway, it won't be me. Everyone felt that they would be the last one to hold on until the end. The curtains of a unique competition had been raised here. The 7 brothers didn't expect that there would be a huge wind echo and trouble waiting for them thousands of miles away. They were leisurely joking around as they walked back at a neither fast nor slow pace. Dong Wushang was thinking that he should have a talk with his elder brother after he got back. But, how should he talk? Dong Wushang was sweating profusely while carrying 1,000 kilograms of star iron on his back. Gu Duxing was thinking, should I consider marrying Sister Xiao Miao in advance after I get back? What should I say? GMO was thinking, should I push Aubwa down after we get back? Hiss, but, that girl has a stocky back and a bare waist. I'm somewhat worried that I won't be able to control her. It would be very embarrassing if I were to be thrown to the ground. Can I consider sleeping incense and aphrodisiac? Tan was scratching his head. What they are saying seems very, well, hee. How about I look for that little girl Xia Danfeng to practice with after I get back? Rue Badong was thinking, Mother asterisk cur, I should find one after I get back. How did I unknowingly get paired up? But, who should I look for? This is really troublesome. If I can't find one, I'll just steal one. Luo Kudi was a little worried, should I say it? Can Big Brother help me? This is really strange. Not only is there no hair, but it's also. Sigh, what should I do? It's really troublesome. If I say it, will Big Brother laugh? I'm really too ashamed, Chu Yang was thinking along the way. This time, I'll be back for 3 days. I should go to the Lake of Despair to find the 4th fragment of the Sword of Calamity. Regarding the collapse stage, I'll say a few words here. This kind of blind self-confidence is also present in us. It's really scary. Take myself as an example. When I was writing The Legend of Ling Tian, I was trembling with fear as if I was treading on thin ice. But, when I was writing the story of the otherworldly evil monarch, because I had some achievements, my mentality immediately became unstable. I felt that I was afraid of no one. But, in reality, I was just a fart at that time. Others wouldn't even look at me in the eye, haha. That was the mentality of a nouveau riche. It was very twisted. At the beginning of the story of Pride, I was full of confidence when I opened the book. But, I was hit in the head and was completely awakened. Only then did I realize how wrong I was. So, from then on, I defined a position for myself, forever a newcomer, don't ever think that you're so great. Without the readers, without you guys, I'm really just a fart. I hope that I can go further with this mentality. Ao Xiayun was running for his life at this moment. His usual elegant and graceful moon-white brocade robe had already been torn to shreds. His entire body was covered in blood. His body was also riddled with scars. His hair was somewhat messy. His lips were dry. Even his eye sockets had sunk in. He was recognized as the successor of the number 1 clan in the 3 heavens. He was the grandson of the Ao clan's lineage. He was also the first successor to the clan lord's position. Ao Xiayun had never been in such a difficult situation. He had never been hunted down like this. He had never been on the run like this. He had been on the run for more than 3 months. He had been constantly running for his life since he had left the northern wastelands. He had been struggling on the line of life and death several times every day for more than 3 months. This Duke Xia had lost a lot of weight by now. God knows where so many enemies had come from. Each of them was wearing black clothes and had their faces covered. He had met a group of them every time he had walked. There had been an ambush at every strategic location, blood had flowed like a river along the way. He had been on a killing spree. The enemies had used a silent poisonous fog to ruthlessly trap the people of the Ao clan in the first wave of contact. The 4 emperor-level experts had risked their lives to protect Ao Xiayun. All the other king-level experts had died. Ao Xiayun's entire army would have been wiped out if he hadn't been guarding against the sneak attack of the Black Devil clan. However, the invisible falcons that had been used to transmit information to the clan had also died in that poisonous fog. Therefore, they had fallen into absolute isolation and helplessness. The long road was filled with murderous intent at every step. Then, enemies had appeared continuously. They had harassed, attacked, killed, and chased. Only 2 emperor-level experts had remained by Ao Xiayun's side. The other 2 had lost their lives in order to protect Ao Xiayun in the ambush. It had been a tragic ambush. The enemy had dispatched 8 emperor-level experts. They had rushed forward to kill Ao Xiayun's team of 5 people. Ao Xiayun would have been lying on the ground if he hadn't had a flash of inspiration in that battle. He had comprehended a low-grade king-level expert and made a breakthrough. He would have turned into an ice-cold corpse. Ao Xiayun's team had been forced to deviate from the direction of the Ao clan. They had turned to another road. Going back from the original road would have undoubtedly been courting death. Since the other party wanted to rob and kill him with such great fanfare, how could they be willing to let him return safely to the Ao clan? None of the clans in the 3 heavens could withstand the crazy attacks of the Ao clan, therefore, he had to be extremely careful. The slightest bit of carelessness would result in death on the road of escape, but even so, after continuously fleeing for 3.5 months, Ao Xia, proud world stage heavens, right? Yun also felt exhausted. There were more than 30 wounds on his body, which constantly reminded him that he couldn't escape anymore. If he continued to flee, even if the enemy couldn't catch up to him, his body would be done for. The two Emperor-level experts beside him were also on the verge of reaching the end of their lives. If it wasn't for their determination to protect the young master, they probably wouldn't have been able to hold on any longer. Both of their cultivations were top-notch, 5th-grade Emperor-level experts. This was definitely the pinnacle of the three heavens. But, the problem is, which 5th-grade Emperor-level expert has to face the attacks of at least 7 or 8 Emperor-level experts every day? Moreover, it's more than once, and more than twice. At most, there would be a dozen waves of attacks a day. Even an Iron Man would be ground into molten iron by these attacks. Young master, I'm afraid something big will happen this time. AO clan's 5th-grade Emperor-level expert Du Qingyun gasped for breath. His eyes were full of boundless hatred and grief. He was a peak 5th-grade Emperor-level expert. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? He had to watch his old brothers die one by one around him. And he had to run away like an old dog with its tail between its legs. This was a disgrace, but he didn't dare to fight. He was happy to fight. But, what about the young master? Who would protect him? What would happen to the AO clan if the young master was gone? Yes, the Jianghu will be in chaos. AO Xiaoyan's appearance was very haggard, but his eyes were full of worry. Young master, there's something I need to say first. The other 5th-grade Emperor-level expert, Qin Zhan, was breathing somewhat heavily. He said with rapt attention, I'm afraid I won't be able to run away if the enemy attacks again. I'll risk my life to stop them. Then, young master and old Du, you two quickly leave. AO Xiaoyan's eyes darkened. Qin Zhan had been fiercely fighting along the way. So, he had sustained the most injuries. There were at least 7 wounds on his body. And, he had taken a saber strike for AO Xiaoyan. Qin Zhan didn't need to say anything. He and Du Qingyun had seen everything clearly over the past 3 months. Old Qin. Don't be discouraged. We haven't reached that kind of desperate situation yet, Du Qingyun said with some difficulty. What's the point of talking about this at this time? Qin Zhan smiled freely and said, Old Du, you and I have roamed the Jianghu for our entire lives. We've killed thousands of people. Do you have any regrets? I'll leave the young master to you if the enemy catches up with us. Du Qingyun took a deep breath. He raised his head and looked at the white clouds drifting in the horizon. Then, he slowly nodded. The Black Devil clan was among the people who ambushed us along the way. The O clan used poison. There were also a few people from the Tu clan. Qin Zhan coldly snorted. His eyes emitted a cold intention, don't forget to pay back this blood debt. There should be other clans. These clans alone can't create such an inescapable net. AO Xiaoyan's eyes emitted a cold intention, the Tian clan and the Tu clan should have also set into action if I'm not mistaken. Qin Zhan choked and coughed a few times. He squeezed out a smile and said, this ambush is our predestined fate. Someone is trying to deal with our AO clan. But if young master can return this time, even if all of us die, this assassination attempt will become a great thing. Du Qingyun forced a smile and said, that's right. This is a rare experience in the Jianghu. It's also a rare journey of spiritual transformation. Young master, what did you experience along the way? AO Xiaoyan's eyes turned somewhat red. These 2 people had always been his bodyguards. They were also his elders. They were only concerned about him at this moment of life and death. They were only concerned about his growth in a place of killing. They were concerned about his enlightenment in a place of blood. That's because these were the things that the world of the 3 heavens truly needed. I had a very deep feeling. This 10,000-mile trek has subverted my understanding of the 3 heavens. AO Xiaoyan held back the tears in his eyes and said carefully, in the past, under the protection of my family, everything had always been smooth sailing. No matter where I went, as long as I announced my identity, there would always be people fighting to give me face. No matter what it was, it could be settled with just a few words, it was too smooth. AO Xiaoyan heaved a deep sigh, it was so smooth that I didn't recognize myself. It was so smooth that I felt like I was floating in the air. Then, I effortlessly seized the title of the number one expert of the younger generation of the three heavens. This made me even prouder. But this time, the ambush directly knocked me out of the clouds and into the abyss. It has shattered all my illusions. Xianxia sighed sadly. It turns out that I'm only a domineering profligate son who relies on the support of my clan. They didn't touch me in the past because they had misgivings about the Ao clan. They had a request for the Ao clan. Or, they had other intentions. They wanted to use me to do something. But when it comes to the point where they can obtain even greater benefits by killing me, they will do it without hesitation, just like now. Du Xiao and I can be considered friends. But, it was the O clan's, world-defying heavens, clan who took advantage of my habits this time. So, they were the most ruthless. Tianbu Hui and I can be considered acquaintances. We got along quite well. But, the Tian clan wanted to kill me this time. And, they didn't spare any effort. Tu Qianhao and I used to drink wine in the lower three heavens. But, the Tu clan has become my life-threatening hand now. I had also visited the Black Devil clan. The Black Devil clan welcomed me with open arms. The young lord of the Black Devil clan had always been mysterious in front of others. But, he had made an exception and revealed his true face to me. He was especially respectful. But, the Black Devil clan had used all means to kill me this time. Xianxia spoke in a low voice. The two emperor-level experts listened quietly. The mountain wind was whistling quietly. I had always thought that I had a wide circle of friends. I was generous, and I had friends all over the world. But, I hadn't expected that the people who had framed me the most at this critical juncture of life and death would be those so-called friends of mine. Xianxia smiled bleakly and said, I'll take this as a warning if I can return to my clan. The two emperor-level experts didn't speak for a long time. Then, Du Qingyan heaved a deep sigh and said, Young lord, you can't call someone friend casually. And, you can't call someone brother casually either. You've only seen the surface. But, you still haven't seen the essence. Benefits. They made friends with you for benefits. And, they want to kill you for greater benefits. But, they don't necessarily want to kill you for the sake of killing you. They must have some purpose. Qin Zhang propped himself up, and spoke earnestly. Young lord, Tu Qianhao, Du Xiao, Tianbu Hui, these people call each other brothers. But, you're still competitors. Moreover, because you have the title of the number one clan, even if your strength is really much stronger than theirs and you occupy the title of number one in the younger generation, they will not sincerely accept you. Therefore, you're not friends. There must be a core of true friends or brothers. And, there must be a person whom everyone submits to. They must sincerely admire this person. From admiration, they must learn from him. From learning, they must be convinced. Then, they must see others admire him as much as they do. Then, they can slowly form a circle around this person, and form the embryonic form of friends. Then, they must do some things together under the leadership of this person. Then, they will slowly unfold their sincerity towards each other. And, they will become brothers. And, this brotherhood will become unshakable if they can survive a life and death situation. And, this brotherhood will become even stronger if they can continue to experience life and death situations together. You don't have such friends or brothers. You always think that you do. But, the people who have come to kill you are your so-called friends. Therefore, the first thing you must learn is that you mustn't believe in your friends and brothers if you don't have enough benefits. I've only seen a few people in your younger generation who are your true friends. Du Qingyan sighed, King of Helchu, Gu Du Xing, Dong Wu Shang, GMO, and Luo Kudi. These people regard King of Helchu as their core because they can't do what King of Helchu can do. Therefore, they submit to him. King of Helchu can overturn the entire world with his own strength. And, they can't do this. King of Helchu's cultivation is much weaker than theirs. But, he can catch up with them at the fastest speed. And, they can't do it. Therefore, they submit to him. It's because I'm drunk, and I'm too happy. My cervical vertebra and spine are old problems. But, I'm in good health. My blood pressure is a bit low. My blood pressure is 70%, and my blood pressure is 100%. Hee, my brother who's a doctor said, you smoke a bit too much. But, you're comparable to a healthy donkey in other aspects. Young master, if you were king of Hell Chu and were in his position, would you be able to do it? Qin Zhan's words were somewhat impolite, but they were well-intentioned. I can't do it. Ao Xiayun was silent for a long time. Then, he finally said it. When he said this, a trace of pain flashed through his eyes, but his heart relaxed. In the past, Ao Xiayun had analyzed the things that happened in the lower three heavens, and the conclusion he came to was, I can't do it. But for some reason, it always felt so far away at that time. But now, the words I can't do it were spoken from the bottom of his heart. For the proud and arrogant Ao Xiayun, this was the first time in his life that he had truly admitted that he was inferior to others. Du Qingyun gently breathed in. He slowly adjusted his breathing and adjusted his body. Then, he said in a solemn voice, and you, young lord, to put it bluntly, your greatest capital isn't your aptitude. Rather, it's your family background. Tu Qianhao, O Du Xiao, and the others would think, they might not be worse than you if they were born in the Ao clan. That's why they're not convinced. Ao Xiayun muttered, don't tell me that I was born in the Ao clan is enough to erase all my efforts? Who could have known that it was precisely because being born in the number one aristocratic family like the Ao clan was much more difficult than being born in other clans? If you want to stand out in the Ao clan, how much more effort do you have to put in compared to other clans? Qin Zhan was silent for a moment and said, no matter how hard you try, when others mention it, the first thing that comes to mind is the Ao clan. Only then will they mention your name. This is the glory and helplessness of being born in a big family. Ao Xiayun pondered for a while. Then, he slowly nodded and said, but, I'm Ao Xiayun no matter what. I'm also a member of the Ao clan. This is a fact that no one can change. Since I can't change it, I might as well accept it. That's right. No matter what, you're still you. You won't change. Qin Zhan happily smiled and said, young lord, I believe that you will definitely surprise the clan when you return. Du Qingyun and Qin Zhan looked at each other, and both of them discovered a trace of sadness in each other's eyes. Yes, after experiencing this pursuit, as long as Ao Xiayun can return to the clan alive, he will definitely change. He will become more mature, more rational, and more ruthless. Unfortunately, the two of them would not be able to see it. The two of them sighed at the same time. Then, they smiled faintly. So what if I can see it? So what if he couldn't see it? Ao Xiayun suddenly smiled and said, I'm not as good as King of Hell Chu. I can't do what King of Hell Chu can do. But, King of Hell Chu may not be able to do what I can do. Moreover, King of Hell Chu isn't a member of our Ao clan. He smiled confidently. Even though he was in a difficult situation, he was still arrogant as he said indifferently, moreover, I have the Ao clan, and I have all of you. So what if King of Hell Chu is amazing? After all, he has no conflict with us. The current situation is that as long as the three of us can escape, the situation of the entire three heavens will change because of the three of us. At that time, the two uncles will have created the history of the three heavens. Ao Xiayun's eyes were shining. His thoughts were exquisite, and how meticulous were his observations. Naturally, he could tell that the two uncles were facing an absolute dead end. They felt that they were at the end of their rope and had lost their will to fight. I'm afraid that these two people will sacrifice themselves to protect me the next time they encounter an attack. Therefore, they are educating me at such a time. I wish that I can impart all of my life's experience to you in this short moment. But, am I, Ao Xiayun, a man without conscience? You are risking your life for me. So, how can I watch you die? Their will to fight had already collapsed. So, the only thing they could do now was to summon their pride and sense of mission. So, they could break out of this dead end and find a way to survive. Sure enough, Du Qingyun and Qin Zhan's eyes lit up as soon as they heard his words. Moreover, we may not necessarily have no chance. Ao Xiayun calmed down and said, we mustn't go in the direction of the Ao clan for the time being. It would be better to go back. Go back? The two asked together. Yes, we will go in the direction of the northern wilderness. Ao Xiayun's eyes flashed, this journey will certainly be beyond their expectations. They expect that we will take a detour back to the AO clan. Therefore, we won't be able to pass the road ahead even if we take a detour. So, it would be better to retreat. Firstly, we will delay for time if we retreat. Secondly, we will save our lives. Thirdly, the AO clan will certainly send people to look for us if they find out that we haven't returned after the scheduled time limit. And that will be our opportunity. Xianxia smiled and said, I believe that the three of us won't starve to death even in the northern wilderness with our combined strength. That's right, the two men's spirits were lifted. The only thing we can do now is to recuperate, uncles. You must know that I'll only be a corpse if I don't have the two of you, even though I'm the young lord of the AO clan. What hope will I have if I'm the only one left if you die? Xianxia sincerely heaved a long sigh. Don't worry, young lord. We won't die so easily if we can't see young lord out of danger with our own eyes. The two men looked at each other and made a firm resolution. It's not the time to die yet. Since that's the case, please drink these 2 bottles of spirit beast blood essence first. Xianxia took out the spirit beast blood essence from his bosom, and handed it over. The spirit beast blood essence will be wasted if we don't return for a long time. Uncles, you can recover some of your strength even if you can't comprehend anything if you take it now. Du Qingyan and Qin Zhan were in a dilemma. This was a treasure that the AO clan desperately needed. The main mission of this trip was to bring back the spirit beast blood essence. Wouldn't it prove that they didn't have any harvest if they drank it now, but wouldn't it be a waste if they didn't drink it? Wouldn't it lose its effectiveness after a while? Or, it would be broken by the enemy in battle? Du Qingyan struggled for a long time. Then, he heaved a long sigh and took the 2 bottles. He said, this is also a matter of necessity. It's an expedient measure. So, the 2 of us will drink it with you, young lord. The 3 of us will drink it equally. As for whether we can comprehend it or not, that's up to fate. It'll depend on our luck. All right. Qin Zhan readily agreed, let's save our lives first, then we'll talk about it later. The 3 men didn't have any more objections. They divided the blood essence between themselves, and swallowed it. Unexpectedly, the 3 men opened their eyes 2 hours after they had swallowed the blood essence. Their complexions looked strange. My injuries have healed, but I haven't comprehended anything. I haven't awakened anything either. Du Qingyan smacked his lips and scratched his scalp. My injuries have healed by half. But I haven't gained anything either. Qin Zhan's complexion looked better. But he was even more puzzled. My injuries have healed, but I haven't seen any other signs either. Xianxia's cultivation was the lowest. So, he had recovered the most of the blood essence. But why isn't there any abnormality? The 3 men were extremely depressed. They looked at each other in dismay. They were extremely disappointed. They obviously didn't know that Bulu Qing had taken away half of the blood essence of the spirit beasts in the northern wilderness. And the one they had encountered was one of those spirit beasts. The fact that the blood essence of such a spirit beast could help them recover from their injuries was already very good. Moreover, it couldn't help them comprehend anything else. The 3 men were sighing when Du Qingyan's complexion suddenly changed. He said, there's movement. The 3 men became vigilant. Then, the birds in the distant jungle got startled, and swept towards them from 3 directions. Let's go. They didn't have enough time to sigh or regret anything. So, the 3 men rushed towards the rear at the same time. Swish swish, countless hidden weapons suddenly shot towards them from the front. They were blue and purple in color. It was obvious that they had been dipped in poison. Du Qingyan let out a muffled groan. Then, he rushed forward without uttering a word. His body slipped, and he took off his robe. Then, his elemental energy danced in the air, and turned into a shield. The 3 men rushed forward like sharp arrows behind this shield. Stay here. 8 silhouettes appeared in the sky from 4 directions at the same time. And these silhouettes squeezed towards them. A sharp and long whistle resounded in all directions at the same time, and announced to all directions, the enemy is here. The sound of sleeves fluttering in the air resounded unceasingly. Du Qingyan laughed out loud. Then, he shook his arms, and the hidden weapons shot on his robe flew back in all directions like a rain of flowers. Then, he straightened his body, and fiercely shot out his palm. The three men's weapons had already been broken and shattered during the previous siege. So, they could only face the enemy with their bare hands at this moment. The sword light flickered on the opposite side, and the saber light crisscrossed in all directions. Then, two tall and sturdy silhouettes appeared behind the saber light and sword shadows. They were dressed in black, and their faces were covered with murderous aura. Du Qingyan clashed with the two men with a bang sound. Then, he retreated. Qin Zhan caught up from behind, and patted Du Qingyan's back with a hey sound. Du Qingyan's body stopped retreating. Instead, he rushed forward. Qin Zhan pulled Xianxia and followed behind Du Qingyan. The three men took advantage of this fleeting gap like a whirlwind, and crazily rushed out. Shwa! 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 Sounds were heard from behind. Qin Zhan fiercely circulated his energy, and the robe behind his body flew out with a bang sound. Then, the robe spun as it rushed backwards, and blocked the flying hidden weapons. Then, he rushed forward without turning his head. He took advantage of the fact that the enemies from the other three directions hadn't formed an encirclement, and entered the jungle. Xiaoyan's body suddenly trembled before they entered the forest. Qin Zhan grabbed Xiaoyan's back without the slightest hesitation, and pulled out a piece of flesh that had been pierced by a blue poisonous needle. Xiaoyan's entire body convulsed, but Qin Zhan didn't stop to pick him up. Blood flowed out of his body as he rushed out behind Du Qingyan like a whirlwind. Sharp whistles resounded from all directions behind them. Countless enemies had caught up with them. Chase after them. Kill them at all costs. A cold and ruthless voice sounded. Xiaoyan was in severe pain. He had almost fainted. Xiaoyan suddenly felt that this voice was somewhat familiar when he heard this. But, he didn't have enough time to think about it. Qin Zhan had already carried him into the jungle, and was rushing towards the extreme north. Shwa! 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 The tide-like experts chased after the buttocks of the three men. The forest was silent. A person walked out from each of the four directions after a long time. Meng Luo, Tu Qianhao, Du Shao, and Tianbu Hui. They should have gone north. Tianbu Hui's eyes flickered with a dangerous light. Xiaoyan is very cautious. He's going in the opposite direction. Du Shao waved his hand, and sprinkled a white fog. The white fog pervaded the air for a moment, and then fell on the ground. But, 3 empty spots appeared on the ground. They should have been here a moment ago. They shouldn't have been able to hold on for long given their injuries. But, they've suddenly become lively. So, something must have happened here. Du Shao looked at the 3 empty spots where the white fog had appeared. Then, he turned his hand, and sprinkled a mass of black and odorless fog. The black fog suddenly became colorless when it came in contact with the white fog. Then, a few bright red bloodstains appeared on the ground. They were as big as a needle tip, and were scattered on the ground. They've taken the blood essence of spirit beasts. Du Shao insipidly said. The others were startled by this mysterious method of his. They had once again witnessed the strength of the poison spirit clan. No matter who it was, no one would be able to hide from such a miraculous investigative method. We've joined hands to chase after Xiaoyan this time. But, we'll become a big joke if we let him escape. Meng Luo smiled in a feminine manner. Chase after him. Suddenly, a sinister voice rang out. If you guys are still just following behind and giving advice after the fact, Xiaoyan will never die. They looked towards the source of the voice, and saw a black-clothed and masked figure standing on a treetop. He was fluttering in the wind. It was the young black devil. He sneered. Then, he soared up like a black cloud, and chased towards the north. Humph! The 4 men snorted at the same time. But, they didn't dare to be negligent. They got up at the same time, and chased towards the north. We'll reach the chill wind forest after we cross this steep gorge. Gu Duxing was sweating profusely. It wasn't easy to carry 2,000 kilograms of star iron. Should we look for trouble with the O clan? GMO and Luo Kudi were somewhat eager to give it a try. I don't think that with the strength of the 7 of us, we have the strength and qualifications to provoke a big family. Dong Wushang snorted and said, if the 2 of you are itching to go, you can go together. We won't accompany you. GMO and Luokadi simultaneously stuck out their tongues. We don't need to look for trouble with them. I'm afraid that they themselves will look for trouble with us, Gu Duxing calmly said. The Oak clan won't dare to passively face our retaliation. Not bad. Chu Yang nodded approvingly. We must be careful. Everyone had been on high alert all along the way. However, they hadn't expected that they would pass through the chill wind forest without any mishap. Gu Duxing and the others also went in to pay their respects. Why is there no movement? No matter what, there should be an ambush, right? Was the Oak clan so cowardly? You don't even dare to lay an ambush? Luokadi scratched his ears and cheeks. Everyone had passed through the chill wind forest and had arrived in front of the mountain. Second young Master Luo had felt that his strength had grown very fast during this period of time. So, he had been looking for an opportunity to show off his strength. Sigh. Chu Yang heaved a deep sigh. Then, he fiercely glared at Luo Kodi. Why do I feel that you have a super crow mouth? Chu Yang received a prompt from the sword spirit as soon as Luo Kodi had finished speaking. There is a large number of enemies lying in ambush in front of the mountain. Remove the star iron. Start to rest and prepare for battle. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang immediately became alert as Chu Yang waved his hand. Is there an ambush? There is an ambush. Chu Yang fiercely stood behind the tree. He held his breath. There isn't just an ambush. There is a large number of ambushes. Everyone glared at Luo Kodi at the same time. Luo Kodi blinked his eyes. He felt somewhat dizzy. I can't be so powerful, right? Did I really call out an ambush with just a few casual words? Tan Tan shrugged his shoulders and came over. He then raised his nose and said, You small shrimps of King level 5, step back. See how this great master shakes them with his fart. Tan Tan would have been beaten up by a group of people if it hadn't been for the fact that this was a very special time. Tan Tan, Butong, you two go in that direction. Wu Shang, Kodi, you two go in that direction. Duxing, GMO, follow me. We will cover for you. Pay attention. The ambush should be 3,000 feet away. You are free to attack and kill once you get close. Chu Yang gave the order without the slightest hesitation. Chu Yang would have said in the past, listen to my orders and move in unison. Don't alert the enemy by any means. However, Chu Yang could only let his brothers move freely at this time. They had reached the time to shape their own fighting style. So, they would only lose their own style if Chu Yang blindly restricted them. And, they would never be able to stand alone if they lost their unique style. Everyone silently looked at each other after they had rested for a while. Then, Tan Tan and Rui Butong rushed out from the other side like two cheetahs. Dong Wushang held the black saber in his hand. Luo Kodi's long sword was hidden behind his elbow. They also silently disappeared. Gu Duxing, Chu Yang, and GMO moved at the same time. Chu Yang was in front, and Gu Duxing and GMO were behind him. Gu Duxing and GMO were completely stunned after they had taken a dozen or so steps. Chu Yang's body seemed to have turned into a twisted wisp of green smoke in front of him. He moved like a snake through the dense forest. He didn't make the slightest sound from top to bottom. It seemed that his huge body didn't even touch a single tree. Well, even if he did touch a tree, the sound he made wasn't like the sound of a human body colliding with a tree. Instead, it was a slight cha-cha sound. It seemed as if a small bird had landed on a tree and stepped on it. You must remember to move stealthily in the dense forest. First, every tree has its own growth direction. You must change your position at any time if you don't want to be discovered. Then, you must move forward along the growth direction of this tree. Chu Yang indifferently said. Then, his palms silently chopped two big trees on either side of him. Wood chips flew everywhere. You see, the tree grain of this tree is horizontal. You see, the trees on this tree are different. But, the parts where the stems are connected are certainly horizontal. You will make a loud sound if you touch such a tree from any other direction. And an experienced Jianghu person will immediately become alert. But, if you touch it horizontally in the direction of its growth and fall, the sound it makes will be the sound of a tree falling naturally. And, the tree on this side is somewhat spiraling. This kind of tree tends to fall later. So, when I pass by this kind of tree, I use a spiraling force. Chu Yang explained little by little, and this phenomenon can be clearly seen from the bark of the tree. Gu Duxing and GMO carefully observed as they moved forward. Then, they nodded. As for your feet, don't just think about breathing. You must also pay attention to the direction of the wind and the growing position of the grass. If you are under the tree, it will inevitably tilt in the opposite direction. Follow this tilt and wind direction. Even if you don't breathe, the sound you make will not be loud. If you adapt to this direction, there will be no sound at all. Chu Yang continued to move forward. When there is sunlight like this, you must pay attention to the color of your clothes, the shape of the trees behind you, and the mottled shadows of the trees in front of you. Once the enemy looks over, you must immediately take advantage of these and stand in a suitable position. Even if you don't hide anything, your body will turn into a part of the forest under these mottled rays of light. So, the enemy won't be able to see you face to face. As he said this, Chu Yang made a move. He quickly moved from his current position to the opposite side. Although he was facing the sunlight, Gu Duxing and GMO shockingly discovered that under the illumination of the sunlight, Chu Yang's black clothes seemed to have turned into a big tree. It was impossible to distinguish the real from the fake. Even his face was covered by the shadow of the tree. There was light and there was darkness. If they didn't know that Chu Yang was hiding there, they wouldn't have been able to find him. Everyone knows that the night is the best time to sneak around. But, in this mountain forest, a sunny day with the sun is the best time to hide. Because the rays of the sun can turn anything into anything other than its original form. Chu Yang casually said, "Now, the two of you follow my pace. We will rush in front of the enemy while they are staring at us." These words weren't bold and visionary. But, Gu Duxing and GMO felt a surge of blood in their hearts when they heard these words. It seemed that a bloodthirsty murderous aura had fiercely awakened after these words were spoken. "Let's go." 3 silhouettes shot out like arrows from a bow. They crossed 1,000 feet in a flash. Then, they crossed another 50 feet, and got closer. Even closer. 50 people. Sword Spirit had already reported the exact number. Chu Yang's body made an illusion due to the reflection of the sunlight. He looked like a big lizard as he climbed to the top of the mountain. Then, he got within 300 feet of the enemy. Gu Duxing and GMO also followed him. The three of them looked forward, and were startled. What's going on? The three of them looked at each other in dismay. They couldn't figure out what was going on. Most of these people are from the O clan. There's no doubt about this. The cold aura of the Poison Spirit clan can't be imitated by others. This ambush is indeed an ambush. Moreover, the lineup is quite large. Chu Yang had already felt that this was a thorny problem at first glance. There were at least 15 king-level experts. Moreover, the auras of 4 of them were unfathomable. 10 king-level experts. The rest are revered martial artists. There are also 4 emperor-level experts. 2 are 2nd grade, and 2 are 3rd grade, Sword Spirit clearly reported. Chu Yang didn't find it strange that there were 4 emperor-level experts. But, the thing that really surprised him was, why are they facing the opposite direction if they are ambushing us? They were facing Chu Yang's side. And, they were facing their backs and buttocks. These ambushing experts were stretching their necks to look forward. Some of them were sitting cross-legged in a calm and composed manner. However, they were also showing their backs to Chu Yang and the others. What kind of ambush is this? Chu Yang felt very flabbergasted. You have come to intercept and kill us. But, you're facing us with your buttocks. This is the first time I've seen such a strange ambush. Motherfew *Cur, do you want to collectively fart and suffocate us to death? The 3 of them looked at each other. They were baffled. GMO opened his mouth, and almost laughed out loud. Motherfew *Cur, this is the first time I've seen someone ambush with their buttocks. A gust of south wind blew, and a faint voice drifted over along with the wind. Why aren't they here yet? Don't worry. There was a delay on the way. Pay attention. What's that over there? F*ck, a rabbit. Motherfew *Cur, the corner of Chu Yang's mouth twitched. The 2 3rd-grade emperor-level experts suddenly stood up. They seemed to have sensed something, and looked around suspiciously. They shook their heads and laughed in self-mockery. Then, they separated into two groups and walked over to check the ambush. It seemed that they were very attentive. Chu Yang, Gudu Xing, and the other two were even more confused. "We are behind your buttocks. Why are you looking in front of you?" They heard the Emperor-level expert ask in a deep voice, "Have you checked the poison field? Has it failed?" A king-level expert behind a tree replied in a low voice, "Elder, rest assured. I have checked it 3 times. I have also checked the poison field twice. It's absolutely safe. There's absolutely no problem. Well, make sure that we don't get discovered in advance. We can't use our full strength on the periphery. These guys are very vigilant. We can slip away in case there's any sign of trouble. We must make sure that nothing goes wrong this time." The Emperor-level expert nodded and reminded. "Yes." The two men circled around and returned to their original positions. Chu Yang quietly crouched in the underbrush and remained motionless. Since he didn't move, GMO and Gudu Xing naturally didn't move either. Suddenly, the two black-clothed men stood up from their original ambush place and made a hand gesture. That Emperor-level expert frowned and shouted in a low voice, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to pee." That Emperor-level expert's face suddenly revealed a disgusted look. He waved his hand and said in a bad mood, "Go further away." The two revered martial artists repeatedly nodded in agreement. They walked side by side and stepped on the ground with schwa 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 sounds. They walked for more than 300 feet and the forest covered the road. Then, they stopped. One of them said, "Motherf ****, we've been preparing here for half a month and we haven't seen a single soul." Another person sighed and removed his belt. "Let's wait. It's better if they don't come. Once they come, damn. Which one of them is easy to deal with?" "That's true." The one who spoke earlier had already taken out his weapon. He closed his eyes, held his breath, and prepared to fire. Pitter-patter-patter, Second Master Ji was furious. He is lying in the bushes, motionless. But these two fellows are walking towards him. He opened his eyes slightly and saw 4 small legs in front of him. The next moment, a hot water arrow accurately landed on the left side of his face. The force behind the arrow was extremely fast. Warm droplets of that thing splashed up along with the strong release, splashing onto Second Master Ji's face. Second Master Ji's lungs were about to explode, following which, another hot water arrow accurately landed on the right side of his face. Second Master Ji could no longer tolerate this. Because although the previous one was disgusting, it was still white and shiny. But this one was as red as the Yellow River, as if it was sick. And the smell was even stronger. GMO was instantly filled with grief and indignation. "The 3 of us came together, but why did you only pee at me? Aren't you King bullying us?" The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Finally, he couldn't hold it in any longer and stood up. These two revered martial artists were currently peeing with their eyes closed. They were peeing to their heart's content. They had been holding back for a long time, and they felt an indescribable sense of comfort. But who would have thought that they would come out alive from the 2 streams of urine? This shock was no small matter. The two of them immediately opened their eyes, and their eyeballs bulged out at the same time. In their extreme nervousness, the 2 water arrows also lost their momentum. They peed into their crotches and stopped, just as they were about to call out. Second Master Ji's hands, which were filled with anger, grabbed their throats. With a slight puff sound, their necks were strangely tilted to one side. Second Master Ji's violent energy had already rushed into their meridians, and sealed off all movements in their lower bodies. The two of them only trembled twice before they died an unnatural death. Until now, their hands were still in the posture of strangling the birds. They didn't have time to change their posture. Walla lala. The stream of water that had been cut off by the shock suddenly continued to spray out after its owner had lost consciousness. This time, not a single bit was wasted. All the remaining water splashed onto Second Master Ji's crotch. Second Master Ji's mouth was crooked, and his eyes were slanted. He gritted his teeth in hatred but didn't dare to make a sound. A voice came from afar, "What's wrong?" It turned out that he had vaguely heard the commotion here. GMO was stunned. How should he answer? Suddenly, a low and angry voice said, "This bastard peed on my crotch." It was the voice of the revered martial artist who had spoken first. GMO was greatly surprised. He turned his head and saw Chu Yang's mouth moving as he spoke. It was rare for King of Hell Chu to imitate this person's tone so vividly. GMO came to his senses. He hastily muttered vaguely, "Isn't this an accident? I didn't do it on purpose." "Look at how anxious you are," Chu Yang angrily said. "An accident? Both of my crotches are wet." GMO almost suffered internal injuries. Motherfew asterisk cur. The one whose crotches are wet is me, isn't it? There was a rumbling sound from the other side. Someone laughed in a low voice, and took pleasure in other people's misfortune. That emperor-level expert didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He cursed, and didn't speak anymore. However, the other people started to move. One of them whispered, "Why did that guy pee on other people's crotch?" His voice was full of feigned surprise. Another person muttered in a pensive tone, "According to my conjecture, he may have peed on the wrong side." But, why did he pee on the wrong side? That person seemed even more surprised. He couldn't understand. "According to my conjecture, there are some reasons behind this," that pensive voice said. "What reasons?" the surprised voice continued to ask. He wanted to get to the bottom of this matter. Firstly, if this guy suddenly thought of something when he was sleeping last night, and there is clearly no proper channel here, he is holding it in for a long time, and it is easy for a deformity to appear. If he drinks water in the morning, it is possible for him to pee on the wrong side. I see. I'm convinced. But, what's the second reason? As for the second reason, it is very hard to say. Some people, if there is no proper channel for a long time, will use a very strange method. They will charge forward with a spear and use their own method to get rid of their inner demons, and after getting rid of their inner demons, it is easy for them to experience a period of weakness. In this period of weakness, they will pee on the wrong side. Such penetrating insight. I'm convinced. You flatter me. There was a rumbling sound, and laughter could be heard everywhere. Although they didn't dare to be loud, it was a little chaotic. Many people were lying on the ground, laughing silently until their bodies were trembling and spasming. Chu Yang, Gudu Xing, and GMO were stunned. This is AF * King group of talents. It looks like this group of people has really been holding it in for a long time. Others were just peeing, and they were actually quoting the classics and analyzing for a long time before starting a lesson seriously. Chu Yang stood up and gently laid down the two corpses with GMO. Then, Chu Yang walked out in front, grumbling in a low voice, "F * CK, look at my two pants. They are so cold. What do you want me to do? To think that you guys are laughing so happily." When he said this, more laughter could be heard. A few people turned around and said, "That's the fate between the two of you." These people turned around, but they could only see Chu Yang and Gudu Xing's black clothes. They couldn't see their faces. Their faces were completely covered by the trees. Someone even said jokingly, "It's rare for the two of you to be so close to each other even when peeing." When he said this, laughter could be heard everywhere. At this time, Chu Yang was laughing as he approached a guy at the edge of the crowd. He talked as he walked, and his voice was so vivid that no one realized that it was fake. No one noticed that he had deviated a little. F * CK, next time, no matter what, I won't pee with him anymore. Chu Yang laughed in a low voice. He was a little regretful, a little embarrassed, and a little angry. However, the sword in his hand flew out and silently stabbed into the guy's ribs from 30 feet away. It pierced through his heart and lungs, nailing his body firmly to the ground. This person was completely unprepared. How could he have thought that his comrade would actually kill him? A moment ago, he was still laughing in a low voice. The next moment, he felt a piercing pain in his ribs. He was just about to cry out in pain when fresh blood suddenly poured into his lungs. Then, a strong wave of vital energy rushed into his meridians and took control of his central nervous system. Then, his eyes silently bulged, and he stopped breathing. Chu Yang laughed in annoyance. He walked over and scolded jokingly, "Look at you. Is it worth it for you to laugh until you stop breathing when someone pees?" As he said this, he laughed. His laughter was calm, intimate, and somewhat resentful. However, he secretly pulled out the sword from the guy's body and stuck it to his back. Then, he shook his head and sighed as he walked in the direction of the other guy behind the mountain rock. His footsteps were light and heavy. It was as if he was walking in his own headquarters. GMO followed behind him. He could only feel his little heart beating wildly. Oh my God, today I have really seen what it means to kill someone while talking and laughing. The most amazing thing was that he still looked really relaxed before and after killing someone. There was absolutely no reluctance, and absolutely no trace of murderous aura. The guy behind the mountain rock was laughing so hard that his stomach hurt. He was also the one who laughed the hardest. Yang scolded angrily, F***ck, isn't it just a small matter? Look at you laughing like a fur seal. Are old jokes so funny? I must teach you a lesson today. That person laughed and said, Mother***, can't you stand it when I laugh at you? You actually want to cause trouble for me? You've really got guts. He laughed as he turned around. What he saw was a bright and condensed sword light. In a flash, it pierced his throat. One ray of cold light pierces 10,000 fathoms. Yang followed the sword momentum, and fiercely pounced on his body. Then, he heavily punched his body. He laughed and said, I'll let you laugh. That person's body twisted and spasmed strangely. Then, he stopped moving. His eyes were wide open. They were full of disbelief. Apparently, he never dreamed that his companion, who was joking with him just a moment ago, would suddenly become a killer. I'm a king-level master, and this guy is just a revered martial artist. How can he kill me? Why does he want to kill me? With all these questions, this king-level master died with his eyes wide open. Yang laughed mischievously. He jumped up from his body and punched GMO. GMO fell to the ground. He gasped for breath. You're still laughing. GMO was a clever person. He kicked Yang's stomach and sent him flying. Then, he gasped for breath, you're allowed to be peed on, but I'm not allowed to laugh. Then, he pounced on Yang. Puff puff puff, Yang screamed, you're done laughing. Ouch, you kicked my balls. Suddenly, everyone around burst into laughter. Several busybodies couldn't bear it. They stood up from their seats and walked over. Everyone couldn't help but smile. Someone laughed as he walked, Mother***, you're so righteous even after being peed on. This is the first time I've seen someone like that. Did you pee on your head? Yang said angrily, try peeing on your crotch. Your crotch is wet. How strange. Ouch. You, hiss. Mother***, you hit my crotch. Haha. Suddenly, there was another burst of laughter. 7 or 8 people walked over quickly. Everyone was in high spirits. When he arrived, he saw 2 black-clothed men rolling on the ground. One of them was covering his crotch and curling up like a shrimp, while the other was on top of him, punching him. A middle-grade king-level expert restrained himself from laughing. He then said in a dignified manner, why aren't you getting up? What have you become? As soon as the order was given, the 2 immediately jumped up obediently. Not only did they jump up, but they also jumped exceptionally high and split into 2 different directions. At the same time, 2 bright sword lights flashed out, causing the entire forest to be illuminated with a bright white light. GMO had fused with his sword. His entire body had transformed into a god of death that had rushed out from hell. His entire body was covered with an indestructible sword energy. Then, he ferociously rushed towards the 3 king-level experts on his side with an earth-shattering momentum. It was as if a mountain was crashing down. As long as Yang wielded his sword of calamity, what harm was there in slaughtering the entire world? This move was brazen. It had transformed into a wild dragon that could overturn rivers and seas. The sword had just attacked, and a burst of sword light shot out. Then, it soared high into the sky. It was as if the Milky Way was hanging upside down, and a meteor was flying through the sky. The king-level expert who bore the brunt of the attack had a smile on his face. But then, his heart was pierced with a puff sound. Then, his body was torn apart. A head with a bright smile on his face flew into the air. The second king-level expert was immediately enveloped by the sword light. He was completely defenseless. The smile on his face froze. He didn't even have time to turn into panic before he was sent flying. The third king-level expert only had time to issue a blood-curdling scream before a bloody hole appeared on his body. Then, it was the fourth king-level expert. This king-level expert finally had enough time to react. He hastily pulled out his sword from its sheath. He didn't have time to form any technique. So, he desperately used his sword to block. The calamity sword fiercely rushed over. Then, a soft crack sound was heard, and the sword was broken into pieces. A blood-curdling scream was heard as the king-level expert's arm was twisted into powder. Then, Yang rushed into the king-level expert's bosom with his sword. A mass of sword light mixed with countless pieces of flesh and blood spread out. The air was already filled with dense blood mist. Yang didn't stop. He still used the "what harm is there in slaughtering the entire world" move. He fiercely attacked the remaining king-level expert. That king-level expert repeatedly issued a sharp scream. He raised his hand, and a mass of black fog spread out. Then, he raised his hand again, and a mass of white fog was fiercely released. In the blink of an eye, all kinds of poisonous fog had already filled the space. He madly used poison techniques, and all kinds of hidden weapons. As he retreated, he screamed in panic and pulled out his sword. Yang's eyes narrowed. He didn't stop, and he rushed into the poisonous fog. The sword energy filled the air, and the poisonous fog spread. Yang had already rushed out. The shining sword light had already arrived in front of this king-level expert. This king-level expert screamed. He fiercely threw out the long sword in his hand. Then, he turned around and ran. Facing the might of Yang's sword, and seeing the miserable state of his companion, he didn't even have the courage to block it. He directly ran away. The tip of Yang's sword sank. It suddenly changed from "what harm is there in slaughtering the entire world" to "what harm is there in slaughtering the entire world." The sword light converged, and it immediately flew into the sky. It was as if a peerless sword that had been buried for 10,000 years had suddenly been unearthed. It revealed its peerless sharpness. Poof, the sword light was still shining in midair. The sword energy had already rushed into the back of the king-level expert who was running away. That king-level expert trembled. His face was full of despair. He struggled and shouted, "Help!" However, the rainbow-like sword light pierced through his back as soon as these two words left his mouth. Then, Yang rushed out of his body along with his sword, and landed 50 feet away. His sword was slanted towards the ground, and the blood droplets on the sword's blade dripped down with a schwa sound. With a bang, the body of this king-level expert was torn apart. His face was still full of panic and despair. His big head had already rolled several times on the ground. On the other side, GMO withdrew his sword. In front of him was a pile of badly mutilated corpses. Two king-level experts and a revered martial artist had been caught off guard by the sword light of his body and sword at the same time. Silence. There was an indescribable silence in the forest. The dense fog of blood and the poisonous fog hadn't had time to disperse. They were undulating in the air. He wanted to prove to everyone what kind of unbearable tragedy had just happened. Who would have thought that two people had gone to pee, and had attracted such a vicious and merciless god of death? In the blink of an eye, 8 human lives had become nothing more than a wisp of smoke. Bastard! A tall and sturdy figure roared furiously. It was a second-grade emperor-level expert. He was so angry that he couldn't control himself. He jumped out of his hiding place. His face was distorted as he asked, "You, who are you people?" "The people who want your life," a cold voice replied. Then, the tip of a sword suddenly appeared in front of him. Then, it was fiercely pulled back. Then, a palm hit his back with great force. This emperor-level expert's face was full of disbelief. His body was violently hit, and he was sent flying. He still couldn't believe that he had been fatally injured. He roared, and pulled out his sword in the air. Then, he fiercely mobilized all the energy in his body. With a puff sound, 2 perfectly round arrows of blood spurted out from his front and back. All the strength in his body was sucked out at the same time. He was like a sack that had been emptied, and he fell from the sky. He fell to the ground with a puff sound. Then, he desperately raised his head and turned his neck to look behind him. Who is it? It's me. Following a voice that was so calm that it was cruel, a black-cloaked youth quietly walked out. The moment he appeared, a cold and sharp aura suddenly appeared. It was as if a sword had walked out instead of a person, a human-shaped sword. It was Gu Duxing. He had taken advantage of the moment when GMO and Chu Yang had attracted everyone's attention to quietly sneak into the inner circle. Then, he made his move, and it was indeed a success. Originally, Gu Duxing's target was the two third-grade Emperor-level experts. However, the two of them were too vigilant. Moreover, they were too calm. Gu Duxing was afraid that if he didn't make his move, it would ruin his plan. Now that this guy had jumped out, how could Gu Duxing let him go? No matter what, he was still a second-grade Emperor-level expert. Killing him would be a huge blow to the enemy's fighting strength. The three brothers stood in a triangular formation. Below their feet were scattered pieces of corpses. Swoosh! 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 All the people who had been lying in ambush came over at the same time and surrounded the three of them. They surrounded them quietly. Everyone's eyes were filled with uncontrollable anger. These three people had killed their comrades as soon as they appeared. Two of them had been assassinated silently. As for the two who had gone to pee earlier, no one thought that they were still alive. Because that was absolutely impossible. There were 50 people in total, but 13 of them had already died. They had died under despicable assassination and sneak attack. Who are you people? That third-grade Emperor-level expert quietly appeared. His eyes were filled with intense indignation as he looked at Chu Yang. GMO laughed mischievously and said, "This question is really interesting. You have so many people lying in ambush here. Aren't you trying to kill us? Now that we have come out, you actually ask us who we are? Old man, is your brain damaged?" The third-grade king-level expert was extremely angry. But, he couldn't help but be startled. Ambush you? He suddenly became furious. Who do you think you are? Do you think that this old man has come here to ambush you? GMO was startled. He then said while stammering, "Don't tell me, you aren't people of the O clan?" "We are obviously people of the O clan," the third-grade Emperor-level expert angrily said. "Who are you? Which clan are you from? Bastard! Why didn't you ambush us since you are from the O clan?" GMO scratched his head. He had a tangled look on his face. This isn't right. Who are you here to deal with? The third-grade Emperor-level expert almost fainted from anger. He angrily said without thinking, "I was waiting here to capture Xianxia. Who do you think you are?" GMO was startled. He couldn't help but look apologetic. He repeatedly waved his hand and said, "Oh, this is really a misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding." Chu Yang and Gu Duxing were also startled. "We were fighting to the death for a long time. But, the other side didn't deal with us? So, we ended up taking the blame for Xianxia. What's this? Motherfew asterisk cur, what kind of friendship do I have with Xianxia? The people of O clan and the few people of Mo clan who had come to assist felt dizzy. You have already chopped up so many of our people. But, you still have the nerve to say that this is a misunderstanding? This Motherfew asterisk cur's mouth is really amazing. Once you open your mouth, you are the sky. But, once you close your mouth, you are the earth." GMO frowned. He then said with a bitter face, "Fu asterisk K, brothers, you see. I'm really sorry. Who is Xianxia? What kind of thing is he? We don't know him from the start. Don't you think so?" Cough cough. This is a big misunderstanding. He touched his nose, and mischievously smiled. He then awkwardly said, "You see, how about we apologize to you? Say sorry, and let this matter go? Isn't it? Let it go? It's better to squash enmity than to keep it alive." GMO's words became more and more earnest as he spoke. That third-grade Emperor-level expert of O clan almost went crazy with anger. "What are you talking about? You killed people. And, you want to let it go with just a sorry? It's better to squash enmity than to keep it alive? What kind of bullshit is this?" GMO said in a very serious manner, "Senior, as the saying goes, the dead can't be brought back to life. So, please restrain your grief. After all, we're dead now. But, their heads have already fallen off. Moreover, we have to show our sincerity in order to win your understanding. What sincerity? That emperor-level expert looked at the expressions on the faces of the three people. And, he finally believed that this was a misunderstanding, you see. GMO cautiously probed, we were careless, and killed 13 of your people. So, we have decided to compensate you with 13 coffins. No matter what, we have to bury the dead in peace. Leaving their corpses in the wilderness is too cruel. What else? That third-grade emperor-level expert heard this. He saw that GMO had paused. So, he couldn't help but ask. No. GMO said with a bitter face, you see, we're outside. We don't have anything with us. And, we're being used as scapegoats. We're also being wronged. How can we explain this? Do we really want to kill that much? We are not homicidal maniacs. You killed 13 of our men, and you're giving us 13 coffins as compensation? Nothing else? That third-grade emperor-level expert finally exploded. He stomped his foot and roared, bastard. Are you toying with this old man? We wouldn't dare. GMO's face was sullen. Really, there's no other way. We don't have any money. How about this? Let's take a step back. If this unfortunate man has any family members, we can also take care of him. For example, if he has a young and beautiful sister or daughter, we can also take care of them comfortably, bastard. You were really playing with me. The third-grade king-level expert flew into a rage. A wisp of smoke rose from his forehead. Ha ha ha. Old bastard. GMO laughed out loud. He jumped up and patted the old man. He said, you old bastard. If I don't play with you, then who do I play with? You've lived for so long. But, you've been living like a king dog all this time. You're a stubborn old man with a knot in his head. You're an unenlightened fool. You've lived for 1,000 years, but you're still a bastard. You deserve to be played with. That third-grade emperor-level expert was so angry that his entire body was convulsing. He was almost unable to breathe. His lips trembled as he said, you're a junior. I won't be Omu Feng if I don't dismember your body into thousands of pieces today. Omu Feng, what's wrong with you? Omu Feng, you mother asterisk cur. GMO spat out a mouthful of saliva. He then put his hands on his waist and said, old bastard, old turtle. Come on. Come on. Are you happy? A wood dog ant, dog ant. This is GMO. This is King of Hellchu's group. And, the one with the sword is Gudu Xing. Someone finally recognized GMO. This dog ant had become his signature phrase. And, this exposed second young Master G's true identity. Oh well, I'm your father, your ancestor. GMO put his hands on his waist, and looked up to the sky, and laughed heartily. I haven't come out of Jianghu for a long time. And, I was wondering if my charm had declined. But, no one had recognized me even after so long. But, I'm finally relieved now. Not bad. You deserve a reward. Omu Feng's belly exploded with anger. Suddenly, a guy jumped out, and looked at Chu Yang. How come only the 3 of you are here? Where are the others? This old man was Omu Feng's elder brother, O Jin Feng. He vigilantly looked all around as he spoke. King of Hellchu had gone to the northern wilderness with several people. So, how come only these 3 are here now? The others are here. It wasn't Chu Yang who had said this. Instead, 2 people had spoken in unison. A mournful and dazzling saber light impressively appeared along with these words. And, a sharp sword light also rushed out at the same time. Dong Wushang's sturdy body was impressively revealed like pig iron. Just by standing there, it gave people the feeling that a mountain range made of iron had suddenly appeared in front of them. Dong Wushang coldly snorted. He waved his saber, and a revered martial artist and a king-level expert on his left got chopped into 4 pieces. Then, he waved his saber to the right, and smashed them down. Yes, it was smashed. The black saber weighed more than 250 kilograms. So, its might couldn't be displayed without the word smashing. The 2 experts on the right desperately tried to block it. Their swords were broken with a kacha sound. Then, their heads were separated with a bang sound. Dong Wushang's majestic body was dripping with blood. He took a big step forward and shouted, "Get lost." A middle-grade king-level expert bore the brunt of his attack. Dong Wushang's saber chopped down like a thunderbolt. This king-level expert bellowed, "You're the one who should get lost." He brandished his sword to meet Dong Wushang's attack head-on. A loud clang sound was heard, and the sword shattered into pieces of iron. Then, this middle-grade king-level expert rolled out like a rubber ball on the ground. He repeatedly spat out blood with a wah sound. This was exactly what Dong Wushang had said, "Get lost." Dong Wushang didn't move an inch. His majestic body was like a towering mountain. He disdainfully snorted, and walked in with big strides. A 5th-grade saber king against a middle-grade king-level expert. And a middle-grade king-level expert had been sent flying in a single exchange. Moreover, he had been seriously injured. This was a miracle in anyone's eyes, that king-level expert was a middle-grade king-level expert. However, Dong Wushang was a genuine peak 5th-grade saber king. Moreover, he had suppressed his strength to prevent him from making a breakthrough. Dong Wushang would have been an 8th-grade saber king if he hadn't suppressed his strength. Dong Wushang's black saber weighed more than 250 kilograms. Moreover, he had innate divine strength. So, it would have been strange if he hadn't been able to send a middle-grade king-level expert flying even if he had used the sword. Luo Kudi's sword light was like a viper on the other side. Shwa! 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 It swept past 3 people in quick succession. A thin trace of blood appeared on the throats of the 3 people at the same time. Then, a gorgeous blood light violently shot out, the 3 corpses slowly fell down. Luo Kudi had already clashed with another king-level expert at this time. Luo Kudi's body somersaulted in the air, and entered the encirclement. He was standing beside Gu Duxing. The temperaments of these 2 people were somewhat similar at this moment. Both of them were like sharp swords, however, there were still some differences if one were to carefully distinguish them. Gu Duxing was like a peerless divine weapon with restrained sharpness. He was standing motionless, but his sharpness was faintly discernible. He was ready to draw his sword at any time. On the other hand, Luo Kudi was like a blood-stained sharp sword that was ready to kill. His body was emitting an intense bloodthirsty aura, his ferocious aura was soaring to the sky. Good. Very good. All of you are finally here. Mu Feng slowly nodded. The murderous aura in his eyes was getting more and more intense. "We didn't catch Ao Xiayun. So, we took the corpses of the 3 of you back. It's an unexpected harvest. It's a great merit." Chu Yang mischievously smiled. "You want to rely on these defeated troops of yours? You want to deal with us? Mu Feng, are you sure that you aren't dreaming? You must know that we killed 22 of your people. And, we didn't even suffer a single injury. We'll pay a price to annihilate all of you here. Don't tell me that we can't do it?" It wasn't an exaggeration to say that these were defeated troops of theirs. 50 people had been lying in ambush here. And 22 of them had died at the hands of these 5 people. It could be said that less than half of them had been eliminated. Moreover, Gu Duxing had killed an emperor-level expert with top-notch fighting strength. You are merely 5 king-level experts. You may have sword king and saber king, but you're nothing more than this. You can't be an emperor-level expert's opponent no matter what. Moreover, Brother Su Wu Shuang, the emperor-level expert of the Black Devil clan, is here in addition to us brothers. Even if you have wings, you will still die. Mu Feng didn't need to say so much. But, Chu Yang's words were an extremely fierce attack on his heart. And, it was an extremely heavy blow to his subordinates. It was inevitable that some people would become dejected if he didn't refute them. Go. Kill them. Jin Feng bellowed, "Kill them ruthlessly for this old man." The first person to attack wasn't anyone from the O clan. Instead, it was Chu Yang. Chu Yang would never let go of such an opportunity. It wasn't known when a long sword had appeared in his hand. The sword light spread, and a cold light whizzed out. It suddenly transformed into 10,000 sword lights, and rushed forward. One cold light pierces 10,000 fathoms. Jin Feng shouted loudly. He pulled out his sword, and rushed forward. But, a person's silhouette flashed in front of him. Then, an iron tower-like body came forward to greet him. Then, a black light transformed into a lightning and thunder above his head, and fiercely hacked down. It was Dong Wushang, he coldly said, "Old thing. Second Master Dong is the one who sent you on your way. Don't look for someone else. Otherwise, you'll become a confused ghost on the road to hell." A dignified emperor-level expert has become a confused ghost. And, you don't even know who killed you. You'll be very disgraced. Oh, Jin Feng furiously shouted. Chu Yang had already turned his body. He took advantage of the momentum of one cold light pierces 10,000 fathoms, and made a turn in the air. Then, an extremely swift and fierce sword light flew out of his hand. What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world? The world defying the heavens is written by Wind Conquers the World. If you like this work, please vote for it or collect it. Don't know how to vote or collect it? Please read this post. Let us dance with the wind and clouds, and defy the heavens together. Let us read this magnificent chapter together. The revered martial artist closest to Chu Yang didn't even have time to react. His chest was smashed by the thunder-like sword light, and his body was torn to pieces. Chu Yang rushed towards another opponent like a whirlwind and lightning with the sharp whistling of the sword light. Gu Duxing let out a long and loud shout in the field. His sword was like a lonely peak swordsman who had been lonely for 1,000 years. He thrust his sword forward, and met O Mufeng head-on with a lonely atmosphere. Luo Kudi shouted, "Awu! Suwu Shuang, your second master Luo has come. Why aren't you kneeling down for me?" He had gone to meet the second-grade emperor-level expert Suwu Shuang, GMO shouted. He turned over, and fused with his sword. He rushed into the ranks of the revered martial artists with his sword. This was the plan that the three of them had already decided on with their superb tacit understanding. Dong Wushang, Gu Duxing, and Luo Kudi would do their utmost to entangle the three emperor-level experts. GMO and Chu Yang would deal with the remaining experts with quick and decisive moves. Then, they would turn around and attack from all sides. Chu Yang didn't consider anything. He attacked with a 10,000 fathoms of cold light. Then, he repeatedly displayed the 12 moves of the Tribulation Sword technique. My brothers won't be able to deal with the emperor-level experts for long. I must end this battle quickly. How sharp is the Tribulation Sword technique? Chu Yang had been able to assassinate a first-grade emperor-level expert when he was still a first-grade king-level expert. He was now a fifth-grade sword king. Moreover, he had suppressed his strength. Perhaps, he would have become an 8th-grade sword king if he hadn't suppressed his strength, using such a cultivation level, such a divine sword, and such a sword technique to fight with these king-level experts and revered martial artists was like bullying them. Wherever Chu Yang passed by, blood would flow, limbs would fly, and heads would roll, a single 1,000 fathoms of cold light. What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world? A sharp will never change. Gather the clouds and become the emperor, over and over again. Minister Chu had gone crazy. Wherever one man and one sword went, even the trees within their line of sight would fall down neatly. For a moment, the mountains shook and the earth shook, rumbling without end. On Jimo's side, he was also like a tiger that had entered a flock of sheep. He was hacking and killing, and he was howling nonstop. On the other side, Luo Kudi was also howling. It was like a pack of wolves gathering. Only 4 king-level experts were left behind. Chu Yang and GMO didn't hesitate to rush towards those 4 king-level experts from 2 different directions at the same time. On the other side, O Mufeng and the others were so angry that their eyes were about to split open. They were so angry that smoke was coming out of their 7 apertures. Watching his subordinates being slaughtered without being able to put up any resistance, and yet he couldn't do anything about it, it was really depressing. Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, and Luo Kudi were coming and going like butterflies. O Mufeng was still fighting Gu Duxing a moment ago. But, a big saber had already come slashing towards him the next moment. And it had turned into Luo Kudi the next moment. These 3 people weren't just cooperating with a tacit understanding. Moreover, they were extremely slippery. They wouldn't fight you head-on. Instead, they would fight you as much as possible. You'd be attacked by these 3 people if you wanted to rush out to help your subordinates. But, you'd find out that they had become slippery once you turned around. These 3 people were so angry that they were shouting loudly. But, they couldn't do anything about it. O Jin Feng saw that one of his subordinates had died under Chu Yang's sword during the fierce battle. So, he couldn't help but roar in rage, "Domain!" Omu Feng and Su Wushuang faced upwards, and roared. The three of them suddenly gathered together, and stood in a triangular formation. Then, the three of them launched their attacks at the same time. Domain, a dense worldly aura suddenly spread out, and formed a huge domain within a radius of several hundred feet. They had thought of this brilliant method to capture Xianxia. But, they hadn't expected that they would use it on these youngsters before they even met Xianxia. Domain was the difference between a king-level expert and an emperor-level expert. It was also the best way to distinguish them. They could take whatever they wanted inside the domain. Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, and Luo Kudi didn't have enough time to withdraw. But, they suddenly felt their bodies stiffen. It seemed as if they were immersed in an extremely viscous liquid. Even turning their bodies was extremely difficult for them. "Junior. Give me your life." Omu Feng laughed heartily. Then, Jin Feng, and Su Wushuang thrust their swords at the same time. Dong Wushang silently roared as he looked at the rapidly approaching swords. Then, he suddenly faced upwards, and roared. A violent aura swelled out of his chest. Then, he struggled with all his might, and pounced towards Gu Duxing. Gu Duxing also had the same plan. He struggled with all his might, and the black dragon sword burst out with an intense swordlight inside the domain. He struggled unwillingly, and rushed towards Luo Kudi. Then, he kicked Luo Kudi's body, emperor-level domain. It was impossible to guard against it. They would undoubtedly die in the current situation, so, they would die with the greatest value if they were going to die. Therefore, Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang chose to sacrifice themselves at the same time in order to let each other out. When Gu Duxing's foot landed on Luo Kudi's body, Dong Wushang's full-force push had already landed on Gu Duxing's back. They couldn't speak inside the domain. Neither could they hear what the other side was saying. But, they could see each other's movements clearly. Luo Kudi was kicked out with a puff sound. It was as if a piece of cloth had been torn apart. Luo Kudi looked up to the sky in grief and indignation the moment he got out of the domain. Then, 2 streams of tears rolled down. "Second brother. Fourth brother." Dong Wushang pounced on Gu Duxing's body. He used all his strength to push Gu Duxing away. He felt a chill on his back. 2 of the 3 swords had streaked across his back. The cuts had penetrated deep into his bones, and blood fiercely spurted out. However, his body had deviated from the place where the sword should have pierced his heart because he had sacrificed himself to save others. This could be considered as a great fortune in an unfortunate situation. Sometimes, one would get a chance to live if they disregarded their own life and death to save their loved ones when they were about to die. Therefore, one shouldn't hesitate in the face of life and death. At this moment, Dong Wushang truly understood how reasonable this sentence was. But, he still felt tremendous pain. The emperor-level sword chi rushed into his body, and started to destroy his body and meridians in an instant. Dong Wushang suddenly raised his head in pain. His resolute face twitched violently. However, he tightly bit his lips, and didn't make the slightest sound. "I can't shout. Gu Duxing will rush back if I shout. And, I'll die if he rushes back." Chu Yang had finally dealt with all the enemies at this time. So, he desperately rushed over with his sword. What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world? Beheading the entire world won't stop the saber. These 2 tyrannical sword techniques crashed into the emperor-level domain at the same time. This was the first time that Chu Yang had collided with the domain of an emperor-level expert. And, it was 3 at once. Meanwhile, Gu Duxing united with his sword. A hazy black energy sword from the black dragon sword. He held in grief and indignation. Then, he disregarded his own life, and transformed into a sword light along with his sword. Then, he crashed into the emperor-level domain. Luo Kudi and GMO rushed back from another direction at the same time. Dong Wushang was inside the domain. He saw his brothers rushing over without regard for their own lives. He exposed a gratified and worried smile on his face. Then, his eyes suddenly lit up. He seemed to have thought of something. But, he eventually fainted. Chu Yang roared. He transformed into a thunderbolt along with his sword, and crashed into the emperor-level domain. What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world? His entire life's cultivation has transformed into a concentrated attack. Meanwhile, Gu Duxing, Luo Kudi, and GMO split into 3 directions. They avoided Dong Wushang and crashed into the Emperor-level domain like meteors. King-level experts had collided with the Emperor-level domain head-on. This was something that no one had dared to think about in the past. But now, these 4 youngsters had triggered such a heroic scene for the first time for their brothers to collide with each other. The domain that the 3 king-level experts had laid down with a concerted effort suddenly caved in under the desperate attacks of these 4 people with a loud bang. 7 violent forces collided with each other. This domain had already lost half of its power because Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, and Luo Kudi had destroyed it once. So, it had been smashed into pieces in an instant. An earth-shattering explosion was heard. It was as if hundreds of bombs had exploded at the same time. The 7 people who were fighting let out a muffled groan at the same time, and were sent flying. Gu Duxing madly rushed over. He threw out the black dragon sword that was as precious as his life. Then, he immediately held Dong Wushang in his arms. He used his own body to protect Dong Wushang, and arched his back. Then, a violent explosion resounded. A strong impact force rushed over, and hit Gu Duxing's back. Gu Duxing felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He fiercely spouted a mouthful of blood. But, he still arched his back, and forcibly held on. He was sent flying while holding Dong Wushang. He used all his cultivation in front of his chest to protect his unconscious brother. Only a pitiful amount of elemental energy was left to protect his back. With a few cracking sounds, his spine broke violently. Gu Duxing spat out another mouthful of blood. His remaining consciousness held Dong Wushang tightly. After flying out, he actually turned over with all his might, and placed his own body below. He flew out far away, and fell heavily on the ground. He used the last of his strength to lift Dong Wushang's body up. Then, he fainted without a word. And Dong Wushang, who was in his arms, rolled out of his arms at the moment when he finally lost consciousness. With the help of his last move, Dong Wushang dispelled the gravity of falling from a high altitude. He landed lightly on the ground, and after rolling a few times, he was actually unscathed. After the explosion, Chu Yang also lost consciousness. Luo Kudi and GMO flew out like rubber balls. The 3 Emperor-level experts also drifted down in 3 different directions. They didn't have any power to resist as they were sent flying. Their 5 internal organs had been severely damaged. The 3 of them were barely conscious, but they couldn't even move a finger. But the 3 of them were cruelly happy. Look at those guys, they had obviously lost consciousness. So, the 3 of us should be able to recover before them. Won't we be like fish on the chopping board at that time? Will we be at their mercy? We must catch them alive this time. We must make these bastards beg for death. They can't beg for death. Suddenly, a cold light flashed while they were happily thinking. Su Wuxuang was smiling in pain in midair. He screamed, and his upper body was separated from his lower body. He looked over with his remaining consciousness, and saw a thin and small youth jump out with a whooshing sound. He then chased after Omu Feng, and shouted, 3 old bastards. Die, I'm a little disappointed. I have 4,000 votes for recommendation now. Haha, I'll explode even if I can't vote. Brothers and sisters, we can't be so lacking. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless. Another person chased after O Jin Feng like a meteor. He then shouted, Motherfu asterisk Ker, it's finally my turn. I was almost suffocated to death. Motherfu asterisk Ker, these 3 old bastards dared to hurt my brother. This person had a grotesque appearance. He had one eyebrow facing the sky, and the other eyebrow facing the ground. His voice sounded like thousands of hungry wolves that had been thirsty for a month, and hundreds of drakes that had been grabbed by the neck. Su Wuxuang finally lost consciousness. His last thought was, Motherfu asterisk Ker, these bastards still have an ambush. This voice alone can kill an Emperor-level expert. Even if they don't die from the shock, they will die from discomfort. Tan Tan and Rui Butong had beaten up the 2 Emperor-level experts effortlessly. Then, they rushed back with all their strength. This was the countermeasure that the brothers had discussed before this. The opposite party has ambushed us. So, they naturally know about Chu Yang, Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, GMO, Luo Kudi, and the others. But, Rui Butong and Tan Tan had met them in the northern wilderness. So, no one knows about them. Therefore, Rui Butong and Tan Tan couldn't appear at the beginning. The two of them could only rush out when both sides were seriously injured. Then, they could take control of the situation in one fell swoop. The opposite party hasn't ambushed us, but this strategy is absolutely correct. And it has brought about the greatest effect. So, we can catch all the enemies in one fell swoop. The two of them rushed to Chu Yang's side. One of them blocked his front, and the other one blocked his back. They circulated their martial power with all their strength, and healed Chu Yang's injuries first. Both of them knew that Chu Yang had a divine power in his body. So, their brothers would be fine as long as he woke up. But, they would be done for if something happened to Chu Yang while they were saving the others. Chu Yang coughed fiercely after a while. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and woke up. He looked at Tan Tan, and felt relieved. He forced himself to sit up. Then, he quickly took out 4 incomplete versions of the heavy pills, quickly give them to them. 1 pill for each person. Then, he took 1 pill for himself, and swallowed it. Rui Butong anxiously took the pills. Then, he rushed out. He saw Gudu Xing first. And, he couldn't help but jump in fright. Gudu Xing's entire body had fallen apart. In fact, he couldn't even be helped. Rui Butong's eyes were filled with tears. He first gave the heavy pill to Gudu Xing, then Dong Wushang, Luo Kudi, GMO. After a long time, GMO and Luo Kudi woke up first. However, Gudu Xing and Dong Wushang were still unconscious. Chu Yang had also recovered a little by now. He propped himself up and walked over. Everyone gathered around the two and watched. Both of their injuries are slowly recovering. Even their muscles, bones, muscles, and muscles can be clearly seen with their eyes. After a long, long time, Gu Duxing finally opened his eyes. He blinked as if the sunlight above his head was too dazzling. He closed his eyes and asked, "How is Wushang?" "I'm fine." Dong Wushang, who had just woken up, said, "Second brother, how are you?" "I'm fine." A rare smile appeared on Gu Duxing's cold face. He tried to move his hand, then raised his arm and tried to sit up. He actually managed to sit up. He couldn't help but be surprised. "I clearly remember that my spine was broken. How can I sit up now? Why does it seem like the injured part is only in intense pain?" Rui Butong and Tan Tan set up tents and moved everyone inside to have a good rest. When night came, Chu Yang and Gudu Xing's recovery had already stopped. They knew that the effect of the heavy pill was probably over. Their injuries were too serious. 1 pill was not enough for them to fully recover. So, they took out 2 more pills and gave them to the two. Gudu Xing and Dong Wushang finally recovered a little. "I have an epiphany." Dong Wushang leaned on GMO. His voice was still weak as he said, "Everyone, listen carefully." Chu Yang and the others suddenly felt awestruck. They knew that this was a sudden epiphany of a saber king when he was facing a life-and-death crisis. This kind of epiphany was the most precious. Sometimes, this epiphany could even make a saber king advance. This kind of epiphany was extremely precious to everyone. It had always been a secret. However, Dong Wushang obviously wanted to share it now. The domain of an emperor-level expert is indeed extraordinary. The might of the domain of 3 emperor-level experts isn't as simple as multiplying. I knew that I would die a moment ago. Therefore, I chose to sacrifice myself to let the 2 of them go out. Dong Wushang's words seemed to be boasting. But, his brothers knew that he wasn't boasting. When I desperately burned my soul power to attack, I discovered that Kudi and second brother had also chosen the same method. But, my black saber was heavy. So, I took a step ahead. The 3 of us knew that we would die. So, we wanted to let our brothers go out. Therefore, the situation of certain death suddenly changed at that moment. Dong Wushang smiled weakly. But, his face shone with a profound radiance. The domain that could have killed us was still the domain at that moment. But, the attack had deviated from its original direction. It had forced them to change their sword moves and change their direction. Therefore, second brother had kicked Luo Kudi out. And, second brother had also gone out when I had bumped into him. But, the 2 opponents had changed the direction of their swords because of this collision. Therefore, the two swords that should have pierced through my front and back didn't fall into a fatal position. All three of us should have died. But none of us died. Because we didn't have ourselves in our hearts at that moment. And we did something that we couldn't do because we didn't have ourselves. Therefore, we didn't die. Selflessness is my epiphany. Dong Wushang sighed softly. There was a trace of reminiscence and emotion in his eyes. It seemed that he had recalled the last moment of his life and death. He had seen his four brothers rushing over with all their might. Then, he smiled warmly. True feelings can only be seen at the moment of life and death. Epiphany can only be found at the moment of life and death. But, there is no epiphany if one can't throw away life and death. So, I don't have brothers. My saber technique has changed its name from now on. It's called Life Force in the Land of Death. Saber without injury. Dong Wushang's eyes shone brightly as he said, it's easier to find life force in the land of death. That's because life force is too ordinary at other times. So, we don't pay attention to it. Life force in the land of death is when extreme misfortune comes to happiness. Where there's life, there's death. All life comes from death. Therefore, it's endless. And it's full of surprises and emotions. Dong Wushang was silent for a while. Then, he said, actually, you'll realize that you're not giving when you're wholeheartedly giving your all for your brothers. Instead, you're reaping. And you're reaping even more. Dong Wushang's eyes shone brightly as he said, I've felt this the most. You're not giving when you're wholeheartedly giving your all for your brothers. Instead, you're reaping even more. All the brothers repeated this sentence in unison. There was a thoughtful look on their faces. Dong Wushang sighed in satisfaction. He slowly closed his eyes and said, Big brother, I don't need to suppress my strength anymore. This epiphany has changed my state of mind a lot. I'm afraid that I'll break through to Saber Emperor after this. Break through to Saber Emperor. Dong Wushang had actually broken through so much at the brink of death. Chu Yang, GMO, and the others were deep in thought. They remained silent and didn't speak. They were all deeply moved by Dong Wushang's words about giving and reaping. Gu Duxing's eyes suddenly lit up. They emitted a dazzling light. It seemed as if he had suddenly realized something. He suddenly laughed loudly. His voice was full of joy as he said, I see. He and Dong Wushang had the same experience. So, he immediately understood Dong Wushang's point. Luo Kudi was deep in thought. He seemed to have understood something. It was as if a thin barrier had appeared in front of him. It was almost translucent. He only needed to poke it with his hand, and it would be broken. However, he couldn't touch it no matter what. He couldn't help but sink into deep thought for a long time. GMO thought about it carefully and tried to comprehend it carefully. However, he did not fully understand it. It seemed as if he had reached the edge. But, he still couldn't touch the essence. Rue Butong muttered. His eyes were lifeless as he looked ahead. He was trying his best to think about the meaning behind these words. Tan Tan's eyes were lifeless. It seemed as if he hadn't heard anything. However, one would discover that a bright light would occasionally flash in the depths of Tan Tan's eyes if one looked carefully. It was as if there was a candlelight flickering in the wind on a vast prairie in the middle of a pitch-black night. This flame would certainly have the power to set the prairie ablaze if it could burn. As he pondered, the strange mark on his forehead seemed to be faintly flickering. Slowly, it seemed to be growing a little bigger. Tan Tan suddenly held his head. A burst of severe headache had attacked him at lightning speed at this moment. This headache had come so suddenly that he hadn't been prepared for it. So, Tan Tan couldn't help but groan in pain. His eyebrows were tightly wrinkled. Chu Yang was startled. He asked, Tan Tan, what's wrong with you? Tan Tan didn't answer. He took a deep breath, and clenched his teeth. Chu Yang and the others suddenly felt as if a wild and tyrannical aura from ancient times was being fiercely emitted from Tan Tan's body. It seemed as if an ancient king had suddenly reappeared in the world at this moment. He was the ruler of the world. The brothers were horrified, but this aura then suddenly disappeared. Several fragmented scenes suddenly appeared in Tan Tan's mind. It seemed like a long, long time ago, or perhaps it was in another world. He had a group of brothers like this. A long-lost warmth suddenly surged into his heart. However, this feeling made him feel even more pain. At the same time, a strong sourness suddenly rushed up in his heart. His heart had never known sorrow. But, it suddenly became extremely sad. It seemed as if his heart was being gripped in pain, it seemed as if the sky had suddenly collapsed and the earth had sunk. Too many people were standing in front of him. They were shouting at him, "King! Quickly leave!" Then, they collectively rushed towards that tragic scene of the sky collapsing and the earth sinking. They were fighting for that last breath of time for him to struggle. They were so resolute that they didn't look back. Blood gushed out of the wound. Tan Tan groaned in extreme pain. "Brother!" Tan Tan held his head, and suddenly murmured these two words. His voice was trembling when he said these two words. But, it didn't have his unique voice at all. Instead, it was full of emotions, full of reluctance, and full of emotions, extremely sad. It seemed as if these two words had come from his heart. They had turned into a moan-like call. This call seemed to have crossed thousands of years, crossed the endless vicissitudes of life, and used his life to call out these two words, "Brother! Brother!" Tan Tan called out again in a low voice. Suddenly, a crazy explosion occurred in his mind, and his mind became blank in an instant. He wanted to say, "I'm ashamed to be your king. Have you blamed me for all these years?" But, he didn't get to say it. Those anxious faces disappeared in an instant. It seemed as if the clouds in the sky had vanished in an instant. Then, Tan Tan screamed, and spat out a mouthful of blood. His vision turned black, and he suddenly lost consciousness. 7 days after that battle. It was late at night. Everything was quiet. The insects were chirping, and the cicadas were singing. It was so quiet that it made people feel like they were in a dreamlike place of silence. It seemed as if their impetuous hearts had also calmed down, and they had become happy. In the dense night, a long stretch of vitality suddenly burst out, and slowly pervaded the air. Then, the aura of a breakthrough suddenly erupted along with this vitality. Then, Chu Yang walked out of the tent. He held his hands behind his back, and strolled under the starry sky. Chu Yang had advanced 4 grades in a row tonight, and had broken through to Sword King grade in one fell swoop. There was still room for further advancement in this period of time. But, Chu Yang stopped. It would be unwise to advance his cultivation to emperor level before he found the 4th fragment of the Tribulation Sword. It would be more difficult if he used his already consolidated cultivation to complement the Tribulation Sword. And, he would lose even more. Chu Yang's mind was somewhat chaotic. Tan Tan had been sitting silently in the tent since he had fainted that day. And, he had been like a puppet for several days. He hadn't spoken a word. It was impossible to guess what had happened to him. But Chu Yang was very worried. Strange things had happened to Tan Tan's body one after another during this period of time. First, he had suddenly eaten the inner core of a spirit beast. Then, he had gotten a high fever. Then, he had stopped eating and started to eat the inner core instead. And now, such a thing had happened. What was going on? Chu Yang paced back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back. He was constantly pondering in his heart, how can Tan Tan's situation be brought about? Not long after, an aura of a breakthrough erupted, and a vast saber chi shot up into the sky, shattering the clouds, the Saber Emperor realm, dispelling the clouds and revealing the blue sky. Then, Dong Wushang also walked out quietly. "Boss." Dong Wushang's figure became more and more burly. His rough and majestic body had already turned into a somewhat elegant and heavy one. Although there were still traces of his movements, he was already at ease. He was faintly showing the embryonic form of a peerless expert. Anyone who saw Dong Wushang would immediately and inexplicably think of a scene, one man and one saber against the heroes of the world. That kind of peerlessly crazy and heroic scene that made one's blood boil completely. It was as heavy as a mountain, as vast as the sea. Saber Emperor. Saber Emperor, 10,000 sabers would bow down in front of him. The first pure Saber Emperor of the 3 heavens in 300 years, the first Saber Emperor of the 3 heavens under the age of 20 in 1,000 years, who was only 10 years old. "Have you made a breakthrough?" Chu Yang didn't turn his head. His footsteps didn't stop either. He slowly walked forward, and softly asked. "Yes." Dong Wushang nodded. Then, he trod on the dark green grass beside Chu Yang, and silently walked forward. He took a deep breath and said, "Before I met boss, my goal was to break through to the king level as soon as possible. At that time, I could only use the black saber cultivation technique of my clan to practice and fight. After I met boss, I changed. Boss asked second brother to give me countless saber insights. So, a saber path of cultivation appeared in front of me. Therefore, my journey has been very smooth. However, tonight's breakthrough is the happiest for me." Dong Wushang gently smiled. He shook his head and said, "Because this kind of breakthrough only belongs to me. Even if someone else had this kind of insight before, I figured it out myself this time. Therefore, I'm very happy." Dong Wushang's eyes emitted a sharp light. "This is my saber. The saber without injury. First grade saber emperor. Not bad." Chu Yang praised, "The saber without injury. What is the saber without injury?" "The saber without injury." Dong Wushang proudly said, "Only death. The saber without injury." Chu Yang gently smiled, but didn't say anything. The saber without injury naturally wasn't for death. The cultivation of saber path wasn't entirely for slaughter. Dong Wushang knew this, but he didn't understand it. Only when he reached a new realm would he be able to comprehend it himself. At that time, Dong Wushang's saber without injury would be considered a small achievement, right? However, Chu Yang obviously wouldn't say it now. He wanted Dong Wushang to comprehend it himself. He wanted to comprehend the true saber without injury. Du Xing is also about to break through. Chu Yang took a deep breath and said, "Us brothers can be considered to have some ability to protect ourselves in these 3 days. This ability is all because of you, big brother." Dong Wushang stopped in his tracks and looked at Chu Yang's back. His eyes were full of undisguised feelings and admiration. "What I hope to bring to you more is an infinitely brilliant future." Chu Yang lightly said, "Also, confidence and self-improvement. Even if there's no more Chu Yang in this world one day, you can still rise to the top. That's what I hope for." "Without you, Chu Yang?" "Big brother, what do you mean?" Dong Wushang's expression turned cold. He narrowed his eyes and the light in his eyes suddenly condensed. A faint dangerous aura came out of his body, saber energy filled the sky. "It's just a saying. There's no need to be so nervous." Chu Yang chuckled and said, "Actually, I should say it like this. If there's no more brothers in this world, even if there's only one left, we'll still dominate the world. At the peak, we'll write the legend of today." For some reason, after this breakthrough, Chu Yang suddenly had a strange feeling. It was as if the front had turned into a cloud of fog again. He couldn't see clearly and couldn't speak clearly. Dong Wushang raised his eyebrows. They were like 2 peerless treasured sabers that suddenly jumped out of the sky. He lightly said, "If Big Brother is in trouble, then why should I, Dong Wushang, cherish my life?" This sentence was said lightly, but it was filled with a strong sense of brotherly affection that seemed to have spread across the vast grassland. The two of them stopped at the same time and looked up at the sky. The stars twinkled in the sky. Chu Yang felt something in his heart. He couldn't help but sigh softly and said, "I wonder what kind of world there is above this starry sky." A voice softly said, "If Big Brother's ambition is in the starry sky, us brothers will charge up there. What do you think?" This was a cold reputation, but there was too much uncontrollable excitement. That was the endless excitement of finally getting one's long-cherished wish. The two of them turned back at the same time. Under the starry sky, Gu Duxing's black robe fluttered as he walked over. His figure was like a faintly discernible divine sword. Although he was lonely and aloof, at this moment, there was a kind of emperor's aura that came out of nowhere. It was as if in front of him, all the swords in the world had to bow down. First grade sword sovereign, charge up to sword sovereign, bring Sister Xianxia out, and marry Sister Xianxia. This was Gu Duxing's lifelong dream. Even Chu Yang didn't expect that Gu Duxing would reach such a cultivation level at such a young age. Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing's eyes met. Instantly, an invisible electric light flashed. It was as if a peerless treasured saber had suddenly met a peerless sharp sword. At this moment, brilliant sparks were created from the collision. "Second brother, congratulations. The first sword sovereign in 300 years of 3 heavens." Dong Wushang's eyes exploded with endless battle enthusiasm. "How about fighting with me?" Gu Duxing laughed. His cold and sharp eyes shot over and stared at Dong Wushang's face. Dong Wushang instantly felt as if his face was pricked by a sharp needle. It was painful. After a long time, Gu Duxing's eyes gradually became as cold as ice and snow. He said indifferently, "A battle is also good." As he said this, the sword energy of the wasteland suddenly soared to the sky. Dong Wushang let out a deep and muffled roar. His figure took a step back. With the saber in his hand, the saber energy filled the sky. One sword energy and one saber light collided in the dense air. The invisible momentum collided with a biting cold murderous aura. Bang! 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 It seemed as if this silent night had been completely cut into pieces. Chu Yang clasped his hands behind his back and looked at his two brothers. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This saber sovereign and sword sovereign are indeed different from ordinary martial emperors. Too different. If an ordinary first-grade martial emperor were to fight against a saber sovereign, the victor would be decided in one move. Dong Wushang's saber sovereign was also different from the saber sovereigns of the Yi clan in Chu Yang's memory. Although those people's grades were higher than Dong Wushang's, the purity of their saber path was far inferior. That was because those people advanced together at the beginning. Only when they reached a certain level did they start to focus on saber, but Dong Wushang only had saber in his heart since childhood. He didn't have anything else besides saber. Therefore, ever since he was young, all of his efforts, all of his wisdom, and all of his plans had been focused on this saber. Therefore, Dong Wushang's saber sovereign was a very pure saber sovereign. Gu Duxing was also the same. Chu Yang still remembered Gu Duxing's extreme fanaticism when he had first arrived at the Heavenly Armament Pavilion and saw his sword. And this fanaticism could also be clearly seen on Dong Wushang's body. While Chu Yang was thinking, the two people on the battlefield had already brandished their sabers and swords. Suddenly, the shadows of their sabers and swords filled the night sky. It was unknown when Luo Kudi and GMO had come out. They were somewhat enviously looking at Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing. Luo Kudi and GMO had also made breakthroughs. Moreover, for the two of them, this was definitely a huge breakthrough. They had broken through to king level. This achievement was enough to show disdain for the whole world. However, it had suddenly become only king level because of Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing. They would be considered rare geniuses in the upper three heavens if they had such cultivation at their age. However, both of them were only depressed at this moment. Rui Butong drooped his head as if he had lost his parents. He had broken through the least among his brothers. He was now an 8th grade king level expert. This had made Rui Butong so depressed that he almost went crazy. He had been a 7th grade king level expert a few days ago, and they had only been 5th grade king level experts. So, he had flaunted his prowess. However, he hadn't expected that such good days would last for less than a month. And, he had once again become the bottom. How could Rui Butong endure this? Tan Tan staggered out, and sat cross-legged beside Chu Yang. He was unconsciously chewing a grass root in his mouth. His eyes were somewhat perplexed and scattered. It seemed as if he didn't care about the fierce battle in front of him. "Are you okay? How was it? What happened that day?" Chu Yang asked. Tan Tan looked at the void in a daze. It seemed as if he hadn't heard Chu Yang's words. A long time passed, senior brother. Tan Tan lowered his head, and said in a low and hoarse voice. "What's wrong? Tan Tan?" Chu Yang was somewhat surprised. His heart tightened. He hadn't seen Tan Tan so listless even during the most difficult times. Moreover, Tan Tan rarely called him senior brother. He had always called him by his name. However, it proved that the matter was very serious if he had called him senior brother. And, Tan Tan was very serious about it. A loud clang was heard in the field. The black saber and the black dragon sword had fiercely clashed. The sword light was like a long dragon as it soared high into the sky. The saber light was like the Milky Way as it floated in the clear sky for thousands of miles. The two men separated as soon as they came into contact. Then, the saber light and sword shadow gradually turned into a white light, and a black energy, and entangled together. It was obvious that the Sword Emperor and the Saber Emperor had fought to their heart's content after their breakthroughs. Moreover, both of them had gradually grasped the mysteries of the Emperor-level realm. Currently, it was being further verified and consolidated. Tan Tan's complexion became increasingly gloomy under the illumination of the sword and saber's radiance. What's going on? Qu Yang's face slowly became serious. Senior martial brother, have you ever felt that I was somewhat abnormal since I was a child? Tan Tan laughed in a self-deprecating manner. His voice was so low that it made Qu Yang feel somewhat distressed. Perhaps there are some things that are not very normal. But no matter what, you are my good junior brother, my good brother. Qu Yang pondered for a moment. Then, he slowly said, besides, why should we care about other people's opinions when we're living in this world? Isn't living a carefree and happy life better than anything else? Tan Tan had become so serious. So, Qu Yang had also become serious. Tan Tan's behavior was strange, but he wasn't stupid. His behavior had always been somewhat abnormal. And Tan Tan was also aware of this. So, it would have hurt Tan Tan if Qu Yang had insisted that his behavior was completely normal. In fact, I also know that I'm abnormal. But, I don't know what's going on. Tan Tan sighed and said, in fact, I felt that I was somewhat abnormal since we were adopted by Master. That's because I was still an infant when Master adopted me. Master had carried me out of a cave. Later on, Master had said that I had been abandoned. But, I knew that Master wouldn't have found me in that kind of cave on the precipice of a mountain if he hadn't gone there to pick some herbs to rest. Ordinary people wouldn't have left their children in that cave if they wanted to abandon them. Or, they would have thrown them down the cliff. So, I wasn't abandoned. Eh? How do you know all this? Qu Yang suddenly became somewhat shocked. He had a creepy feeling. Tan Tan wouldn't have known about these things if Meng Qiaoran hadn't mentioned them. But, how did he know? Master did it for my own good. He wanted me to have a thought in my heart. He wanted me to imagine that I still have relatives in this world. Even if I hate them, it's also a kind of concern. Master had good intentions, Tan Tan said in a low and deep voice. Qu Yang grieved in his heart. Tan Tan's speculation was Meng Qiaoran's true thoughts. Meng Qiaoran had always quietly arranged his disciples' affairs to the best of his ability. In fact, he had already made plans for the future of the two of them more than 10 years ago. But, he had never said anything about it. I didn't know at first. But, I don't know what's going on these past few days. It seemed as if I had a dream. I dreamt that Master had carried me out of the cave when I was an infant. Then, we returned to the purple bamboo forest. There was a child crawling on the ground there. He was 2 years older than me, and that was you. I dreamt that you went down the mountain. Master and I were in the mountain. Master and I were being chased by Diwu Qingrou's men. Tan Tan's expression was very strange as he said, this matter is very strange. Because, I knew that this dream was real in the end. Because, we had experienced everything after that. Qu Yang was shocked, he was dumbstruck as he looked at his junior martial brother. He had never thought that such a bizarre thing could happen in this world. This dream. I dreamt that we entered the cave for 3 days. Then, it disappeared. But, I woke up and discovered that, this wasn't a dream. Because, I wasn't asleep. I was meditating. Tan Tan's expression became even more strange. It seemed as if he had seen a ghost. I always knew that you were good to me. But, I found out from the dream that you had been coaxing me since I was 2 years old. You always let me do whatever I wanted. Qu Yang, senior martial brother. Tan Tan's eyes were somewhat red, I will remember your kindness to me for the rest of my life. Qu Yang opened his mouth. But, he didn't know what to say. He could only take a deep breath. Then, he exhaled deeply. He felt that his mood was violently churning. Yes, I care about Tan Tan very much. I care about Master very much. It's like this in my previous life. It's because of Tan Tan's accidental death and Meng Qiaoran's disappearance in my previous life that I had resolutely embarked on the ruthless sword's path of revenge. I've looked like this since I was a child. I'm very different from you. I also know that I'm very ugly. Tan Tan chuckled, I know that I'm not good looking. At least, I'm not good looking in the eyes of normal people like you. But, you know. I've been thinking that I'm handsome for so many years. And, it's not because I'm fooling around. It's because I really think that I'm very handsome. In fact, this kind of handsomeness carries a strong self-confidence. Moreover, no one has ever been able to attack my self-confidence. Tan Tan mischievously laughed in a strange manner. I still think that I'm very handsome even if they curse me viciously. This isn't blindness. And, it's absolutely not an illness. Tan Tan earnestly said, it's because I truly believe that there's no second person in this world who's more handsome than me. Tan Tan's expression was very serious. His voice was very serious. He was absolutely not joking. Yang gradually became serious. Therefore, I feel that I'm different from the people of this world. Tan Tan finally said with difficulty, I've been having this feeling recently, that I don't belong to this world. This isn't my world. I'm 100 times more confident that I'm handsome. But, that's because I've never looked at myself with the eyes of this world. It seems that there's something restless and awakening inside my body of late. Tan Tan sighed in melancholy, I don't know what it is, but I can feel that it's very dangerous. If this world is not my world, then where is my world? Tan Tan turned his head and looked at Yang with his clear black and white eyes. His voice contained a sense of loss, sadness, and fear. He was afraid of the unknown. Yang firmly looked at Tan Tan. And, his heart suddenly shook at this moment. That was because he had clearly discovered that there seemed to be something else in Tan Tan's pupils. It seemed as if it was another world. Moreover, a radiant sun, a crescent moon, and specks of starlight had suddenly appeared in this vast and desolate world. Bang! Another earth-shaking sound was heard from afar. The battle between the Saber Emperor and the Sword Emperor had reached its climax. However, these two martial brothers were facing each other in silence on this side. Don't let your imagination run wild. Yang patted Tan Tan's shoulder and comforted him. You're Tan Tan. You're my junior martial brother, my brother. You and I both have drifting lives. You've always regarded me as your elder brother, and I've always regarded you as my flesh and blood compatriot. Tan Tan, you must pull yourself together. But I can feel that it's real. It's real. Tan Tan somewhat helplessly looked at Yang. Can you feel it? I can eat the inner cores of spirit beasts without exploding. I have a high fever that can even melt stones. But nothing has happened to me. I can't eat anything now. I can only eat the inner cores of spirit beasts. Tan Tan sorrowfully looked at Yang, senior martial brother, Yang. Can I still be considered a human? Tan Tan's eyes flickered with an extremely destructive radiance. Can I still be considered a human? Yang was speechless for a moment. Indeed, Tan Tan couldn't be considered a human in any aspect apart from his human body, but what could Yang say? Don't think too much. Yang turned Tan Tan's face around and made him look straight at him. Then, he earnestly said, Tan Tan, think about me, think about your master. What would happen to us if something were to happen to you? How sad would your master be? Go and do your thing. Practice your martial arts. Don't forget that your master and master's wife have been separated for many years. So, we must fulfill our master's wish. I want to rush to the heavens. You're my brother. So, it's your responsibility to help me fulfill my wish. Yang eagerly said, Tan Tan, you must help us. You mustn't do anything stupid. Yang's heart ached as he saw the despair in Tan Tan's eyes. So, he had no choice but to put the blame on him in order to appease him. He would slowly think of a way later. Tan Tan looked at him in a daze for a long time. Then, he nodded and said, Yang, I feel that I'm in danger. I'm afraid that I'll hurt you at some point. I'll leave on my own if I'm still conscious at that time. So, don't look for me. He paused and said, You, kill me if I'm no longer conscious. He looked into Yang's eyes. Then, he suddenly knelt down and kowtowed 3 times in a row. Then, he straightened up, Senior martial brother, I beg you. Promise me. If that day really comes, then kill me. Kill me. Yang's entire body shook. He was dumbstruck. Ha ha ha. Yang forced himself to laugh twice. He wanted to force himself to sober up and calm down. However, his voice sounded as if a piece of red-hot charcoal had been stuffed in his throat. He could tell that Tan Tan wasn't joking. If there is a time when I am sober, I will leave on my own. Don't look for me. If there is a time when I am not sober, then tell me, kill me. If there is a time when that day comes, I beg you, kill me. Then, there was the sound of Tan Tan kowtowing. Chu Yang seemed to have lost consciousness for a moment. His mind was in a trance as these words and the sound of Tan Tan kowtowing echoed in his mind. He was dazed for a while. Then, he sat down on the ground. I can kill people. I can kill everyone in the world, but how could I lay my hands on my brothers, my family? Kill you, ha. Chu Yang felt as if he was floating in the air. It was a kind of powerlessness that he had no one to rely on. He said faintly, Tan Tan, if you were me, and I were you, would you kill me if we switched positions? Tan Tan was startled, how can I kill you? The same principle. How can I kill you? Chu Yang stretched out his hand and hugged his younger martial brother. He sighed and said, you are my brother. How can I kill you? Do you know how cruel your request is to me? Tan Tan was disappointed and frustrated for a long time. He said, but, I will really hurt you. I have a feeling about this. Sometimes, when I see you, a strong impulse to kill you rises in my heart. I try to suppress it with all my might. But, I can't suppress it. Stop. Don't say any more. Chu Yang calmly and resolutely said, there will never be such a day. He said in his heart, if there is a time when that day comes, I would rather be injured than you, I am your elder brother. Only I can bear it if I have to bear it. But, nothing must happen to you. Tan Tan listened to Chu Yang's resolute and decisive words, and couldn't help but feel a little relieved in his heart. However, he was still somewhat startled. He wanted to say something. He wanted to talk about the matter of those 3 people who had suddenly appeared that day, and had addressed him as king. But, his mind suddenly began to ache again. Those fragmented images unceasingly emerged in his mind, and he couldn't help but frown. Well, everything will pass, it's just like a nightmare. Just wake up. Chu Yang's mind was in a mess. So, he didn't notice Tan Tan's expression. He patted Tan Tan's shoulder and comforted him, you should eat well and sleep well for the next few days. Don't think about anything, don't do anything. Don't practice martial arts either. That way, I won't go astray when I'm being invaded by this kind of inner demon. Tan Tan replied with an N sound. He lowered his head and didn't say anything. He was trying his best to resist the severe pain in his head. He lowered his head because he didn't want his senior martial brother to see his painful appearance. He was afraid that Chu Yang would be worried about him. Chu Yang sighed and stood up. He looked at the starry sky and asked, Master, what would you do if you encountered such a thing? He couldn't help but sigh again as he thought about it. Meng Chaoran was an indifferent person. He wouldn't care about his own life or death if he encountered such a thing. He would just do whatever he wanted. Even if such a thing happened one day, he would just close his eyes, and everything would be over. This was Meng Chaoran's character. He was indifferent to the extent of passivity. However, Chu Yang was different. Chu Yang was carefree and stubborn. Since he knew about it in advance, he would do everything he could to make up for it and stop it. Even if it happened, he would only think about how to salvage it. He wouldn't do nothing. The battle between the Saber Emperor and the Sword Emperor had come to an end. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang deliberately used some moves that were mixed with the comprehension of the Great Tao in order to let the brothers who were watching the battle better understand their current state of mind. They used the surging energy and the dense Great Tao realm to let Luo Kudi, GMO, and the others use as a reference to make a breakthrough. Finally, a loud bang was heard. A dazzling ball of light suddenly burst out. Then, it suddenly dispersed. Gu Duxing's black robe fluttered in the wind. His long sword was still in its scabbard. Dong Wushang had his black saber on his back. He was standing evenly. His 2 long legs seemed to be supporting his entire body into the starry sky. Both of them were sweating profusely. However, their eyes were full of joy. They were smiling at each other. Both of them had thoroughly stabilized their cultivation of first-grade emperor level after this battle. After all, Which saber emperor would have a sword emperor who had just broken through to the first grade emperor level when he had just broken through? Similarly, which sword emperor would have a saber emperor who had just broken through to the first grade emperor level when he had just broken through to the first grade emperor level? This was simply a night of miracles. GMO, Luo Kudi, and Miao Butong were no longer unconvinced. They had also benefited a lot from watching this battle. They had already closed their eyes and sat down. They were wholeheartedly comprehending what they had just comprehended. Your saber is very strange. And your sword is very strange. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang regulated their breathing. They opened their mouths at the same time and said the same thing. Then, they laughed at the same time. You first, Gu Duxing said. Well, I can feel that your sword is full of loneliness. That is the pride and aloofness of a swordsman. It is also the pride of a sword. I understand this point. But, what I can't understand the most is, why is it full of enthusiasm at the same time? Dong Wushang had some doubts. I wouldn't have been in such a difficult situation if it was only the pride and aloofness of the sword. But, the level of the sword has been raised by another level after this other kind of enthusiasm has been added. What's going on? The sword is ruthless. It is also proud. Since ancient times, the sword has been the weapon of war. The ruler is warm and courteous. But, he will always keep people at a distance of 1,000 miles. He is reclusive and unsociable. Gu Duxing slowly said, but, I am a person. I am not a sword. So, I have feelings. I have brothers. I have lovers. So, I am sentimental. I separate the sword from the person. The sword is the sword, and I am me. I use the person to control the sword. So, this unique sword technique was created. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Because, when he broke through, he was still thinking about Gu Miaoling's deep love and brotherly affection. He broke through to the emperor level with this deep love. Moreover, Chu Yang had always instilled in him the idea that the person controls the sword, not the sword controls the person. So, after breaking through to the sword emperor level, he achieved the unique and aloofness of enthusiasm. This sword technique had never been seen before. Sword conception, Gu Duxing said heavily, I call the sword technique the sentimental swordsman emotionless sword. Sentimental swordsman emotionless sword? Dong Wushang muttered to himself. He seemed to have understood something. Your saber is also very different. It carries a strong aura of death after it is unsheathed. And a violent and domineering aura that wants to destroy the world. This should be the result of your saber and your body fusing into one. The saber and your aura fusing into one. However, this aura of death has a trace of vitality that is being controlled. It is this vitality that makes your saber seem alive. This feeling is very strange. Gu Duxing muttered to himself and said his opinion of Dong Wushang. This is a saber without injury. When the saber is unsheathed, there is no injury, only death. Dong Wushang repeated what he had said to Chu Yang. Finally, he said, however, I can feel that this is not the highest realm that I can reach. There are many more beyond this realm. His eyes flashed as he repeated, many more. The night was silent. Chu Yang looked up at the sky, lost in thought. Tan Tan lowered his head and sat motionless on the ground. GMO, Luo Kudi, and Miao Butong sat for a while to comprehend. Then, they stood up and fought with each other. Then, they sat down again to comprehend, and so on. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang stood on the left and right sides of their brothers to protect them. Ao Xiayun crazily shuttled back and forth in the mountain forest. He was desperate. He jumped down from the top of the mountain. He stepped on a few vines, and grabbed them. Then, he reached the opposite side of the cliff. Then, he rolled down a gentle slope with his clothes on. Then, he jumped into the water. He had already pinched a reed in his hand before he had entered the water. He blew on the reed, and the reed became unobstructed. He held it in his mouth, and floated downstream with the current. He had never thought that the opposite party would still pursue him closely after he had turned north. Moreover, the momentum of their pursuit was getting bigger and bigger. However, he also understood that the opposite party was already riding a tiger. They would not stop until he was dead. Their plan would be ruined if the AO clan reacted. He could only escape and stay alive to uncover this conspiracy. He could get back the price for the people who had died. He would be wronged forever if he died. Moreover, his corpse would become a tool for these people who were chasing after him. There were no more tears in his eyes. When Du Qingyun finally pushed him out of the encirclement, Xiaoyun didn't have any more tears left. Qin Zhan had died in battle a month and a half ago. Qin Zhan had only said a few words when Xiaoyun and Du Qingyun had risked their lives to escape with Qin Zhan. "Young lord, you must survive." Then, he had struggled down from Du Qingyun's back, and had rushed towards the enemy. He had only blocked the enemy for less than a blink of an eye in the end. However, that old man had given everything he had. Du Qingyun had then taken him to escape. Du Qingyun had imparted his experience of escaping to him whenever he had free time within a month. In particular, he had imparted his experience of escaping to Xiaoyun. He had imparted to Xia what he needed to pay attention to, how to make sure that the enemy couldn't find him, how to make use of the grass and trees around him. Du Qingyun had a premonition that Xiaoyun wouldn't live for long at that time. So, he had imparted all of his life's experience to Xiaoyun. Then, Xiaoyun had made the decision to take him and escape. He had used his own life as a tool for Xiaoyun to experiment with these experiences. In the end, this venerable old man had pushed Xiaoyun with a loud laugh when he had died. He had exhausted all of his martial power to push Xiaoyun out. Then, he had thrown Xiaoyun out. Then, he had rushed towards the swarm of enemies while laughing heroically. His last words had resounded in the night sky. "Ha ha. I'm relieved. Please recommend me. I'm a bit sad. I said that I would break out at 8,000 points yesterday. However, I haven't reached 8,000 yet. Brothers and sisters, do your best." The rims of Xiaoyun's eyes turned red as he thought of this. The people who had been protecting him had died one after another. Now, he was the only one left. He had thoroughly lost everything he could rely on. His clan was too far away. He was only one person at the moment. He was only Xiaoyun. He wasn't the Grand Duke of AO clan. He wasn't the #1 expert of the younger generation. He wasn't that distinguished and elegant Grand Duke Xia either. He was only a person who was being chased and fleeing. There were thousands of people behind him. Thousands of experts were chasing him and intercepting him. They wanted to kill him. Xiaoyun had unearthed all his potential in this extremely bad situation. Du Qingyun had sacrificed himself heroically for 15 days. Xiaoyun had wanted to cry countless times in these short 15 days. But, he knew that he couldn't cry. The smell of his tears couldn't be concealed from Du Shao, who was from the Poison Spirit clan. He could only abandon everything, including grief and anger, and escape with all his strength. He had to use all his wisdom to carve out his own path of survival. These 15 days had felt like 15 years to him. In fact, it had felt even longer than 15 years. He had self-taught himself how to run with all his strength. He had also learned how to hide his body odor and sweat. He had also learned how to use a small blade of grass to cover his entire body. He had also learned how to use the special features of mountains and rivers. He had also learned how to use the refraction of sunlight to create the illusion of his own invisibility. So, he had escaped from the encirclement. These were all things that he would never have dreamed of before. He now knew that AO clan was the #1 clan. But, it still couldn't scare people. AO clan was nothing special. And, he was nothing special either. AO clan had been destroyed. And, it had also been reduced to rubble. So, he would have also become a stinky piece of land if he had died. He would have been no different from a beggar who had to kneel at the feet of others every day. Everyone was equal in front of the urn. This sentence had suddenly come to realization when he had written it here. Xiaoyun had been besieged and chased more than 100 times in these 15 days. He had thought that he would die dozens of times. But, he had managed to escape by the skin of his teeth every time. He had finally felt a sense of safety in the depths of his heart as he felt the warm and cool river water wrapping around his battered body. However, this sense of safety couldn't withstand a single blow. At this moment, he finally had time to think about some things. Xiaoyun recalled the deaths of Du Qingyun and Qin Zhan in the end, and grief welled up in his heart. Du Qingyan and Qin Zhan shouldn't have died so early. But they still chose to die. Why? Du Qingyan and Qin Zhan knew that they were going to die this time when the enemy was still pursuing them on a large scale. Therefore, they wanted to promote Ao Xianyun's growth one last time before they died. After all, the escape of 3 people was not as small a target as a single person. Everything would be fine as long as Ao Xianyun could escape. However, with the 2 of them by his side, even if Ao Xianyun didn't want to rely on them at all, they were still an invisible form of support. He can't unleash his potential. That way, when the enemy really chased them to the end of the line, everything would be over. Therefore, Du Qingyan and Qin Zhan began to sharpen Ao Xianyun through actual combat and autonomous escape. As long as Ao Xianyun could comprehend it and grasp its true essence, his chances of escaping alone would be 10 times greater than the 3 of them together. Therefore, Du Qingyan had chosen to die when there was no need to sacrifice himself, only leave the young lord behind. We're disloyal if we abandon you when there's hope. But, we're even more responsible if we abandon you to die when there's no hope. We'll use our hot blood to burn your soul. We'll use our life and death to unleash your potential. These were words that the 2 old men hadn't said, and wouldn't have said. But, Ao Xianyun had heard them from his own heart. Tears silently slid down, and melted into the water. Ao Xianyun dared to shed tears only on such a night and in such an environment. Even shedding tears had become a luxury in this kind of escape. The river water was gushing. Ao Xianyun was trying his best to relax his body. He was trying his best to heal his injuries, and to recover every bit of his physical strength. Suddenly, a sense of danger arose in his heart. Ao Xianyun immediately held his breath, and his body silently slid down the river. His toes stiffened, and he seemed to have touched a big rock at the bottom of the river. Ao Xianyun's heart skipped a beat, and he silently floated over. He stretched out his hand, and there was indeed a big rock in the water. Moreover, there was a small empty space below it. The river water had formed a whirlpool there, and it continued to flow downwards. Ao Xianyun carefully controlled himself. He made full use of the impact of the water flow to squeeze his body under the big rock with great difficulty. He carefully extended his reed pipe out of the water, and stopped moving. As the river water continued to flow downwards, he would reach the shallow water sooner or later. If he was discovered, he would die without a doubt. Moreover, the sun was about to rise. Once the day came, he would be a live target in the river water. He had just hidden himself when suddenly, there were a few whooshing sounds, and a few people landed on the shore. Following that, the sound of clothes fluttering in the wind could be heard. There were at least a few dozen people here. Did you discover anything? A low voice asked. This voice had passed through the water, and had reached Ao Xianyun's ears. It sounded quite strange. But, Ao Xianyun still recognized whose voice it was. Black Devil. It was the voice of the young Black Devil. Sure enough, you are here. Ao Xianyun secretly clenched his teeth under the big rock. However, he didn't dare to move. In fact, he even controlled his heartbeat and pulse to slow down. Now, these life and death enemies were right above his head. He would have no way out if he was discovered. I didn't discover anything, another person replied. His voice was full of suspicion. Ao Xianyun could imagine this person's frowning and bewildered appearance even though they were separated by the river water. Oh Du Xiao, Ao Xianyun's heart was spasming under the water. He roared, this was his former friend and companion, didn't you say that it was foolproof? How long has it been? Another voice snorted. Meng Luo. This matter is indeed very strange. I used to sprinkle some 1,000-day scars on Ao Xianyun's body every once in a while when we were together. It wasn't as exaggerated as 1,000 days, but that smell wouldn't disappear for a year. And that smell couldn't be smelled by other people. We used this smell to kill all of their people during this time. So, how did Ao Xianyun suddenly lose the smell? Oh Du Xiao suspiciously said. Ao Xianyun couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood underwater. Everything is because of me. Oh Du Xiao has been preparing to deal with me since a long time ago. He has been scheming for a long time. It's no wonder that he has always been able to coincidentally bump into me at any place. Then, we would do some things together. I had always thought that I was destined to meet him. Moreover, Du Xiao had been very sincere at that time. He had always followed my lead. He had always been considerate of me. Therefore, I would always call him whenever something good happened. For example, that gambling on MT Dingjun, I lost that gambling. But, I had done it out of kindness. So, there's no doubt about it. Who would have thought that all of this would lead to a merciless pursuit? And, all of these coincidences, and all of these accurate pursuits, the root of all of this lies in Du Xiao's words, sprinkle some 1,000 days scars on my body every once in a while. It's because of me. I've always harmed them. Xiaoyan's remorseful heart was bleeding whenever he thought about how the pursuers would quickly catch up with him every time he tried to escape. Why didn't I think of this earlier? He then heard a voice from above, you're worthy of being called the poison spirit. Xiaoyan is very lucky to have a friend like you in this generation. I presume that Brother O has also flattered Xiaoyan a lot, right? Haha, Xiaoyan has always been conceited about his wisdom and strategy. But, I didn't expect that Brother O would play with him in the palm of his hand for so many years. Brother O is indeed a genius. This voice was somewhat rampant. It was the voice of the Tu Clan's young clan lord, Tu Qianhao. Du Xiao's somewhat angry voice said, nonsense. Who wouldn't guard against each other at our level and status? Our entire clan might be destroyed if we make a careless move. Who would dare to act rashly? You only know that I secretly attacked Xiaoyan. Does Xiaoyan really regard me as a brother? He angrily said, how many people would dare to show their backs to the other person even if we are standing together now? Tu Qianhao, what do you mean by this? Tu Qianhao snorted. He was about to speak when Meng Luo hurriedly interjected, Brother O's actions are understandable. After all, everything is for the clan. Besides, it was Brother O's unintentional act back then that allowed us to hunt him down so smoothly this time. At the very least, you've made a great contribution. Tu Qianhao didn't speak anymore. Xiaoyan gently sighed at the bottom of the water. Then, he laughed at himself, Du Xiao, I don't regard you as a real brother. But, there was a time when I genuinely wanted to marry you, but, Xiaoyan has disappeared now. Brother O understands this 1,000 days mark the best. So, you might as well speculate under what circumstances this 1,000 days mark will disappear? Du Xiao said from above, he would have had to stay in the water for at least a day in order to get rid of the smell of the 1,000 days mark. That's because this smell has penetrated deep into his skin. And, it has already fused with his own smell. There's another possibility. And, he would have stayed in the water, and let the clear water isolate the spread of the smell. Xiaoyan didn't have time to soak in the water for a day during our pursuit. According to the various traces, Xiaoyan should have fallen into the water after rolling down the hillside. There's a river here. And Xiaoyan should have been in the river. That's why I've lost my senses. Xiaoyan's heart fiercely jumped underwater. His face turned deathly pale. His lumbar spine felt uncomfortable and stiff after sitting for 7 or 8 hours. I'll go out and find a massage therapist. I only need 30 votes to reach the top. Brothers and sisters, please lend me a hand. Thank you. This river is so wide and so long. Do you want all of us to jump into it to look for him? It was Tu Qianhao's voice again. However, Xiaoyan almost wanted to jump out and kiss him when he heard this voice. Of course, I won't let all of you jump into it to look for him. Du Xiao said confidently, it's just a river. Xiaoyan would have dived down with the current if he had jumped into it. He would have been able to escape our encirclement with the fastest speed. It hasn't even been half an hour since he jumped into the river. Therefore, he can't have gone far. Let the people downstream use a fishing net to catch him. Pay attention at all times. He won't have anywhere to hide as long as daybreak arrives. Moreover, I'll use poison to chase him down for 50 kilometers in the water. Then, I'll catch him. Du Xiao smiled confidently. Xiaoyan won't be able to escape 50 kilometers under the water in his current state. 50 kilometers under the water? Everyone asked. Use 1,000 souls perish and scatter. Du Xiao said word by word. Everyone couldn't help but shiver when they heard this name. Then, they drew back a few steps in succession, the 1,000 souls perish and scatter was one of the most vicious poisons of the O clan. Its might was so great that it could be compared with the strongest plague. O Dushao cautiously put on deerskin gloves. Then, he circulated his qi. Then, he suddenly jumped up, and jumped into the river. His body was in midair. Then, he sprinkled a grey fog from his hands, and it spread across the entire river. The grey fog drifted down. Meng Luo shook his hand, and the rope tied to O Duzhao's waist suddenly tightened. O Dushao borrowed this pulling force, and flew back. The grey fog had already touched the river surface. An unbelievable scene appeared in front of everyone the next moment. The river water suddenly surged like a boiling pot. Countless big and small fishes fiercely struggled, and floated to the surface of the river. Then, they turned over their white bellies, and became motionless. The fishes on the river's surface continued to float up and down as the river water rushed down. The grass by the riverbank turned black and turned to ashes. This kind of poison spread all the way down, and the river was filled with floating corpses of fish, water snakes, water prawns, and other creatures. It was unknown how long the white flowers stretched. Even in the middle of the night, it was still eerie and terrifying. Everyone was speechless for a moment, frightened by the cruelty of this vicious woman. The 1,000 souls perishing dispersion was indeed worthy of its reputation. Regardless of whether it was an animal or a plant, it could poison them all. This is called 1,000 souls perishing dispersal. In the water, and with this current, it can only maintain the poison for a distance of 100 li. After that, it will disappear. O Dushao insipidly said, if this poison were to be released in a densely populated inland area, and released at a high altitude, it would make both humans and animals within a radius of 1,000 miles to go extinct. Everyone's complexion changed. They had clearly imagined the scene of O Dushao using this poison in their own clans. O Dushao swept his eyes around, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He looked at Tu Qianhao and said, for example, Brother Tu's clan is surrounded by mountains. It's very suitable for this 1,000 souls perishing dispersion. Tu Qianhao's complexion changed. He took a step back, and said in a dense manner, but, my two clans' mountain forest has many corpses with evil intentions buried there. O Dushao burst into loud laughter. Everyone else looked at the floating corpses of fishes and prawns in the river, and felt a chill run down their spines. The O clan is indeed a dangerous clan. The river water rushed down, and washed away the corpses of fishes and prawns. However, more and more corpses of fishes and prawns were piling up downstream. Ao Xiayun will undoubtedly die if he escapes from this river. O Dushao smiled with a cruel and ruthless look in his eyes. He thought in his heart, Ao Xiayun, how can I get rid of the guilt in my heart if you don't die? He and Ao Xiayun were on good terms. But, he was far more eager to frame Ao Xiayun than anyone else. This was the reason. This was also the mentality of a traitor. Many people found it strange. They couldn't understand why a loyal subordinate would betray him so thoroughly. In fact, it was to the point of madness. Don't tell me that he doesn't care about our old friendship? It's because I betrayed you. So, I'm even more irreconcilable than an ordinary mortal enemy. My heart won't be at ease if you don't die. It's because our old friendship is unforgettable that I betrayed you even more thoroughly. This has nothing to do with the heart. But, it has everything to do with the person. Therefore, the closest friend is the most dreadful enemy. These words weren't false at all. You'll always have the opportunity to twist and turn when your enemy tries to deal with you. But, you'll be consigned to eternal damnation once your friend changes. Ao Xiayun was sweating all over even though he was at the bottom of the river. His position was parallel to O Duzhao's on the shore. O Duzhao had sprinkled the poisonous fog far away from his body. However, Ao Xiayun had managed to escape this calamity even though it was only an arm's length away from him. Ao Xiayun looked at the fishes and prawns that were 3 feet away from him. They floated up and got washed away by the water. Ao Xiayun kept his mouth shut, and swallowed his saliva. Ao Xiayun stayed at the bottom of the river. O Dushao and the others were on the shore. They were only 20 or 30 feet away from each other. But, no one could see each other. The sky had finally brightened. Everyone who had participated in the hunt for Ao Xiayun immediately got into action. O Dushao looked up and down. And, his brows wrinkled even tighter. There's no smell on the other side of the river. And there's no trace of him either. This means that Xiaoyun has escaped to this place and disappeared. Xiaoyun should be hiding in this river if I'm not mistaken. But there's no movement in the river even though we've sprinkled such a large amount of thousand souls exterminating powder. We've confirmed that there's no discovery downstream. And Xiaoyun isn't within 100 miles of here either. But there's no trace of him on the other side. In that case, Xiaoyun's only hiding place was this river. We've reached a certain position in the river from the place where we're standing. There's no doubt about this. Oh, Du Xiao insipidly said, the sky has brightened now. So, we can send everyone into the river to look for him. And, we'll leave an expert on standby every 100 feet on the shore. We must dig Xiaoyun out even if we have to overturn this river. Xiaoyun's heart turned cold. He thought, I've finally reached this desperate situation. Chu Yang and his brothers had just set out when dawn had just broken. And, the red sun had risen from the east. Everyone's divine light had converged after a few days of settling down. And, they were full of energy. Even the sullen Tan had returned to his original state. And, the reason why they had woken up so early this time was because of Tan. It was because Tan had finally recovered. Moreover, he had made a ruckus while he had recovered. It was because Tan had woken up from his watertight sleep. And, he had suddenly discovered that he was normal again. So, he had wanted to laugh at everything he had seen. And, he had especially wanted to laugh at GMO, Luo Kudi, and Rue Butong. Moreover, that nightmarish image in his mind had never appeared again. That inexplicable neurotic feeling had also never appeared again. This was simply great news for Tan. He had stared blankly for a while when he had first discovered this. Then, he had finally come to his senses. He grabbed Rue Butong, who had been living in the same tent as him, and was now walking past him. Am I handsome? I've been silent for so many days. Am I handsome? Rue Butong, who had been frowning and feeling extremely depressed, immediately knelt down with a plop sound. Then, he said with a mournful face, Master Tan, please spare me. I'm so depressed that I want to bang my head against the wall. Therefore, Tan walked out of the tent, and rushed into GMO and Luo Kudi's tent without saying anything. He should have rushed into Chu Yang's tent. But, he had a very serious conversation a few days ago. So, Tan was a little embarrassed to do so. Therefore, he rushed into the tent. Early in the morning, he grabbed the two people who were sleeping like dead pigs, and threw them out of the tent. Then, he winked at the two naked young men, Am I handsome? Am I handsome? You too, tell me. GMO and Luo Kudi exploded on the spot. They had been sleeping soundly when their quilts had suddenly disappeared. Both of them were used to not sleeping soundly. So, they were so scared that they couldn't get up in the morning. Both of them screamed and jumped up at the same time. Both of them covered their private parts with their hands. They looked up in a panic and rage. They only saw two eyebrows fluttering in the wind. Then, they heard a voice that was a mixture of a duck's voice and a wolf's howl. Am I handsome? Am I handsome? Am I handsome? They were so angry that they were hovering between life and death. I'll make you handsome. The two young masters rushed over with their buttocks naked. The two middle-grade king-level experts joined hands, and overturned the unprepared Tan to the ground. Then, they punched and kicked him. Tan screamed loudly. How could he have imagined that he would encounter such abuse when he had come to ask a question in high spirits? The commotion was too big. So, Chu Yang, Gudu Xing, and Dong Wushang rushed out of their tents at the same time. Then, they identified the direction, and rushed into GMO and Luo Kudi's tent. What they saw made the jaws of Chu Yang, who was always calm and collected, Gu Duxing, who was always cold and sharp, and Dong Wushang, who was always as steady and majestic as a mountain, dropped to the ground at the same time. Even their eyeballs almost fell out of their eye sockets and smashed onto their shoes. The tent was filled with white petals and big white buttocks. GMO and Luo Kudi were naked as they held down the well-dressed Tan. They were laughing, cursing, kicking, and beating him. This is, what's going on? The three of them were shocked at the same time. They were dumbstruck at this moment. GMO and Luo Kudi screamed in fear. They quickly stood up, turned around, and found their buttocks. Then, they kicked them with a schwa sound. Tan Tan crawled up from the ground in shame. He was quite embarrassed. He was the dignified young Master Tan. When had he ever suffered such a loss? Then, he saw Chu Yang in the blink of an eye. So, he couldn't help but move closer to him. He opened his swollen eyes, and asked, Chu Yang, do you think I'm handsome today? He was suddenly shocked as he said this. Chu Yang suddenly felt his eyes become moist. He stared blankly for a long time and didn't speak. Then, he suddenly yelled, and kicked this guy out. Then, he pounced on him and cursed, you bastard. I'll make you handsome. You scared the hell out of the old watermark of setting sail. He ruthlessly punched and kicked him. He didn't show the slightest mercy. However, he had finally let go of the load in his heart. Brother, you're normal. You're finally asking me if you're handsome. You don't know how worried I was when I couldn't hear your narcissism these past few days. The World Defying the Heavens. If you like this work, please vote or bookmark it. Don't know how to vote or bookmark it? Please read the post. Let us dance with the wind and clouds. The World Defying the Heavens. Let us read this magnificent chapter together. Chu Yang had beaten him to his heart's content this time. It was really satisfying. He had vented all his worries and worries. Tan Tan screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Next to him were 5 gloating faces. Finally, Chu Yang had vented his anger. He lifted his hand and felt refreshed. He waved his hand, get ready to set off. The brothers seemed to have remembered something as they walked on the road. But, they couldn't remember the details in a daze. After walking for a long time, hey. Second young Master Luo, fifth brother Luo, I think something's wrong with you. Miao Butong finally touched his chin and remembered. Luo Kudi's face turned red, get lost. What's wrong with me? Yes, I remember, Dong Wushang suddenly realized, it seems that fifth brother Luo is really different from others. Where is it? Luo Kudi was battered and exhausted. He repeatedly bowed with his hands clasped, brothers, spare me. Let's not discuss this issue anymore. Let's change the topic. Let's change it. For example, GMO likes to fart when he sleeps. He snores and farts at the same time. He farts 7 or 8 times a night. GMO was furious. He blurted out, you don't have hair there. Why don't you let people talk about it? Luo Kudi suddenly felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He pointed his trembling finger at GMO in grief and indignation, you. He couldn't speak. GMO suddenly regretted. He hurriedly apologized, I'm sorry about this. I was careless. I said that your little bird doesn't have a, look at my mouth. He closed his mouth regretfully and didn't speak. It would have been better if GMO didn't explain. This explanation made everything clear. Luo Kudi wanted to die. He looked at GMO with tears in his eyes. He spat out blood and shouted, you. I'm so angry. Everyone held their bellies and laughed. Luo Kudi was so ashamed that he almost cried. Chu Yang couldn't bear it and said, little wolf, actually, it's nothing. Azure dragons have existed since ancient times. As the saying goes, the azure dragon and the white tiger are just physical abnormalities. What is there to be shy about? Besides, this won't affect anything. As he spoke, he leaned closer to Luo Kudi's ear and whispered, I heard that such a man would be exceptionally bold and powerful. Luo Kudi's face turned even redder. He suddenly shouted and said, all right, you guys don't have to laugh. Let me make it clear to you. The laughter stopped abruptly. Everyone felt a little regretful in their hearts. How could a brother joke about another person's flaw like this? Actually, I've realized it long ago. That's why I've never bathed with you guys. Luo Kudi said calmly, as if he was about to die a martyr's death. Other kids, 12 or 13 years old, they've already got it. But until now, I haven't. Everyone looked at him quietly, their eyes filled with shame. Besides, not only that, boss also said that it would be more powerful this way. But I don't know what's wrong with me. I just can't do it. Do you guys understand? Luo Kudi roared angrily. Little Rod. GMO lowered his head in shame. I'm sorry. Dong Wushang, Gudu Xing, and Miao Butong stepped forward at the same time and said sincerely, Little Wolf, I'm sorry. We shouldn't have mentioned this. It's a sad thing for you. Luo Kudi smiled bitterly and said, there's nothing that shouldn't be mentioned. We're all brothers. I might as well say it out loud. After all, I can't say it in front of others. Telling you guys makes me feel more at ease. He said in a low voice, 2 years ago, my family urged me to marry my fiancée. But I made all sorts of excuses. I was afraid of harming her. After all, my fiancée is a 1 in 1,000 beauty. If she were to be with someone like me who can't do it, wouldn't it be a waste of her life? Luo Kudi smiled bitterly and suddenly said loudly, Luo Kudi, don't think that I'm a good person. When I see a beautiful woman, I want to take liberties with her. When I see a brothel, I want to go in and take a look. When I see something fun and valuable that others don't have, I want to snatch it. But I won't do something that harms the life of an innocent person. This is the happiness of a woman's generation. If I can't give it to her, I won't marry her. If I'm normal, I'll definitely have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Even if I have 8 or 10 wives, I won't find it too much. The men out there are fighting and killing every day, and all of them are dead. Don't tell me that I'll let the women live like widows. But I'm not normal now, so I can't. I can't do that. I can't have a single one. Why? She's a pure and innocent girl. If she were to be with me, she would still be pure and innocent until death? What kind of nonsense is that? Even if she's a woman, she still needs to enjoy life. Why should I deprive her of the taste of being a woman? My mother once said that only a woman who has given birth to a child is a real woman. I can't let her be a woman. Why should I harm her? I, Luo Kudi, want my face. But my face can't be exchanged for by harming an innocent girl. Now that I've said it out loud, I don't want this face anymore. When I return to the family, I'll go and break off the engagement. I'll say that I have a lover outside. After he finished speaking, Luo Kudi stood there in a daze for a while. Then, he went limp like a deflated balloon. His whole body seemed to have lost all its energy at this moment. Gudu Xing and the others stood there in a daze. They felt that it wouldn't be good to comfort him at this time, but it wouldn't be good to not comfort him either. You don't need to care about me. Since I've said it out loud, it means that I've let it go. Mother *Ker, isn't it just that I can't be a man? Luo Kudi turned his face away and laughed loudly. He said, so what if I can't be a man? There are so many eunuchs in this world. I can't be a man, but can't I be a wolf for 3 days? Awoo. Ha ha ha. Even though he was laughing, his brothers wanted to cry. Including GMO, no one had thought that Luo Kudi's heart was actually hiding such deep pain. His body was obviously very healthy, but he couldn't be a man. For a man, this was simply unbearable. It was also a great humiliation. And just now, they even laughed at him. Thinking of this, Gudu Xing and the others almost wanted to slap their own mouths. Everyone turned their faces away at the same time. They couldn't bear to look at Luo Kudi's face at this time. So it's this matter. Chu Yang smiled faintly. Little wolf, if you had said it earlier, you would have probably hugged your baby by now. Mother *Ker, I thought it was some serious illness. So it's this. Sigh, it's as easy as lifting a finger, The first to react wasn't Luo Kudi. Gudu Xing, Dong Wushang and the others gathered around with a swoosh. They were extremely excited as they asked, Boss, you have a way? Of course I have a way. Chu Yang raised his head proudly. Not only do I have a way, but I can also make the little wolf more ferocious. Humph, originally, I could also help the few of you improve your abilities at the same time. It's just that you were laughing at your brothers just now. Hee hee, you know. Boss, you won't, right? GMO and Wei Butong screamed miserably. They cried out pitifully, don't. Awoo, Mother *Ker Luo Kudi's miserable atmosphere suddenly disappeared. He howled like a wolf and jumped like a tiger. He jumped over, Boss, old man, you are my biological father and my second parent, you are the light of my life. The son of spring, the son of summer, the son of autumn and the son of winter. Oh well really? Can it really be cured? You don't believe me? Chu Yang squinted his eyes. I believe. Oh, dear old man, quickly give it to me. I can't wait any longer. Luo Kudi jumped up high. I'll go back and get married. Mother asterisk cur, I suddenly want to compose a poem. Compose a poem? GMO and the others were shocked. This guy's change was too fast, right? Yes, compose a poem. Luo Kudi nodded affirmatively. He said excitedly, I've been raising this spear for more than 10 years. Besides peeing, I've done nothing else. Today, I've finally found an advantage. With a plop, Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang fell to the ground due to this powerful poem even with their mental fortitude and cultivation. Their mouths were crooked and their eyes were slanted. Their whole bodies were spasming. As for GMO and Rue Butong, they were practically worshipping it. Second young master Ji cheered and gave a thumbs up, good. Miao Butong prostrated himself in admiration, this is really good. Tan Tan raised his eyebrows and moved closer. I also want to repent, get lost. Chu Yang's whole body was spasming. He kicked this troublemaker away. Old man, that medicine. Luo Kudi finally finished his intoxication. He moved closer and revealed a flattering smile. Chu Yang knew that Luo Kudi was playing around. But, he was more nervous than anyone else in his heart. He was more worried about personal gains and losses than at any other time, he was only using a forced smile to show that he didn't care. But, in fact, he was extremely concerned in his heart. Although he was smiling and playing around, his eyes were filled with intense anxiety. Even his pupils were somewhat dilated. His fingers were trying hard to control them to the point that they were almost stiff. But, they were still slightly trembling. I can't make any more jokes at this time. I'm Luo Kudi's only hope right now. I'm afraid that Luo Kudi will collapse if I even frown. Chu Yang reached into his bosom. In fact, he had reached into the tribulation space, and took out a bottle of lust dragon's blood. He held it in his hand and solemnly said, Wolf Cub, you can be cured if you drink this bottle of medicine. But, I have to remind you of something. Big brother, please say it. Luo Kudi saw Chu Yang's serious expression. So, he couldn't help but become serious as well. It doesn't matter what happens to you. As long as you're still with us, there's no such thing as losing face between us. And, I won't allow my brothers to feel inferior in front of each other. That will make us uncomfortable. Chu Yang deeply said, your embarrassment is our embarrassment. Your humiliation is our joint humiliation. So, we'll face it with you no matter what happens. Luo Kudi's lips trembled. He didn't speak. But, he tightly bit his lips. Drink it. Chu Yang handed over the lust dragon's blood. Luo Kudi looked at this small bottle with mixed feelings in his eyes. Then, he finally received it with trembling hands. He pulled out the cork, turned around, covered his face with his hand, and drank it in one gulp. Then, he put down his sleeves, and wiped away the 2 drops of tears that had just fallen from his eyes. No one saw it. He was somewhat embarrassed. So, he turned his head to look. He saw that Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, GMO, and Terry Butong had their backs to him. Their foreheads were gathered together, and they seemed to be discussing something. They didn't seem to be paying attention to him. Second update. I'm going out to eat now. I swear to God that I won't drink alcohol. I'll write the 3rd and 4th updates as soon as I come back. Everyone, vote for me first. Vote for me first. Vote for me first. Vote for me first. The efficacy of the medicine was very obvious. Of course, the main reason was that Chu Yang didn't have any experience with this kind of treatment. So, he wasn't sure about the efficacy of the medicine. He was afraid that it wouldn't be effective if it was too little. Therefore, he poured a big bottle of lust dragon's blood into it. This was too much for second young master Luo's so-called illness. In Luo Kudi's case, 1 mouthful of lust dragon's blood was enough. But, he drank a whole bottle, the consequences were obvious. Second young master Luo was afraid that he would waste the medicine's efficacy. So, he immediately circulated his martial power to dissolve the lust dragon's blood. He only felt a little hot at first. Then, his lower body gradually reacted. He was pleasantly surprised. Second young Master Luo was somewhat flabbergasted when he stopped his martial power after half an hour. He stood up straight. He saw a bulging tent in his crotch. It was protruding very high. Luo Kudi felt that he was about to explode, but he was very happy in his heart. He was extremely happy. Motherfu *Ker, I'm old. He didn't know what had happened to him when he was 13 years old. And big brother Luo Ku had caught him red-handed. So, he had been unable to recover from that setback. His heart had been tangled up until now. He only knew that he had a strange illness that he couldn't recover from. But, he couldn't tell anyone about it. It was embarrassing. But, the medicine had cured him now. Luo Kudi felt that he would be happy even if he had to hold this tent for a lifetime. Second young Master Luo held the tent and jumped 50 feet high. Then, he laughed heartily, bang 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 bang, Second Master Luo is about to open. This was no longer the howl of a vicious wolf. Instead, it had turned into the howl of a pervert. Everyone spurted out their saliva in unison. Second young Master Luo strode forward with his head held high and his chest puffed out. He walked with a majestic gait. He was radiating a heroic aura as he walked in the front. And he kept singing along the way. All the brothers raised their eyebrows. Chu Yang didn't dare to utter a word. He could also see that this guy had taken too much of it. Perhaps, this guy would have to hold on for several days if he couldn't release it immediately, but, how can I release it now? Minister Chu looked around. However, he couldn't find even a female mouse. We'll reach the Blackwater River if we walk forward for another 50 miles. Gu Duxing was familiar with the terrain. We'll reach the O clan after we cross the Blackwaters River. In other words, we'll be going to the Xia family soon to rest and have a good sleep. Blackwater River? Chu Yang's feet didn't even touch the ground as he fled. So, how could he have paid any attention to the Blackwater River? Moreover, he had taken a different route at that time, so he had never seen him. Heishui River. The entire riverbed is black, so the river water looks black. That's how it got its name. The river is 5 miles wide, and the current is very fast. Gu Duxing smiled and said, but the fish in the river are very delicious. Boss, why don't you give it a try? Well, even someone like you, who has never had any desire for good food, said that it was delicious. I must try it. Chu Yang nodded. The group of people chatted and laughed, casually walking towards the Blackwater River. After walking for more than 30 miles, they could already faintly hear the sound of water. Suddenly, Chu Yang furrowed his brows and muttered, something seems to be wrong. Tan Tan raised his nose, and sniffed the air. He was also somewhat surprised. After walking for a while, Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang stopped at the same time. Something is very wrong. Why does it feel like a storm is coming? It's not a suppression. It's the aura of death. Tan Tan sniffed again, and said while shaking his eyebrows. There seems to be a situation in front. Dong Wushang muttered, didn't we just get rid of a group of ambushers? How come there's still more in front? Everyone had extraordinary spiritual sense. So, they immediately concealed their figures, and cautiously sneaked forward. Suddenly, the front widened, and everyone's complexion changed as they saw it from afar. They saw that there was a layer of white corpses of fishes and shrimps in the underbrush on the shore. These corpses had been intercepted by the aquatic plants on the shore. There are so many dead fishes. Could it be that the O clan used poison techniques in the water? GMO murmured to himself. There were also many people standing on high ground, and watching covetously. Some people seemed to be looking for something in the river upstream. What's going on? Gu Duxing looked with his sharp eyes. These people have their faces covered. It seems that they are looking for something, or searching for someone. Ao Xiayun. Chu Yang and Dong Wushang's eyes flashed as they recalled this name. Those people of the O clan had ambushed Ao Xiayun. And they had seen such a big lineup here. It was obvious that they had come across a trap to deal with Ao Xiayun. Or, it could be said that this was a battlefield. Save? Or not? Everyone's gaze looked at Chu Yang. Chu Yang muttered to himself irresolutely. He had only met Xiaoyun once. So, his impression of him wasn't very good, but it wasn't very bad either. However, one thing was certain, the three heavens would fall into chaos if Xiaoyun died here. Why did the O clan want to deal with Xiaoyun? Chu Yang muttered to himself, and asked this question. It seemed as if he was asking himself, look at this situation. How can the O clan have such a big lineup? At least 3 clans have joined hands. So, why did these clans want to kill Xiaoyun? Could it be that something big is going to happen in the 3 heavens? Gu Duxing muttered. Chu Yang insipidly replied, what big thing can happen in the 3 heavens? The matter of the northern wilderness has just ended. And, the 3 Stars Divine clan still hasn't made any move. In fact, they have become even quieter. So, nothing big will happen in a short time. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in his mind, but, the one who dealt with Xiaoyun is the O clan. And, the O clan has recently offended us the most. We aren't big shots. But, we represent the big clans. Could it be that? Could it be that the O clan dealt with Xiaoyun in order to shift the blame to us? Dong Wushang's mind turned very quickly. So, he immediately asked. There's such a possibility. Chu Yang pondered. Then, he raised his eyebrows and said, let's go over. Firstly, we have to hurry on our journey. Secondly, we can't look on with folded arms if this is the case. But, everyone should pay attention. Firstly, there's no harm in stretching out your hand if you can. But, don't force yourself if you can't. Chu Yang's eyes were fixed on the silhouettes that were constantly flashing in the distance. The enemy's strength is too strong. They have more than several hundred people at present. The 7 of us aren't enough to be swallowed by the enemy. Yes. The brothers agreed in succession. The plan had been decided. So, everyone immediately set into action. They were about to rush out when Chu Yang stopped them. We are separated from them by a river. This isn't a good thing. We must find a way to cross the river first. How do we cross the river? Tan Tan, Butong, you 2 will walk in front. We will cover our faces and follow behind you as subordinates. We will cross the river directly. Chu Yang's mind turned as he said, these people are carrying out such an important robbery. So, they certainly won't cause any side issues. We will be able to attack or retreat as long as we cross the river. We will have the initiative in our hands. Good idea. Everyone was extremely daring. So, they immediately acted according to his words. Meng Luo was in charge of this section of the lower reaches of the river. The Meng clan's strength had been greatly damaged. Moreover, it had a notorious reputation. So, he naturally didn't have a share in the upper reaches of the river where Xiaoyun could be caught. After all, catching Xiaoyun was related to the division of the hegemonic forces in the future. It would be a great merit. So, how could such a good job fall into the hands of the Meng clan who had fallen into the water? Therefore, the Meng clan was in charge of the longest section of the river. The entire lower reaches of the river were under the Meng clan's jurisdiction. However, everyone knew that this section was also the one with the least hope of catching Xiaoyun. Meng Luo hung his head dejectedly. His face was gloomy as he sat on a stone by the river. He was swinging the whip in his hand. He was obviously very dissatisfied with this arrangement. However, he couldn't do anything about it. He was in the middle of letting the people of his clan search the river. Suddenly, a long and loud cry was heard from the opposite side. This long and loud cry was extremely strange. It sounded as if a hungry wolf was howling towards the sky. But, it also sounded as if thousands of male ducks were crying together. Everyone who heard this long and loud cry shivered in unison regardless of their level of martial power. They weren't shaken. Instead, they were frightened. What kind of freakish monster can issue such a cry? It's simply a nightmare. Meng Luo suddenly stood up, and saw that a few people's silhouettes were coming over from the opposite side of the river. They were neither fast nor slow. The ones in the lead were 2 strange-looking youths. Behind them were 5 people. All 5 of them were dressed in black and had their faces covered. Their loose black robes made them look like 5 ghosts as they floated over without their feet touching the ground. Meng Luo's pupils shrank. powerful. He clearly felt an intense murderous aura from the bodies of these 7 people. Moreover, they had an overbearing aura of disdain for the common people. There must be some experts among them. Those people had already arrived at the riverside while he was thinking. They didn't even think about it. They waved their hands, and broke a big tree by the riverside from its roots. Then, it fell into the river. They are getting ready to cross the river. Meng Luo became somewhat angry. Don't you see that I'm guarding this place? You didn't even ask me anything. You just wanted to come over? Did I give you permission to come over? He signaled with his eyes. A king-level expert of the Meng clan understood. He stepped forward a few steps, and said in a loud voice, "May I ask which group of friends are you from?" The skinny monkey-like youth didn't speak. But, the ghost-like youth raised his head. Then, he tilted his head and said, "Who are you? Do you think you can ask about my origin?" That king-level expert of the Meng clan felt somewhat dizzy. So, that extremely unpleasant voice was issued by this person. He felt his blood and chi surge as he listened to it at such a close distance. He's even more powerful than the legendary heavenly demons. I'm a subordinate of the Meng clan. May I ask who your excellency is? The opposite party's attitude was unyielding. So, the king-level expert of the Meng clan naturally became somewhat soft. He's from the extreme north. And, he's so powerful. But, I haven't heard of any big clan there. How can this guy be so arrogant? Tan Tan let out a strange laugh. His voice made people unable to swallow anything for 3 days after hearing it. Meng clan? How come I haven't heard of it? He looked around as he spoke. Then, he raised his nose and asked, Xianxia, have you heard of it? What? Huh? Third update. I'm somewhat slow in writing today. So, I have to check every chapter several times. The 4th update is probably around midnight. Brothers who can't wait can read it tomorrow. Chu Yang almost wanted to kick this bastard into the river. He dares to call me by my nickname? And, he calls me Xianxia in a strange way? He is asking for a beating. However, the current situation was special. So, he had no choice but to swallow his anger and say, I heard that there is a Meng clan in the upper 3 heavens. And, this clan is quite big. So, these people in front of us are probably from that clan. Oh, ahem, Tan Tan strangely laughed and said, so, they are from the upper 3 heavens? No wonder I haven't heard of them. Xianxia, this is the first clan from the upper 3 heavens that we have seen since we came down, The complexion of the king-level expert of the Meng clan was deathly pale. His body was on the verge of collapse. He had almost collapsed after being bombarded by this extremely powerful voice. Meng Luo's eyes brightened. A person from the upper 3 heavens? It seems that his status isn't low. The person beside him was a 3rd-grade emperor-level expert of the Meng clan. He had a serious expression on his face as he whispered, Young lord, this person seems to be from the upper 3 heavens. Meng Luo rolled his eyes and said in his heart, Do I need you to tell me this? I have already said it myself. Moreover, the people around him are experts. In particular, the sword energy and saber energy had soared to the sky. I'm afraid, there is at least 1 sword emperor and 1 saber emperor among the black-cloaked people around him. Sword emperor and saber emperor? Meng Luo's eyes suddenly lit up. Moreover, the cultivation of the person who is speaking beside him isn't revealed. So, I can't see the depth of his cultivation. Meng Luo was shocked. How could he not know what sword emperor and saber emperor meant as a direct descendant of a top-notch clan in the upper 3 heavens? There were indeed many emperor-level experts in the upper 3 heavens. At the very least, Meng Luo knew of the existence of a 7th-grade emperor-level expert. However, there wasn't a single pure sword emperor or saber emperor. There were similarities between fists and palms. And, there were also similarities between sabers and swords. As for other weapons, soft or hard, they all had the same principles. So, they could learn from each other's strong points to make up for their shortcomings. However, that would make them appear heterogeneous and impure. They would be ordinary emperor-level experts even if they were to become emperor-level. Some people would learn from each other in their early days. They would comprehend and make progress. However, they would choose one path after reaching a certain point. And they would become the so-called Saber Emperor or Sword Emperor. However, such a Saber Emperor couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as a Saber Emperor who had focused on practicing the saber since childhood. Just the dullness of this path was enough to drive any expert crazy. However, once he reached the Emperor level, his future path would be smooth sailing. Therefore, it could be said that a true Sword Emperor or Saber Emperor would at least become a saint-level expert in the future if they didn't suffer a calamity. This was the legend of the heavenly layer, and also the most authoritative legend. This ugly youngster in front of me has a pure bodyguard of a Sword Emperor and a Saber Emperor? What kind of family background was this? As for the person whose cultivation level could not be determined, he should be the peerless expert who was truly protecting this duke. If he didn't make friends with such an aristocratic family now, when would he? Meng Luo hastily stepped forward. Then, he smiled in an elegant manner, and said, "May I ask if you are from the upper three heavens? May I know your surname?" "Smart. You have a promising future." "My surname is Yi." Tan Tan burst into loud laughter. His appearance was extremely rampant. He only knew that his master's beloved wife was surnamed Ji in the upper three heavens. So, he only knew about this big clan. So, he naturally couldn't say anything else at this moment. "So, it's Yi Gong." Meng Luo sweated again. No wonder he is so awesome and flashy. He's the Yi Gong of the number one aristocratic family of the upper three heavens. But, such an aristocratic family has a 10,000-year-old inheritance. So, how could it give birth to such a repulsive person? Could it be that his parents are cousins, and that they got married? He pondered in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it on his face. Tan Tan snorted. Then, he pointed at Meng Luo's nose from afar. Then, he said in an insufferably arrogant manner, "Your surname is Meng?" "Yes, my surname is Meng." "Well, surnamed Meng, don't tell me that you want me to talk to you across the river? Aren't you tired?" Tan Tan's current appearance was almost as arrogant as the heavens. He was basically saying, "I will eat you. You have no choice but to obey whatever I say." This kind of attitude. He had completely displayed the tyrannical attitude of the playboy of the number one aristocratic family of the upper three heavens. This kind of performance caused GMO and Luo Kudi, the two great debauches, to be fearful. How could this be compared to pure talent? Only this shameless fellow would be able to do such a thing. GMO cursed in his heart, perhaps this guy is too engrossed in his role. Let alone the others. I'm afraid he's also thinking that he's the Yi clan's Grand Duke. Since that's the case, Yi Gong might as well cross the river and have a chat. Meng Luo naturally followed the good advice. He immediately made a hand gesture to withdraw his vigilance, and respectfully welcomed Yi Gong to cross the river. He stepped on a big tree, and floated over. The big tree extended several hundred feet above the river's surface. Then, he leaped up, and crossed 300 feet. Then, he flicked his hand, and shot out a branch. Then, he stepped on the tip of his foot, and lightly floated to the other side of the river. He didn't even look at Meng Luo. Instead, he turned around, and stood on the shore to wait for Tan Tan and the others to cross the river. It was the image of a loyal and devoted old guard. Moreover, he was the first to cross the river. And, this also confirmed Meng Luo's conjecture that this was the true expert of the guards. Gu Duxing let out a shout, and his sword energy soared into the sky. He stepped on a big tree, and suddenly soared up. Then, a wisp of sword light flew close to the surface of the water like a rainbow. The swords on the waists of the people of the main clan issued a clang sound the moment Gu Duxing's sword light shot out. It seemed as if dozens of swords had suddenly seen the supreme emperor of the sword. He's indeed the purest sword emperor. That third-grade emperor-level expert fiercely opened his mouth. Then, he closed it tightly, and confirmed to himself in his heart. The saber light pervaded the air. It was mighty and overbearing. Dong Wushang followed behind. The purest saber emperor, that third-grade emperor-level expert, confirmed his conjecture once again. Then, Tan Tan and the others leisurely flew over. Everyone was silent. They looked indifferent and arrogant. In fact, they looked as if they were 1,000 miles away. However, everyone was excited in their hearts. I didn't expect that crossing the river would be so easy. Even Chu Yang was surprised. They didn't know that Meng Luo's main clan had become a target of scorn in the upper three heavens. Moreover, there wasn't a single pure sword emperor or saber emperor in the upper three heavens. So, this naturally made Meng Luo's imagination run wild. The appearance of sword emperors, saber emperors, and the grand dukes of the upper three heavens had given rise to a kind of opportunistic mentality in Meng Luo's heart. Who in the upper three heavens would dare to make a move on the Meng clan? If I could climb up to the Yi clan, even the Ao clan wouldn't dare to. Therefore, Meng Luo was afraid that the reception wouldn't be satisfactory. So, how could he have any doubts? And, this peculiar phenomenon was caused by Chu Yang. He had exposed Meng Luo's devil technique on Mt. Dingjun. And, this phenomenon had occurred because of this. It could be said that there was a cause before and an effect after. What are you doing here? Tan Tan came over, and occupied the big stone where Meng Luo had previously sat. He stretched his legs, and asked without any proper sitting posture. Well, this, I won't hide it from Yi Gong. We're here to hunt down a fugitive. Meng Luo smiled and said, this guy has committed all kinds of crimes in the upper three heavens. He has plundered and plundered. The people's indignation. So, we had no choice but to join forces to get rid of this evildoer. Tan Tan picked his ear, and said in an uninterested manner, fugitive? Motherfew *cur, the upper three heavens have disappointed me. They're so dirty that they even have a fugitive. Xianxia, I think this Meng clansman is pretty good. Should we lend him a hand? Feng Luo felt happy in his heart. Chu Yang was extremely angry in his heart. But, he still put on a respectful act. This. Yi Gong, it doesn't seem to be a good idea. The clan lord had instructed us not to meddle in other people's business as much as possible before we came out. And, we should go back as soon as possible after we've finished this matter. We shouldn't delay too much, humph. Tan Tan flew into a rage. His eyebrows trembled up and down. Then, he jumped up from the stone, and shouted, Fu *k. What's not a good idea? What do you mean meddling in other people's business? Xianxia. You're always using that old bastard to pressure me. I'm not the future clan lord. But, I'm still the second master, right? Why is it that none of my words have any effect on you? No. Tan Tan angrily said, I must see what that fugitive looks like today, Yi. This is really inappropriate. You have a heavy responsibility. So, you shouldn't complicate matters. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang tried to dissuade him. Tan Tan flew into a rage. He kicked Dong Wushang's body and cursed, Fu *k. I knew that you weren't convinced by me. You hit me when we were practicing martial arts the day before yesterday. So, you've come to stop me now. You don't want me to go. But, I must go. Dong Wushang grimaced in pain after he got kicked. This bastard is using public office to avenge private wrongs. I kicked him a few times when we were practicing martial arts the day before yesterday. And, he's retaliating at this time, you just wait. Dong Dao Huang clenched his teeth in anger. Chu Yang looked at Meng Luo intently. He was clearly hinting for him to refuse. Meng Luo might have refused if they hadn't acted so pretentiously. However, Meng Luo changed his mind instead. He pretended not to see Chu Yang's expression, and eagerly said, It's great that Yi Gong is willing to help. May I know what Brother Yi has come here for? My clan barely has some power in the upper three heavens. So, I will do my best to help Brother Yi complete this important task once this matter is over. He had familiarly changed his address from Yi Gong to Brother Yi while speaking. Tan Tan was overjoyed. He looked at Meng Luo and said, You're a good person. Meng Luo nodded again and again. He smiled and said that he didn't dare to accept the compliment. However, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry in his heart. I'd become a Fu * King Street rat. But, I'd become a good person in this guy's mouth. But, it's good that you think that I'm a good person. Are you relieved now? Tan Tan proudly looked at Chu Yang and Dong Wushang. Both of them made a helpless gesture. Then, they let out a long sigh and a short sigh. Brother Yi, please. Meng Luo had such a powerful helper that no one could afford to provoke. So, he obviously wanted to snatch the credit. Why would he stay here and look at the hopeless downstream? So, he led Tan Tan up the stairs in high spirits. Several hundred people were carefully searching the river upstream. People were constantly coming out of the water to catch their breath. Then, they would plunge back into the river. The scope of the search was getting smaller and smaller. Xianxia's hiding place was very close by now. Meng Luo had a smile on his face as he led his 7 distinguished guests upstream in a grandiose manner. My Meng clan will be blessed if I can befriend this Dookie from now on. Brother Yi, may I know why you have come to the 3 heavens this time? Meng Luo asked while hurrying along the way. Then, he laughed out loud and said, of course, I'm not trying to inquire about the information of your noble clan. Besides, it would be useless even if I were to inquire about the top secret information with my little ability, right? Of course. Tan Tan bared his teeth, I know that you don't have that ability. Meng Luo felt as if he had eaten a fly. I meant to be modest. But, you've set your mind to it. There's no harm in telling you. Tan Tan spoke up. Second young master. Chu Yang hastily pretended to be an old man and hastily reminded him. Shut up. Tan Tan turned his head and fiercely said, it's not up to you to tell me what to do. You just need to keep me safe. But. Dong Wushang timely interrupted. But my ass. Tan Tan bluntly pointed his finger at them, don't tell me that you haven't seen it? Do you think that you can obstruct our Yi clan's great plan with just these few pieces of trash? Each and every one of them. Looks like a soft-footed shrimp. Don't tell me that you're so afraid of them? Meng Luo's face turned black. He had already cursed Tan Tan's 8 generations of ancestors in his heart. You motherfew asterisk cur. You shouldn't insult people like this. You just slapped them in the face. Motherfew asterisk cur. Your Yi clan is very powerful. But, you can't disregard people's face like this, right? This little guy doesn't know how to conduct himself. Hey, you say, am I right? Tan Tan tilted his head and asked Meng Luo. This guy has insulted them. And, he's even asking them if I'm right. It can be said that his humiliation has reached the pinnacle. Yes, our clan is like heaven and earth compared to the Yi clan. Meng Luo's face turned black. He had almost clenched his teeth. However, he still had no choice but to swallow his blood and agree with him, isn't it? Isn't it? You see, they've admitted that they're soft-footed shrimps. Tan Tan looked at Chu Yang in an insufferably arrogant manner, what else do you have to say? Chu Yang opened his mouth. But, he eventually closed it, and sighed. Meng Luo almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. F***ck your 18 generations of ancestors. I curse your Yi clan's ancestral graves to emit green smoke, and your ancestors to be eunuchs for generations. However, he didn't know that no matter how he cursed the Yi clan, it had nothing to do with this infuriating second Dookie in front of him. We came here to find a ruin from 10,000 years ago. Tan Tan clearly didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He was incomparably arrogant. He had the face of a spoiled second generation at home. It seemed as if he could spill out the entire secret as soon as he opened his mouth. These ruins are extraordinary. Chu Yang and the others coughed repeatedly. Tan Tan choked back his words halfway. Then, he angrily spat out a mouthful of saliva. You're really annoying. He didn't even let her finish her sentence. What the F***ck are you coughing for? The treasure map is with me, not with you. Damn it, the next time this young master comes out alone, I won't bring you guys along. Other than being a wet blanket, there's no other use. Meng Luo Xian clenched his teeth. I can guarantee that you won't live for more than half a day and 3 days if you come out on your own, but, this guy has a treasure map? A ruin from 10,000 years ago, **k, those ruins must be extraordinary. Otherwise, why would the Yi clan send people down here with their financial resources? There are a lot of ruins in 3 days, Meng Luo chuckled and said in a carefree manner. What nonsense are you talking about? Is that your mouth or asterisk asterisk? Your mouth is full of shit. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Motherf asterisk cur. Tan Tan angrily berated Meng Luo. He directly cursed him. Meng Luo couldn't bear it any longer. He couldn't bear it any longer, and was about to turn hostile. So, he angrily said, "Do you think that the ruins you've discovered can be compared with the hidden treasure of the Tribulation Sword Master from 10,000 years ago? Eh? Ah." He abruptly closed his mouth as he spoke. It seemed as if he had discovered that he had spilled the beans. So, he looked annoyed. The hidden treasure of the Tribulation Sword Master? Meng Luo's blood started to boil. He almost looked up to the sky and cheered, "I'm rich. Wouldn't it be a big harvest if I could contribute a little bit in this matter? As for being scolded, I'll just pretend that I didn't hear it. This has nothing to do with my happy mood. I'm afraid that Meng Luo is the only one who can be so happy after being so viciously insulted. Brother Yi, don't worry. Brother Yi regards me as a brother. So, I won't reveal Brother Yi's secret. Not only that, but I'll also provide Brother Yi with all the help he can get. I just want to make a sincere friend. That's all." Meng Luo straightforwardly said, "I don't want anything else. I said that you're a good person. Haha, I felt that you were pleasing to the eye as soon as I saw you. You didn't get angry when I called your mouth a asterisk asterisk asterisk. You didn't get angry either. You're such a good person. Good, good, good. This is self-restraint. Yes, self-restraint, ah." Tan was very happy. He patted Meng Luo's shoulder as if he was patting an obedient puppy. The experts of the Meng clan exposed a faint look of humiliation in their eyes. Our young lord is being humiliated like this. What face do we have left? The corner of Meng Luo's mouth twitched again. He had just calmed down a little, but now, he was fuming with anger. "Did you get angry when I called your mouth a asterisk asterisk asterisk? Motherf asterisk cur. Bullsh asterisk t self-restraint. I wouldn't have shown you such self-restraint if you weren't the second Duke of the Yi clan. I won't mind getting rid of you bastard when I find out the location of the Tribulation Sword Master's hidden treasure. No, I can't get rid of him. I want him to beg for death, but he can't beg for death. How about this? It's rare for you to be so obedient. I'll share some of the hidden treasure with you after I get it." Tan said in a very generous manner. He had made an empty promise in a very light manner. Then, he stroked Meng Luo's scalp with his hand, and patted him to appease him. "Thank you, Brother Yi." Meng Luo was overjoyed. "Well, you're very obedient. He. Little Meng, work hard. I'll take you to the heavens if you're comfortable patting me." Tan squinted his eyes as he enjoyed Meng Luo's gratitude and flattery. He had given him another empty promise. "Brother Yi, you're really a good person." Meng Luo felt dizzy as soon as he heard the words "take you to the heavens." He was so pleasantly surprised that he almost fell to the ground. He even started to stammer when he spoke. With 1 foot high and 1 foot low, he felt as if he was floating in the clouds. Rushing to the upper 3 heavens was the ambition of all the clans in the upper 3 heavens. However, it was easy to go up there. But, it was extremely difficult to gain a foothold there. So, one would only end up being annihilated if they went up there without a foundation. However, it wouldn't be worth mentioning if they had the backing of the Yi clan, the ruler of the upper 3 heavens. However, these 10,000-year-old clans have never easily accepted outsiders. Could it be that I, Meng Luo, have run into great luck today? Can I realize my clan's supreme wish of rushing to the upper 3 heavens in one fell swoop? Wouldn't that mean that even the chickens and dogs have ascended to the heavens? Meng Luo will serve the young lord to the best of my ability. Meng Luo hastily made a solemn vow. Meng Luo's eyes became moist. This is a good thing that can only be encountered by luck. He had called the other party Yigong at first. Then, he had changed his address to Brother Yi in order to get closer to him. But, he had changed his address to Young Lord when he had heard that the other party wanted to recruit him. So, he had accepted his status as a subordinate. Perhaps, he would have considered it if this had happened before. But, the Meng clan obviously didn't have a foothold in the upper 3 heavens now. So, he would have died even if he took the risk of using Xianxia to create chaos. Moreover, he would have had to guard against the Meng clan burning the bridge after crossing the river. After all, the Meng Luo clan had become the target of public criticism after King of Hell Chu had leaked the evil technique. The Meng clan's evil technique would have been a big target even if the O clan, Tian clan, and the other clans managed to gain a foothold. Those guys might not necessarily have good intentions. They could have thrown their clans out to appease the public's anger and win the hearts of the people when the time came. After all, those guys weren't good men and women. Meng Luo hated King of Hell Chu to the bone as he thought of this. How could it be better than hugging such a thick thigh like the Yi family? Good boy. Tan Tan praised him. Then, he turned his head and said, Yang Yang, Humph, what do you think if this guy follows us? Chu Yang frowned. He sighed and said, this. Ah, second young master, this man's heart is unfathomable, I knew you wouldn't allow it. The more you don't allow it, the more I want to take him to the heavens. Tan Tan fiercely clenched his teeth. His teeth made cracking sounds as he exhaled a fierce breath from his nostrils. Take a look at you. You don't even know how to flatter me all day long. Look at this Meng Xiao. He doesn't fight back when we hit him, and he doesn't talk back when we scold him. So, it's settled. Meng Luo was smiling in his heart. He made a solemn vow and guaranteed, Senior, don't worry. Meng Luo will do his best to assist the young lord. May I be struck by lightning if I have any disloyalty. Chu Yang, Gu Du Xing, and Dong Wushang frowned at the same time. What does this guy want to do? We're about to reach our destination. So, why is he boasting so much if he moves quickly? Meng, humph. Tan Tan gave Meng Luo a flirtatious glance. Meng Luo immediately quivered. He thought, could it be that this second young master is homosexual? Then, should I agree or not if he wants me to serve him in bed? Could it be that I, Meng Luo, have toyed with people for more than 10 years? But, I still want to be toyed with? His heart was conflicted. He was worried about personal gains and losses. So, he couldn't help but stutter a little. Young lord, please instruct me if you have something to say. Let's take a trip to the AO clan after we're done with the matters here. I heard that there's an AO clan in the upper three heavens? It's quite big, ah. Tan Tan's nostrils were raised high. He had said the word quite big. But, he had stiffly turned it around 17 or 18 times. His contempt and disdain had involuntarily spilled out. AO clan? Meng Luo was dumbfounded. Yes, there is such a clan. He was puzzled in his heart. Why did he suddenly mention the AO clan? That's good. I thought that the rumors were wrong. Tan Tan nodded in a rather comforting manner. First, let's go and catch a younger brother of the AO clan. He has a pure bloodline. Then, this matter will be a little bit settled. A direct descendant of the world-defying clan? Pure bloodline? Meng Luo was somewhat at a loss. He thought, isn't that Ao Xiayun? Why did he suddenly mention Ao Xiayun? I don't know what young master wants to do with the bloodline of the AO clan. Meng Luo Xian suddenly became vigilant. You idiot. Tan Tan slapped him on the head in exasperation. Did you grow up eating shit? Huh? Why did I catch him if he's useless? To be his brother-in-law? Meng Luo scratched his head, and felt confused. What does this mean? Let me tell you. I heard that the AO clan occupies the dragon vein of the lower three heavens. Do you understand? There's a hidden treasure under the dragon vein. But, there's a restriction in that place. So, ordinary people can't go there. However, the AO clan has occupied the dragon vein for thousands of years. So, their pure bloodline already has the power of the dragon vein. So, they need the blood essence of a direct descendant of the AO clan to open the seal of the dragon vein, and get the treasure. Tan Tan continued, otherwise, that dragon vein has the restriction of the tribulation sword energy. So, even a saint-level expert can't avoid getting seriously injured if they come here. Do you understand? I'll chop off your head if you dare to tell anyone about this. So, that's how it is, Meng Luo agreed with his mouth. However, he was trying to figure out the possibility of this matter. The dragon vein does exist. The Meng clan is a clan that has occupied a dragon vein and established it. AO clan is getting more and more powerful. And, it doesn't seem to be without reason. The opening of blood essence seems to have been vaguely mentioned in the ancient legends. Could it be that this guy is telling the truth? Meng Luo Xian repeatedly thought about this. He was somewhat lost in thought for a while. AO clan mustn't know about this matter. Tan Tan raised one eyebrow, and raised the other eyebrow. He put on an incomparably solemn expression as he solemnly reminded Meng Luo Xian. Then, he smiled frivolously. That group of idiots has been guarding a huge treasure for more than 1,000 years. But, they still don't know about it. They only think that it's an ordinary dragon vein. Ha ha ha, if I hadn't happened to obtain the treasure map this year, Chu Yang, Gu Du Xing, Dong Wu Shang, and the others prostrated themselves in admiration. Tan Tan didn't even bat an eyelid. He had turned this great duke of the Meng clan upside down. Moreover, he had also devised a plan. And, he had drawn the bow step by step to save Ao Xiayun. He was truly a talent. Minister Chu was ashamed of his inferiority. GMO, who had always thought that he was eloquent, was even more impressed. Damn. So, you can do things like this too. He really did not know how Tan Daping came up with this idea. This was simply a stroke of genius. Why are you sighing? Why are you sighing? Tan Tan fiercely glared at them. You bunch of people. How can you understand my grand blueprint and my painstaking strategy? He then hugged Meng Luo's shoulder as he spoke. Then, he raised his nose and said, we've already decided to look for a helper to help us accomplish this matter after we've arrived here. Little Meng Meng is a bit slippery. But, why can't we bring him back to the clan if we can do it? I'm a far-sighted person. Chu Yang sighed and shook his head. He then fanned the flames, and ferociously looked at Meng Luo. You with the surname Meng, don't try to play any tricks. This old man will slaughter your entire clan if I find out that you're trying to harm the young lord. It will be as easy as slaughtering chickens and dogs. Yes, yes. I will follow senior's instructions. I won't dare to offend you. Meng Luo swallowed his anger and replied. He thought to himself, if one day I climb to a position higher than you, the first thing I'll do is to fire you, this unfavored old bastard, itchy, humph. Tan Tan's eyebrows twitched. He was unable to contain his joy. You said that my father will make me the clan lord since I've quietly accomplished this important matter. Will my father make me the clan lord? Will he break my big brother's neck and throw him out? Chu Yang rolled his eyes. He then stammered for a while. Then, he finally said in an honest manner, second young master, this. I think you shouldn't think about the clan lord's position. Meng Luo Xian on the other side greatly agreed. He thought, can a guy like you become the clan lord of the upper three heavens? I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. Tan Tan suddenly flew into a rage. He was so furious that he stomped his feet and roared, shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Even a dog can do the clan lord's position. Everyone was dumbfounded. The corner of Meng Luo's mouth twitched. He thought, aren't you calling your father a dog? Why haven't they arrived yet? Tan Tan complained, where's that scum? Hurry up and capture him. Let's get out of here. How can there be so many shitty matters? Meng Luo came back to his senses. He then made up his mind, I must do my best in this matter. And, I have an opportunity to make a great contribution right now. Congratulations, young lord. Congratulations, young lord. Meng Luo lowered his voice, this fugitive is the candidate that young lord has been looking for. He's the pure-blooded Grand Duke of the Ao clan, Ao Xiayun. Eh? Tan Tan was shocked. He suddenly turned his head, and looked at Meng Luo. Then, he suspiciously said, Meng Luo, I've just said it, and you've already prepared it? You shouldn't have lied to me like this. How can there be such a coincidence? Suddenly, his eyes turned sharp, and he growled in a low voice, do you think that I'm so gullible? Damned bastard. Meng Luo forced a smile. He wished that he could dig out his heart, liver, and lungs. Young lord, I'm telling the truth. We're searching for the young lord of the Ao clan, Ao Xiayun. Bullshit. Bullshit. Tan Tan became furious. Do you think that I don't know about the Ao clan? It's not in my eyes. But, it's still the #1 clan in the upper three heavens. And, you're treating the Grand Duke of the #1 clan as a fugitive? Motherfew asterisk cur. You shouldn't brag like this. He fiercely put his mouth close to Meng Luo's face, and sprayed his saliva on it. Take me for example. Who would dare to chase after me in the upper 3 heavens? Fu asterisk Kami. You dared to deceive me. I'll kill you. It's true, things are so coincidental. Young lord, you're so lucky. Meng Luo suddenly cried out in grievance, you can ask them if you don't believe me. Everyone knows, how can there be such a coincidence? Tan Tan flew into a rage. It seemed as if he had been cheated out of his money. Meng Luo, oh Meng Luo, I wanted to guide you. But, I didn't expect that you would treat me as a fool. You're so good. TSK, you're playing tricks on me. Meng Luo felt so wrong that he almost vomited blood. It's true, it's true. Young lord, you can ask them if you don't believe me. However, the last bit of suspicion in his heart had vanished like smoke in thin air along with Tan Tan's violent rage. Bullshit. They're your subordinates. What's the use of asking them? Tan Tan's face turned black. Do you want to die? His stomach suddenly rumbled as he said this. So, he couldn't help but curse, Motherfew asterisk cur, you've made me so angry that I'm hungry. He took out a fist-sized sparkling and translucent inner core of a spirit beast as he spoke. Then, he stuffed it into his mouth. He didn't even chew it. Instead, he stretched his neck, and his neck swelled up. Then, it fell down with a do-do-do-do-do-do sound. Meng Luo's eyes widened, and he nearly jumped up in fright. His scalp felt somewhat numb. He's eating the inner core of a spirit beast? This is worthy of being the second master of the Yi clan. Motherfew asterisk cur. He can even eat the inner core of a spirit beast like this. Men, kill him for me. Tan Tan roared. His eyes emitted a murderous aura. He dared to deceive me. Humph, humph, humph. I've been wronged. Meng Luo hurriedly shouted, there's a reason for this. What's the reason? Tan Tan waved his hand, and squinted at Meng Luo. It's like this. I was killed by that damned king of Hell Chu at Mt Dingjun that time. Meng Luo had no choice but to tell the whole story. Later on, the O clan dealt with King of Hell Chu, and led to, so they chased after Xianxia Yun. Like this, everyone had a strange look on their faces after they had heard the reason. They hadn't thought that so many things, so many coincidences, the alliance of so many clans, and even the pursuit of Xianxia Yun, were all because of Chu Yang. Even Chu Yang himself was stunned. Do I have such great ability? Did I make such a big impact? Fu asterisk K, how come I didn't know about this? So, that's how it is? So, this person is truly the Grand Duke of the Ao clan? That Yun? Tan Tan's face was full of disbelief. Damn it, it can't be such a coincidence, right? His eldest daughter came when he was thinking of his daughter-in-law. Could it be that this is the destiny of this king? Everyone's heart was in turmoil. They felt like vomiting. Chu Yan hadn't expected that this junior martial brother of his who had grown up with him would have such an ability to act. This is amazing. Meng Luo nodded again and again. He then said in a flattering manner, yes, young lord's good fortune fills the heavens. Thousands of coincidences can only prove that young lord is very lucky. Everything is easy and effortless for you. This is a gift from the heavens. And, it's also the luck that one must have in order to achieve great things. Tan Tan shook his head. He was overjoyed. He patted Meng Luo. Fu asterisk K, you're very sensible. I like it very much. Wahaha. Am I handsome? Meng Luo was startled. He hastily replied, handsome. You can't be any more handsome. I've never seen such a handsome man in the 3 heavens. His heart was in turmoil. Fu asterisk K, you can even ask me if I'm handsome or not. Fu asterisk K. Wahaha. Little Meng, your words are sincere. I like wahaha. Tan Tan burst into loud laughter. Everyone was speechless. They turned their heads away one after another. Everyone had reached the bottom of the river while they were talking. Oh, Du Xiao and the others came over to greet them. Then, he said in a bad tone, Meng Luo, what are you doing here instead of staying downstream? Who are these people? Mang Luo had a big backer now. So, how could he put these small shrimps of the three heavens in his eyes? He snorted and said, "It's not up to you to tell me what kind of friends I want to make, right?" Tan Tan used his finger to pick his nostril. Then, he flicked his finger, and a yellow sticky object stuck to Du Zhao's white robe. Then, he said in a strange tone, "Who's this? You don't feel at ease even after seeing this young master. Are the three heavens so unruly these days?" The complexion of Du Zhao and the others changed. They looked at Tan Tan with a bad look in their eyes. Who is this? Everyone's spirits were lifted. They didn't ask about the origins of Tan Tan and the others. Instead, they turned their heads to look. Du Zhao and the others pulled out their swords with a schwa sound. They saw the river water churning unceasingly. Then, a shadow suddenly rushed out from under the water. Suddenly, the weapons from all directions rushed over. Schwa. Schwa, schwa. Schwa. Flesh and blood swirled in the air. That man was cut into pieces without uttering a sound. He was a revered martial artist of the Tian clan who had dived into the water. At the same time, a crashing sound was heard from another direction. Then, a figure jumped out of the water. He was holding a dazzling saber in his hand. It was the sunlight saber that he had snatched from the lower three heavens. Xianxia had always regarded this saber as a treasure. He had kept it close to his body. However, he didn't use sabers. In fact, the Ao clan's secret technique was a sword, therefore, he didn't have a chance to use it against the enemy. He was used to using a sword. So, he might as well use his bare hands against the enemy if he used a saber. Therefore, he didn't have a chance to use it. However, Xianxia had no choice but to use a saber after he had been discovered under the water. That was because his sword had already been broken. "Brother Ao, it's been a long time," Du Zhao mischievously smiled. "It's you." Xianxia was surrounded. However, his face didn't change at all. The water droplets on his body were dripping down. He indifferently said, "Is it necessary to use such a big formation to kill me? It can't be helped. Brother Ao is the #1 expert of the younger generation of the lower three heavens. How could we catch you if we weren't cautious?" Du Zhao laughed out loud. "Brother Ao managed to escape for thousands of miles even so. This makes me admire you." Xianxia looked around. Then, he faintly smiled, "But, you still managed to catch me." Xianxia had completely calmed down in this desperate situation. He smiled warmly. "Brother O, can I ask you a question?" "Brother Ao wants to ask why I want to kill you." Du Zhao smiled. "Yes. To be honest, Brother Ao and I are very close friends. I have always regarded Brother Ao as my closest friend and brother. I wouldn't have had the heart to kill you if I didn't have a choice." Du Zhao sighed with regret and helplessly said. "Brother O, you're indeed a loyal and righteous man," Xianxia said with a faint smile. Tian Buhui, Tu Qian Hao, and young Black Devil burst into laughter at the same time. Du Zhao's face turned somewhat red. He forced himself to remain calm as he said, "A hero is always better than a dead man." Xianxia nodded and felt the same way. "Brother O, you and I are indeed on the same page. Since that's the case, please don't make me a muddle-headed ghost, okay? Brother Ao, you're actually innocent. We didn't want to deal with you. But, we had no choice but to deal with you. Who made you the Grand Duke of the Ao clan?" Du Zhao faintly smiled. "How can we frame Chu Danqiong if we don't kill you? If he didn't frame Chu Danqiong, how could he have caused such chaos in the three heavens? How can we deal with King of Hell Chu, Xia clan, Mo clan, Dong clan, Gu clan, and Luo clan without causing chaos in the three heavens?" Du Zhao snorted. "How can we protect ourselves if we don't deal with them? How to dominate? However, if your Ao clan doesn't make a move, wouldn't all of this be for naught? So as long as you die, won't all of these be yours? So that's how it is." Xianxia nodded in understanding. "It's all because of your ambition." Tian Buhui took a step forward and said, "Xianxia, this Tian wanted to have a fair fight with you. No, it seems that there won't be a chance." However, Xianxia slightly shook his head and calmly said, "There has never been a fair fight between you and me. That's because the Tian clan has never been in my eyes. Tian Buhui's eyes brightened. He then insipidly said, I hope that Brother Ao's tongue will still be as sharp as ever after you become a ghost. Ao Xianyun burst into loud laughter and said, I can't be sure about this. But, there's one thing that's for sure. I, Ao Xianyun, won't become a treacherous, despicable, and shameless ghost even if I become a ghost. An ominous glint flashed in Tian Buhui's eyes. He then shouted, Who will take Ao Xianyun's head for me? Meanwhile, Ao Xianyun burst into loud laughter. His heroic voice spread far and wide. There wasn't the slightest bit of fear in his voice. He held his saber horizontally, and shouted, A good head is here. Who will take it? Tan Tan pushed Meng Luo. Meng Luo immediately understood. He jumped up, and said with a smile, Brother Ao, this younger brother will exchange blows with you. The other Grand Dukes were startled. What's wrong with Meng Luo? Ao Xianyun is like a turtle in a jar. He won't be able to fly out even if you give him 2 pairs of wings. So, why should he personally take the risk in such a situation? It should be known that Ao Xianyun's cultivation was far above Meng Luo's. He was seriously injured at the moment. However, it wasn't impossible for him to take Meng Luo down with him. Ao Xianyun would go all out regardless of who would step forward at this time. The other Grand Dukes had misgivings about this. So, they hadn't personally gone into action. However, they hadn't expected that Meng Luo, who had always been calm, would jump out like a hothead. Meng Luo laughed out loud and said, Brother Ao's corpse is very useful. So, how can I feel at ease to let other people ruin it? Then, he raised his hand, and said with a smile, Brother Ao and I will exchange blows barehanded. A murderous intention flashed in Ao Xianyun's eyes. He then said, Brother Meng, please. Meng Luo laughed out loud. Then, he attacked. Ao Xianyun's saber light flashed, and the two of them started to fight. The 40 to 50 experts of the O clan seemed to be afraid that their young lord would lose. So, they crowded forward to watch the fight. This was human nature. So, Tian Buhui and the others had to make a small concession. Chu Yang and the others didn't seem to be interested in this fight. They folded their arms, and stood far away on a big rock to watch the fight. They were already at the periphery. The two men were fighting, and the sound of collision was unceasingly echoing. Ao Xianyun became more and more surprised as the fight went on. He also became more and more puzzled. Meng Luo's attacks were fierce, and his moves were extremely vicious. However, they didn't have any killing intention. Every move he made was very powerful. But, he didn't have the strength to hit Ao Xianyun's body. He is clearly going easy on me. Why? Ao Xianyun was puzzled. I have never had any friendship with Meng Luo. In fact, I don't even have a good impression of each other. In fact, I used to mock and ridicule him whenever I met him. So, why is he going easy on me this time? However, hope had risen in Ao Xianyun's heart no matter what. He had thought that he was going to die this time. So, he was unafraid of death. But, how could he seek death now that he had a chance to survive? He couldn't help but look around for an opportunity. This opportunity was extremely slim, but Ao Xianyun had no other choice. Meng Luo suddenly shouted while they were fighting. He then laughed and said, Brother Ao's reputation is well deserved. You still have such fighting strength after being chased for thousands of miles. I admire you. He winked as he said this. Ao Xianyun's heart was full of doubts. But, he suddenly saw a glimmer of hope in the midst of despair. So, he coldly snorted and said, I've been chased for thousands of miles. But, I'm confident that I can drag Brother Meng to hell with me. Meng Luo unceasingly shot his palms, and sent dust flying in the air. His momentum was so great that he couldn't even see his opponent's shadow. He could only hear bang 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 sounds. Presumably, the two men were fiercely fighting. Then, Meng Luo roared, Ao Xianyun. Prepare to die. He approached Ao Xianyun in the dust. Then, he hurriedly said in a low voice, left front, full strength. Don't resist. Someone will take you away from here. He didn't wait for Ao Xianyun to reply after he was done speaking. Then, he suddenly roared crazily, Ao Xianyun. Die, a loud explosion sound was heard. It seemed that the two men had collided with each other. Sand and pebbles were sent flying in all directions. Everyone raised their sleeves to shield themselves from the oncoming sand and pebbles. Dust and smoke filled the air. Then, a shadow suddenly flew high into the sky like a meteor. Meng Luo's loud laughter was heard, "Die." He flew up, and heavily pounded his palms on Ao Xian's back. Then, he kicked Ao Xian's waist. Ao Xian screamed as he was sent flying like a meteor. Meng Luo didn't relax. He chased after him, and laughed complacently. Ao Xian is done for. Tianbu Hui, O Du Xiao, and the others had this feeling in their hearts. They hadn't expected that Ao Xian would be an arrow at the end of its flight. So, Meng Luo had taken care of him so easily. I would have taken the credit if I had known this earlier. Everyone's eyes opened wide when they turned their heads to look. They saw that Ao Xian's body had strangely flown more than 300 feet away. He was still gliding high in the sky. Oh no! Young Black Devil was the quickest to react. He stamped his foot, and quickly chased after him. Everyone understood one after another, Ao Xian can't fly this far even if he's at his peak. So, how could he be sent flying? There's only one possibility for such a situation, Meng Luo. Meng Luo and Ao Xian must have colluded to help him escape. The great dukes clenched their teeth as they thought of this. What a good Meng Luo! Ao Xian had already flown over Chu Yang and the others. Suddenly, Gu Duxing unsheathed his black dragon sword with a clang sound. Then, he transformed into a black lightning bolt. He became one with his sword, and rushed into the sky. Then, he grabbed Ao Xian's belt, and unsheathed his black dragon sword. Then, he flew out with a schwa sound, he flashed like a meteor in the sky. And, he was already 1,000 feet away in a flash. Young Black Devil's body shook as he chased after Ao Xian the fastest. He blurted out, "Sword Emperor?" Chu Yang and the others let out a long and loud shout. Then, they quickly followed after him. Meng Luo was the last to run. These things had happened at the same time. It was too much for the eyes to take in. So, they didn't have enough time to react. They hadn't even dreamt that such a thing would happen. O Du Xiao and the others were chasing after Ao Xian with the experts of several big clans. But, they were suddenly ambushed by the experts of the main clan. And, 5 of them lost their lives. They were so angry that their hearts almost shattered. The people of the main clan also ran after Meng Luo before they could react. Meng Luo! You despicable villain! O Du Xiao was so angry that his entire body trembled. He almost vomited blood. He then shouted in a stern voice, "Chase after them. Kill them at all costs. Don't leave a single one alive." The experts of various big clans flew out. A cooked duck has flown away. O Du Xiao and the others almost rubbed their eyes. Fu *k. Isn't this too outrageous? It would have been understandable if anyone else had done this. In fact, it would have been excusable if O Du Xiao had let Ao Xian go. In fact, it would have been acceptable. But, why Meng Luo? O Du Xiao suspected that he was dreaming. He could have suspected anyone. But, he hadn't suspected Meng Luo. It was because Meng Luo and the main clan were in favor of this alliance. Moreover, they were also the most powerful force in hunting down Ao Xian. The reason for this was very simple: the main clan had already reached the end of their rope. So, they were hoping to get some benefits in this chaotic place. Moreover, Meng Luo had always been on bad terms with Ao Xian. Moreover, even if Meng Luo and Ao Xian were on good terms, Meng Luo had always been heartless. So, he would never offend an alliance for Ao Xian. But now, the person who was least likely to betray him had betrayed him. This matter had left O Du Xiao, Tianbu Hui, and the others depressed, angry, and puzzled. What was going on? Meng Luo had plenty of opportunities to let Ao Xian go if he had wanted to. In fact, he could have quietly sent Ao Xian out of the encirclement. However, he had never done so. That was why everyone was at ease. If they were colluding, why didn't they act earlier? Did he have to make a move when Ao Xian was at the end of his rope and had absolutely no chance of escaping? If he allowed all of Ao Xian's loyal subordinates to die, Even if he rescued Ao Xiayun, it wouldn't be of any use, right? How could Ao Xiayun let him go? Everyone's mind was in a mess. No matter what he said, he couldn't understand, but things had already gotten to this point, and they were completely out of control. Even if they couldn't figure it out, they had to continue chasing. Otherwise, if Ao Xiayun were to return to the Ao clan, we would be done for. More than 1,000 people chased after him. Gu Duxing's body was like a shooting star as he carried Ao Xiayun and flew away. Ao Xiayun only felt as if he was riding on the clouds. He said gratefully, "Thank you for saving me, elder. May I know who you are?" Of course, Ao Xiayun was also a very knowledgeable person. When Gu Duxing unsheathed his sword, all the enemy swords immediately chimed in unison, as if they were worshipping the emperor. Ao Xiayun naturally knew that this was the Sword Emperor. As the saying goes, even if you haven't eaten pork, you've seen a pig walk. Although such a Sword Emperor hadn't appeared in the three heavens for hundreds of years, how could Ao Xiayun not recognize the Sword Emperor as the successor of the #1 aristocratic family? Therefore, he took it for granted that someone with this level of cultivation must be a senior expert. Behind his mask, Gu Duxing smiled faintly and said, "Duke Xia, I am Gu Duxing." Ao Xiayun almost fell to the ground. If it wasn't for Gu Duxing carrying him, he would definitely have fallen to the ground. What? Gu Duxing, who was equally famous as himself, this Sword Emperor, is actually Gu Duxing? Ao Xiayun's mind instantly went blank. How did he suddenly become a Sword Emperor? Then, what right did he have to be on par with them? Gu Duxing flew 10,000 feet away in one breath. Then, he shrugged his shoulders and threw Ao Xiayun out. Dong Wushang let out a long howl. He turned into a saber aura and carried Ao Xiayun on his back. Then, he flew out in a flash of saber light. This time, Ao Xiayun didn't ask. He only sighed softly, "Dong Wushang, thank you." He was extremely disappointed. The two people who were once equally famous as him were now the Sword Emperor and the Saber Emperor. As for him, he was only a low-rank king, but he was pushed to the position of #1 expert of the younger generation of the three heavens. If it wasn't for the Ao clan, if it wasn't for his own clan, would it have been his turn? It was no wonder that others refused to accept him. How could he convince others with all these reasons? And, Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang had relied on their own efforts to reach this position step by step. So, how could they be compared with him? Who would put him in their eyes if he lost the title of Archduke of the Ao clan? Ao Xiayun sighed sadly. He hadn't sighed when he had faced the desperate situation of life and death. He hadn't felt disappointed either. But, he felt inferior now. I'm inferior. Perhaps, the title of Archduke of the Ao clan is my biggest enemy. Ao Xiayun thought in a self-deprecating manner. Gu Duxing and the others had restored their muscles and bones to their original state when they had snatched away Ao Xiayun. They no longer had deliberately changed their appearance. This would make it easier for them to display their strength. Secondly, it would make it easier for Ao Xiayun to recognize them. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if a misunderstanding were to occur. Whiz whiz whiz, the seven of them moved like a group of meteors. They drew a long trace on the ground as they advanced towards the mountain forest. Meng Luo and the people of the Meng clan were chasing after them with all their might. The experts of the Meng clan who had lagged behind the group had been slaughtered by the experts of the other big clans. Many people had been killed, and only 2 emperor-level experts were left by his side. However, Meng Luo was extremely excited. "I have finally snatched away Ao Xiayun. I haven't let down young Lord Ye's great trust. Presumably, young Lord Yi will appreciate me even more, right? Hee, I made a prompt and decisive decision to snatch away Ao Xiayun. He is the younger brother of the core and direct descendant of the Ao clan. He has a pure bloodline. He is indispensable for opening the dragon vein of the Tribulation Sword Master's hidden treasure. Such a great merit, hee, I can get a part of the Tribulation Sword Master's hidden treasure this time, right? Moreover, I will have the opportunity to rush into the upper 3 heavens," Meng Luo thought as he ran. He felt that his entire body was brimming with inexhaustible strength. Of course, he also had his own plans. "I must call the ancestors of my clan when I go to look for the hidden treasure. And, I must bring a few more experts with me. This young Lord Yi looks like a reckless person. But, I can't rule out the possibility that he will burn the bridge after crossing the river. However, the first step had been taken in any case. And, there was no turning back now that the first step had been taken. I can only brace myself and move forward even if I have to take risks. Who hasn't taken risks since ancient times to achieve great things? This is the so-called wealth comes from danger. Meng Luo comforted himself in his heart. How can I have a huge harvest without a huge investment? How can I have a glorious future if I don't work hard now? Heaven never bars one's way. New opportunities will inevitably appear in the face of extreme adversity. And, they will become even more powerful. Meng Luo's heart was filled with inspirational illusions in an instant. I believe that I, Meng Luo, will become a new legend of the upper three heavens in the near future. Who will dare to say that what I did today was wrong after I succeed? Some people will only envy me for having a sharp vision and daring to invest. I have courage and means. The winner is a king, and the loser is a bandit. What kind of benevolence, righteousness, and morality is there? This is Fu * King Jianghu. Meng Luo ferociously cursed in his heart. Then, he happily chased in the direction in front of him. However, the troops behind him were getting closer and closer. More than a dozen Emperor-level experts were leading by a wide margin. That third-grade Emperor-level expert of the Meng clan clenched his teeth and shouted, "All King-level experts, stay behind to face the enemy. Today is the moment of life and death for my Meng clan. The young lord has endured humiliation for the sake of the Meng clan. You won't be able to outrun the Emperor-level experts with your speed now. So, sacrifice your lives for the clan. Don't worry, everyone. This old man guarantees with his life that your family members will live comfortably. This old man can guarantee that they won't be bullied and humiliated even if the clan is destroyed." The remaining dozen or so king-level experts had already given up all hope. But, they suddenly felt as if they had been injected with chicken blood when they heard these words. "Second Elder, don't worry. The Meng clan will be handed over to the young lord. Elder, please don't forget the promise you made today for the families of our subordinates." They suddenly stopped after they shouted. Then, they rushed back with all their might. Every one of them had the posture of perishing together with the enemy. Everyone knew that what the second elder had said was right. Today's situation had already reached the point of no return. So, it would be better to exchange it for the safety of their families. Their families would get the best care as long as the young lord and the second elder could rush out and enter the upper three heavens. Moreover, their children would become the people of the upper three heavens from then on. They would feel at ease even if they were to die. A few loud rumbling sounds were heard along with a few screams. The king-level experts of the Meng clan had launched a suicidal attack. The two emperor-level experts heaved a deep sigh. Then, their faces flushed red. They picked up Meng Luo, and launched the secret technique of burning their lives at the same time. Their speed increased threefold in an instant. And, they chased after Chu Yang and the others like meteors. A trace of ruthlessness flashed through Meng Luo's eyes. He thought, the king-level experts have already died. It's a pity. But, I have no other choice. I can only use the name of the clan's future to make these two emperor-level experts desperately block the enemy in order to give me a chance of survival. Everything will be worth it as long as I can escape. How many emperor-level experts can't be found in the upper three heavens? Moreover, those people have been chasing us for such a long time. Everyone must be exhausted. I believe that they won't be able to catch up with us. Moreover, the young lord has the sword emperor, the saber emperor, and that mysterious expert with him. We can't beat the enemy in numbers. But, it won't be a problem for us to escape. The experts of the other clans chased after them like the wind. But, who would have thought that the Meng clan would suddenly turn around and fight a decisive battle? They were obstructed for a short while. And, these king-level experts were dealt with. However, they could only see a boundless mountain forest in front of them. And, the people they had been chasing had disappeared without a trace. Tian Buhui and the others rushed over while gasping for breath. Their complexions were gloomy to the extreme. Search. At any cost. Tu Qianhao's gaze was vicious. Set fire. Set this entire mountain forest on fire. Oh, Du Xiao was even more vicious. He ordered at the same time. The two emperor-level experts carried Meng Luo, and chased for half an hour using the secret technique of burning their lives. Then, they finally caught up with Chu Yang and the others. In fact, they hadn't caught up with them. Chu Yang and the others were resting on the summit of the mountain. Young Lord. Meng Luo rushed forward in high spirits. He was gasping for breath. Then, he chuckled and said, "We didn't disgrace the mission. I've finally snatched the pure bloodline of the Aosher clan." Tan Tan beamed with a smile. He then said, "You've worked hard." Meng Luo smiled in a free and easy manner. Then, he said in a loyal and devoted manner, "It's Meng Luo's honor to work for the young lord. So, how can you say that I've worked hard or not?" He wiped his sweat to show that he had been working hard even though he had said it in a relaxed manner. So, he eagerly asked, "Young lord, what should we do next?" "Well, next, you can go back. You don't have to follow me anymore," Tan Tan casually said. What? Meng Luo couldn't believe his ears. He said while stammering, "Young lord, you must be joking, Fu *K. Joking? Who would be interested in joking with you?" Tan Tan suddenly became angry and said, "I don't even coax you at home. So, why would I be interested in coaxing you to play? Fu *K. Don't tell me that you want to get old if you don't leave? Don't burn the bridge after crossing the river? Who do you think you are? Fu *K. Bah." Meng Luo's vision turned black. His entire body trembled. Meng Luo suddenly felt as if he was dreaming. In his dream, someone had said, "Help me with something, and I will take you to the heavens." Now, he had woken up from his dream. "You lied to me?" Meng Luo looked at Tan Tan with grief and indignation. He felt as if the world was spinning around. His eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. "Lied to you?" Tan Tan replied in a strange manner, "I didn't lie to you. You can only blame yourself for not having a good name. Why did you have to be called Meng Luo? Fu *K. Meng Luo. Meng Luo. In other words, it means that Leduo doesn't exist. I'm helping you." Meng Luo's entire body trembled. He was shaking like a sieve. There were only 2 words in his heart, "It's over. I'm going to die. I'm going to die this time." The Meng clan had a chance to linger on at death's door. But now, there wasn't even the slightest bit of luck left. Meng Luo and the other 2 were in a daze. They were paralyzed on the ground. Their entire bodies were in despair at this moment. They didn't even have the strength to be angry. That was the true feeling of having one's heart as dead as ash. It seemed as if the world had lost all its colors. "Itchy, itchy. Do you feel good? I'm very happy to play with people." Tan Tan laughed out loud. "It's rare to have such a *** to make us feel good. I'll make you itchy, itchy." Chu Yang became furious. He kicked Tan Tan. Then, Gu Du Xing, Dong Wu Shang, and the others swarmed forward. They grabbed the second duke of the Yi clan, the #1 ruling clan of the upper 3 heavens, and ruthlessly ravaged him in front of Meng Luo. Their fists and feet continuously fell on Tan Tan's body. Tan Tan screamed as he was beaten. His body was spinning in the air like a top. Meng Luo's heart was filled with despair. But, he still opened his eyes wide in surprise. These people dare to beat up their young lord? They are extremely audacious. Chu Yang had finally vented his anger. He left Tan Tan behind, and arrived in front of Meng Luo. "Duke Meng, we must take our leave. You can slowly enjoy yourself here. Don't worry. Du Xiao, Tu Qianhao, and the others are your allies. They won't do anything to you," Chu Yang said with a smile. "No. You can't abandon me." Meng Luo screamed miserably. He felt his entire body go soft. Allies? Du Xiao and the others would eat him alive if they saw him. Meng Luo was very sure about this. "Looks like Brother O still didn't recognize us." Chu Yang smiled and pulled down his mask. Then, he gently smiled and said, "Brother Meng, do you recognize me now?" Meng Luo felt as if he had seen a ghost. He crawled out of the ground with his hands and feet. "It's you? It's you? King of Hell Chu? How could it be you?" "Of course, it's me." Chu Yang smiled kindly. Gu Du Xing, Dong Wu Shang, and the others also pulled down their masks, and looked at Meng Luo with ridicule in their eyes. It was as if he was looking at a pitiful creature who was extremely greedy. It's you. How could it be you? Meng Luo shouted in grief and indignation, I've seen you before. But, your physiques were completely different. How could I not have recognized you if it had been you? Stupid bird. There's one thing I must let you know. There's a martial art in this world called bone shrinking and appearance changing. Don't tell me that you don't know about it. GMO shrugged his shoulders, and looked at Meng Luo with infinite contempt. Then, he isn't the second duke of the Yi clan? Meng Luo looked at Tan Tan in despair. However, there was still a glimmer of hope in his eyes. This guy still has such hope even now, he's my junior martial brother. As for the Yi clan. I'm sorry, Chu Yang said in a relaxed manner, we don't know about it. Chu Yang smiled, in fact. I wanted to deal with you. That's all. Do you understand? King of Hell Chu? How did I offend you? Why did you want to kill me? Why did you want to kill me? You didn't even let my clan off? Meng Luo shouted in grief and indignation. His voice was full of misery, despair, and disbelief. How did you offend me? Ha ha ha. Chu Yang sneered, Meng Luo, you've offended me. Let me tell you about your biggest crime. Biggest crime? Meng Luo's face was covered with tears of despair. He raised his head, and pondered with great effort. He was really thinking. In fact, he was racking his brains to think. How did I offend such a terrifying person like King of Hell Chu? How did he make him deliberately scheme to deal with me? From MT Dingjun until now. My clan has been forced into a hopeless situation by him. And it has been consigned to eternal damnation by him. Almost every misfortune of the main clan is related to this person's shadow. How did I offend him? He's always in the lower three heavens. And I've always been in the lower three heavens. So, I've never had any contact with him. How did I offend him? Meng Luo's face was perplexed. He pondered hard but couldn't think of anything. In fact, he even thought of the young girls he had raped. But, he couldn't think of anything related to Chu Yang. So, he finally asked fiercely, how did I offend you? Tell me. There was actually a kind of self-righteous attitude. I didn't offend you. So, why are you dealing with me? This is too unfair, hee hee. Meng Luo, you've committed atrocities. But, it has nothing to do with me. Other people might be afraid of your devil technique. But, it's nothing in my eyes. And, it's even less worthy for me to be afraid of you. Chu Yang sneered, but, what you shouldn't have done the most, is that you dared to have designs on Mo Qingwu. Hee hee. You and your main clan were doomed to be destroyed from the moment you proposed marriage to the Mo clan. Chu Yang exposed a sunny smile. He then bared his teeth, even the chickens and dogs won't be spared. Just because of a woman? Meng Luo opened his eyes wide, you're dealing with me because of such a woman? Moreover, it's a little girl? Yes, I can kill you 100 times for her. Chu Yang's eyes were very cold, including your clan. I understand. Meng Luo lowered his head in a daze. He eventually lay on the ground like a puddle of mud. He didn't even have the strength to stand up. All his hopes and spiritual support had been taken away from him. In fact, he couldn't even think of retaliating against Chu Yang. He only wanted to kill himself. So, it could be seen how disheartened he was. So, you're the one behind all this. You deliberately wanted to save Ao Xiayun. The two emperor-level experts of the O clan glared at Chu Yang and the others. You want to kill Ao Xiayun? So, you want to deal with us? Chu Yang kindly smiled and said, of course, we want to save him. You. The two emperor-level experts suddenly stood up. Their eyes exposed an ominous glint. Why haven't you taken your young lord and fled? Do you still want to fight with us? Chu Yang sneered, are you really acting recklessly? Don't you care about your clans? You don't want to kill us? The two emperor-level experts palpitated with fear. Why would I want to kill you? Chu Yang indifferently turned around and walked away, my hands are clean. Dong Wushang carried Xianxia Yun on his back with a whistling sound. Then, the 7 of them flew away from the mountaintop like a whirlwind. The 2 emperor-level experts noticed, these 7 people are moving as fast as lightning. But, the trees and bushes aren't swaying in the slightest in the direction they are going. A series of sounds came from all directions behind them. It was obvious that the pursuers were approaching. The 2 emperor-level experts immediately understood, Chu Yang doesn't have any good intentions. He has been waiting here to vent his anger on Meng Luo. And, he has been stalling for time until he has discovered that the pursuers have arrived. So, we can draw away a part of the pursuers for him. This will allow us to escape with ease. The 7 of them didn't dare to disperse in the face of such a huge army of pursuers. After all, someone would have died if they had dispersed. It would have been much safer if they had gathered together. After all, they would have been able to leave as long as they had found the right path, therefore, they had asked Meng Luo to draw away the pursuers. It would have increased the chances of Chu Yang and the others escaping even if they had only drawn away a part of the pursuers. You will die if you don't draw away the pursuers. It could be said that the hatred of those big clans towards the Meng clan had surpassed everything else. So, they wouldn't believe anything that was said, therefore, they had to escape even if they didn't want to. And, they would have made a contribution to Chu Yang if they escaped. This kind of sullenness was unprecedented since ancient times. They had been deceived by others. They had done something for others. But, they had been kicked to the curb after crossing the river. They had been abandoned. But, they still had to make a contribution after being abandoned. They couldn't not do it. The 2 emperor-level experts also wanted to perish together with Chu Yang and the others. But, they didn't dare to do so. After all, they still had a huge clan behind them. And, they didn't know that it was still in this camp. And, this clan would have been annihilated if they couldn't escape. The Meng clan is done for this time. The 2 emperor-level experts sighed. They felt powerless. Young lord, let's go. We must leave this place as soon as possible, and inform the clan. Meng Luo sat down in a daze. He spoke as if he was dreaming. Go? Where should I go? What path can I take? His eyes were filled with a dusky death intention. There wasn't the slightest bit of vitality in them. This Meng Luo had always been proud and arrogant. He should have been one of the 12 influential figures of the next 3 heavens. But, he had been beaten down so many times that he had turned into a walking corpse at present. He had no fighting spirit. He had no vitality. In fact, even his most urgent desire to survive had been crushed. He was alive. But, he was as good as dead. The 2 emperor-level experts became anxious in their hearts. The enemy is close at hand. But, the young lord has fallen into such depression. The 2 of them looked at each other, and finally made a decision. Then, they slapped the back of Meng Luo's neck with a bang. Meng Luo was in a daze. He didn't resist or dodge. Instead, he fell down like a wooden stake. An emperor-level expert carried his body on his back, and stood up. He was about to escape when he heard an angry voice. I see them over there. The pursuers have arrived. The 2 emperor-level experts flew in the direction where Chu Yang and the others had left. They were both sullen and angry at the same time. I will drag you down with me even if I die in the end. The pursuers behind them whistled as they chased after them from all over the mountains and plains. Go this way. Chu Yang and the others rushed all the way to the foot of the mountain. Then, Chu Yang took the lead, and changed his direction. He went towards the southwest at a right angle from his original direction. Don't let these dead people implicate us, Chu Yang mischievously smiled. Let those 3 idiots take the lead. The farther they run, the better. It's very strange today. I sat in front of the computer for the whole day, but I didn't write anything. My train of thought was like a fountain. But, I didn't write anything. I just stared at it for the whole day. This is the first update. The rest of the updates will be very late. So, I'm specially informing you. I don't want everyone to wait for a long time. You will see a new chapter when you wake up tomorrow morning. Ao Xian's injuries had already recovered under Chu Yang's incomplete heavy elixir. He no longer needed someone to carry him on his back. However, he was somewhat sad and silent along the way. Senior brother, we've played enough. Why don't we just kill him? Tan Tan raised his eyebrows. Wouldn't it be too easy for him if we killed him? Chu Yang rolled his eyes. We still need to keep him alive. First, he can draw away the pursuers for us. Second, we can make those clans consume their strength. Third, the main clan is already done for. Wouldn't it be the best punishment for him to witness the destruction of his own clan with his own eyes? You're right. He won't know anything if we kill him. It would be a pity. Luo Kudi proudly explained while rubbing his crotch. Hey, are you in pain? GMO looked at Luo Kudi's crotch with some lingering fear. He couldn't help but scratch his own crotch. He thought, second young master Luo is an idiot. He has been like this for a whole day. My balls hurt just looking at him. But, he still looks so happy. How much pain will his lower abdomen get after this? Chu Yang made a gesture while speaking. Everyone bent down in an orderly manner, and lay down in the underbrush. They then looked back at the same time. They saw two silhouettes in the distance. They seemed to be carrying a person on their backs. They were fleeing for their lives. Then, a large group of people rushed out from behind with a rumbling sound. It looked like a group of ants was chasing two ants from afar. And, these two ants were carrying a small ant on their backs. This is Fu * King Cool. Luo Kudi straightened his waist. He sighed and said, this is crazy. They are chasing after him in such a hurry. How much hatred do they have for him? Yes. This little Meng Luo hasn't lived in vain. There are only a few such clans in the three heavens. And, all of them are chasing after him to kill him. This is the treatment of a Fu * King Grand Duke of the Ao clan. Jimo's eyes lit up. It seemed as if he was envious. You're right. They've offended the Ao clan, the Xia clan, the Mo clan, the Dong clan, the Luo clan, the Gu clan, and the Ji clan. Now, the O clan, the Black Devil clan, the Tian clan, the Tu clan, the Li clan, and the Zhao clan. Dong Wushang counted, and couldn't help but jump in fright. He then said, F * CK. This Meng Luo Gong has provoked a lot of trouble. How courageous. Second young master Luo Kudi said with admiration. Our big brother is the most courageous one, ah. You must know that big brother has recruited all these people to deal with the Meng clan. In fact, Meng Luo hasn't done anything. This injustice is truly hard to explain. It's too numerous to write down. GMO clicked his tongue twice, and made a conclusion, take a look at Meng Luo. Those brothers have learned a lesson from their mistakes. You can offend anyone in the future, but don't offend our big brother. Who knows when he'll be like Meng Luo? Ah, don't stare. Second young master Luo, I'm talking about you. Luo Kudi suddenly exploded. He grabbed Meng Luo's neck. Who's Meng Luo? You are Meng Luo. Your whole family is Meng Luo. Everyone laughed. Amidst their carelessness, many people began to search in both directions. Chu Yang smiled. He then got up and said, let's go. These people have already divided into 4 groups. So, we won't be afraid even if they catch up with us. Let's go to the Xia clan, and look for Xia Dan Qiong. Everyone swept away like a gust of wind, and quietly flew out. They went far away in the twinkling of an eye in the dark forest. Ao Xiaoyan smiled. He said while walking, Brother Chu, thank you for saving me today. I, Ao Xiaoyan, will certainly repay you generously for this kindness. Chu Yang walked forward. He didn't even turn his head as he insipidly said, oh? How do you want to repay me if that's the case? Ao Xiaoyan was startled. He had only said these words for the sake of courtesy. How could he think of how to repay the other party at this time? His heart was in a mess right now, haha. I didn't expect you to repay me for saving you. Chu Yang said in a relaxed manner, I didn't save you because of the general situation or the chaotic situation. Instead, I saved you because they wanted to deal with us. They wanted to shift the blame to us. We would have been in big trouble if you had died. Otherwise, I wouldn't have saved you even if you were the Grand Duke of a great clan of the upper 3 heavens. So, you don't need to thank me. Chu Yang concluded easily, you'll be safe once we reach the Xia clan. I'll send you back to your clan at that time. We'll also be relieved. Ao Xiaoyan smiled and said, you don't care, But this is still a life-saving grace for me. I can't thank you with words. I'm not a long-winded person. So, I won't say it. Haha. It's good that you won't say it. GMO came forward and said. Xianxia smiled and said, Brother Chu, in fact. I still owe you a favor. Our AO clan isn't stupid. Their shift may not have succeeded. Even if I die, they may not have been able to shift the blame to you. Chu Yang mischievously smiled, I know. I know this better than you. Their shift wouldn't have succeeded if I hadn't saved you. That's because one of the people they wanted to deal with was called Mo Tianji. Xianxia smiled bitterly, Mo Tianji may not be so resourceful. Our AO clan isn't stupid either. But Mo Tianji is so resourceful. Chu Yang said affirmatively. Then, he looked at him from the corner of his eyes, of course. Your AO clan isn't all stupid. But, there are quite a few of them. He sneered, your Xianxia, not the AO clan. Even if you die, the AO clan will still be the AO clan. But, you've already mentioned the AO clan several times today. Why? Are you not confident? Xianxia was stunned, just now, in the depths of his subconscious, he did have this intention. He didn't expect Chu Yang to be so sharp. With Mo Tianji around, their shift wouldn't have succeeded. I saved you just in case. After all, the current Mo Tianji is still too weak. Chu Yang said something that Xianxia didn't understand at all. After all, the current Mo Tianji is still too weak. Xianxia smacked his lips and his heart for a long time. Gu Duxing passed by him. Brother Gu, are you really a sword emperor now? Xianxia asked. Yes, first-grade sword emperor, Gu Duxing said honestly. Oh, Xianxia was disappointed. Brother Dong, are you really a saber emperor now? Yes, first-grade saber emperor by luck. Oh, Xianxia's face darkened. GMO, what's your cultivation level now? GMO's face darkened. I'm just a martial king. What's there to ask? Xianxia was stunned. You're also a martial king? Little wolf, what, are you now? I'm the same as GMO. Damn, this is so embarrassing. When Luo Kudi mentioned this matter, his happiness was immediately destroyed. This is so embarrassing, Xianxia felt as if the world was spinning. How old are you this year? A king-level martial artist is so embarrassing? Then, I'm a few years older than you, and I'm only a martial king. Isn't that embarrassing? Brother Rue, what about you? Rue Butong said angrily, are you deliberately making fun of me? I'm an 8th grade martial king, the weakest one. Xianxia's face was full of tears. It's really a bottleneck. This is the second update. It's definitely not going to explode today. I'm currently struggling with one thing, this storm is definitely going to blow up in 3 days. But I'm thinking too much at the moment. I've set up 3 lines for this plot. So, I'm indecisive. I've written and deleted tonight. Now, I've written 2,000 words. No matter how I write, I feel that something is wrong, let's discuss it. The first line starts from Mo Tianji. Pros and cons. The second line starts from Chu Yang. Pros and cons. The third line starts from AO clan. Pros and cons. Of course, there's also the possibility of starting from main clan or the few clans that are chasing Xianxia. I'm not worried about not having anything to write. Instead, I have to write too much. How sad, in the book review and comment section, everyone came to express their opinions and opinions. Chu Yang smiled. You don't need to ask about me. I'm a king-level expert. Yes, this is my junior brother Tan Tan. He's also a king-level expert. Brother Ao, please advise me when you have time. Advise my ass. Ao Xian bit his lips. He had an urge to cry, a group of king-level experts, sword emperors, and saber emperors, these were all people who were once as famous as him. There were even a few who weren't as good as him before. Now, his king-level expert, he really couldn't take it out. He felt too inferior. Brother Ao, may I ask what's your cultivation level now? GMO rolled his eyes and asked. Sigh. Ao Xianyun sighed. He didn't say anything, but he cried first. Miao Budong snorted coldly. He comforted him with schadenfreude. Brother Ao, you don't have to be like this. How much effort did we put in to have our current achievements? How much effort did we put in? We put in. Yes, there were dozens of times every day that we fainted from training. What kind of effort can lead to what kind of results? Actually, you're already very amazing now. This guy has said the exact words that Chu Yang used to provoke him. Mother Ker, who knows how I felt in my heart when I heard these words. It's better to share the joy with others than to share the joy with others. Ao Xianyun's face turned green and white. He lowered his head and hurried on. He didn't speak anymore. After a long time, he sighed and said, I, Ao Xianyun, have a surname of Ao, you. Suddenly, a strong sense of unwillingness rose in his heart. If they can do it, why can't I? One day, I'll take back this Ao, you, I'll be proud of the world. The leader was always under a lot of pressure, but lacked motivation. Now, he was the one who was chasing, but he was full of motivation and no pressure. Once Ao Xianyun let go of his pride, he immediately felt full of fighting spirit. First, I want to be Ao Xianyun, the one and only Ao Xianyun. Second, I want revenge. I want to take revenge for my uncles with my own hands. I want to take care of their families to the best of my ability. Third, I want to catch up with them and surpass them. I want to take back my title as the number one of the three heavens. We're all humans. We're all born and raised by our parents. We're all flesh and blood. I refuse to admit defeat. Along the way, the group encountered a few more pursuers and battles. Everyone only focused on escaping and did not linger in battle. Ao Xianyun and Miao Budong suffered some injuries, but they finally rushed out. This matter could be traced back to a month ago. After Mo Tianji had single-handedly set off waves in the three heavens, the entire three heavens had already been tossed about by a storm. The O clan, the Meng clan, the Tian clan, and the other clans were on high alert. The Xia clan, the Mo clan, the Dong clan, and the other clans were also on high alert. A great battle was about to break out. That day, Mo Tianji didn't speak for a long time after he had finished discussing with Dong Wu Lei, Luo Ku Wu, Ji Zhu, and the others. Brother Mo, what are you thinking about? Why are you frowning? Dong Wu Lei admired Mo Tianji's planning. So, he couldn't help but ask when he saw that Mo Tianji was in a dilemma. Everyone has just mentioned that Meng Luo, Tian Bu Hui, Tu Qian Hao, and the others aren't in the clan. So, these people might be the main force in hunting down Ao Xianyun. I'm thinking about this, how should we deal with it? Mo Tianji solemnly said. We didn't say that these people aren't in the clan, right? Luo Ku Wu scratched his head in bewilderment. That's because the storm is faintly discernible. But, it's too calm right now. A battle is a battle. But, it's just a dense cloud and not a rain. What kind of battle is this? Mo Tianji softly said, everyone had come here a moment ago. And, you all said that the surrounding area was calm and peaceful. So, this little brother made a conjecture. It certainly wouldn't be so calm if those people were here. They wouldn't have made any big moves. But, there would have been constant small frictions if they hadn't. So, it's clear that it's a group of crafty old foxes who are in charge of this matter. And, that group of young ones isn't here. So, where did they go at such an important time if they aren't here? They're not hunting down Ao Xianyun. And, there's nothing else. Those old guys are very mature and prudent. They like to wait and see in everything. They want to preserve their strength. And, they can drag out any big matter. So, they can cause several clans to be entangled with hundreds of years of enmity and grudges. But, they will never cut the Gordian knot. This is the way any clan handles matters for a long time. But, they don't have the sharpness of youngsters. So, I conclude that those people aren't here. Mo Tianji frowned and said, I'm actually thinking about Ao Xianyun. Ao Xianyun? Dong Wu Lei frowned. Brother Mo is thinking, whether we should save him or not, right? In my opinion, saving Ao Xianyun will only bring us benefits and no harm. We should save him. Mo Tianji shook his head deeply. He raised his head and looked at the sky. He pondered for a long time. Then he said, "You're wrong." Mo Tianji let out a deep breath. Then he resolutely said, "We've been planning for so long. And we've finally made this chaos rise from the inside of the upper three heavens. But the reaction of the big clans is still not strong enough. Ao clan won't be able to swallow so many forces in one fell swoop if Ao Xiaoyun doesn't die and the conflicts fade away. And all the big clans will go into seclusion to protect themselves. Moreover, Ao clan will probably treat this as Ao Xiaoyun's experience in the Jianghu if he doesn't die. And they won't make a move, then all our arrangements will be in vain. These old guys are too tolerant." Mo Tianji sighed, "They only care about the survival and reproduction of their clans." Sigh. Luo Kuwu's eyes flickered. He said, "So, Ao Xiaoyun must die? Can't we save him?" "Ao Xiaoyun must die. Otherwise, Ao clan won't be able to get involved in this chaos." Mo Tianji nodded deeply, "We can't have any help. Ao Xiaoyun may escape alive if we have any help." He sighed and said, "Ao Xiaoyun is also an outstanding person. I, Mo Tianji, am also reluctant to let such a person die. But we must not hesitate when it's time to abandon him." "But this?" Luo Kuwu was stunned. "We will be the unlucky ones if we succeed in framing him." The corners of Mo Tianji's mouth twitched. He insipidly said, "I've already told Xiadan Qiong a few days ago. I told him to rush to Ao clan immediately after he has arranged the clan's affairs. And he wants to see Ao Xiaoyun." "Wants to see Ao Xiaoyun?" Dong Wulei and Luo Kuwu opened their eyes wide. "Yes. Wants to see Ao Xiaoyun." Mo Tianji smiled, "Let Xiadan Qiong think of a way to stay in Ao clan until Ao Xiaoyun returns if Ao Xiaoyun isn't here. In any case, there are only two possibilities if Xiadan Qiong wants to leave the Ao clan. The first is that Ao Xiaoyun has returned safe and sound. The second is that the news of Ao Xiaoyun's death has been transmitted back. But this matter must be done, hidden immortal." "Wonderful." Dong Wulei clapped his hands. "Oh, Du Xiao wants to shift the blame to Xiadan Qiong. But Xiadan Qiong is in the Ao clan right now. So, it has nothing to do with him even if Ao Xiaoyun were to die 10,000 times." Mo Tianji slightly smiled and nodded, "That's right. So, we have to wait patiently for the wind to cool down. The news I want to hear the most is the news of Ao Xiaoyun's death." Dong Wulei, Luo Kuwu, and Ji Zhu slapped the table and applauded. "But this matter still lacks something." Mo Tianji frowned and paced back and forth. His brows were tightly knitted. "Lacks something? Brother Mo, this matter is foolproof. What else can be lacking?" Dong Wulei had already prostrated himself in admiration. "It lacks a little push force." "It needs a very strong push force." Mo Tianji frowned. "We have already intensified all the contradictions. It's like a 10,000-kilometer prairie where all the green grass has already withered. We only need a little spark at this time to set the prairie ablaze. But where is this spark? But we can't take the initiative to make a move. We'll become passive if we take the initiative to make a move." In fact, it wasn't impossible for them to say that we were the ones with ambition. Therefore, we can only accumulate momentum, draw the bow, and wait for the trigger. He frowned and pondered hard. "Where is the spark? Where is it? How can we make a big fire? How can we make this fire burn uncontrollably, and destroy everything? We've already done enough. The entire Jianghu has already begun to shake. We'll immediately arouse suspicion if we make any more moves. But who will set this withered grass on fire for me? Will it set the prairie ablaze?" He frowned and paced back and forth. His brows were knitted tighter and tighter. The look of contemplation in his eyes was getting more and more intense. Dong Wulei and Luo Kuwu heaved a deep sigh. They looked at each other. They finally realized that their thoughts couldn't keep up with Mo Tianji's rhythm. Mo Tianji's thoughts had already gone beyond a certain category. They had risen to the point of overlooking everything. Mo Tianji stopped his footsteps after a long time. He tightly knitted his brows and muttered, "Everything that we've painstakingly built would have been in vain if there's no fire. Don't tell me that Ao Xiaoyun's death isn't enough to form this big fire?" Dong Wulei asked in bewilderment. That's the Ao clan's revenge war. It's completely different from the war of supremacy. The water isn't muddy enough if it's only a war of revenge. We won't be able to take advantage of it. Mo Tianji snorted. I just don't know, when will King of Helchu and the others return? Dong Wulei muttered, Brother Mo, what's your plan if they've already started by the time they return? Our previous preparations would have been in vain. It won't be in vain, Mo Tianji confidently said, we'll be in an invincible position even if they don't arrive in time. Then, Mo Tianji's eyes suddenly lit up, King of Helchu? Return? Several thoughts arose in his mind in an instant. Will King of Helchu be so? Can it be, Mo Tianji pondered hard. Then, he finally said, this. King of Helchu is the cause of all these problems. I'm just using him, according to the rules and conventions of the world, he'll inevitably get involved since he's the cause. Therefore, King of Helchu shouldn't be able to escape from this big show. It's just karma. Then, will this big fire be ignited on King of Helchu? Mo Tianji had guessed correctly. This spark had indeed been ignited by King of Helchu. However, it had been several days later than he had expected. Therefore, this master of calculation and manipulation had been so worried that his hair had turned white. Ao clan. The sudden arrival of Xie Danqiong had also surprised the Ao clan. However, he was the Grand Duke of Xia clan, and the future successor. Xia clan was weaker than Ao clan, but they still couldn't be neglected. Therefore, Ao clan's reception was very attentive. The clan lord of Ao clan, Ao Tianxing, had personally received him. My son will take over Ao clan sooner or later. So, it's only beneficial to make such a big ally for me. Elder Xia, haha. How is your father? Ao Tianxing asked kindly. My father is well. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Ao. Xie Danqiong bowed respectfully. He had greeted Ao Tianxing with the etiquette of a junior. He said, this nephew and brother Xia Yun have always been close friends. We even joined hands at Mt Dingjun. I haven't seen you for many days, and I miss you very much. So, I specially came to visit you. Please forgive me. Well, what's wrong with this? Ao Tianxing stroked his beard. He smiled kindly and said, this is a young man who values friendship and righteousness. I have always admired him. It's a great fortune for him to have a friend like you. He pondered for a moment and said, it's just that. Xiaoquan Ao has gone to the northern wilderness. He hasn't returned yet, Xiaoquan Ao. Xie Danqiong's eyes bulged. He was almost shocked by this name. Nephew Xia, you might as well stay here for a few days since you've come. The scenery of Ao clan is excellent. Ao Tianxing smiled and said, besides, Ao has been gone for several months. He should be on his way back now. Maybe he'll come back after a few days. You can play together when the time comes. This nephew will disturb Uncle for a few days if that's the case. I'll also listen to Uncle's teachings. Xie Danqiong took advantage of the situation and agreed. Xie Danqiong immediately stayed at Ao clan's residence without any trace of politeness. He ate fish and meat every day, delicacies of all kinds. Ao Xiayun had stayed for more than 10 days. But, Ao Xiayun still hadn't returned. Ao clan had already felt that something was wrong. Why hasn't he come back? Xie Danqiong stayed for a few more days. Then, he proposed to take his leave. He said that he wasn't feeling well. Ao Tianxing cordially urged him to stay and asked the family doctor to visit him. Xie Danqiong had no choice but to agree to stay for 3 more days. However, Xie Danqiong suddenly fell into a coma the next morning after the discussion. In fact, he was on the verge of death. The doctor was shocked when he saw Xie Danqiong's condition. He hurriedly reported it to the family head, Ao Tianxing. Ao Tianxing came to take a look and saw that Xie Danqiong's entire body was bruised. His eyeballs were almost popping out of their sockets. His inner breath was in a mess. His dantian was ruptured, and his meridians were on the verge of collapse. Ao Tianxing was startled. If this young lord of the Xia clan were to die in his own home, then he would be very happy, The Ao clan immediately summoned all the divine doctors and experts to treat Xia Danqiong's injuries. However, no matter how they looked, they could only frown, shake their heads, and sigh helplessly. He could only use his vitality to temporarily prolong Xia Danqiong's life. Other than that, there was no other way. Ao Tianxing immediately regretted his actions. 2 days ago, he said he was going to leave, so he let him go. But now, he was hanging on. Uncle Ao, you don't have to worry. I've had this disease since I was young, and there's no cure. Xia Danqiong comforted him weakly. I only need one, cough cough cough, expert, cough cough cough, to inject a little, cough cough, vitality every day for a period of time, cough cough cough, and I'll be fine. How long is a period of time? Ao Tianxing asked anxiously. However, Xia Danqiong's head tilted to one side. He had already fainted. Ao Tianxing was speechless. A period of time? F***ck. Little brat, a day is also a period of time. A year is also a period of time. A generation is only a period of time. However, he was already unconscious. What should he do? Ao Tianxing went out with a belly full of depression. Time passed day by day. Xia Danqiong was still unconscious. There was still no news of Ao Xiayun. The atmosphere in the Ao clan was getting heavier and heavier. A month had already passed. Seeing that other clans and some loose cultivators had already returned one after another, and news from various sources kept coming in, the Ao clan finally couldn't bear it anymore. So, they sent people to receive them. They went out in waves to receive and inquire. However, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. There wasn't the slightest bit of news. Therefore, Ao Tianxing became impatient. The Ao clan simply mobilized a large force, and searched in the direction of the northern wilderness. No one knew the importance of Ao Xiayun to the Ao clan. During this period of time, even ordinary people could feel the pressure of the 3 days. It was like an extremely hot summer day. There wasn't a trace of wind in the sky, and dark clouds were pressing down on the top of their heads. It was so hot that everyone was sweating profusely. However, the rainstorm that had been brewing for a long time didn't come down. Everyone's hearts, even though they were lying on the ground with nothing to do, were still beating anxiously. Moreover, this oppression was getting heavier and heavier. It was pressing down on everyone's heart from the sky. It was suffocating to death. It was suffocating to death. Everyone knew that it would be a destructive storm once this situation was broken. However, everyone would rather choose destruction when this oppression had reached an unbearable level. They would rather choose a violent storm to break this oppression. Another month passed. Everyone was anxious and restless. They couldn't sit or stand still. However, the atmosphere that had been extremely oppressive for these 3 days suddenly exploded. A piece of news spread throughout the 3 days like a bolt from the blue. The O clan, Tu clan, Black Devil clan, Meng clan, and Tian clan were originally comrades in the alliance. The O clan, Black Devil clan, and Tian clan had slaughtered all the experts of the Meng clan who had accompanied them on this mission. This included the Meng clan's Grand Duke, Meng Luo, 2 emperor-level experts, and all the king-level and revered martial artists. These big clans' eyes had turned red after they had returned. They had slaughtered the people of the Meng clan who had been laughing and chatting merrily in the alliance. Then, they had led their army to the south. They had killed all the men, women, and children of the Meng clan. The old ancestor of the Meng clan, Meng Tianyu, was a middle-grade emperor-level expert. He had been in closed-door training. However, he had been forced out by Meng Tianyu. Then, all the emperor-level experts of the big clans had swarmed over. Meng Tianyu had attacked back with grief and indignation. However, the big clans had dispatched their old ancestors at the most critical moment. They were all high-level martial emperors. They had killed their old masters with their fists. Then, they had killed Meng Tianyu on the spot. The Meng clan had been burned to the ground. All the people who had participated in this battle, especially the ones who were in charge of the offensive, the Tu clan, the O clan, the Black Devil clan, and the Tian clan, had attacked with red eyes. They were ready to fight. This situation was as if the Meng clan had collectively dug up the ancestral graves of these clans. Then, they had raped all the female relatives of these clans. This was a bitter and deep hatred. They couldn't live under the same sky. Their methods were ruthless. They were merciless. They were cruel. They were cruel. They were brutal. They were something that had never happened in the three heavens. This massacre of an entire clan had happened in broad daylight. It had happened in broad daylight. It had bathed in the sunlight of the universe. It had happened openly, without the slightest scruple. There had been no concealment. A big clan had been removed from the list. The entire main clan had been uprooted by these big clans. Men, women, young, and old. This included all their in-laws, and all their collateral relatives. These big clans had gone crazy. The death toll of this war had exceeded 100,000 people. This news had shocked all the big clans of the three heavens like a thunderbolt in a clear sky. Who would have thought that this unspeakable oppression would be broken by an internal strife? There had been a split in the alliance. The main clan had brazenly challenged all the other clans, even Motianji's eyes had suddenly popped out of their sockets when he had heard this news. The cup in his hand had fallen to the ground with a bang, and had been smashed to pieces. Then, he had pinched his thighs and arms until they were bruised. He had finally believed that he wasn't dreaming. Even Motianji had such a reaction. So, it was easy to imagine the reactions of other people. The big clans hadn't said a word. So, no one knew the reason behind this incident. But, everyone was whispering and speculating. The main clan had suffered such an extermination blow. What kind of heaven-defying, and heaven-striking thunderbolts had done to provoke the crazy wrath of so many clans? The main clan is too bold, right? Motherfew ****. They were already on the opposite side of 7 or 8 big clans. But, they still had the courage to offend all their allies at this time? They shouldn't have been so stupid. Why did they do this? There were many different opinions in the three heavens. One person said, "There's no doubt about this matter. Meng Luo must have raped the young girls of all the big clans. And, he must have provoked public anger." Another person retorted, "Nonsense. That's impossible. You don't understand the aristocratic clans. The big clans wouldn't be so decisive over this matter. Meng Luo definitely wouldn't have raped the young girls." He spoke resolutely and decisively. But, he then doubtfully said, "Perhaps, Meng Luo's father had taken the mistresses of these big clans to his bed." Everyone felt that this matter was very likely. Another person interrupted, "That's reasonable. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam will be crooked. But, the lower beam is crooked. So, it means that the upper beam is crooked. Meng Luo likes to rape young girls. Perhaps, his father likes to rape, that. Many people nodded, that's reasonable. So, the alliance of the big clans must have given this old pervert an opportunity. Haven't you seen him enjoying himself in the alliance? It's said that the mistresses of the big clans are old. But, they must have been very charming. Haven't you heard that people say that the older they are, the more chewy they are?" Then, everyone sighed at the same time. Meng Luo's father could have died in such a way. He would have died a romantic death. But, it was unwise to implicate the entire clan. But then, someone retorted, "What do you know? A man's lust comes to him. He doesn't care about the clan." Then, everyone pondered for a while. They then put themselves in Meng Luo's shoes, and nodded one after another. It wasn't known where these words had come from. But, it seemed that someone had deliberately spread them. So, the more it spread, the fiercer it became. And, it slowly became an uproar. While the storm was brewing in the lower three heavens, an earth-shattering event had also happened in the lower three heavens. The ironclad empire had finally unified the world and dominated the lower three heavens. Even the grassland wolves of the northern frontier had surrendered. The lower three heavens had become the territory of the ironclad empire. Tai Badian had finally ruled the world. All the land under the heavens belonged to the emperor. All the people on the land were the emperor's subjects. While the whole nation was celebrating, the emperor had only sent Tai Longqing as a representative to celebrate with the world. And he himself had not come out from the palace. The Empress Wu Qianxian was about to give birth. The emperor could not leave. After this news was spread, the whole nation rejoiced. Not only did no one say anything, but everyone had always thought that the emperor was loyal and righteous, and was a rare good man in the world. For Iron Cloud Empire to have such a monarch was the fortune of the world and the fortune of all its citizens. Some people also noticed that although the prince of the Iron Dragon realm was celebrating with the officials, his eyes often looked in the direction of the palace involuntarily. There was a trace of anxiety and uneasiness in his eyes. It seemed that he could not wait to leave this place and return to the palace. In the palace, Lan Meixian was anxiously guarding outside the delivery room. She kept pacing back and forth, her face full of anxiety and heartache. Moaning sounds came from the delivery room, as if it was forcibly suppressing. On one side sat a handsome couple. The man was gentle and elegant, while the woman was graceful and luxurious. They looked like a couple of immortals. Lan Meixian kept sighing and pacing back and forth. Finally, she said, "Ruolin, are the midwives you brought from the upper three heavens useful?" "Fei Ling, I don't want to criticize you, but what good midwives do you have in the Chu clan? Didn't I tell you to go to the Lan clan to find Granny Chui? You didn't listen. Now your Chu clan has sent 5 midwives, but why haven't they come out after half a day? What are these midwives doing?" This couple was Yang Ruolin and Chu Fei Ling. It turned out that Lan Meixian was still worried about the midwives in the palace. She was also worried that the secret would be leaked. Lan Meixian immediately sent a message to Yang Ruolin. Then, Yang Ruolin and Chu Fei Ling personally brought the midwives down. Yang Ruolin smiled and said, "Master, you don't have to worry. The people I brought along are all experienced and powerful. Besides, I've already checked. Junior sister's fetus is in the right position. So, there won't be any accidents." She found it a little funny. The midwife of the Lan family was of course good, but if her master didn't go, how could she and her husband invite her? That was the Lan family. But, why is it taking so long? Lan Meixian was extremely anxious. "Master, there's something you don't know." Yang Ruolin found it hard to say. "It's not that easy for a woman to give birth to a child. When I gave birth to my child, I also spent a full day and night in extreme pain." Speaking up to here, he couldn't help but feel dejected. Thinking about her missing child, she was overcome with grief and her eyes turned red. Chu Fei Ling hurriedly comforted him. Chu Fei Ling was a little restless. He wouldn't have come this time if he wasn't worried that his beloved wife would have an accident when she went out alone. How could his wife's junior sister give birth to a child while he, the senior brother-in-law, sits outside and waits? "That damned king of hell Chu," Lan Meixian said angrily, "he stirred up trouble and left just like that. That bastard. How much grievance and pain has Tian suffered because of him? Now, his child is about to be born at such an important time. But, he's nowhere to be seen." She heavily stomped her foot. "This is really infuriating." Yang Ruolin smiled bitterly and thought, "That person doesn't know anything. How can he appear here?" The moaning sound inside suddenly became louder. Then, the voice of the midwife was heard, "Endure it. Don't exert yourself now. You have to accumulate your strength. Otherwise, you won't have any strength when the child is born. That won't be good for the child, won't be good for the child." This sentence seemed to have infinite power. Taibu Tian's voice immediately became softer. She could only be heard taking deep breaths to accumulate her strength. "My poor disciple." Lan Meixian sat down on a chair and covered her face with her hands. She couldn't help but shed tears. "I don't know what your senior owes that man. She's sacrificing so much for him." She sat for a while. Then, she stood up again. She sat down again, and stood up again. Finally, she walked to the front of the portrait of the Empress, and knelt down piously. "Mother, I, Lan Meixian, have never believed in ghosts or gods. But, I believe in you now. I'm willing to worship the Empress for a lifetime as long as you can help Tian give birth to a child. May I be struck by lightning if I violate this oath." Yang Ruolan's eyes were somewhat moist. Her master, Lan Meixian, had always been strong and stubborn. She had never married. She had always been proud and aloof. She had never respected the heavens or feared ghosts or gods. But, she was now praying so piously for her disciple. It could be seen that her heart was in chaos. On the other side, Wu Qianqian had already knelt in front of the portrait of the Empress. She didn't know how long she had been kneeling for. But, she was praying in her heart, you must, give birth to a healthy child. Mother will be safe. The moaning sound inside the room suddenly became louder again. It seemed as if it couldn't suppress the pain. Lan Meixian banged her head on the ground. She was in extreme pain and heartache. She suddenly turned her head, and said, Rua Lan, NP. Can't she use her vital energy to give birth to a child? It's so painful. Tian. How can she bear it? Yang Rua Lan revealed an embarrassed look on her face and said, Master, you don't know. Even a supreme expert has to pass through this hurdle. When giving birth to a child. This has nothing to do with vital energy. She'll be no different from an ordinary woman at this moment no matter how great her cultivation is. Sigh, Lan Meixian turned her head in disappointment. She cowed out on the ground, and prayed piously. Bear with it a little longer. Bear with it a little longer. It'll be done soon. It'll be done soon. The midwife's gentle voice was comforting her. Her voice seemed to have the power to calm people's hearts. Taibu Tian was moaning in pain in the inner room. Her complexion was deathly pale. Then, it turned red after a while. Her hands were tightly grasping the edge of the bed. Blood was seeping out from her fingernails. Don't worry. It'll be fine. It's just that this is your first time giving birth to a child. The child is very healthy. It's up to you now. You must hold on. The midwife kept comforting her. Taibu Tian nodded weakly. Her eyes emitted a resolute look. She said in a low voice, My child will be born safely. Finally, the outside couldn't bear it any longer. Good. Harder. Harder. Yes. It's coming out. It's coming out. The child is coming out. Wah, NP, a loud and clear cry of a baby was heard. It seemed as if a wisp of golden sunlight had pierced through the dark clouds in the sky. Taibu Tian finally relaxed after hearing this heavenly cry. She exposed a happy and relieved smile at the corners of her mouth. Then, she fainted from exhaustion. My child with him, has been born. Everyone's body shook as this cry spread. They exposed an ecstatic look on their faces. How's the child? How's the Lord? Lan Meixian hastily asked in a loud voice. Very good. Both are very good. One is fat and one is small. Mother is safe. Even experts like Lan Meixian, Chu Fei Ling, and Yang Rua Lan felt a sense of exhaustion when these 4 words mother is safe were heard. It seemed as if all the strength in their bodies had been consumed in this silent cry. But, their hearts had finally settled down. God bless. Lan Meixian knelt down in front of the Empress portrait in ecstasy. She cowed out as if she was pounding garlic. Thank you, Empress. Thank you for being so good. From now on, Lan Meixian will worship you day and night. I will burn incense all year round. Thank you, Empress, for making my sweet mother safe. Chu Fei Ling and Yang Rua Lan looked at each other. They both saw that the rims of each other's eyes were red. Lan Meixian calmed down after a long time. She stood up, picked up the teacup, and drank a mouthful of tea. She wiped her tears, and said with an embarrassed smile, You 2 little girls. You've angered me to death. But, you've also worried me to death. I'd rather bleed than cry. I've only cried twice in my life. And, it's all because of you 2 disappointing little girls. She wiped her tears again. Then, she said in a somewhat angry tone, The first time was when you gave birth. I stayed on the roof of your Chu clan for a night. And, I shed tears for you the whole night. The second time was because of this infuriating little girl. You ruined my child, and didn't even let me know about it. You only knew how to bear it by yourself. Alas, master. Yang Rua Lan's face was streaked with tears. Wu Qianqian had been dumbstruck when she had heard the cry of the baby. Then, she seemed to have woken up from a dream. She frantically kowtowed to the statue a few times. Then, she jumped up, and ran towards the delivery room. Don't go in, Yang Rua Lan quickly grabbed her, You can't go in now. Why? You can't go in because you can't go in, Lan Meixian reprimanded her with a smile, The baby will be carried out in a while. Why are you in such a hurry? How can you casually barge into this delivery room? You're such an ignorant little girl. Wu Qianqian's face turned red. She was somewhat embarrassed. The sound of water splashing could be heard inside. It seemed as if someone was bathing the baby. A gentle sound of footsteps was heard after a while. Then, a benevolent-looking midwife came out with a small swaddle in her arms. She smiled as she walked. It's very strange. I've delivered so many babies. Most of them have their eyes closed when they're born. But, this little guy is different. His two black eyes are wide open, and they're rolling around. I don't know what he can see, another midwife behind her said with a smile, he's so young. He won't be able to see anything even if his eyes are open. He'll need at least a day to open his 7 orifices. Then, he'll be able to see something. That's why it's so strange. Really? Everyone scrambled to surround the baby. They cautiously moved closer to take a look. They saw a dense crowd of heads above the swaddle. So pretty. Lan Meixian said. Wu Qianqian pursed her lips. Why is this baby a little wrinkled all over? He looks like an old man. To think that Master Lan could actually say the word pretty, Wu Qianqian didn't know that newborns were all like this. The baby in front of her was already very smooth. At this moment, she suddenly heard Yang Rulan moaning softly. Her body was on the verge of collapsing. Lan Meixian was quick to react. She supported her and said, Rulan, what's wrong? Yang Rulan opened her eyes. She was a little confused. Then, she looked at the baby and said dejectedly, I'm fine. Chu Feiling also noticed the abnormality. He rushed forward to support his wife. He asked repeatedly, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Yang Rulan looked at the baby in swaddling clothes. After a long time, she weakly repeated, I'm fine. However, a feeling of perilous waves suddenly rose in her heart. When she saw Tai Badian, although they were very close, she clearly knew that she was her junior sister. But when she saw this little baby, a feeling of blood connection suddenly rose in Yang Rulan's heart. It was as if this little baby in front of her was the closest person to her. This feeling was very mysterious. Moreover, Yang Rulan had a vague feeling. Why does this baby look so similar to my baby when he was just born? Then, she smiled bitterly and shook her head. All newborns in the world are very similar. When they just come out of the mother's womb, they are all wrinkled all over. How can you tell whose face they look like at this time? It's simply impossible. At least a few days later, the baby's skin will slowly relax and become round and smooth. Only then can you see the rough outline of the baby. Looks like I've really gone crazy from missing my son. After looking for a while and reporting the good news, the midwives hurriedly carried the baby in again. Because Tai Badian had already woken up and was anxiously waiting for the baby. When the midwives carried the baby in, Tai Badian actually sat up with strength that she didn't know where she got it from. The few midwives were so frightened that they shouted, Don't. Quickly lie down. My great-grandmother. How can you sit up now? Finally, she held the child in her arms. Tai Badian looked at the tender face in her arms and couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction as if she owned the whole world. A feeling of extreme happiness spread uncontrollably from the bottom of his heart. This kind of happiness and satisfaction far surpassed the sense of accomplishment of unifying the world. It was as if the entire world was not as important as this little person in his arms. Chu Yang, do you know? Our child was born. It's a boy. Looking at the baby's tender little face, Tai Badian couldn't help but lean forward and kiss him gently. Her heart was full of tenderness. I will take good care of him. I will educate him well so that when he grows up, he will be even more outstanding than you. She paused and suddenly changed her tone. No, I don't want him to be more outstanding than you. I just want him to live a peaceful and happy life without any disasters. Even if he's not that outstanding, Yang Rualan foolishly looked in the direction of the inner chamber as she watched the midwife carry the baby inside. She was absent-minded, and felt as if her heart had become empty. What's wrong? Chu Feiling sensitively felt his wife's abnormality and asked with concern. Everyone had gathered around to take a look just now. Chu Feiling didn't have the nerve to go closer. He only glanced from afar and didn't see clearly. Nothing. Yang Rualan weakly snuggled in her husband's arms. She thought of the strange feeling just now. She opened her mouth, but didn't say anything in the end. I'll stay here for a while. I'll take a good look at the baby when he's a month old and has grown up. Junior sister's baby is so cute. Yang Ruolan whispered enviously. Chu Feiling's heart ached. He knew that his wife was thinking of his son. He couldn't help but sigh. Lan Meixian kept asking, is it okay? Can I go in? Can you let me go in first? After a long while, the inside was tidied up. The midwife finally came out and reported, you can go in. But be careful. Walk lightly and don't make any sound. Lan Meixian was already impatient. She slowly floated in like a ghost. Not to mention the sound of the wind, she didn't even make any dust. Chu Feiling rubbed his forehead. He was speechless. Is it necessary? Just to not make any sound, she mobilized all her martial power to launch the Great Feather Mental Cultivation method. Yang Ruolan weakly took 2 steps back. Her eyes were fixed on the inner chamber. She didn't even blink. Her soul had flown out of her body. It was unknown what she was thinking about. She unconsciously took 2 steps back and sat down. If it weren't for Chu Feiling's sharp eyes and quick hands, she would have sat directly on the ground. In the inner chamber, Lan Meixian nervously rubbed her hands. Tian, does it still hurt? It doesn't hurt anymore. Taibu Tian gently shook her head. The baby in her arms restlessly stretched out his hands and kicked his legs. His small black eyes rolled around. He seemed to be very intelligent. Taibu Tian couldn't help but smile warmly. She said, Master, look at him. He's so naughty. Lan Meixian also smiled. She slowly sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the child. Then, she sighed and said, this little bastard is hurting my good disciple to death. Wait until he grows up. This old woman will ruthlessly spank his ass. You're not allowed. Taibu Tian glared. Lan Meixian smiled. Look at how nervous you are. Look, you're so protective of him and spoiling him. I think you're the emperor. You're spoiling him too much. Since ancient times, a loving mother has spoiled her son. Taibu Tian rolled her eyes. She said somewhat willfully, so what? I have plenty of family properties to spoil him. Lan Meixian was speechless. She grabbed the little guy's hand and said with a smile, let me see how this little guy's physique is first. Your senior sister's baby only has an above-average physique. Let me see what kind of child your exquisite ice heart can give birth to. Taibu Tian pursed her lips and smiled. She said, I'll take whatever physique he has. I'm a little worried now. If his physique is good, I'm afraid I'll have to roll around in Jianghu in the future. Alas, how dangerous would that be? Lan Meixian rolled her eyes and said, don't you want your son to become a matchless powerhouse? Taibu Tian slowly shook her head. I only want him to be safe. Everything is enough. You're really useless. Lan Meixian scolded with a smile. Then, she carefully poured her vitality into the baby's body. Suddenly, her complexion changed. Her face turned red as she muttered, there's something wrong with his meridians, ah? Taibu Tian was startled. She immediately became anxious, Master. What's wrong? Is it serious? How can his meridians be so wide? Lan Meixian sucked in a breath of cold air. I've seen many children. How can this one be so monstrous? Then, her complexion changed again. And, it turned deathly white, strange. Lan Meixian frowned. She had a pensive look on her face. It's somewhat similar to the legendary Iron Blood Loyal Heart physique. But, it seems to be higher. I'm not sure. I've never seen such a physique, then, is it good or bad? Taibu Tian asked nervously. Of course it's good. It's so good that it can't be better. Lan Meixian raised her head in a daze. She sized up the ironclad imperial palace all around. Then, she muttered, could it be that the inside of this imperial palace is a place with good feng shui? How can so many monstrous physiques appear here? This child's physique. I can't understand it. Lan Meixian solemnly said, but, it's no small matter. You mustn't spread this news. Otherwise. Taibu Tian nodded, I know, Master. She beamed with joy as she looked at this little person. Then, she lovingly said, I didn't expect this little guy to be so extraordinary. He's worthy of being his father's son. Lan Meixian's complexion darkened. She snorted in an unfriendly manner. Then, she softly said, Are you still in pain? I'm not in pain anymore. Tai Butian strangely looked at her master. Take that medicinal pill that is hanging in front of your chest, Lan Meixian urged. Pill? Tai Butian was surprised. What pill? That pill that's hanging on your neck. Lan Meixian was somewhat anxious. Hurry up. A woman giving birth to a child is like passing through the gates of hell. She has experienced life and death. It's a good opportunity for you to change your physique. Take that pill now. Hurry up. It'll be too late by the time your body recovers. Change my physique? Tai Butian touched the purple crystal bottle on her chest. She was somewhat reluctant to part with it. Yes. Hurry up. Lan Meixian anxiously said, You used to have the icy heart physique. But, the icy heart physique disappeared without a trace after you lost your virginity. But, it's a good opportunity for you to rebuild your body after giving birth. Moreover, you have a miraculous medicine in your hand. You may become the first person in history to have the icy heart physique and jade bones physique once you take it. Hurry up. But, what about the child? Tai Butian was somewhat unwilling. Ruolan. Ruolan, you take care of the child first, Lan Meixian called out. Young Ruolan immediately rushed in as if she had heard the heavenly voice. She had been waiting for such a call for too long. Under Lan Meixian's urging, Tai Butian finally took out the heavy pill. But, she still didn't take it immediately. She said, Master, are you sure that this pill alone can? This is a heavy pill. Silly child. Lan Meixian saw that she was still hesitating. She became anxious. This is a rare heavy pill. If this pill can't change your physique, then, no one else in the world can change your physique. I don't know what kind of luck you have. You've actually met the divine dragon-like master of Tribulation Sword. You're really lucky, the divine dragon-like master of Tribulation Sword? Tai Butian exclaimed. Suddenly, huge waves rolled in her heart. Her mind was in a mess. She couldn't extricate herself. She had mixed feelings for a moment. Chu Yang is actually the master of Tribulation Sword? No wonder, no wonder. Tai Butian muttered. No wonder Chu Yang is so powerful. No wonder Chu Yang has advanced so quickly. No wonder he can turn the situation around. No wonder he can defeat Diwu Qingro, but, she was startled for a moment. Then, she suddenly grabbed Lan Meixian's hand. Master, this matter can't be spread out. She was a talented emperor of a generation. How could she not know the importance of this matter? She immediately sensed the danger Chu Yang was in after she realized it. Lan Meixian smiled and said, Don't worry. I know the severity of the matter. I won't spread it. No one is allowed to. Tai Butian said resolutely and solemnly, As long as you agree, I will take it immediately. But if Master were to say it out loud, even if you were to say it to another person, this disciple would have no choice but to die immediately. Lan Meixian took 2 steps and said, As long as you promise me that you will cultivate the icy heart jade bone to the peak. I will promise you. Good. Tai Butian opened the purple crystal bottle without hesitation. She took out the elixir and stuffed it into her mouth without even looking at it. Her eyes were shining. Master, don't forget your promise. This child. How can I go back on my word? Lan Meixian didn't realize that her disciple had put a curse on her. She immediately helped Tai Butian up. She placed one hand on her back and the other hand on her head. She said, Eliminate all distracting thoughts and circulate your energy to digest the elixir. Don't think about anything else. Tai Butian was just about to speak when she felt a wave of heat rising from her dantian. In an instant, the pain all over her body actually disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Then, an extremely comfortable feeling spread through her limbs and bones at the same time. At the same time, a surge of spiritual energy surged into her back and entered her dantian. Then, it spiraled up with that spiritual energy. A spiritual energy shrouded her from the top of her head. When the three forces came into contact, they suddenly scattered into thousands of spiritual energy flows. Tai Budian immediately felt that her whole body seemed to be changing slightly. Then, all the changes gathered together and turned the world upside down. After a long time, Lan Meixian fell back with a thud and fainted. She had used up all her energy to help Tai Budian change her physique this time. If she didn't cultivate for a month or so, she wouldn't be able to recover. Tai Budian was sweating all over. Her body was oily and she didn't know what had seeped out. But, she felt that her body had completely recovered. Her whole body felt light as if it was about to fly. Moreover, there seemed to be many more profound insights in her mind. She propped herself up and found that she was fine. It just so happened that there was a shortage of hot water in preparation for the birth. She immediately ordered the hot water to be transported in. She washed her body properly and stood up. She immediately felt that she was very different. Lan Meixian woke up. Her body was weak but her spirit was extremely excited. She grabbed Tai Budian's hand and checked it. She laughed happily and said, "Good. Good. I, Lan Meixian, finally have a successor to my mantle." 100 meridians opened, Dantian blue sea, exquisite ice heart, crystal clear jade bones, all in one. Her eyes were burning. Tian, you must cultivate diligently. The current you has basically swept away all the obstacles in your cultivation. You're standing at the peak of frozen heart jade bone. You must not disappoint this gift from the heavens. She paused for a moment and said, "Only when you become strong, will you be able to better protect your child. You may be the emperor of the lower three heavens, but you need to know that the upper three heavens will not take care of your son just because you are the emperor." Tai Budian's heart shuddered as he replied, "I understand." Lan Meixian smiled in a gratified manner and said, "I will take Xianxia back to the upper three heavens when the child is 1 month old. You take good care of the child, and cultivate well. You must also go up when the time is right. The upper three heavens is where geniuses like you should stay." Tai Budian was non-committal, her gaze somewhat perplexed. After a long while, Tai Budian said slowly, "Let Xianxia in. I want to have a chat with her." Lan Meixian nodded and walked out. Not long after, Wu Qianqian walked in gently. "You're looking for me?" Tai Budian looked at her with a complicated gaze. After a long while, he said, "Have you decided?" Wu Qianqian lowered her head and said softly, "Yes." Tai Budian heaved a long sigh of relief and said, "Good. Tomorrow, I will issue an imperial edict. Empress Wu Qianqian has died in childbirth. The whole nation will mourn." Wu Qianqian was silent for a long time. Then, she said softly, "I'm worried." She sighed and said, "I'm worried about both." Tai Budian smiled and said, "Worried? Haha. Qianqian, if you see him, don't tell him about this." Her expression became serious at the end of her words. Wu Qianqian bit her lips until they turned pale. After a long while, she said, "Okay." Tai Budian smiled. "Qianqian, what do you think about calling this child Taiyang?" Taiyang? Yang as in the sun? Wouldn't that be the same name? Taiyang, as in the sky-drilling poplar, a steel-like sky-drilling poplar. It has no branches and grows straight. It bathes in the sun, and reaches the sky. Tai Budian said slowly and heavily, "Taiyang is the only successor of the Iron Cloud Empire. He will be the future overlord of the world." Her eyes flashed and shot out the brilliance of a sovereign. She said in a deep voice, "I must conquer an iron country for my son. Long live." Outside, young Rulin was holding the child. She couldn't bear to let him go. She felt more and more warmth in her heart. That feeling of blood connection made her unable to let go of the child after she held him. "This is the first time I've seen you like someone else's child so much," Chu Failing said with a smile. "Carry him and see," young Rulin suddenly said. Chu Failing took the child very carefully and hugged his warm and soft little body in his arms. The little child seemed to be grinning happily. Chu Failing was almost conquered by this smile in an instant. A strange feeling suddenly shot into his heart like a bolt of lightning. Chu Failing's whole body trembled. He couldn't help but murmur, "What a cute little guy. I feel like he's a member of my Chu clan." Young Rulin's whole body trembled violently. Her phoenix-like eyes opened wide. She said in a trembling voice, you also have this feeling? At this moment, Lan Meixian walked out. Rulan, I have to wait for a month before I can go back. You and Failing can go back first if you have something to do. It's okay. Master, we'll accompany you. We'll go back together after a month, young Rulan said hurriedly. All right. Lan Meixian nodded. I'll take a rest first to recover my primary power. I've used up all my primary power today. She walked away after she said this. Young Rulan's heart was surging with emotions. I have this feeling, and my husband also has this feeling. What does this mean? Why do I have this feeling? Why? She stood there in a daze. Tai Budian had already walked out. She took the child from Chu Failing's arms and thanked them with a smile. Thank you, senior sister and senior sister's husband. I've really troubled you this time. Why did you walk out now? Young Rulan asked anxiously. It's fine. Tai Budian chuckled. If senior sister and brother-in-law have nothing to do, why don't you stay here for a few more days? Okay. Young Ruolan didn't wait for Chu Feiling to reply to this request. The next day, Iron Cloud Empire issued 2 imperial decrees at the same time, shocking the world. The Grand Elder of the Iron Cloud Empire was born. His Majesty the Emperor personally gave him the name Taiyang. He was bestowed the position of Grand Elder, and was confirmed as the successor of the Iron Cloud Empire. Amnesty for the world, the entire nation rejoiced. The Empress of the Iron Cloud Empire, Wu Qianqian, was born due to dystocia. She was posthumously conferred the title of loyal, filial, benevolent, righteous, and Xiaowu Empress, the only mother of the nation. The 7-son nation mourned, buried in the imperial mausoleum. The entire nation mourned. These 2 pieces of news, one happy and one sad, shocked the world. Half a month later, bad news came from the Iron Cloud Empire. The master of Butian Pavilion, King of Hell Chu, had a relapse of his old injuries. He died the night before yesterday. He was posthumously conferred the title of First Prince with a different surname. The entire nation mourned. When the 3rd imperial decree was issued, no one knew that Tai Budian had held the imperial seal in her hand and sat in front of the imperial decree in a daze for a long time. When the imperial seal finally fell with a loud bang, 2 drops of tears flowed out of Tai Butian's eyes. Day after day passed. The child's skin had fully grown. His whole body was tender and tender. His white skin was tinged with rosy. He was extremely lovable. Young Ruolan came to see him several times a day. The more she looked, the more her heart palpitated. After the child's face had grown, the more young Ruolan looked at him, the more it overlapped with the image of her son in her memory. That was her only son. She would recall him several times a day over the past few years. In her dreams, her son seemed to be in her arms. How could that memory not be deep? On this day, young Ruolan's mind flashed. She remembered King of Hell Chu, whom she had taught a lesson 3 days ago. She vaguely felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell what. Finally, that day, young Ruolan murmured, I heard junior sister say that this is King of Hell Chu's child. But the last time I saw King of Hell Chu, his appearance was completely different from this child's. Different? Chu Failing was reading a book. He answered indifferently. But young Ruolan suddenly stood up, startling the absent-minded Chu Failing. He raised his head and saw his wife's eyes wide open. She murmured, different? Why not? Although this child inherited some of his mother's features, his sharp eyebrows, nose, and masculine aura definitely came from his father. But, why not? Young Ruolan's whole body trembled. Why not? Why? Chu Failing groaned and lay on the chair. He thought to himself, Ruolan is going crazy thinking about her son again. What does it have to do with us, whether or not they look alike? But young Ruolan had already stood up. I'll go find junior sister. Hey, it's late at night now. Chu Failing hurriedly stopped her, but young Ruolan turned a deaf ear. She had already gone far away. Chu Failing smiled bitterly. Looking at the bright and dark candlelight, he thought to himself, when I go back this time I must put in more effort to search. Otherwise, looking at my wife like this really makes me feel uneasy. That night, Tai Budian fed her child milk and let him fall asleep. Hearing that Yang Ruolan had come, she hurriedly received her. Originally, the children of the royal family were basically nursed by wet nurses, but Tai Budian firmly refused and insisted on raising them herself. This decision had once been greatly approved by Yang Ruolan. Tian. Can I ask you something? Yang Ruolan came and looked at the sleeping child. Her heart was thumping wildly and her lips were dry. She asked nervously. What's the matter? Senior sister, feel free to speak your mind. Tai Budian was very grateful to her senior sister and said heartily. Can I ask, what does this child's father look like? Yang Ruolan's voice was trembling. Tai Budian cast a gentle glance at her son, who was sound asleep. She pursed her lips and smiled. Senior sister, is there a need to ask? This child's appearance is almost exactly the same as his father's. Exactly the same? Yang Ruolan's voice was trembling. She felt as if a thunderbolt had struck her heart. Did I find the wrong person last time? Her body trembled and swayed, giving Tai Budian a fright. Suddenly, a crazy thought popped up in her mind. Could it be, that person, is my son? And this little fellow that I feel so close to, is my grandson? She clearly knew that this was a bit whimsical, unrealistic, and too speculative, but she couldn't help thinking about it. She couldn't help but deduce, and yearn for it. Yang Ruolan's face was flushed red for a moment, but it would turn pale in the next moment. Her heartbeat was like the beating of a drum. Even Tai Budian could hear it clearly. Senior sister, what's wrong? Tai Budian asked worriedly. Yang Ruolan turned a deaf ear to her. Suddenly, she asked in a hoarse voice, his surname is Chu? Tai Budian nodded doubtfully. She thought to herself, although this is a secret, didn't you know it long ago? His name is Chu Yang? Yang Ruolan asked. Yes, Tai Budian said. How old is he? She asked again. Should be 18, or 10? Tai Budian said uncertainly. How old is he? Yang Ruolan's eyes widened. Yes, I heard that he is an abandoned child, and doesn't know his background. Tai Budian replied thoughtfully. Yang Ruolan's throat issued an unknown moan. It seemed as if she had been struck by lightning. Her soft heart also seemed to have been pierced by a red-hot steel needle. She couldn't help but see stars. Her body swayed for a while before she finally managed to calm herself down. She realized that her face was already covered in tears. Abandoned child, doesn't know his background. These two sentences made Yang Ruolan's entire body hurt. Her internal organs seemed to be churning, spasming, and hurting at this moment. She was in so much pain that her vision turned black and she almost lost consciousness. His soul seemed to be floating around in a daze. He only heard his own voice asking, he's an abandoned child? Don't you know your background? Don't know my age? Tai Budian's voice seemed to float over from the clouds. He was adopted by his master when he was young. The Empress, Xianxia, is his senior sister. I'm not too sure about his past. Empress Xianxia is his senior sister? Yang Ruolan felt as if she had gone through a treacherous journey. Her entire body was sweating profusely. She didn't have any strength left. In fact, she had exhausted all her strength just to sit on the edge of the bed. He had been adopted by his master since he was young, abandoned child. He didn't know his background. This child looked exactly like his father, as if he had been plucked from his father's face. Yang Ruolan's soul floated in the air. Her eyes were lifeless. Only big drops of tears fell from her eyes. Tai Budian called her a few times, but she didn't hear her at all. Her soul had wandered off. His master? Yang Ruolan finally thought of this question. This was undoubtedly an important clue. Yang Ruolan was a little paranoid. Her intuition was wishful thinking. What's his master's sect? Beyond the Heavens sect. Who's his master? What's his name? I heard that his name is Meng Chaoran. He's the youngest junior brother of the Beyond the Heavens sect. Yang Ruolan asked faster and faster. Tai Budian answered fluently. Now, she also felt that something was wrong. She was a little scared and inexplicably flustered. She also had a vague intuition. This vague intuition made Tai Budian's face turn pale. Then, it turned red. She answered Yang Ruolan's questions cautiously. It can't be. It can't be. It can't be so coincidental. Chu Yang is an abandoned child. I heard that senior sister and brother-in-law also lost their child 18 years ago. They haven't found him yet. Tai Budian also panicked. A feeling of shame welled up in her heart. It can't be. It can't be so coincidental, can it? Oh my God, if this is really the strong and wise monarch of a country, the unparalleled overlord who controlled the life and death of billions of people, the first emperor of an empire, suddenly panicked. In the panic, their eyes met unintentionally. In Yang Ruolan's eyes, there was doubt, hope. In Tai Butian's eyes, there was surprise, shyness, fear, uncertainty, and a little bit of vague understanding, mixed with a thick sense of shame. You. Yang Ruolan said in a daze. You. Tai Budian said in a daze. Both of them opened and closed their mouths at the same time. They were silent. They saw the complicated expressions on each other's faces. You first. You first. They spoke at the same time again. Then, they were silent at the same time. Cough. I heard that you. It was as if the two women were under a spell. They stood in the same place, opened and closed their mouths at the same time. Then, they said the same thing and just sat there in a daze. I'll go first. Yang Ruolan sighed. Your brother-in-law. Suddenly, she found the word brother-in-law extremely awkward. Tai Butian's white jade-like face flushed red at once. It was as if a fire had suddenly ignited. She lowered her head deeply. Her heart started to beat wildly. Please don't be so coincidental. If my mother-in-law caught me red-handed. Tai Budian felt that if that was really the case, there would be a crack in the ground that she could immediately hide in. She would be embarrassed to death. Yang Ruolan cleared her throat and said, 18 years ago, my child was lost in the lower three heavens. He hasn't been found until now. Tian, look at my appearance. Do you see any, cough, resemblance to your? Yang Ruolan coughed but looked at Tai Budian with eyes full of hope. Tai Budian moaned. Her whole body seemed to be on fire. She actually started to tremble. When she saw Chu failing just now, she felt that this brother-in-law looked very familiar. It was as if she had seen him somewhere before. Moreover, she felt very familiar with him. However, this was clearly the first time they had met. Besides, this was senior sister's man, but now that Yang Ruolan pointed it out, she finally understood who this brother-in-law resembled, Chu Yang. Like the person she yearned for day and night. A little. Tai Butian's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Just a little? Yang Ruolan asked, unwilling to give up. Yes, a little. Tai Budian covered her face and lowered her head. Her swan-like beautiful neck was exposed. However, it was already red with embarrassment. Yang Ruolan became excited at once. Then tell me more about him. The more detailed, the better. Tai Budian was dumbfounded. She looked at Yang Ruolan pitifully and stuttered, Senior sister. Senior, this pitiful emperor felt embarrassed for the first time. She was too ashamed to show her face. She turned her head and looked at her son. Suddenly, she had a feeling, I can't wait to grab this little fellow and stuff him back into my belly. Under Yang Ruolan's hopeful and anxious gaze, Tai Butian's eyes were dull. She started to tell her story while stuttering. How did the two of you meet? What happened at that time? What did he say to you? How did the two of you have a child? One question after another came out like a cannonball. Tai Budian felt dizzy and lightheaded. She saw stars and was dazzled. This emperor, who could still remain calm in the face of tens of millions of soldiers, was now a living example of a stuttering patient. Furthermore, she was a stuttering patient who had committed a crime. She lowered her head and told the story one by one as if she was admitting her guilt. Yet, the judge was very interested in all the facts of the crime. He kept going over and over again, not getting tired of it. He was determined to get every single detail out of her. By the time he asked the last question, Tai Budian almost had a feeling, forget it if she fainted, I'm done. Are you done? Yang Ruolan sighed as if she hadn't had enough. Yes. Her Majesty's voice was like a mosquito's buzzing. That's all? Yes, he has suffered too much, poor child. Yang Ruolan's tears dripped down as she said this. Yang Ruolan obviously didn't dare to be completely sure. But, she was vaguely certain in her heart, this king of Hell Chu is the real king of Hell Chu. The one she saw was definitely a fake. And, there was an 80% chance that the real king of Hell Chu was her lost son. This. As for what happened before coming to Iron Cloud, this, you have to ask Wu Qianqian. She's in the palace now, Tai Budian said hesitantly. Quickly betray someone and share my burden. Sister, I really can't take it anymore, yes. How could I forget her? That girl is his senior sister. Yang Ruolan stood up excitedly. Her face was flushed red as she said, I'll go and find her now. Yes, this. Senior, please do as you wish. Tai Budian felt that her tongue was no longer bent. She nodded and bowed as she said. Yes, you have a good rest. Yang Ruolan leaned over and looked at Tai Yang who was sleeping soundly. Her gaze was completely different this time. I'll send you. Tai Budian hurriedly jumped up from the bed. She was attentive and careful to please her. Don't, you just gave birth. You should rest well. Yang Ruolan hurriedly pressed her shoulder. She watched Yang Ruolan walk out with a whoosh. Tai Butian's face was red. She sat on the bed in a daze. She only felt that her whole body was alternating between hot and cold. After a long time, she suddenly moaned weakly and fell on the bed. She pulled the blanket over her head and covered herself with it. God, let me die, what will happen to this matter? Boo-hoo, what if, it's true, what should I do? End of chapter 585. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.